Grave Walkers. Book 7. Blade Thirsty. By Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Sky Wolves. Penny, Wolf, and Carmen were still away on their mission to take the pirate boy back to the city when Critias rounded up what remained of his team and then headed out of the air traffic control tower complex. On their way through the lower building, Critias stopped off to see the dead pirates since he didn't want to leave a fresh corpse in Dr. Kyne's reading room. Somewhat comical as the notion was, Critias thought it bad manners to leave the bodies of people they killed just lying around in a friend's house. When he reached the corpse and then had a chance to look it over, Critias asked Yeti, "You really did this with your fist?" Yeti was not in a bragging mood as he explained, "I had seen a reflection of movement on some glass and then followed him down here. I wasn't really sure if it was one of you guys or maybe even just my imagination. I never said anything on the radio, that was a mistake. As far as the pirate goes, I didn't want to shoot him because I might have hit someone else in here. To be honest, it sort of just happened. I had to do something and he ended up dead. I didn't mean to kill him." "You're right about the radio," Critias agreed on that point. "That's why we wear them. You will know better next time. Punching this stickhead to death is top-notch work, couldn't have done it better myself. You make me glad I put such faith in you. Great job." "You can say it," Tony told Critias. "I fucked up. There were 4 of us in here and that prick caught us all with our pants down. I was in charge, so it's my fault." Critias was technically in overall command of that mission, but he didn't carry any rank to tell Tony how to run his life. To put it behind them, he said, "We are ghoul fighters, not pirate hunters." This guy was good at his business. He survived as long as he did while his friends had abandoned him here and his pals were all dead. It is a statement on the value of being a cowardly pirate. They are more dangerous than ghouls who are too brave to be smart, usually anyway. After a brief search of the body, Critias observed, "He doesn't have a radio." "They used those big encrypted radios," Bobby Bean reminded him. "Maybe they were under strict radio silence and their captain didn't even give them any personal ones fearing we might pick it up and then know they were here." "We would have picked it up," Critias acknowledged that. "I think you are right. That must be why his friends thought they were all dead when they never came back." He grabbed the corpse and then hefted it up onto his shoulder to leave. On the way out, Critias told them, "We need to check out the hangar for the dirigible. Since Penny took our truck, how do you guys feel about walking a couple kilometers to get there? Someone will show up with a ride before we leave again." The others understood the risk they were to consider. If things stayed quiet like they had been thus far, they had nothing to worry about on a long walk. If a tribe of ghouls suddenly appeared while they were halfway there, they might die. Ghouls naturally migrated to where the food was available. The lack of infected in the area had made the airbase nutritionally abundant. The ghouls would be around. It was just a matter of time before they crossed paths. "Let's walk," Tony said. "Vern is overhead watching from the black hole. If any packs move into the area, he will see them before they see us." With it decided, they headed off. Critias took the dead pirate with him all the way to the great runway that they came in on from the East Airport. That is where he dumped the corpse. It was fresh edible meat for ghouls and he wanted to use it as bait. If he lured them out into the open, it would make it that much easier to shoot them rather than let them lurk in the long grass from where they might eventually ambush someone. The runway was wide and straight like an interstate highway, which made it easy for them to stay clear of the grass where it grew up along the sides. Bulldozers in the last days had found plenty of headshot ghouls to pile up in the interior of the base. As the defenders had retreated inward, their defensive fighting lines had followed them. They had done their best to keep the runways open for planes, which meant the body mounds were invariably off to the sides. Such was the flatness of the land combined with the tall prairie grass that they had a great view into the distance only without being able to see anything but the tallest structures. They clearly made out the roof of the large maintenance hangar that was on the far side of the runways ahead. They saw some water towers, a few lesser aircraft hangars, and a handful of the greatest buildings. Other than those landmarks, they could see the trees of the forested areas, which were mostly in the vicinity of the East Airport side, and they could see the long grass that just went onto the horizons. The whole center of the base was a square kilometer prairie of the tall grass interrupted by nothing but the network of mostly concealed runways. As they left behind the forested areas to follow the wide runway through the sea of grass, one of the smaller maintenance hangars was off to their right. It had a sizable parking area for the aircraft that packed the place in a tight jumble. Not only were there huge military planes and smaller fighter jets, there were also dozens of civilian private propeller planes of small size. In the same way as the base had been a magnet for truck survivors, The false promise of security had also lured in aircraft from even wider distances. There was a noticeable shortage of heavy military ground vehicles. The Air Force Base didn't have any tanks or armored personnel carriers more typical of Army units. They did see some of the relatively common four-wheel drive Humvee military cars at times. Those sat idly abandoned along the sides of runways, no doubt heavily contaminated with cool blood from their outbreak service. They were most of the way across the central grass prairie when Blue raised his hand as a silent instruction that they should stop. There was a major intersection of runways ahead, and near the center of them was a military cargo plane, one of many around the airbase. The one ahead of them had suffered a mild crash where the front landing gear had failed on touchdown, such that it had ground to a halt with its nose against the pavement. Hitting a ghoul or one of their undead bodies may have been the culprit. While the plane would have never moved again, the damage seemed mild enough that the crew had probably survived the accident. It wasn't the plane that Blue wanted them to see. He pointed. Right there, look. What is that? Everyone watched carefully until movement drew their attention to a feral hog as it slid along the pavement. The hog was on its way to disappear beneath the near wing that tilted down so that it touched the ground at its tip. Critias used his telescopic vision to see a most astounding and perhaps even prophetic sight. A white hybrid Siberian tiger dragged its kill into a secluded hideaway within the wrecked plane where it would feed in privacy away from any thieving ghouls if they wandered past. The great beast had clearly not migrated from Siberia. Though none of them knew it, the tiger's former home had been a private refuge only 150 kilometers to the north. In the years since the outbreak, necessity had gradually driven the great cat south as it sought a well-watered habitat with suitable game without too many infected to harass it or steal its kills. The cat commonly returned to feed repeatedly rather than finish an animal at a single sitting. With the great river that prevented it from exploring westward, the tiger had followed smaller waterways into the more rural south until it discovered an ideal land of tall grass, lush creeks, and groves of forest with very few infected. Best of all, it had encountered a favorite food source in the form of the feral hogs whose northernmost range included that local area. Dan saw it then. That's a fucking tiger. Does that mean there are more of them around here? I doubt it, Blue assumed. There can't be many of those in the whole country. It is about as likely to see a second of its kind as we are. It must have escaped from a zoo or a circus. By checking his HUD, Critias learned that the species had a reputation to leave humans alone unless provoked, unlike the man-eating Bengal variety of the Indian subcontinent. That was his lesser reason to leave it in peace. Let's go, he told the others. It won't bother us if we don't push it. That skin would look nice on my floor, Tony said. Are you sure you don't want to shoot it? Critias put his radio on speaker so that they could listen when he called his wife. Carmen, is this tiger dangerous? She got the image from him and then said, yes, it is very dangerous if you torment it. Don't let anyone hurt it. You are trespassing in his land and he deserves respect. That is a sacred animal. We are lucky to have it live so close. I won't hurt it, he pledged and then ended the call. Tony got Critias's point. I don't want Carmen to beat the crap out of me. I think we should leave the tiger alone. After a moment, he commented, your wife is something of a tree hugger. She is right, Critias replied. Only a dick goes around the ruins smashing the noses off of statues and burning down libraries. Shooting the tiger won't make this shitty world a better place. On a related issue, he added, I don't think Carmen would have a problem with you hunting the tiger in a fair fight. If you want to go over there and capture him with your bare hands, you should go for it. I think it is the part where we shoot him in the back with a rifle that upsets her the most. They continued on without seeing the tiger again. It had gotten into the plane through an opening caused by the crash. When they reached the southwestern edge of the long runways, they saw unending rows of abandoned planes. There was every variety from small private planes, military cargo haulers and bombers, to large passenger jetliners. All of them had been out in the weather for years, but aside from that, they appeared to be in excellent condition. The near side doors of the great maintenance hangar stood closed. The building had no apparent damage and it was certainly large enough for their dirigible needs because it was beyond enormous. It could hold multiple large cargo planes simultaneously. Under different circumstances, survivors could have set up their small town inside of it. The black hole would fit in the hangar comfortably with plenty of room to spare. That doesn't look like an old dirigible hangar to me, Tony noticed. That hangar doesn't even look old at all. If there was another one around here, we would be able to see it. Still big enough for what we want. Critias didn't mind the difference. Urban legend seems to have been wrong. They must have demolished the old one when they did some remodeling. I thought that was the right one from a distance. My concern now is that it isn't empty. If that beast has a full load of junk, It will be a big job emptying it out. Like the serviceable airport areas they had used before, the great hangar sat upon a vast expanse of concrete pavement that kept the grass at bay. The clear view would make it difficult for ghouls to appear right near them so long as they remained cautious. The long side of the hangar was 125 meters and it was 90 meters wide, a truly massive shelter with equally massive doors on each end. They had to be alert as they moved in among the parked planes that were like an aircraft graveyard. Fortunately, most of the aircraft were large enough that it was no difficulty for them to see underneath their fuselages. Vern flew overhead in the black hole as he radioed to them. "I can see some movement up ahead of you on the other side of the hangar. It appears to be individual infected, but there is more than one. They only come into my view for brief moments. The area that way is all congested suburban housing that gives them a lot of cover. I advise you to stay out of it." "Thanks for the heads up," Critias told Vern. "Keep your eye on them. I will clean up a bit from here before we move in." He pointed out firing positions for his companions. "Take cover and get ready to put down the ghouls as I call them to us." While they moved, he radioed Carmen, "I need a piglet in distress audio lower. That tiger already has a large meal. I don't think it is going to be what comes running." Carmen had a complete collection of sound effects that she could use to form traps against ghouls. There was no delay as she sent it to him, but she did warn, "If you think there is a tribe nearby, your idea may cause you more trouble than you desire. I feel that I need to remind you that you are the only person with a mech suit and your extraction support is limited. If you can wait, we are on the way back to you. I expect to reach you in about half an hour. Bring my rifle from the garage when you come," he instructed her. "I will need it later. Tell your people that we will have the hangar secured by the time that you arrive." She didn't appreciate his casual dismissal. "Are you listening to me?" "Always," he assured her. "They can handle it." "You don't need to worry about the pigs attacking you," Carmen informed him in reference to his auditory lure. "The feral hogs are still a couple months away from their mating season when the boars go into their rut and then fight for breeding rights. None of the sows hiding in the grass are going to rush out to defend what they think is one of their piglets." "Too bad," he replied. "I would have shot them too for the meat." As appealing as it might sound, she cautioned, the pavement all over the airbase is heavily contaminated. Any wild game that you exposed to it would be unsafe as well as unappetizing. Critias hadn't been serious. He already had better plans for when his opportunity came to hunt for food. When his companions were ready to defend themselves from ghouls, Critias turned on his external speakers to play the sound of a piglet in distress. He only used the natural volume of a real piglet, but with their background silence, the noise seemed shockingly loud even for high-pitched squealing. The ghouls that Vern had spotted up ahead could hear the squeaky lure clearly enough. The armored hide of a boar was totally impervious to their feeble attacks and a large sow could easily break ghoulish bones with her size alone. Ghouls feared the adult swine, but they did have an appetite for piglets. They especially liked to steal kills from other carnivores when they got the chance to harass the successful predator. The local ghouls already knew to fear the tiger because they could never muster sufficient numbers to rob that titan of strength and clawed ferocity. The opportunity was reason enough for them to at least investigate the possibility of a free meal. Just as Vern had warned, 6 ghouls came out from around the great maintenance hangar ahead of them and then approached. They saw Critias where he squatted and pretended to be a ghoul that had captured a struggling piglet. The ghouls recognized him as the source of the sound. They rushed at him to see if they could steal his prize. "Watch what you're hitting," Critias cautioned his companions by radio. "We don't need to start any fires or bust up the airplanes." From their rested positions, the shooters cut the ghouls down with a brief flurry of suppressed headshots. 3 more infected came in from their rear only to suffer the same fate. A final 2 ghouls came at them from the sea of grass and got their bullets too. At that point, Critias turned off the lure. They would wait in silence while any stragglers came to them. None did. Since they had cleared their path, Critias led his team to the fully open doors on the far side of the hangar. Not bad, Tony admired the epically spacious interior. They must have been using this as their hospital and for decontamination operations. He meant the military during the last days. There were no aircraft inside that they would need to remove. The pirates had found that the hangar fully accommodated their dirigible shelter requirements. Those raiders had even gotten one of the aircraft tow tractors operational and then used it to anchor a mooring line when they pulled their airship indoors to be safe from any foul weather. Even at the best of times, the black hole was a lighter-than-air wind sail. Just as stormy winds could tip over a large truck, even mild winds could slam the fragile dirigible around and destroy it. Jim's new dirigible hangar was perfect. It was close to the East Airport and there was plenty of room in all dimensions. It wouldn't be a tight fit, The pirates had pulled down and pushed off to the side the acres of plastic sheeting that had once walled the place off into sections. There were chains along the sides that still had hundreds of handcuffs and plastic zip cuffs spaced among the links where the defenders had secured people they worried might be infected. Critias used his visor to film everything in detail for Kevin. He gave special attention to the hangar doors and the mechanical systems that delivered the power to move them open and closed. Without any electricity, the doors were going to stay open where they were for the time being. The pirates clearly had experience with such things, and there were some signs that they had attached a portable generator to the drive motors. It was a generator that they had taken away with them when they left, which implied that it was currently aboard the Black Hole. Since they had some time before their reinforcements arrived, Critias asked his group, "What do you think about starting to clean this up?" Yeti had worked in decontamination in his early career before he developed the confidence to join the GNP. He advised, "If we start shifting that stuff around, it will throw up a lot of dust. I think we better wait until we hear from the experts. If we make more of a mess than we started with, they will be angry." True enough, Critias supported that thinking. "Let's just poke around a bit to make sure there are no holes in the walls or any lurkers burrowed into the trash. They should be here soon." The reinforcements did arrive in a timely manner that revealed they had not suffered any significant delays. Penny Welder drove the tractor-trailer transport from the light rail to the East Airport, where they had a brief stop, and then she brought the truck along the path Critias had walked. She finally pulled up out front before the maintenance hangar's open doors. Critias walked out while the occupants sat quietly in their truck. He pistol-shot the 3 ghouls that charged in to confront the comparatively noisy vehicle. The creatures shrieked and fussed enough before he dropped them that they summoned up 5 more feeders. Tony came out to help him, but the ghoulish screams persisted for long enough to make it clear that the incursion continued to spread. By the time the 2 of them shot down the group of 5, another 11 ghouls sprinted in from various directions. Wolf had gone out to watch Tony's back and helped shoot all of those. The new ghouls made their share of enraged howls before they went down. That noise called in even more ghouls who already yelped away even before they arrived. The problem continued to grow rather than settle down. The Starlight Squad rushed to help, and their open-season shooting continued for several minutes more. It was only the modest population of nearby infected that finally brought the problem to an end. If the same situation had occurred on their home side of the river where ghoul populations were fantastically higher, a complete evacuation would have been the only survivable response. As it was, only about 50 ghouls had been able to find their way to the transport. All of them ended up on the pavement with their brains shot out. In the exact same way that the contamination problem had happened before during the outbreak, the undead meat bled out into soppy pools that had no soil to absorb it. Being shot in their heads did literally nothing to stop their hearts, which pumped away at marathon speed, hosing down the pavement by the liter. Once dry, the exsanguinated bodies would permanently remain to offer transfer contamination to anything that came into contact with them. During the Great Battle years before, the military had used bulldozers to pile the deactivated undead. As it was, someone would have to drag away many of the bodies just so their vehicles would not have to drive over them. When it was over, Critias banged on the trailer for them to come out. The doors opened and then Stig hopped out first. He used hand signals to command his 36 guards to come forth and then take up defensive firing positions. Critias trusted Stig to handle security for the area. He went over to ask Yeti, "How many did you get?" "Only 3, Yeti pointed to indicate the nearby left-hand corner of the hangar where the overgrown suburban housing area came dangerously adjacent to the building. The cover there was excellent, such that runners could get rather close before they ever exposed themselves. 3 ghouls had managed to get near them by taking that route. Their headshot bodies were on the ground as evidence to the fact. Yeti showed Critias his weapon. It was a Forager Armory suppressed MP5. "I can't hit them in the head at long range with this, and not without damaging all those old planes. I just waited to see if any would get close while the rest of you guys handled the real sharpshooting." "Good job again," Critias slapped him on the back with approval. "If you keep thinking about what you are doing and not about showing off, I may get you killed by bringing you out more." Carmen, Penny, and Wolf approached as they escorted Jim with Hatchet. Carmen had Critias' Tesla Flux rifle, which she offered to him. "Would you carry it for now?" he requested kindly, even though he already knew she would. Critias talked to Jim, "The hangar looks good. Apart from the location being away from your other planes, it will be perfect." Several mechanics rushed by with their toolboxes. They also wheeled an electrical generator that would power the door motors. "Let's get inside," Jim told them. "A circus out here is only going to make more trouble." Jim went in and then looked about the enormous structure. "This will suit our needs nicely. Fleet Admiral Ruda will like having the space." His people need a secure hangar where they can start fixing up aircraft. From what I saw in the drive-in, there are enough planes here to make his dreams come true. He wants replacement parts as much as anything else. They will be safe enough doing their work in here. He summoned a radio from Hatchet and then called Vern. How much trouble do you think you will have flying that thing down into this hangar? Vern had no shortage of enthusiasm. This ship is really great. If both ends were open, I bet I could barnstorm the place. We can reconfigure the shape by expanding inflatable flight surfaces. If we inflate the skirts on the underside fans, it will even run along the ground like a hovercraft. I'll get back to you, Jim ended the conversation. Critias asked Jim, what do you want me to do now? You have done a magnificent job, Jim praised him. Carmen tells me that you ran into a white tiger. That must have been an experience. I saw a rhinoceros once. I have no idea what ever became of it. Anyway, I don't need anything for the moment. You can just hang out in case something comes up. It took him a moment to catch on. You have something you want to do. I want to have Vern take me around to do a little hunting, Critias admitted to Jim's suspicion. We could drift up on whatever looks tasty and then I could rappel down to hook it up. If it flies as good as Vern says it does, we could take a lot of meat. Jim pointed out an unused log of sheet plastic roll that leaned against a distant wall. Take that sheeting with you to package it up. We don't have a meat locker out here yet. Find a rooftop or something where you can dress it. He told Hatchet to summon the Starlight Squad for him before he went back to Critias. If you can get enough to make an ordeal of it, you can have Vern take the black hole to drop it off on the roof of the customs house. If that is not convenient, you always have the option of dropping it off at the light rail train. Critias asked, how did your conference go? There are 87 of them down there, not exactly a city, Jim reported. They are eager to come out and join us. I got the impression that Dr. Kyne was keeping them prisoner. They have wanted to come up and explore for years. It is just as well that he did. They would probably have died. Kyne concentrated his efforts in preserving people he felt would be useful in rebuilding society. None of them are soldiers. They tend to be scientists and engineers, people we can use and be glad to have them. On another matter, he told Critias, we dropped off Romeo and Verloc at the air traffic control tower. They were interested in meeting Dr. Kyne. Having one of their own kind give them a special treatment to make them non-infectious appealed to them. Kevin assures me that the process works, so I don't deny that it appeals to me as well. Having them safe to be around is definitely what I would call a huge improvement. Dr. Kyne will work out, Critias assured him. He is the scientist who sent me. I had no idea he was so old at the time. As to that, Critias added, I had no idea that he was a Watcher either. When you think about it, with the androids being clone people, and now this, there was a lot going on back home that nobody told me. I find it hard to believe that Grand Marshal Wayne or any of the Council of Governors had no idea who Dr. Kyne really was. It makes me wonder if there were others. The Starlight Squad came up to answer their summons. Jim told them, you have a reward coming. Doing forager work and doing it well entitles you to some compensation. I had knit pack you guys a picnic basket that I left back with Colonel Davis. You are having lobster for dinner tonight. He gave special attention to Yeti. You really saved the day today. When you need a favor, come ask me. It was more than Yeti knew how to react to, so he just said, thank you. The rest of the squad looked forward to a royal dinner back at the East Airport. Tony was nearby and Stig came up to jerk his chain. I hear you ladies were an inch away from getting yourselves cornholed by a pirate. He had to chuckle, my boy Yeti rescued your backhole virginity. After Critias went over to get the plastic sheeting that he would take hunting, Jim told him, leave Carmen with me. We don't know this place yet and any number of problems might pop up. He had no resistance to that when he told Carmen, do what Jim says until I get back. For a moment, Critias considered reminding her to only do things that he would approve of, but rightly decided against it. Neither Carmen nor Jim would appreciate him doubting their good intentions as though he still harbored ill feelings over the mission where his daughters went to capture the black hole. Even without her empathic emulators analyzing Critias, Carmen recognized his moment of hesitation that bordered on prevarication. With the black hole capture mission in mind, she asked him, what if he asks me to do something I shouldn't? You're a big girl, he answered somewhat evasively as he took his rifle from her. Just dig down deep and solve your problems with strategy. You're good at that. You can always call me if things are beyond your ability to resolve. The mechanics had the hangar doors about to close under their own power when Critias called over to Blue, you want to go hunting? I bet you know how to clean a deer. Blue hurried to follow so that they could get out before the place locked up. Oh yeah, I want to go. I can skin a deer with flint flakes if I had to. Even while he worked GNP, Blue always had a preference for rifle-caliber weapons and he was a crack shot since before the outbreak. The two men headed outside and then walked back the way they had first arrived. Once they reached an open space of pavement where Vern could answer their summons, they radioed for him to come down and pick them up. True to his boasts, Vern demonstrated that the black hole had the free flight qualities of a balloon, but it also had the performance characteristics more akin to an airplane. With its powerful drive fans and wing-like protrusions, the black hole could turn sharply or dive. Vern swooped down and then used the top-mounted fan thrusters to descend near to the ground. One of his assistants lowered the 4-cable elevator basket that they winched back up once Critias and Blue had climbed aboard. It was the first time that Blue had seen much of the dirigible. Once he was inside, the layout gave him an inspired idea. He told the crewman that brought them up, "We need a hacksaw, some sharp kitchen knives, and some kind of steel hooks like from a tow chain maybe." While the man went off to round up some tools, Blue explained to Critias, "We can dress the meat right over this elevator hole. It will already be hanging and we don't care where the guts fall." Vern flew them south over nearby open farm country until his telescopic cameras found them something edible. He informed them over the internal intercom, "There is a herd of cattle drinking at a small lake a few miles from here. Most of them look fat and healthy. Do you want deer that will be easier to handle?" "Hell no," Critias told Vern. "Sneak up on those cows and then hover overhead." Blue removed his outer clothes and body armor before he went to wash his hands. They would keep the butchering process as sanitary as possible. That crewman finally returned with the items that Blue had requested. By that time, Vern had them in a hover above the herd of cattle. Critias had moved aside the unhooked elevator basket because they would not be using it for their meat harvesting work. The hunting process proved to be unexpectedly efficient. Critias used his Tesla Flux rifle to shoot a large bull in the head and it dropped without a step. The killing scattered the other animals that then quickly reorganized nearby. When they saw Critias descend on a winch cable, the cattle retreated southeast away from the lake. Blue gave directions by radio as he had Critias cut the throat on the fallen animal and then skin open the back legs before sawing off the rear hooves. The hooks on their short tow chain fit into the strong tendons Critias had exposed on the rear legs. After only a few minutes, Blue winched them both up to the black hole on separate cables. With the beef carcass conveniently hanging over open air, it dripped its blood on the land below. Blue expertly skinned the hide, sawed off the lower front legs, and then removed the head. He avoided puncturing any of the internal organs as he adeptly spilled the innards in one go. The heart and liver went into a clean kitchen bucket. Blue finally went back to his saw, which he used to split the completely gutted animal in half along its length. They finally plastic-wrapped the dressed sides of beef along with the caped hide. Critias helped as much as he could while he paid close attention so he would know what to do for the next one. Vern had shadowed the spooked herd of cattle and then moved in on them when he heard that the hunters were ready for another. Blue took his turn as he made the next shot. They both knew that they would get plenty more opportunities to down the beef. They weren't going to quit until they ran out of cattle, daylight, or Jim called them home. Chapter 2. More Better Day. Colonel Davis took command of the frontline grill that the welders had thrown together. As he flipped one of the beef steaks with channel lock pliers, he called out, "This one is ready." He had lived the hard surface life for a long time. Among the useful tricks he had picked up was a polished talent for grilling. Like everyone else in the East Airport hangar building, he was in a celebratory mood. His group would stay overnight both to work on the new vehicles that George and his people had brought home and they also needed to meet Fleet Admiral Rudall when he arrived with his plane in the morning. Jim had taken the airbase's unexpected underground survivors with him back to the city. They had departed aboard the transport truck and then took the light rail train to Smuggler's Passage Depot. Enough of Hiram's original morning crew remained behind that they would make good use of the side of beef that Critias and Blue had provided for them. Vern had taken the rest of his heavy cargo of hunted beef carcasses back to the city and then returned to park the Black Hole in its spacious new hangar out on the airbase. Once the airship was safe from wind and storm, Vern came to stay with them at the East Airport garage. Vern would be available to pilot the airship again in the morning when they took Fleet Admiral Rudall to see King Louis. It was Jim's hope that Colonel Davis, his people, and the ride aboard the Black Hole would impress Rudall that they were a respectable operation even by the standards of a fleet admiral. The Starlight Squad accepted some beefsteaks to go along with the extravagant dinner that Jim had provided them. Their basket contained boiled lobster, canned fruit, and bottled beer, along with some chocolate for dessert. All of it was in generous portions. The squad knew that the reward was due to Yeti when he rescued the foragers from that pirate. He had saved the rest of his squad too at the same time. It was true that they had done extra duty by being there at all, but it was Yeti's decisive intervention during a crisis moment that had earned them all such an amazing feast. Jim was so grateful because he had nearly lost an entire crew of his most valuable field operations people. The basket proved it. With all the great food in the place, none could doubt that dangerous forager work measured success in its degrees of deliciousness. Critias had finished his work late and still cleaned his mech suit. Its hydrophobic properties shed the cattle blood readily enough, but it still required regular internal cleaning and basic maintenance. He had been up and down the winch cable all afternoon to slit throats and then dress beef. Along with Blue, they had taken 10 head from the feral domestic cattle herd before it got too dark to continue their hunt. They were plenty tired by then anyway and didn't begrudge the opportunity to retire when it came. Now that Jim owned the black hole, there would always be other days for them to shoot more food. As he scrubbed his armor, Critias watched Carmen teach Alice how to perform a ballet pirouette. Alice didn't think of it as play since her intention was to call it martial training. As her new fighting coach, Verloc had told Alice that strength, balance, and endurance were essential to the combative arts. Alice saw their dance practice as a way to take her there. Critias didn't disagree since a lack of balance was surely a disastrous flaw in a warrior. Carmen considered it fun time that she could spend with her daughter. No one could fail to see that Alice wasn't much of a dancer, especially when Carmen was beside her. Carmen could perform entire famous ballets more than flawlessly. Only Verloc could hope to match Carmen's graceful superhuman strength, infallible balance, and immunity to fatigue. Carmen had the talent to dance a ballet, recite the histories of Suetonius, and shoot birds from the air with her pistol, all at the same time. Their splendid party stopped abruptly when a knock came upon the exterior door. They didn't have anyone outside on patrol or otherwise. The general reaction was to worry that a ghoul had tried to break in, which made all of them reach for their weapons. A moment longer than it had taken for them to arm themselves, people realized that ghouls didn't politely knock on the door. Mindful that Jeremy had been thinking the same thing just before Jingle Bells killed him, Critias went over to the door with his pistol still at the ready. "Who is it?" "Special Agent Shield and Dr. Cornelius Kyne," Romeo introduced his mistress and the scientist they had visited. "May we come in?" Critias opened the door. Dr. Kyne carried a sack of oranges in one arm and a sack of assorted vegetables in the other. "The shower is over there," Critias pointed the way. He also showed them the plastic tubs beside the door for them to put their contaminated outside shoes in. There was a bag of shower sandals they could wear. "We just came from a hot shower," Romeo explained why his hair was still wet. Dr. Kyne was kind enough to provide us with a fresh change of clothes as well. They did accept the opportunity to put aside their dirty footwear. As Dr. Kyne entered, he told Critias, "Their treatments went perfectly. Your friend, that Kevin fellow, told me that we would confirm the findings when they returned home." As Critias took the grocery bags from Kyne so that the doctor could kick off his shoes, he told them, "We have dinner going if any of you are hungry." While Critias headed toward the grill area, he suggested to Kyne, "Let me introduce you to Werner Hindemith Ph.D. He does aerospace engineering among other things. I'm sure he would be interested in learning more about your discoveries. You should ask him about his new electromagnetism flying machine." That was music to Kyne's ears. The only thing he loved more than working on his research was getting to talk about it with someone who could understand him. After Critias put the bags on the table near the grill, he told Hiram, "Dr. Kyne used neutrons to burn the infectiousness out of Verloc and Romeo. There is nothing to worry about." Hiram replied, "For now it is best if people use the same precautions that they did before. Let's not advise laxity about contamination safety while having dinner in the field." He checked the grocery bags and then pulled out some onions and green peppers with a sigh of pleasure. As he sliced them up, Hiram scattered them on the griddle side of his camping stove. When the aroma of grilled onions and peppers reached his nostrils, Hiram told Critias, "This day seems to just keep getting better." An electronic whirring of vibration came from Hiram's pocket. It was his newly functional cell phone. He answered it, said little, and then agreed to something before he put it away. "There is news going on at home," he told Critias. "Jim wants a video conference." Critias didn't know how to go about it for a host of reasons. "How do we do that?" Hiram pointed to his pack with his knife. "Get my laptop." Critias retrieved the small personal computer and then set it up on the table. They had an extension cord that came from Carmen's portable generator outlets. Critias plugged it in there. After Hiram turned it on, the computer connected to the newly operational wireless network router that linked to the equipment they had installed in the nearby air traffic control tower. Once it warmed up, Hiram made a few quick selections, and then the device's flip-up screen showed a view of the captain's table back in the city. They had already finished dinner back home since it was well into the evening. The cookout at the East Airport hadn't even started until after it was fully dark. That precaution ensured that the smoke wouldn't draw any infected attention. Jim was at the table with some of the captains, Jack, and a few others. Hiram's computer had its own camera that allowed Jim to see them back on a video screen at his end from its perspective. Jessica went over to stand next to her father and then say hello to Jim. Nadia appeared on their end to say hello to Hiram. An exchange of small pleasantries carried on, and then Jim addressed the matters of business. Kevin's software quartered the screen space on Hiram's laptop computer into 4 equally sized squares. Each one displayed a different incoming camera at the same time. Yet another delegation of unhappy workers bent Jim's ear with their complaints about the inequities of his society. To Critias it seemed as though Keith's revolutionary tirade had already started to spread like a disease. "Now that we are all here," Jim said to the half-dozen petitioners, "please begin." The leader of the complainers' delegation was a woman by the name of Liz Ford Elizabeth. She was a citizen of long standing, much as Keith had asserted himself to be. Also like Keith, Liz worked in the civilian armory. Her typical occupation was as the shooting instructor and sometime manager of the target range that was somewhere in the basement levels of King's Tower. The people in combative professions like the GNP and the foragers invariably already knew how to shoot straight as a prerequisite skill to hold such positions. Critias had never even seen the target range, but he did appreciate that a lot of effort went into preparing regular people to carry their pistols and know how to use them safely. The Denver women in particular still worked to develop their handgun skills. That alone assured that Liz kept busy. Her department also did a lot of reloading because they made their own practice wadcutter pistol ammunition for their shooting range. It was partly because they accumulated all the spent brass. Foragers used up a lot of pistol ammunition too, especially from the Maskeen pistols that most of them carried and used extensively, but their ammo was always the low-penetration subsonic hollow points, and their brass ended up abandoned on the ground. Their occupational risks precluded such tedious considerations as saving the brass from their cartridges. Liz's armory warehoused thousands of extra weapons no one really needed on a regular basis, and they did everything else weapon-related that didn't fall under the specific interests of either the GNP or forager armories. Those two departments didn't bother with anything that didn't directly relate to the specific needs of their members. Unlike civilian weapons that never went outside, the other two armories had dedicated decontamination personnel to collect service weapons, and they had the gunsmiths to make suppressors or customized firearms. As Deputy Grand Marshal, Hiram was the command officer that the whole department officially reported to. From Hiram, issues might move upward to Fat Jack and then to Jim, if for some reason he could not handle it himself. Liz told Hiram, "We took a vote and we don't want Keith anymore." She summoned someone from off-camera. The man who arrived was one of Borz's recently arrived companions, his close friend the Muscovite. "We want Oleg to replace Keith," Liz told Hiram. "He is one of the best gunsmiths I have ever seen. There was a replacement part he needed for a foreign weapon, but we didn't have it. Oleg used our shop to make himself one from scratch." Hiram asked, "How many of you want Oleg to run your shop?" All of them raised their hand while one of them called out, "We are sick of Keith's complaining too." Another seconded that, "He's a dick." Hiram asked, "Where is Keith now?" An expression of validation came onto Liz's face. "Keith is sulking in his apartment. He bought a bottle of whiskey with the coins we got recently and was already drunk by the end of supper. He lost the rest of his money playing dice with Gloria. After that, he had a tantrum and then went home to cry about it." Henry and Gloria were still at the table. Both of them wore amused expressions as they saw them back by camera. Gloria waved, "Hey, Critias." Critias asked her, "You cleaned out Keith?" "You know what they say," she answered with a grin. "You don't play dice against a forager driver, and you don't mess around with Jim." The sing-song she lent to the last part came from the lyric of the Jim Croce song. After she overheard the situation, Carmen started to sing from further off in the hangar. Her song was something about the south side of Chicago being the baddest part of that town. Critias didn't know any different. He thought she meant when the ghouls in that city destroyed the reclamation center. In part, Carmen did, but she had a penchant for multi-level humor. Hiram told Liz, "I'm not going to do anything until he is here to speak for himself. If I was going to relieve the man from his post, it would be to his face." Jim told Hatchett, "Send some GNP to bring him down here. If he doesn't want to come, tell them to carry him." Since the meeting was on hold, Jack told Critias, "That was a fine bit of hunting that you and Blue did today. Everyone is grateful." He had an amusing thought, everyone but Emperor Nick. He complained that you didn't save the brains and the kidneys. The brains were on the ground, Critias replied. I'd rather go out and shoot more cows than make people eat kidneys. Nick listened from off camera. He called out, kidneys make a delicious and hearty meal. You throw away one more kidney and the Emperor of Kitchens will have you raped by baboons. Hiram inquired, how are the new survivors doing? Ecstatic, Jim reported. They are happy to see new faces. The last I heard they were throwing themselves a welcome home party at the pool. And I thought we spent too much time underground. Keith's apartment was one floor up from Funland. It didn't take the GNP long to bring him down for the meeting. Keith looked as drunk as he was, and he also felt plenty miserable over having gambled away his recently acquired fortune. If he lost his job in the next few minutes, he was really going to have reason to shed tears. As soon as he was before the camera and at least partially aware through his drunkenness, Hiram told him, Keith, I am removing you from your position. That sobered him up nicely as his face took on a shriek worthy of a ghoul. What? You are fired, Hiram said more slowly. He wailed, why? What did I do? Insubordination to your superior officers comes to mind, Hiram began. The exact reason is because the people in your department have requested that you be replaced by the person they would prefer to work with. I didn't know anything about it until they came to me to tell me about their decision. He blubbered, replaced by whom? Borz's man Oleg, Hiram divulged. According to your own people, he knows a lot more about guns than you do. The good news is that you wanted to see people vote in an election. The bad news is that you lost. Keith turned to Jim for some kind of explanation that would hopefully reverse the decision. You gave my job to a pirate? Don't look at me, Jim told him. You know my policy is not to interfere in other people's chains of command. As Deputy Grand Marshal, you answer to Colonel Davis. Now, if the captains all line up and decide they can't tolerate him, Jack can consider replacing him. It would be a great loss to me if that were to happen, though I think Colonel Davis wouldn't mind all that much, since I would immediately make him a captain among the foragers commanding his own grave walkers, which is pretty much what he does anyway. All he seems to get from his current post is a lot of extra work and headaches, like having to fire you because you alienated all your own people. I have to assume your current disheveled state was also a factor. You seem to be falling apart before it came to this. It's not all that bad, Hiram told Jim. I have a lot fewer problems here than I ever did in the U.S. Army. You don't promote all the politically proficient incompetents like they tended to do. Jim's paymaster Julia was at the table and she took that opportunity to speak up. Keith, you will need to vacate the residence of the department head. You can put most of your stuff in storage while you move into the men's barracks. Keith gasped, you are giving away my apartment? He nearly gagged on the words. Of course not, Julia said peaceably. It isn't mine in any sense. That is Oleg's apartment now as the new department head of the civilian armory. He is entitled to private quarters the same as you were. Jim told him, the barracks are not all that bad. You can make some new friends and the beds are comfortable. We collect only the finest luxury mattresses. I remember when you had to sleep in a rope hammock that dangled from the roof of the castle. Keith squealed, we did that in case the ghouls broke in. That was in the time of Jim's father when the whole community lived in Forager's Castle as their only property. Those were hard times compared to the relative peace and comfort people had grown accustomed to since Jim moved the community downtown. Oleg told Keith in thick English, no need to hurry. I can wait to move in tomorrow. That was enough to make Keith snap. He turned on Oleg to curse him, I'm not giving my apartment to a filthy scum-sucking pirate. Oleg had better self-control, only not by much. He stepped into Keith's face about to beat the man senseless. Say that again, he challenged in a low growl. Oleg had killed men for less. Where he came from, someone had to die after a provocation like that. He was not a pirate among pirates anymore, so Oleg remained more civilized. To defuse the situation, Jim said, from that I can assume that Oleg is not about to offer you a job in his department. As of this moment, you are going to decontamination services. They sent me a request for some new entry-level people. You will be a laborer that loads undead bodies and contaminated trash into containers for proper disposal. Keith's life crumbled down around him so fast that he could barely believe he was awake and not in a nightmare. He complained, picking up bodies is work for your slaves. They are my condemned prisoners that I force to work if they want to eat, Jim clarified. They do whatever I say they do as the need arises. Yes, I had them cleaning up bodies in the light rail tunnels. That is not slave work. It is high-risk decontamination work and we do it all the time. How do you think we recently got all those bodies out of the tower basement, lobby, and the barrier yard? Borz already took his people in to start cleaning up the jailhouse. Hazard duty pays well and I hear you could use the coinage. Personally, I would think that someone who trusted in their luck as little as you do would avoid gambling your life away. You force me to work if I want to eat, Keith whined. You make me do whatever you say I should do. What is the difference between me and a condemned prisoner? Gloria jibed, the condemned prisoners have jobs and a place to sleep. Many people laughed at Keith's expense. Jim told Keith, the difference is that you can have any job in the city including mine if you could demonstrate your ability to perform those services on demand. If you have a talent that I don't know about, tell me. Colonel Davis has a whole contingent of people at the East Airport right now. If you would like to start working out there, I'm sure I can find you something in the decontamination arena. I may even be able to get the mechanics to take you on. They could keep you busy grinding or carrying materials. If you want to avoid danger if at all possible, you can work in housekeeping. There will be a lot of work coming up moving supplies around. You have record-keeping and warehouse experience. You might even be valuable there. You are all in this against me, Keith grumbled. This is you making an example out of me so that everyone else learns not to complain about working as slaves just to eat. It won't be long before I turn up dead. Why don't you just kill me now and spare everyone the mystery you obviously won't bother solving? I can't give you an important job, Jim told Keith in plain honesty. You are cracking up under pressure right now and you have not seen any real pressure. I can only assume that when you found yourself in real danger, you would be worse than this. The more shit you talk, I'm not sure anyone will take you on at this point because they don't want to inherit the problem of your mouth and your attitude. Until you get yourself cleaned up, you are going to be working in ways that only endanger yourself. I won't let you take other people down with you. I have no choice but to make you work. If I don't, someone else will kill you. They are not going to tolerate you being a slacker while they carry their weight around here. More than a few people in the crowd voiced their support on that issue. Keith was going to work like everyone else no matter how low the job was or how much he hated it. Keith had a challenge. If you can name these jobs I could have if you didn't hate me, I will shut up and prove to you I can be more than a peon around here. You think I have never shot a ghoul? Jim took up the gauntlet. I have 2 important jobs you could take on if you are man enough for them. One new opening that has just come up is that we need a permanent crew for the Black Hole. As our new supply of beef can amply attest, the value of the Black Hole to us is nearly immeasurable. Because it is so valuable, the ship requires a crew of the strictest professionalism, people who are willing to study and train so that they know everything there is to know about that craft. The dirigible will always be under the supervisory command of one of the captains, but one of them won't always be aboard. The other new job we are accepting volunteers for is a high-risk decontamination team that will operate a dry ice pressure blaster. Think of it as a sandblaster only without any sand. The dry ice will turn into a gas after being the abrasive. That gas can be lethal without the proper precautions. Infected material it will be blasting off of floors, walls, and equipment will also be hazardous. It is so dangerous that the operators will have to have special medical inspections to determine if they caught the infection without having any outward signs of injury. Once again, this new team requires consummate professionals who will never make even the smallest mistakes. Never even once has anyone told you that you don't do your job. You always show up and you always produce what you say you will. What you don't offer me is the ability to provide that in a way where other people trust you when there is risk involved. Keith said, give me a place on the Black Hole. Jim shook his head no in disappointment. That was the wrong answer. You don't qualify for that position and you know it. Though he already guessed, Keith inquired, where does this ice blasting job start? Is this for the jailhouse? When Jim nodded that it was, Keith declared, if you are saying that this job isn't suicide, that if I follow proper procedures and do it right that I have nothing to worry about but my own mistakes, then I'll do it on the condition it is me proving myself and not a permanent position. That job is an opportunity for you to prove yourself. Jim didn't offer conditions. Take it or leave it. You can always haul bodies. Personally, I don't consider that dramatically safer. I'll take it. Keith accepted the offer. He would endure the risk to restore his position in the community. You will start morning shift tomorrow. Jim closed the matter. It will be a team of people. Since you have some leadership experience, you will be in charge of the crew. With that out of the way, Jim talked to Hiram on the monitor. Colonel Davis, do you have everything you need to make it through the night? Fleet Admiral Rudo confirmed his arrival for tomorrow morning. He wants to be on the ground just about sunrise when there is enough light for him to see runway. I have a lot of experienced field people out here, Hiram answered with confidence for their safety. I will have the guards check in hourly to report our status. Hiram had good cause to feel secure. Even if there was a ghoul attack in the night, he had a small army of heavy hitters available to deal with it. He had Verloc, Carmen, and Critias along with his Grave Walkers, the Forager crews, and the Starlight Squad. That was plenty of firepower for him to handle any confrontation. Hiram felt his situation was as safe as things could be under his present circumstances. "I'll leave this on for a while," Jim told him. "I will want to talk to Jessica later, and I'm sure there are others who have people they would like to speak to." Since it seemed that the business was over, Yeti went up there to tell Jim, "On behalf of my squad, I'd like to say thanks for the basket. We are all really enjoying it." "I'm glad," Jim responded. "That was my intention." Critias went off to finish cleaning his armor, and once he had that done, he went to take a cold rainwater shower. When he came out, Carmen waited for him because she had their supper arranged. He dressed in the spare clothes that Carmen had brought back from her trip to the city, and then Critias went to the table she had set. Verloc, Romeo, and Alice joined them for dinner. Carmen had prepared him a plate with a steak, a little lobster that she had finagled out of the Starlight Squad, and a bowl with oranges she had already peeled and sectioned for him. As Critias ate some oranges with his fork, he noticed that Verloc seemed a little ill over the idea of eating. He asked, "Not feeling well?" "I'm a little queasy," Verloc admitted. "Dr. Kyne said I could expect that for the first day or two. It passes quickly." "You will be able to eat with everyone else in Funland now." Critias gave her something positive to think about while she was ill. That did make Verloc smile. "I'm looking forward to that. I was beginning to feel a bit like a leper." She shrugged. "I suppose I was, when you think about it. That's the past." She took up her cup of red drink from instant powder and water. "Here is to good friends, hard work, and the rewards that come from them." They all drank to that toast and then ate their supper. Alice asked, "Will I get a chance to stand guard duty tonight?" "Only if you want to stand watch with someone else," Critias told her. "You are too young to kill for falling asleep. That means you are still too young for the responsibility." "I will help someone with theirs then," she said passively. "I could save someone's life if they happened to nod off. Everyone here has been up as long as we have. I'm sure they will be tired." After a long pause, she asked something else. "Are we going to open his prison box tonight?" Critias had forgotten about the precedent. "Yes, I will get around to that. There will be too much going on tomorrow. That reminds me, Jim wants to impress Fleet Admiral Rudel that we are stronger and more organized than he is. You need to look extra professional, with yes sir, no sir, please and thank you. Stand up straight and keep your mouth shut unless you have something worth saying. You especially, for him to see a young woman like yourself with your equipment and the right attitude, he will already be trying to figure out how excellent the veterans are if you are so impressive." "Yes sir," she sounded genuine rather than testing the routine. Critias studied her curiously to figure out if she would need to act or if she was already impressive for her age. He went back to his meal suspecting it was the latter. "I think you should sterilize him," Carmen meant using the neutrons on the precedent. Critias liked the idea, but he wasn't sure that Kyne would want to participate. He probably wouldn't go for it. Carmen turned away from the table toward where Kyne and Vern discussed her broadcast power portable generator. They talked about how it functioned and if they could construct a large-scale one. "Dr. Kyne," she asked, "would you neutron wash an evil Watcher criminal for us? We would like to make him safe to handle while we punish him for his many atrocities. He murdered and then cannibalized a large number of SEED survivors in Denver. That made us pretty angry with him." Dr. Kyne answered, "I was hoping that you would ask for my assistance. I am interested in examining him to see what else I might learn about the enhanced condition that you call being a Watcher. I still have my doubts about this severe neurosis that all of them are supposed to develop. All the ones I have met so far seem to function within socially acceptable parameters." "You are in for a treat then," Critias said without looking up from his delicious steak. "This one has a real charming personality. The sickening filth that comes out of his mouth is enough to make you want to cry." Carmen abruptly stood up to make an urgent announcement to the whole room. "Sally Headshot's water has just broken. She is going into labor." Her tone was entirely positive, which implied there were no expected complications since she would have already heard about it from Kevin. Everyone raised a cup to celebrate the good news. Some people wagered coins on whether Fat Jack was going to be the father of a boy or a girl. Hiram came by their table to tell Critias, "This day just keeps getting better. I want you to get 5 hours of sleep tonight. You need to be sharp tomorrow for when Rudel shows up. My people look pretty good, but you look better. Your job will be to outshine the talent he brings. We can be sure they will be some ace operators." He glanced at Carmen and thought about what a temptation she was. "That is 5 hours of sleep," he told Critias again, "and that's in order." "I need to go out for a bit with Dr. Kyne," he informed Hiram. We won't be out for very long, just a trip to the air tower to take care of the president. That was the one good reason to win support from Hiram. You may need time to do it right, so eat up. He checked his watch. You only have a couple hours or so to spare. Alice wanted to go. She approached it delicately by asking, who are you taking with you? Eat up and get your gear on, Critias told her. Going for a walk out among the angry meat will do you some good. It will never get this easy again. Chapter 3. Honing Malevolence. 20 minutes after telling Hiram that they were going out, Critias and his group followed Dr. Kyne back to his laboratory at the air traffic control tower. They had Carmen, Verloc, and Alice with them along with Romeo, and also Wolf who just wanted to come along to see the show. Critias rolled the president along in his box on the dolly. There wasn't any moonlight, but the sky was clear enough that the starlight shined brightly. Alice kept her carbine ready as she constantly searched for danger with the enhanced vision of her Delta helmet. She mostly watched out for ghouls, but she also had some concern about pirates or that they might bump into that tiger. Everyone else just walked along calmly without any special worry. The ghouls were few in the area, not so prone to wander in the night when they didn't see as well, and they had no chance of ever getting into bite range against such a talented group. Everywhere they walked went along broad expanses of open concrete. There was no cover that infected could take advantage of to make any sort of ambush. Verloc, Romeo, and Dr. Kyne had nothing to fear at all even if ghouls did come around, since all three of them were watchers anyway. It was a 10-minute walk along the grass-enclosed East Airport pavement for them to reach the connecting runway that headed into the heart of the neighboring airbase. They didn't see a single ghoul along the way until they reached the final turn onto that long junction that had the air traffic control tower midway down. A lone infected staggered drunkenly out of the grass and then stood at the edge of the pavement on the corner. Alice was about to shoot him in the head, but Critias had her wait with a hand signal. It didn't take much inspection for them to see why he had her hold off. If the man was a ghoul, he was a newly turning one. He had the dress of one of the pirates, only he didn't seem to carry any weapons. His movements were stiff and awkward and he displayed no aggression even though it was clear he stared right at them. Critias left the dolly behind as he led the others closer to see what the situation was with the strange man. When they were only 5 meters away, Dr. Kyne said, I wondered what happened to that one. He must have wandered out into the woods. I'm amazed that he lasted this long. He must be strong. After the dosage he took, he should have died by now even if the plague victims didn't find him. The man's face appeared swollen and pale except where he had reddish sunburn down his right side. Some blood ran from his nose and it soaked his pants as if watery blood drained from his rectum. The man's swollen throat constricted his voice too much for him to intelligibly speak or hardly even breathe. He finally croaked a harsh bit of English, I'm fucked. The man seemed so exhausted of all strength that he wobbled moments from collapse. Multiple lethal doses of neutron radiation, Carmen readily diagnosed the man from his symptoms. He was dead the moment it hit him. I estimate he has only an hour or two remaining. He's not a dangerous source of further radiological contamination. It is kind of like a vampire that went outside for too much blazing neutron sunlight. He's atomically pickled beyond any hope of possible treatment. I dosed a bunch of them when they tried to kill me, Kyne explained, all but that little one who liked to play hide and seek. We can just keep going. He isn't a threat to anyone anymore. It is such a shame that with so few people left, so many young men turned toward lives of murder and mayhem. If they had only approached as a friend, they would have received a warm welcome. When no one else did anything but stare with indolent pity, Carmen moved her sword from her back to slide the scabbard down into her pistol holster belt. She kept her offhand on the neck of the scabbard and then adjusted it there for a comfortable fit before she stepped forward to put the pitiful brigand out of his misery. Sleep futile valor, she made his death poem. Sweet winds exhale from our tombs. She lowered her head in a solemn moment then raised her eyes with focused purpose, nameless immortals. The sword always had a sort of adhesive cling inside its scabbard. It wasn't much and it abruptly released all at once when she put enough pressure of her thumb against the ornately engraved Tsuba handguard. As she overcame that static cling of vacuum cohesion, it was a pleasurable sensation for her and a sublime bushido pause appropriate to inform all present that she was about to cleanly cut off the man's head. It would be a dignified mercy killing that was his only possible form of benevolent assistance. She wanted to honor an enemy's strength and determination in having defied certain and agonizing death for so long. Critias acted first when he saw that the man had lost his power to stand. He sprang forward to the pirate and then threw a two-handed grip about the dying man's head. His hold was both strong and gentle as he supported the weight of the frail life that he did not want to fall to the dirty ground while still alive. With one hand under the pirate's chin and the other at the back of the skull, Critias locked eyes with him, We hear your ancestors calling to you, pirate. You can hear them call to you. Tell us their names. The man tried to utter some name, only it triggered the instant in which Critias severed the man's spinal cord with a ghoul fighter's twist that killed him in a painless instant. The spirit thus departed. Critias dropped the now meaningless wretched corpse to the ground. Wolf nodded over the moment, unable to identify how he felt. After a few breaths he said, "That was heavy, even for my neighborhood. You two are something else." Their group continued on toward the air traffic control tower. They didn't see a single infected along the way. Upon arrival at the compound, they discovered a sizable group of ghouls that gnawed on the corpse of the runty pirate that Critias had carried out of the library room and then left on the runway as bait. It had been his intention to draw them out for a convenient shooting, but he hadn't expected to see so many when the time came. A baker's dozen of them had dragged the body closer toward the buildings as they had fought for possession of it. They did a superb job of demonstrating why so many people had become ghouls during the outbreak and hadn't vanished from the world after their killers had digested them. Not even the many hungry infected made much progress as they tried to eat the corpse. Ghoul regeneration kept their mouths full of good human teeth, but they were still poorly suited for the tearing away of tough and stringy raw meat. The human mouth was better adapted for the eating of nuts and apples than it was for doing the work of a shark. The ghouls squabbled and growled at one another as they lapped up blood. They gnawed at the dead flesh quite ineffectually. It took them hours to eat their fill, and a few pounds of meat could more than stuff their bellies. The ghouls were at the range of 100 meters when Critias' group cleared the tree line enough to see them. Alice didn't get any signal that she should hold off. To get things started, she squatted down to rest an elbow on her knee. Alice tried to steady her aim before she plinked away at the ghouls with silent subsonic shots from her Tesla Flux carbine. The computerized target locks were always for the head, and she took them in any order when one of them didn't move around too much. Alice's strategy proved to be a mistake after she dispatched 4 of them in a row. As she shot at her 5th ghoul, one of those in the pack closer to the front blundered into the path of her bullet. Her slug struck that ghoul in the back to inflict an injury that made it scream in agony. That wounded ghoul only suffered for a moment because Critias shut it up with a snap pistol shot to the head. Alice fired rapidly because she didn't want the others to take out the ghouls before she got her chance to make a good score of them, as though it was one of her virtual reality games. Having learned from her mistake, she sniped away at the closest ones first so that none of the others could blunder into her line of fire. For the most part her aim was good. Critias only had to shoot 2 more of her wounded. Those were because her strategy to take out the nearest infected allowed pass-through shots to wound others behind them. Dr. Kyne's underground base wasn't anything like what Critias had expected to find. He had thought that the survivor community was under the air traffic control tower, only it wasn't. The underground area where those people had lived and where his gardens were was on the other side of the airbase beneath the main administration building. Kyne's elevator took them down into his radiological laboratory. The subterranean levels beneath the air tower compound were about the same size area as the footprint of the overhead buildings. Kyne had a surgical operating room where he dissected ghouls and did some of his more elaborate research into the nature of infection. The doctor led them on to another chamber where he washed his specimens clean to prepare them for study. "You will have to remove him from that box," Kyne instructed them. "We don't want to expose it to the radiation." His expression made it plain that he wasn't going to do it for them. "I assume this deranged watcher is not going to be a willing participant." When they all hesitated to start like they didn't know what to do, Kyne said, "You all act like you've never watched one of the plague victims before." "Come to think of it," Critias confessed, "I haven't washed the asses of too many ghouls. Perhaps you could explain the process to refresh my memory." Dr. Kyne chuckled over the humor as he went around the area collecting the requisite mechanical aids. He had plastic zip ties, a plastic bite gag made from a tube and strap, and he even had a wrench to open the box. Nothing that would remain in contact with the ghoul contained metal because Dr. Kyne never exposed anything metallic to his neutron radiation. When Critias saw Dr. Kyne's equipment, he understood what they needed to do. It proved to be a relatively simple operation. Critias unbolted the lid of the box and then used his mech suit strength when he reached in and grabbed the President by his hair. He held the head in place while Kyne prepared to fit on the muzzle. "Let go of me." The President raged as he futilely struggled against Critias. "What do you think you're doing?" The man was filthy from his cramped containment and he stank profusely. That was all the talking he got the chance to do before Kyne stuffed the tube sideways into the man's mouth and then strapped it around his head. The President still wore the metal handcuffs that Romeo had put on him when he returned the madman to his prison. It didn't take long for Critias to drag the man up from his box and then pin him down on the floor while Carmen removed the cuffs that Kyne didn't want exposed to neutron radiation. His process left harmful adverse effects on any metals. Critias restrained the president's arms while Carmen helped him again. She zip-tied Lieberman's wrists together. After that, they did the same thing to the man's thrashing legs at the ankles. Cold spray from a water hose blasted the filth off the president as he flopped around on the floor like a fish. When Dr. Kine felt satisfied that their lab subject was clean, he indicated the door to the next room. "Drag him in there and I will irradiate him." That new chamber had many large plastic buckets with lids that stacked to the ceiling in a square many layers deep so that they formed a sort of closet. A hangman's noose of ham rope dangled down from the ceiling inside, and once Critias had the president in place, Kine secured the rope around the president's neck to keep him upright and unable to move around from the center of the closet. "You should all move back near the elevator," Kine cautioned them as he went to another adjacent room to wheel out his equipment. "This will only take a moment. I'll be with you shortly." Critias asked Carmen, "What will he do?" She held out her hands as though she had two imaginary items that she would clash together like a symbolist. "I think it will be something like 2 salad bowls of beryllium." She started to clap her hands slowly together. "The bowls will be a monkey clapper kind of machine that closes them around 5 kilograms or so of exposed plutonium. The shields reflect neutrons back into the core when they are closed, and that initiates a critical intensity burst." He found that to be an excellent explanation. "Kevin told you all that?" His assumption insulted her. "I don't need Kevin to understand such rudimentary things. Demon cores are the scientific equivalent of stacking child's blocks of elements into piles by the kilogram. It contains all the scientific challenge as when proto-hominids added more dry twigs to their campfires to make more heat come out. If you mean that more would make fire bigger as science, then yes, I know a little something about science." In Kevin's defense, he could do something more impressive with that same heap of plutonium. "I only know how to make the simple demon core neutron radiation ghoul cooker." Kevin could build field engines and then fly around in his own personal hovering aircraft carrier, which he ends up doing later on by the way. Critias saw a flaw in her reasoning. "Then what did we need Dr. Kine for? You should have just built us our own. I'm sure we could find some uses for it." Carmen disagreed. "The crude device I described would not readily lend itself to delicate controlled exposures. For me to do what he is doing would be like you trying to do sharpshooting with a catapult. I imagine that Dr. Kine has built something on the principles I described, only he can control it in refined increments." Dr. Kine came out to join them. "Would any of you like a drink? I distill palatable orange liquor. The specimen will be ready to come out in a few minutes." "I'll take one of those." Wolf accepted the offer. He could use a stiff drink considering the strangeness of their adventure. While Dr. Kine prepared a couple glasses, he asked Critias, "What are you planning on doing with him next? If you don't mind, I would like to spend some time studying him. I seem to recall that he had always looked fat when I saw him on television. He is still recognizable. That man is clearly President Lieberman. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to discover if he has taken to madness." "He was a bit mad before his change," Critias pointed out. "Vern came from Denver. The next time you see him, you should have him tell you something about it. As for my needs, I was thinking of something along the line of amputating his arms and legs to make sure he never ran loose again. If he ever got the chance, he would be sexually assaulting anything he could get his hands on." That information interested Kine. "I have a female specimen in captivity that I have been rehabilitating. For a while, I was exploring the possibility of repairing the severity of their mental degradation. I didn't have any success in restoring higher brain functions, but she did become quite docile and could even perform some simple tricks on command. I am curious to see how your man would react when he saw her." Critias thought that might be dangerous for them. Ghouls have never had any special hostility for their own kind. "It is no surprise to me that she would be docile around you. Her reaction to uninfected humans would likely be as hostile as ever." It was true that Kine had never exposed any healthy survivors to his experiments with the creature. He had a suggestion. "If you were to leave him with me for the time being, I could run my tests without you around. I'm not interested in giving him the opportunity to inflict any harm, only to study his reactions." "The president isn't mindless," Critias warned. "He would do anything he could to get loose and then murder you." Dr. Kine collected some more zip ties and his surgical bone saw. "If the risk of him attacking me is all that you are worried about, your plans for him can still coincide with mine. After you amputated his limbs, were you going to let him roll around?" "Planting him in a kind of flower pot seemed the thing to do," Critias described his intentions. "I want him able to think and talk to his heart's content. I just don't want him able to hurt anyone ever again." After Kine went back to check on his patient and then put his radiation equipment away, he summoned Critias to take the man down and then deliver him to the operating theater where they would strap him to the table for the amputation of his limbs. Verloc watched it all transpire with a feeling of regret. In her memories of another more perfect world, the president had been a heroic champion of the rights of the American Republic and a leader of justice in the free world. His current incarnation was a perverted maniac with a whole grocery list of heinous crimes that condemned him beyond any possible forgiveness or compassion. It didn't take long for Critias to drag the man in and then secure him to the operating table. When there was no possibility of his escape, Dr. Kyne removed the president's gag. "You have to help me, Agent Shield," the president begged her. "Don't believe the lies they told you about me. You know that I'm a good man." He recalled how Verloc had rescued him from the box before and even seemed to idolize him. Things he heard as he listened since then had armed him with some names and details to spin into stories. To Dr. Kyne, it was an opportunity to advance Watcher science. He spoke softly into the president's ear. "If she helped you get free and then took you out of here, how would you reward her?" The president raised his head enough to look at Verloc. "Kill these others and help me get free." "You're a monster," Verloc told him. She would not forget what he had done to Alice, and to Mandy for that matter. He screamed in a sudden rage, "You filthy bitch." President Lieberman then directed at Verloc such a protracted tirade of homicidally deviant sexual threats that Critias felt ashamed that he had brought Alice along so that she heard such profanity. As the man began to detail the pleasures he would take with Verloc's internal organs, Critias decided that he had let the women see and hear as much as he could allow. Critias turned to Alice, "Get your things together and then head back to the East Airport. I'll catch up with you there. I won't be long." It took Alice a moment to understand. "You want me to walk back to the garage alone in the dark?" His calculated attitude remained indifferent to any risk. "Yes. Is there a problem?" "No, sir," Alice soldiered up to the challenge. Before she could leave, there was one last thing that Alice needed to do. She went over to the president and then leaned in close enough to whisper without him being able to bite her. "They are going to cut off your arms and legs," Alice whispered. "You are never going to do anything ever again but scream. You are going to scream forever. I beat you." The president remained passive until Alice started to walk away, and then he went wild with mad frustration that nearly injured himself as he struggled to get free. "Let me go," he shrieked. "You can't do this to me. I am the president." Alice went to the elevator they came down in and then pressed the button for the ground floor. The moment Alice was gone, Critias told Carmen, "Discreetly follow her and make sure she doesn't get hurt. It won't be easy with the Delta helmet on her head. I think you will find it a worthy challenge." He looked to Verloc. "Would you mind going with Carmen? It would be a chance for you to see what Alice is capable of or isn't." Both women were eager to go since they thought it highly inappropriate that he had sent her home alone, not that Critias had ever intended any such thing. It was his plan to get all the women out of the way so that he could be about his bloody business with the president. It was also an opportunity for him to train Alice and give her some self-confidence. So long as she believed that she was alone, it would be a good exercise for her. Everyone understood how important it was that Alice developed self-reliance and the confidence that went along with it. "We can use the tower elevator," Carmen told Verloc because Alice had taken the one that went up to the front lobby. Before the women were out of range, Critias cautioned them, "Be careful yourselves. If Alice spots you following her, she may take a shot at you." Carmen gave him a loving smile and a wink. "Her helmet won't see anything that I don't want it to, and her weapons won't function against us either. She will never know we are there unless she runs into trouble she can't handle." Time was of the essence, so the two of them hurried off to not let Alice get too far ahead of them. There was still that body in the parking lot that might have attracted more ghouls. It was a questionable risk in Wolf's opinion. "If anything happens to Alice, you will be asshole of the century, as you like to say." Critias indulged other people's opinions. He asked Wolf, "How many times have you nearly died but just got lucky? I don't mean that thing with Yeti, even though that is a recent example. How many times?" He didn't wait while Wolf considered it. "Alice might die walking home. The only two options are for her to stay at home for the rest of her life and make babies, or she can learn to do what you do. If you can tell me there is an easier walk anywhere within 1,000 kilometers of here, I'll call her back right now. This is as safe as the wilds ever get. Fear is the real killer in this job. If you can't keep your head, you don't last." Alice has the enhanced senses and the firepower she needs to walk herself home in the dark from far worse places than this. If she can't master her fear to even try, I want to know it. That didn't convince Wolf. That can't be your only reason. Critias picked up the bone saw to show Wolf his other reason. "I didn't want the three of them to watch as this evil bastard paid his bill. He ran up one hell of a tab in Denver. It is going to cost him an arm and a leg, twice over. You should come closer if you are planning to watch. I'm thinking that this is going to hurt like a son of a bitch." Sawing off all four of the conscious man's limbs without any anesthetic is probably going to be a memorable experience for all parties involved. It certainly won't be for the squeamish. It didn't bother Romeo in the least. He gladly went over and then started to apply the zip-tie tourniquet so that the president's blood wouldn't spray all over the room. "You want to mutilate and rape Verloc, do you?" he commented with an utterly lethal tone of retribution. Romeo had heard every word of the president's vile threats he had made toward her. No one speaks to her that way, no one ever. He yanked the first tourniquet so tight that he would have cut the arm off at the shoulder right then if that had been possible. "Verloc will never have to worry about you coming around her door." "I'm fine from back here," Wolf thanked him anyway. "I have seen executions before a lot worse than that. Go ahead and carry on without me. I'll go get myself another drink." Fear gripped Alice by the heart from the moment that she stepped outside alone into the cool night air. It shocked her how much different real-life danger felt compared to her HUD games. She imagined that ghouls were so close that they would appear at any moment. Alice decided to hold her pistol at the ready, such was her expectation that the ghouls would come at her from very close range. She carefully checked her weapon settings, her ammunition clips, and even that her boots were in proper place. Alice would leave nothing to chance. She started to walk as quietly as she could. Alice did know some things that had rubbed off from all the great ghoul fighters that she knew. The way the grave walkers pretended to be infected came to her mind. That inspired Alice to take on a more simian posture and also swing her head from side to side just as the creatures did. They were always on the lookout for food, but in Alice's case, she was on the lookout for becoming the meal. It was the first time that Alice really understood the odd paradox of being in the wilds. On the one hand, she wanted to hide, and hiding meant to stay in cover. At the moment, the last thing Alice wanted was to enter the grass or to get near any of the vehicles. The opposing option that she preferred and so just began to understand was that the only safe place to hide was right out in plain sight. If she pretended to be a ghoul, she could avoid drawing any attention upon herself, and she could also stay as far as possible from anything that would give the ghouls cover to ambush her. Alice stayed right out in the middle of the pavement where it was safest. If anything did attack her, she would have the chance to see it coming. Every step that Alice took moved her further away from the point where she could still turn back. It wouldn't be long before the option to run would no longer even exist. Anywhere she would be able to run toward would be too far away for her to reach. Alice had no chance at all to sprint faster than the infected could. Being far from indoor safety was how Alice felt when she finally saw something terrible that made her adrenaline surge. The mangled body of the short pirate, the body that those ghouls had chewed as they arrived, that body was gone. The ghouls that Alice had headshot were still undead, permanently immobile, and everything was quiet, but the body had simply up and vanished. Alice used her enhanced vision to find the bloody streak along the pavement where the ghouls had dragged the corpse around. There were no other drag marks except the one that the body had made on its arrival. She considered that the corpse had resurrected as a ghoul and then walked away. That seemed a more pleasant answer than the idea that a hunter like Saltback had wandered by and then picked the thing up to carry it off. Alice did understand that a human body was kind of heavy, too much for any regular ghoul to just pick up like a half-eaten sandwich and then walk away with it. Her first instinct was to win her game, which meant to reach the East Airport on her own as instructed. That was her objective, and she knew it was proper to stay focused on her orders whenever possible, but then she recalled that morning when Critias had told her to trust in her instincts because that was her first and best chance to make the smart move. Her real first instinct was to be afraid, so Alice radioed Critias, "I'm outside where I shot those ghouls and I can't find the body." Critias was busy as he sawed off one of the president's legs. He had started at the ankle as a sort of test run to see how well the saw would work before he would then move up to get the whole remainder of that leg. The president screamed appropriately over his rude and needlessly redundant dismemberment. Critias would have made it hurt worse if her means had readily come to mind. The bastard deserved every bit of what he was getting and some more besides. Critias had sent Carmen and Verloc to escort Alice. He couldn't imagine anything was going on out there that those two killing machines couldn't handle. That was no exaggeration either. Carmen and Verloc were just about the two most dangerous things alive, so Critias found it hard to imagine that Alice was in any danger because she lost a body. Something dragged it off, Critias guessed, not really interested. It was probably a boar. There are a lot of those around here. There are no drag marks, Alice disagreed with his assessment. That pirate was awfully mangled and leaking all sorts of mess. I am looking right now and there aren't any drag marks. Either he walked away or something carried him. I think you should come out here to see this. Critias radioed Carmen, "What is going on out there?" Carmen sounded a little annoyed with him as she accurately described the situation, which Alice had already done admirably. The pirate's body is gone and there aren't any drag marks that would be on the pavement if something pulled it off into the weeds. The man either got up and then walked away or something picked him up and then carried him off. To head off anything stupid he might say, she added, boars do not carry bodies away, not even big ones. Fine, Critias submitted to their trivial crisis. If you can't tell me anything more than she can, I will come see for myself. I never said that, Carmen replied. I'm quite certain that I can collect more clues than Alice can. For example, I have the global positioning records from the black hole when you went on your now famously successful hunting expedition. From those records, I have determined that you never flew directly over this vicinity. By examining the timestamps of those records, I can determine those locations where Verne had hovered stationary for prolonged periods, making those the places where you did your shooting and butchered the carcasses. Those locations taken together form a line that extends off to the southeast, which tells me that was the direction the cattle herd retreated as they attempted to escape your predation. Critias asked, all that helps me how exactly? Carmen dropped the punchline, I can smell the offal from the cattle you dressed. It is quite strong out here at the moment, and I'm not standing downwind from those locations. Based on what Alice and I have just told you, I think she did the right thing in calling you. Critias was already in the elevator on his way up when he told Alice, you need to come back to me. Do it quietly and casually, but without any delay. During the rest of his elevator ride, Critias contemplated what Carmen had told him. He was no android to consider every possibility. He used his human-minded advantage to skip to the end of the problem by considering the worst-case scenario first. It was obvious enough that the wind carried the stench of the cattle guts he had dumped, whatever direction it happened to blow. As Carmen had explained, they had dumped the cattle guts in a line going off into the back country as they had followed the herd. A predator had caught the scent on the wind and then followed it to one of his gut piles. That offal was essentially inedible to anything but a maggot or a buzzard, except for perhaps the kidneys that Nick had scolded him about for not keeping. After the predator had dug through the worthless inedible mess, that gut pile had led it to the next, one by one until the last gut pile of all was that dead pirate. Something big from the backwoods had followed the trail of breadcrumbs that Critias had inadvertently laid across the countryside. That trail had led back to their doorstep at the air traffic control tower. To anything with a nose for smelling blood, Critias had dumped the 15-kilometer-long chum line that led back to the air base. In total, it was a rather stupid thing for him to have done, and they were about to reap that whirlwind. Critias radioed Hiram, Colonel Davis, we may have a hunter in the area. I think all the cattle guts I spilled out there has called in something big. I'll keep you informed when I know something more. I'm going on alert here until you know for sure, Hiram sent back. This is where the meat is and we did a lot of cooking. Be sure to warn us when you approach our position. Roger that, Critias confirmed his orders. It was Remus the hunter who had carried off the dead pirate into the long grass where his family ate it with some privacy. All his companions were coyotes, but only in the loosest definition of the term. Their canine blood grew strong from the interbreeding with wolves, German shepherds, and other feral dogs from larger breeds. They were not as large as true wolves, but that would change as the years progressed. The true coyotes had flourished in the urban society of humans. That time had gone and a new age had come that was a return to the old world where size mattered. The Pax dynasty had begun as American jackals that stole scraps from the truly sizable hunter Remus, who was too large to catch them and preferred bigger game anyway. That early relationship quickly blossomed as the coyotes used their superior intelligence to lead Remus to sizable prey that they had hounded, harassed, and exhausted to the point that Remus could drag it down. Once Remus had learned to finish their kills, the whole family got to eat their fill. Remus was not the leader of their pack since he wasn't smart enough for that. His friends had better eyes, better ears, and better noses. They even had better ideas. The coyotes had led Remus to the cattle offal only to press on for better fare. They were not garbage eaters anymore. They had an appetite for real meat and in large quantities. The pack had 22 adult mouths to feed that did not include Remus or their litters of freshly weaned summer pups that waited back at the den. The pirate was a tasty meal that didn't last long, and it had given them an appetence for the rare flavor of delicious human flesh. Alice seemed a worthwhile kill to Remus, and he would have attacked her if the coyotes had not disagreed. His friends sensed the hidden danger. They knew she was a tasty edible human like the pirate, and even though humans were almost extinct, the pack leaders still remembered them as best avoided head-on because they killed from afar if they got the opportunity to stare attentively. The coyotes smelled that other humans from Alice's pack were around. They identified scents of soaps, laundry detergents, and deodorants. They also sensed that the young female pup of a human was in the process of stupidly wandering away on its own. They would follow her from a safe distance until she was far enough away from her den. Only then would they begin to torment her, make her run, and then trip her up. Remus would then make the final kill. Only Alice hadn't continued to move away from her den beneath the tower. After she had discovered the place where they had taken the human meat from, she began to scent of fear and adrenaline. The coyotes knew that Alice had become aware that they hunted her. After that, it didn't surprise them when she turned back to return to the human den. The coyotes were right that Alice was a puppy, but they underestimated the two alpha females that protected her. Carmen had already contacted Kevin to have him turn the satellite cameras to look into their situation. One of the first things the male android did after he gained control of the encrypted military satellites was to position one of the best surveillance spacecraft into a stationary orbit above Jim's city. Kevin knew exactly where Carmen, Verloc, and Alice were down to the centimeter. It didn't take him long to start a search of the long grass in their area using high-resolution cameras that could see in both visible light and infrared. Carmen and Alice had both already tried to find enemies in the grass by using their thermal imaging. The problem was that the grass was dense and its individual blades billowed in the cool night breeze. The end result was that the grass had its own temperature that wasn't transparent to the warm bodies that hid deep inside it. While that was true of their visual perspectives along the ground, it wasn't true of the overhead satellite that could see all unobstructed. Kevin fed Carmen the live images over their interlink. The infrared data showed that the airbase had a plethora of small mobile bodies that were usually stationary. The largest heat group was not far from Carmen's position. She saw the Remus and his coyote pack fanned out in an arc through the grass. The normal light images were excellent under cloudless starlight. Carmen even had Kevin focus on the largest warm body so that she could get a closer look at Remus. Alice waited just inside the front door until Critias arrived. On his way past her, he said, "Let's go check this out." Carmen and Verloc came out of hiding to meet them out front. There was no way that they had gotten outside while Alice was at the door. She asked, "You followed me?" "Of course I had them following you," Critias told her. "I would never let you walk out of here alone unless I had no other choice. You should feel silly that you fell for something so ridiculous. Don't take it as a reason to assume someone will always be around to help you either." He turned to Carmen, "Do you know what is out there?" Carmen used the satellite images to create a HUD simulation for his visor that let him virtually see through the grass. She then pointed, "They are out there just at the edge of the woods." The forest was thick and deep all to the south of them since they were at about the midpoint of its breadth. The whole of the woods made a 20-kilometer strip that stretched north and south along the small waterways that had nurtured the wooded area for generations. The forested creeks had forced urban development to stay outside of it. The runway artery that connected the airbase to the civilian airport was the only path through the woods for kilometers in either direction, otherwise the wide band of old woods completely separated the two apart. The long prairie grass had overtaken everything else so that it filled in every centimeter that wasn't already woods, wet creek bottom, or the concrete paved runways with its air traffic control tower compound. By her simulation, Critias made out a score of smaller warm-blooded creatures that Carmen had info-framed as some pack species of canid. Midpoint among them was the considerably larger shape of a crouched hunter ghoul. Those predators were about 10 to 15 meters deep into the grass near where the forest began. That put them about 50 meters from where Critias stood with his group near the parking lot guard shack up by the entrance into the lower office building. Carmen's images gave him a good understanding of where they were, only they weren't detailed enough for him to take a killing shot. He didn't want to wound the hunter and then chase it across the countryside. The brute already demonstrated an uncommonly patient and even intelligent sense of caution. He had no reason to assume it would charge out into the open if he were to sting it with a bullet. The small guardhouse had too many windows to be a shelter against ghouls. Other than that weakness, it was a reinforced concrete bunker that would have worked quite well against bullets in a gun battle. "You three go up there." He offered his hand to boost them up onto the shack's roof. "I'm going to go around and then flush them into the open. That wide creek will leave them no other way to run. They will stand their ground against me and I shoot them myself, or they will come out through here where the three of you can let them have it." "Those animals are too perceptive for any stealth to work against them," Carmen cautioned him. "I should go with you. If we move quickly, together we could get behind them to force them out this way." "You stay with Verloc," Critias commanded Alice, "and do what she says. This should be over quickly." Once Alice and Verloc were atop the shack, he and Carmen ran off toward the runway to enter the grass and then the woods from further up that way. Critias and Carmen sprinted 200 meters down the parking lot, then went left onto the runway's frontage road. Marshy ground with a shallow crooked creek was between the road and the woods. Critias had to struggle there as he fought for progress against the mud. His hydrophobic boots came out clean, but the vacuum suction holding his feet into the ground was probably even worse because of it. He seemed all the more mired when Carmen not only didn't slow down, she accelerated because he held her back. Many fallen trees whose roots had drowned made a path for her that she dashed across with the graceful springy steps of a forest nymph. Critias had an overhead map on his HUD to keep him informed about where all the players were. Carmen headed further to the right and deeper into the woods than he would. He cleared the soft ground and then took a direction that put him 10 meters into the woods behind the hunter. His movements were not in any way quiet. Dried branches snapped and cracked with every stride he took. The coyotes fled ahead of him by turning south so that they could escape the area by running along the near bank of that large brook that washed under the Battle Creek Bridge. Their plan would have worked only Carmen cut them off from her track deeper in the woods. She blocked their escape route and stood ready to shoot them when they tried anyway. The leaders among the coyotes vocalized their panic with yelps that warned their pack that had spread out. As Carmen rushed them with her speed like that of a deer, the canines reversed course to flee before her back toward the air traffic compound. Remus the hunter caught a glimpse of Alice on top of the guard shack. He saw Verloc there also, only he wasn't smart enough to recognize that she was a threat to him. The hunter headed straight for them because he intended to snatch the younger female up when he leaped up there during the rush past. Every time Critias managed to see one of the miniature wolves, he promptly shot it with his pistol. The first one he shot got a terminal wound that left the animal to yowl in agony. His second kill he shot through the heart and lungs, which dropped the animal instantly. The rest of the pack attempted their desperate breakout by heading to the parking lot as Critias' plan had always intended. Alice gave a surprisingly brilliant performance with her carbine as she cut down the fleeing coyotes at 30-meter range and on the run. The pavement they crossed had no cover of any sort and her elevated position from the guard shed made the place a killing field. She kept firing hit or miss, so long as there were more that still needed shot. The vicious predators had planned to separate Alice from her family and then have her for dinner. Both of their teams even had their own friendly infected ringer to help out. It was only justice that Alice returned the favor in the kill or be killed war for survival. The coyotes were of no interest to Verloc. She kept her attention free for real dangers. Carmen gave Verloc constant updates on where the hunter was and those warnings soon made it clear that the giant ghoul headed directly for their position on the guardhouse. As Remus started his final dash forward to make his kill, his size and weight at speed made thunderous cracks of the dry timber that broke on his way out of the trees. Carmen's alerts were no longer necessary because Verloc couldn't help but know that the brute fast approached her. She favored the same model of German assault rifle as did Manny Giles, but only because they shared similar taste and precision quality. Verloc had brought the weapon from her extensive private collection. The only significant difference was that she didn't have an attached grenade launcher out of concern that it might ignite a wildfire that could consume that whole region of flammable grasslands. In place of the 40mm grenade launcher, Verloc had a smaller attachment that occupied the same location under the barrel. Hers was a laser diode device that emitted such a dazzling beam of focused light that it inflicted temporary blindness upon an enemy that viewed its emanations. Remus burst from the woods and then raced through the grass with exceptional haste. He was not especially large as hunters went, not compared to Jingle Bell's destroyer serum monstrosities, yet he was still big enough to deserve the title. The infection did not remove or rewrite hereditary genetic illnesses in its victims. Instead, the infection compensated for flaws in other ways. In the case of Remus, his muscular dystrophy disease had triggered excessive regeneration that not only overcame his frailty of frame, but it also overcompensated for it until he had transformed from a frail man into a hulking powerhouse among ghouls. His form was mostly proportionate aside from a sway-back posture that gave him an oddly protruding belly and his arms seemed too long in a simian sort of way. The combination of both caused him to move in a shoulder-leading gorilla's ambulation. Remus lacked in grotesquely monstrous deformities, though he did have a pronouncedly bulbous overgrowth to the joints particularly at the shoulders, elbows, and knees. Verloc stepped to the edge of the guardhouse roof to make herself plainly visible to the hunter. She admired the size and speed of Remus though she wasn't in any way intimidated. Just as Grendel had been, Cutter had become an altogether taller and more impressive hunter than the one Verloc saw before her. To his credit, Remus was bigger than one of Jingle Bell's elites and considerably more experienced. None of those attributes worried Verloc because she was the fearless and heroic crime fighter Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as the hunter contracted in his strides to take aim for his leap to the roof of the guardhouse, Verloc triggered her blinding laser, shining it directly into Remus's face. Her timing was flawless in that it was too late for Remus to abandon his committed intentions. When Yeti offended Growler with his designator laser from the garden building, it had been an infuriating moment of painful irritation to the eye. Verloc's laser weapon came purpose-built to cook the eyes out of a victim's skull, just short of inflicting permanent damage. The blinding laser bumbled Remus's jump enough that he flew too low and then smashed headfirst into the cement bunker at the edge of its roof. The blow he gave himself didn't break his neck, but it totally knocked him senseless. Remus collapsed to the ground in a crooked heap. Critias and Carmen had hastened to join the fight against the hunter, only they arrived to find him already prostrate. He asked Alice and Verloc, "Are you all right?" Seemingly as a secondary matter of small concern, Critias raised his pistol and then put a bullet through the hunter's head as it struggled to get up in a daze. "No problems here," Verloc smiled with easy calm. Carmen grabbed the slain hunter by an ankle as she summoned Critias, "Help me drag him over to the pavement. Dr. Kyne might find this interesting." He complied and together they dragged the heavy ghoul through the grass to abandon the body on the edge of the parking lot. Critias took a moment to look the hunter over to find nothing especially interesting about its form. The creature's behavior was another matter. He turned to Carmen for some insight. What was this thing doing with a pack of dogs? Carmen shrugged with no easy explanation other than an idiom: misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. After she had analyzed the issue for its potentials, she added, "Some ghouls cooperate socially more than others. The Canids did share some common dietary interests with him." As another inspiration, she suggested, perhaps he was a dog lover. If Watchers have amplified personal interests, maybe something similar happened to this hunter. "I wonder who made who," Critias said as he went to help Alice off the roof of the guardhouse. On the way, he radioed to Colonel Davis to let him know that the hunter was dead. They would be able to relax their alert. There was no further concern that the creature might be heading their way. In light of their new cell phone communication system, Carmen had sent his HUD a suite of custom applications that let Critias' mech suit helmet duplicate the features of the primitive phone technology. He used that to mail an automatically resized photo of the hunter to the phone of Colonel Davis. Critias wanted him to see what they had gotten themselves into. Dr. Kyne and Romeo finished amputating the president's limbs. Kyne had a rolling steel cabinet with a hinged top cover where they deposited Lieberman's foul-mouthed torso. They filled the empty space of the container with polystyrene peanuts and then closed the top opening around the president's neck with a pair of half-moon boards to form a pillory for his protruding head. Wolf and Romeo brought the container up the elevator strapped to the dolly for the journey home. They had replaced the gag in the president's mouth to silence all his furious blathering. Even after his extreme surgical torture, the man remained vocally riotous. Kyne brought up trash bags that contained the limbs he would discard. When they met, the doctor told Critias, "I have heard enough of his vulgar tirades. Even after what has befallen him, his only complaint is that it will now be difficult for him to capture bitches and whores. He tries to bargain with me to supply them to him even in his present condition. Evidence of his consuming madness is irrefutable. Do you think the specificity is related to his past behavior?" "I'm starting to think it is just another level of enhancement," Critias conjectured. The infection was trying to perfect him, working with what was in him. He was a murdering megalomaniacal rapist before and now he is a super one. I keep hope that this never happens to an arsonist. A bastard like that would burn down every city across the world, never get tired of it, and never grow old. That was logical to Dr. Kyne. "I suppose you feel fortunate that my prior interests did not include violent ambitions." "I had my worries when we first got here," Critias admitted. "It would have set back our plans if you started setting off atomic bombs." "By a few days at least," Kyne joked good-naturedly. "Shall we return to your airport? I am looking forward to seeing this city of yours tomorrow." "Here comes one," Wolf said as he watched out the window in the front door. A ghoul had discovered the coyotes Alice had shot and had planned to get a meal from them. Wolf opened the door just enough to take a single successful headshot with his Thompson. He advised, "The longer we screw around out here, more of them will be coming around. Let's go home. It is getting late and that Rudel guy will be here first thing in the morning." Chapter 4. Blues and Greens. After their uneventful walk back to the East Airport, Carmen helped Critias remove his armor and then she joined him in a brief cold shower. It was midnight by then and Critias needed what hours remained to get some sleep before Fleet Admiral Rudel would arrive. Critias talked to Mandy over her new cell phone while Carmen prepared a hammock to be his bed. The girl insisted on staying alone at their apartment even after Kevin had offered to put her up for the night. She wouldn't sleep until she got reassurance from them both that they were well and would be back home again in the morning. After the call ended, Critias remorsefully broke his commitment to Carmen. "I know I told you that I would have time for you tonight." "You don't need to explain yourself to me," Carmen dismissed his concern with gracious humility. "It is my place to take care of you in whatever way serves you best." Carmen arranged a comfortable blanket and the hammock for him to lay on. "Besides, this dirty hanger is not properly befitting of our romance." She spoke in his past words, "I deserve better than a dirty old barn like this." After he climbed into the hammock, Critias held out his hand, an invitation for her to join him for some actual sleep. He would need all he could get before their busy morning receiving Fleet Admiral Rudel. Carmen refused with demure regret. "I won't be sleeping tonight, my love. After I clean your mech suit, I will be going out with Verloc. We will walk the runway to remove any debris that might damage their airplane when it lands in the morning." When she saw he thought about complaining, she gave him a naughty wink. "Would you like me to help you get to sleep? I'll be discreet." "This is not the place for it," he declined without realizing she had already told him why. As he closed his eyes, Critias reminded her, "Be sure to wake me in time." Alice discovered that Bobby Bean was already asleep. Her dark business with the President, and the problems with the ghouls had her feeling too wired to get any rest. Alice went to clean her gear beside Carmen as she did the same labor for herself and Critias. When Carmen went out with Verloc to check the runway, Alice walked to the unoccupied south end of their giant hangar garage building to play one of her HUD games. It would take her thoughts off of Lieberman and also help pass the time. As Alice explored the list of teaching games that Carmen had highlighted for her to consider, she found one called Master of the Soldiers. The bold title was enough to make her select it. The wondrous future world of marshals did not appear around her. Instead, Alice found herself in a place so different that she couldn't understand what she might be doing there. The infoframes told her she was in a city called Thessalonica in the land of Macedonia, names that meant nothing to her. Not only were there no marshals in Thessalonica, the city didn't even have any hint of modern technology. When she gazed around at the people, buildings, and statues, Alice realized she was in the ancient world where the sword and spear were the weapons of soldiers. No guns existed or would exist for another 1,000 years. Her preconceptions on what was primitive soon vanished as she began to notice the familiar human conditions that only missed modern technological trappings. Alice saw a similarity to how the future marshals looked back to her time for inspiration, and so in turn, she could look back to the ancient world for insight into herself. There were thousands of people all around her in that vast capital city of quality stone architecture. It was a perfect summer day with an important festival going on. All the people had an excitement about them and they clearly wore all of their finest clothes and jewelry. The common folk had belted light wool tunics that bared their arms and legs. Bright colors and clever patterns were commonplace as was individual variations on that draping fabric fashion style. The holiday clothes of the wealthy were of silk and tended to have more length for greater coverage of their limbs. The affluent loved colors and complex motif even more than the common folk. Apart from her observation that no one wore trousers and that their feet had sandals, Alice didn't find their garb especially unusual and it did seem comfortable in that summer climate. Decorations in the form of flags and flowers were everywhere. They were on the walls, the many statues, and especially on the numerous small wooden merchant stalls that offered foods, drinks, and a wide variety of general shopping to the holiday merrymakers. It being a great city during a holiday, people had traveled in from the country to take part. The merchants enthusiastically hawked their wares to anyone willing to listen. As she took it all in, Alice didn't see anything primitive about their way of life. It was a city with all that the title entailed. The shops displayed their goods to tempt the eye to closer inspection. Some of the vendors had mobile snack food carts that offered delicious-looking treats. Skillfully carved and painted signs showed the way to public restrooms. Talented street performers played music and danced in their outlandish costumes. Not far away, Alice even saw a stand-up comedian who seemed no different from those she had seen in their modern videos. Just as technology in the wondrous age of marshals had not made people into anything more than people were of her time, the old past was just the same to Alice. There could be more or less technology, but people were still just the same in their appetites and attitudes, virtues and vices. Glory and shame were ageless because human life created them and no accumulation of technology, not even flying cities in space would ever change that. Alice really liked the game as she felt the energy and heard the pervasive murmur that a whole city and festival generated. The joyfulness and excitement was contagious. For the moment, she felt as one of them. Apart from their clothing, Alice noticed that there was another significant difference about the people and the crowd around her from the modern world she had seen in the movies. In her time, people thought of themselves as being so individualistic even if the opposite was actually true. The modern people she knew from the video shows had the television and magazines to tell them to behave as part of a group that they never actually met in real life. Modern people still wanted to belong to a tribal identity just as people always had, only the end result was that they belonged to a mythical fabrication born of their media. In Thessalonica, the people had no myth of media to adapt to since television and magazines did not yet exist. They only had their real-life experiences to draw upon and so they adapted to each other in their real world. The outcome that formed of it was what Alice would call gangs, because street gangs of modern times were the surviving remnant of their ancient lifestyle. She would not call them gangs in the negative way, though that was certainly possible for some of them who actually were criminals. At least for the moment, she only saw the positive social expression of gangs. Alice's limited life experience had exposed her to similar things, like how being a city captain meant to have other important people follow you as their leader, but also as a friend and benefactor that they looked up to. Those captains in turn sat at the captain's table where they showed their collective respect to Colonel Davis, Fat Jack, and then to Jim at the summit. That was what Alice saw around her. The important people who had the nicest apartments and the nicest clothes had brought along their crews of slightly less important friends and associates who wanted the community to see them in the company of their notable patron. Those friends had their own hangers-on and so on down the pecking order. It all combined into what Alice saw as gangs of mutually supporting unity. Alice stood in a wide and long stone-paved public open space that had many grand buildings surrounding her on all sides. The info frame called the place a Grecian agora, which was akin to a Roman forum. The grand buildings around her were major markets, public temple monuments of considerable ancestry, and the most prominent buildings of government. Many thousands of people filled that place. The agora was the fun land of the city. Even among such a crowded chaos, Alice easily picked out the most important people at a glance. The dignified personages processioned about to show off their huge entourages as manifest proof of their worldly importance. High or low, it seemed that everyone was part of some group that identified their social status. Only some hasty messenger that dashed by would ever seem to be actually alone. The most important person that Alice saw in that moment was an incredibly gallant and deliciously handsome young man with lots of muscles and curly dark hair. Her HUD infoframe named him Patroclus, a famous champion chariot driver. He dressed rather poorly in studded leathers even though he had plenty of obviously expensive gold jewelry. The sparse cut of his costume allowed him to show off his sexy physique and Alice had to admit his strutting attitude worked on her. In that world, for her to be the woman that walked beside him, it would make her a kind of queen that everyone would notice, admire, and envy. Such was his awesome power that just to stand beside him was socially elevating to the point of instant but fleeting fame. It was the number of his followers that left no doubt about Patroclus's lofty celebrity standing in the city. At least 200 people followed Patroclus around and all were youthful like their leader. His escort was also quite loud and boisterous. Many of them waved small blue flags and some had painted their faces blue as Alice had seen in pictures of modern sports fans. They apparently even named themselves Blue because that was what they chanted. As they marched past, many people took the opportunity to admire the champion. Some cheered for him while others waved. He was Patroclus of the Blue Gang and many people clearly loved him. A man in warrior's armor that included a large double-edged sword came up to Alice. Only after she examined him did she notice that the local people were not very tall. The man who walked up was noticeably taller as were the dozen other soldiers that followed him. Their armor did not all match because some of them had the banded armor while others had chainmail. Some had oval-shaped shields while others had circular ones. Their weapons ranged from spears and axes to swords of differing styles and sizes. The infoframe named the huge men as Goths, a dramatic people from the north. At least they had used to be from the north. They were currently working as paid soldiers of a Roman emperor named Theodosius. Those Goths made up part of the garrison whose charge was to maintain order in that city. That job was clearly never more troublesome than on a day like that day when people had come from far and wide to take part in the festival, drink too much wine, and watch the annual Apollo Games. Alice had not even spoken to the man yet and she already noticed the dirty looks she received from the crowd. There were no Goth faces in the community and they clearly saw the Goth soldiers that included herself as an unwanted foreign oppressor of their liberties. First Spear Centurion Alice, the man addressed her with respect and a firm martial salute, such was the origin of the ancient gesture. The men are in position throughout the city. We have spread ourselves thin, but patrols have every street covered against potential trouble. An infoframe told Alice that her orders from her commander the Governor Boothric was to suppress any rioting in its infancy by any means necessary besides of course causing even more rioting. Their emperor had sent specific orders that he didn't want a repeat of what had happened at the public festival games in Antioch 3 years prior, which apparently had been lots of violent destruction by rioting. Keep your eyes open, Alice told the man. We have to round up any troublemakers before they can start serious problems. Governor Boothric will have our heads if what happened in Antioch takes place here. The emperor was furious over them pulling down those statues of himself and his family. As she played her character, Alice realized she was a marshal in a way. The city wanted to celebrate and have fun. For her to keep the peace was the martial thing to do. That was the objective of the game going on around her. With all that in mind, Alice told her men, I want you to keep a close eye on the Blues. I just saw them pass by and they already seemed like they might end up being trouble. The man nodded in solemn agreement. These lecherous Greeks have always been blue territory. They don't have much love for the emperor or the church either. You can feel them staring the hatred into your back. When the Greens defeat them today, they won't be leaving the Hippodrome happy. Alice realized then what should have already been obvious. Even her own soldiers had the same gang mentality of the age, just like everyone else, right down to a favorite sports team color. Alice sensed then that she was in for a rough day. With clearer understanding, Alice began to see how everything around her was just as divided as it was unified. To be part of one group identity was to also not be part of the others. Unity was the identical force as rivalry. They were opposite sides of the same coin. Like comedy and tragedy, two Janus faces, the same and opposites. Alice saw that the noble personages were in competitive rivalry with each other. The temples and religions were in rivalry with each other. The ethnicities were in rivalry with each other. Even the sporting events were in rivalry, and not by accident. The sports were deliberately in contest against each other, which was pretty much the whole point of competition anyway. Like soccer hooligans, the simple color-coded competition of the games was intentional, to make the rivalry readily accessible to all, high and low, and almost mandatory. Combined with all their liberal drinking, the sports teams were probably the touchiest rivalry of all. If Alice had to keep the peace, it would take a miracle. She just hoped their fan contention consisted of jeering rather than open street warfare. She didn't have to go searching for a problem because one started right away. A large fraternity of the Greens approached through the crowd and they appeared greatly distressed. Many of them had bruises on their faces and rips in their party clothes as if they had just been in a brawl. When their leader stood before Alice, she guessed, the Blues. Patroclus and his mob attacked Scripus at the Yawning Lion, the man cried in distress. He has kidnapped Scripus, his cupbearer. We tried to stop him, but there were too many. You have to do something. Alice rushed into action to the cry of, lead the way. She waved for her band of fierce Goths to follow. The Yawning Lion was an open-air drinking tavern. Scripus was a charioteer for the Greens and he wasn't seriously injured. He had taken something of a beating though, enough to bruise more than just his reputation. The Blues had also upturned tables and roughed up other patrons for being fans of the Greens. Apparently, the sports heroes had some genuine concern that a rival might try to poison them, either to kill them outright, or just to make them too sick to compete in the games. The city was gambling heavily on the outcome of the races. It wasn't just the city either, the whole of the Eastern Empire was betting on it. The total sum collectively was vast in the extreme, fortunes enough that changing the outcome was certainly motive for deeds of villainy. Chariot racing was by far the most popular event, which explained why the chariot drivers were such important celebrities, and why their rivalry was so aggressive, even unto the point of violence, kidnapping, and murder. Even Alice's own Goth soldiers were gambling on the games. They wagered great sums on their Greens to take victory. To protect themselves against poisoning attacks, the chariot drivers all had cupbearers with the important duty to see drinks to their hands without any contamination. Since each driver's cupbearer was also a critical personal status symbol, Patroclus had beaten up Scripus and then stolen away his cupbearer as a means to humiliate his rival publicly, and clearly, he had succeeded. Even Alice thought Scripus looked weak and humiliated because he couldn't even protect his own cupbearer. The various fans of the Greens pointed the way for Alice. Patroclus was much too famous to go anywhere in the city without hundreds of people knowing about his passing and giving away his destination. It didn't take long for Alice to find Patroclus still surrounded by his rowdy gang of blue fans. All Alice had to do was desire to get to the man, and then her soldiers leaped into action. The big muscular Goths in all their armor forced a path ahead as they shouted and shoved with their shields. The Blues grudgingly made way rather than get hurt, which they would if they refused to part for the soldiers. None of the citizens wore armor or carried any obvious weapons, so it wasn't the kind of fight they would win anyway. When Alice made it to the front and parted aside the last of the ecstatically cheering Blues, she found where Patroclus publicly and forcibly sodomized a 12-year-old boy amid his tearful screams. Patroclus had tied the boy's wrists to a stable railing and even guzzled wine from Scripus his own cup while he gleefully thrust away. Not only did none of the Blues see any problem at all with the violent rape, they cheered it on with merriment and shouts. In their minds, they taught all the Greens a lesson in humility. For all the Greens, like Alice's own Goth soldiers, it actually was a telling insult that made them furious. It certainly didn't seem like a positive omen from the gods that the Greens were about to win the big chariot race. The Blues clearly had zero expectation that they would see any punishment for their villainy. The sports rivalry, kidnapping and rape of a cupbearer was just good entertainment to them. They considered it no more criminal than if they had apprehended an opposing college team's animal mascot. Based on past experience, Alice had suffered and witnessed such attacks many times back in Denver, So she genuinely was not only an expert on such brutal indifference, but had a hard-won passion for despising it. When society let something become acceptable, it really did become acceptable. To outsiders it always seemed impossible. In reality, humans easily learn to accept anything socially. All it took was one time when it got applause rather than jail time. Public rape was nothing compared to public cannibalism. Alice had seen more than her share of both for real, and worse things besides. "Arrest him!" Alice shouted for her men to move in, seize Patroclus. The Goths were all too eager to obey, being greens themselves. As they rushed in to capture Patroclus the boy-raping celebrity, the blue followers of the men began to scream with outrage and some even hurled wooden cups at her soldiers. The angry mob of blues greatly outnumbered Alice and her men, and it seemed obvious that they would all die or would have to kill many of the blues to survive. As luck would have it, 2 more bands of her Goth soldiers promptly arrived from neighboring streets to assist them. Her Goths began to knock the blues aside and slam some of them with their shields until they finally drew their swords and readied their axes to begin slaying the blues outright. Brandished weapons proved to be enough to scare the blues back. The blues didn't leave or quit their shouting, but they didn't force an open battle that they would surely die in. By then the Greens in the city had organized a rescue party of sufficient size. They arrived to begin distracting the blues with a battle of jeers. Some of the Greens wanted to take their cupbearer away and Alice led them. Alice knew perfectly well from personal experience that there was nothing she could do for the victimized youth beyond taking Patroclus off to jail. Whatever injury the boy had suffered, he was just going to have to learn to live with it just as she had. Alice felt determined to get her prisoner to jail. That was her new mission. She also felt determined to prevent a general riot from breaking out in the city. She told her Goth lieutenant, "Gather as many men as you need to force these 2 groups apart. Push them into different parts of the city and keep them apart. Whatever you do, don't kill anyone. We are supposed to prevent a riot, not start one. Keep getting more men until you get it done, not use more force with fewer men. Do you understand me?" He saluted that he understood and then set about the task. With that out of the way, Alice summoned together a dozen of the largest Goths to be her escort as they marched Patroclus off to jail. They only got a few steps before she realized that they would never make it. Patroclus was too famous for the people to put aside their great interest in what happened to him. Too many people would follow as close as they could for no other reason than to watch. To cure the problem, she removed a cloak from one of her men and then threw it over the charioteer's head so that no one would know whom they had. Governor Boothric was at the great meeting hall that held prominent position off the Agora. Alice saw it as the captain's table on the edge of Funland, only on a far larger and infinitely grander scale. She did grasp that the principles at work were timeless and indifferent to technological progress or the scale of the architecture. It wasn't the polish of the captain's table or the size of the orbital space station that made the commander and both could find itself equally devoid of worthy lordship. Alice led her soldiers and prisoner up the steps, across the open pillared entry where many of the men of quality held private discussions in the shade that overlooked the Agora, and then she went inside. The first impression that Alice got from Governor Boothric was that he wasn't any sort of scroll-scribbling philosopher. The man was a war general of the Goths and an accomplished one at that. He was a warrior that had risen to the rank of master of the soldiers. The man had supreme command of the region and answered only to the emperor himself. He was Fat Jack with a sword and a surly attitude. With all the common soldiers out on patrol trying to keep the city under control, Boothric had only an assembly of officers and a handful of guards to handle the arrested criminals that the street soldiers brought them at a steady pace. Cut-purse pickpockets and petty thieves were the majority of those under arrest. Some brawling drunkards and graffiti artists were among them. Each time that Boothric had collected a full load of criminals, guards put those prisoners into a caged wagon and then transported them to the military barracks outside the city for storage. When Boothric saw Alice enter with a covered prisoner, he scolded her because her absence from duty concerned him. "First spear, Alice, you should be watching the Agora. Who was important enough for you to bring them here yourself?" She pulled off the cloak to reveal the charioteer. "This is Patroclus, the blue team's champion. He led his entourage in an attack on the yawning lion to kidnap the cupbearer of Scorpus of the Greens. I found him in the act of raping the boy at the stables nearby." Filthy heretic Greeks in their sodomy, Boothric cursed to vent his obvious dislike of the local people, their behaviors, and their tenacious adherence to their old religious cults. For his part, Patroclus wasn't afraid and he even found his situation humorous. "What's the matter, General? Are you jealous? Have your men let me go? Bend yourself over the table and I'll make you more of a woman than you already are. Take that scum away and put him with the others," Boothric snarled. When the guards took the charioteer away, but Alice remained behind, he asked, "What is it now?" Patroclus is a very popular man and his Blues are the most popular team in the city, Alice cautioned him. I was barely able to get him away from his fans without killing some of them. Those people are not going to be happy about this. They have cub errors because everyone fears that someone will harm a driver to rig the outcome of the race and then win at the gambling. Now that we have the champion of the Blues, they are probably going to lose the chariot race to the Greens. My own soldiers have wagered heavily for the Greens. My Goths will likely win gold from these people because of an arrest they have made also favors their gambling. True or not, I fear the people may overreact. Boothrock answered, the emperor is in Constantinople commemorating the new Alexandrian monolith he put in the hippodrome there in honor of their games. He gave me explicit orders that he would not tolerate riotous acts in this city. His leniency with Antioch has spread the idea that insurrection is tolerable. That boy raping sodomite belongs in chains and chains he shall have. That is why you brought him to me. Now get back out there. The people need to see a strong garrison presence so that they know we mean business. We will have order. Alice focused on her duty as she headed back out with her men. Her orders for the garrison to separate the Blues from the Greens had been successful and a disaster. The Blues were away from the Greens, but the Blues were much larger in population. As the dominant side, the Blues had massed in the Agora in far greater numbers than before, as if it was the rallying point for every Blue loyalist in the city, which it was. Cries from the mob showed that the situation was even worse than it appeared. They believed that the Greens and the Goth garrison formed a conspiracy to frame Patroclus for a crime he didn't commit in an effort to rig the outcome of the races. It was no secret that the Goths had wagered heavily in favor of the Greens. All the Blue fans who had witnessed Patroclus rape the boy and even cheered joyfully for him as he did it, were now the loudest spoken that it had never happened at all. They spared no tears or indignant outrage in their effort to spread the lie that the man was innocent. The common slob was timeless. The rabble were in a perpetual quest for personal advantage such that they never even glanced up from their opportunity snatching to even bother to notice that they lied. They were just like the Maltese pirates. The truth was anything at any moment that made them sound right and superior. Patroclus was innocent because the Goths and Greens had framed him. That served their selfish interest, that was truth, and they even had the hysterical tears to prove it. If all that wasn't bad enough, the populace in general were angry that the arrest of Patroclus would ruin the chariot races that afternoon and their gambling in particular, which apparently concerned itself with odds that were no longer relevant. Everyone everywhere would suffer over damage to the race. Their whole civilization was in festival for those games, and the arrest of Patroclus threw it all into disarray. One obvious truth that Alice had overlooked was that the people in general couldn't have cared less that Patroclus raped the boy. They wouldn't have cared if he had murdered a boy. The child was a meaningless slave to them. The games were what mattered. The chariots were the automobile races of their day. They usually had incredible crashes and frequently had dramatic deaths. The red and white teams supported the Blues, who wanted Patroclus freed so that the games would go on without interruption. Only the Greens supported the arrest of Patroclus, but Alice's own soldiers had pushed those people out of the area. That was probably still a good thing, because if they were present, the riot would have broken out immediately. One of the other two Blue charioteers made his way to the front of the angry mob to show that he could lead them in the standard local entourage social tradition. Governor Boothrock came outside to stand at the top of the stairs with all the soldiers he had available to assist him, which weren't very many. Disperse this mob immediately, he commanded in a shout that carried. The charioteer shouted back, give us Patroclus or we will take him. Boothrock felt determined not to show even a hint of weakness. He was in the right and he wouldn't back down to a riotous mob. He commanded his soldiers, arrest that man. The soldiers advanced to seize the charioteer. In response, the most zealous of the Blue fans pressed forward to defend their sporting hero. Shoves and shouts gave way to hurled stones from the mob. A heavy projectile injured a Goth soldier of the garrison. Another soldier who grabbed the charioteer took a mild dagger stab to his arm. He responded with his sword and promptly slew the man who had cut him. The soldiers seemed to get the upper hand as they threatened the mob with their weapons. They hauled the second Blue charioteer part way up the steps, which put the man into view of the entire mob, who hadn't been able to see or hear much of anything from the rear. The Agora exploded into violence as 1,000 angry people rushed the steps of the courthouse. The mob trampled their own allies in their vengeful enthusiasm. People broke up benches and stools to make clubs from the legs. Anything in the Agora that could be a weapon soon found its way into the hands of an angry citizen. Many others started to loot the markets and vendors to take advantage of the chaos. As Alice checked for a sword that she could use to protect herself, the game paused to a motionless freeze. All sound stopped and even the birds overhead hung motionless midair. Knowing the right answer is not always easy, Carmen said as she walked up out of the crowd. It was only a hologram she had made of herself and then inserted into the simulation. To keep with the spirit of the game, she dressed in the fashionable silks of a noblewoman, and even her hair was in the pinnacle of local fashion, aside from being purple. The effect was still stunning because Carmen made a lovely Greek goddess. Alice complained, "Why did you stop the game? I want my chance to fix all this." "There is no fixing anything now," Carmen informed her. "In about 20 seconds you will be dead. This riotous mob will also kill Governor Buthric and all the soldiers around you. They will free Patroclus and then carry him on their shoulders as a conquering hero all the way to the Hippodrome, which is their chariot racing stadium. They will haul your body there along with that of the governor and the other officers. The blue team will then drag your corpses around the track behind their chariots making victory laps." Alice asked, "What about the other soldiers of the garrison?" "They spread themselves out too thin trying to police the whole city," Carmen revealed. "These people don't have radios to coordinate their actions. It will be some time before the soldiers even learn what has happened to you. Since they are isolated from each other and their commanders, they will retreat to their barracks outside the city to reorganize. Emperor Theodosius is currently over 500 kilometers from here hosting the same festival at the city of Constantinople. Even though he has no part in these events or even knowledge of them, future historians will hold him accountable for personally giving all the orders, including the actions of the garrison when they take back the city tomorrow. This will all be over long before he ever hears it started. Those same historians will write that Patroclus was the tragic victim of Buthric. Governor Buthric was not some petty minor official. He was one of the most powerful men in the empire. When those people murdered him, it was open rebellion against the Roman world. All you did was your duty. You did the right thing as you understood it. You arrested a rapist." "That's right," Alice agreed with a sense of outrage. "Patroclus caused all this. Why would historians call him the victim?" "Because he was a homosexual," Carmen said with a sad shrug for the absurdity of the truth. In the era of the outbreak, they considered it a social offense to ever honestly report a homosexual being guilty of a sexual crime. Emperor Theodosius was one of the first Christian rulers, so he got the historical hatchet job too. People rewrite history to flatter themselves and slander their enemies, just as they do it in the moment. To the common person, truth and reality are the lies you tell to attain your desires. That is what history mostly is. Rewriting the past to justify the social engineering of the present. It is something for you to think about and learn from, for when the day comes that you write a history of your own. The truth means a lot to people like you and me, because we need to understand it, so we can avoid repeating its mistakes with our decisions. The truth doesn't mean anything to angry mobs and people with emotional agendas. You were here. What did it matter who was what? Patroclus was just another cruel man drunk on power like any other. You understand much better than I do what any kind of man becomes when they turn rotten. People are people and that will never change." Alice felt disappointed over her failure to win. What should I have done differently if not my duty and arresting him? Carmen gave Alice a sympathetic expression. "You have to decide that for yourself. It might be enough for you to understand that duty is a complicated thing. You have a lot more responsibility than just your duty to the moment. My personal experience is that my first duty is to the results of my decisions and my lesser duty is to adhere to the strict terms of my obligations. I don't inform Critias about everything I know or do, if my honesty will injure him. You know how much he means to me, so I think you can appreciate that example." Alice considered her lessons. "You said the garrison retakes the city tomorrow. What happens then?" Carmen made a sweeping gesture. "Let me show you." The game scenery all changed so that Alice was in a box seat with Carmen at the Hippodrome. They watched 12 four-horse chariots dressed in their team colors as they galloped around the extremely long-sided racetrack. 60,000 spectators roared with cheers. "The Games of Apollo are a national holiday lasting for 8 days, Carmen informed her. The new commander of the garrison sent messengers into the city declaring a general amnesty. The people just carried on as before like nothing ever happened. Their emperor still doesn't even know the rioting fans of the Blues murdered his governor to rescue their favorite racer from his rape charges. It will take many days for a messenger to reach him in Constantinople and then just as many days for his reply to return. There was no genuine amnesty and neither will any order arrive telling the garrison to break it. In days to come when this event is past, the people of this city will pass around whatever rumors and stories they think serves them best." Alice didn't understand. Why would the garrison commander forgive them and make a truce? Those Blues murdered my men and me. They even murdered the governor, all to rescue a child rapist from prison so they could watch silly games, drink, and gamble. Carmen theorized, "I suspect that the new commander told them that there was a truce to prevent further rioting, which it did. It gave him time to secure his authority over the army while he reorganized the troops." She gestured to the scale of the audience. "They are all in the Hippodrome now. There is hardly anyone in the streets at all. Even as we speak, The fully mobilized garrison is closing the gates leading out of this stadium. Carmen gestured more specifically, notice how people sit with other fans of their own color. The Blues have delivered themselves all to one place. They are going to regret making sport here with the bodies of Goths and their beloved general. The Goth soldiers started to pour into those entrances of the Hippodrome that serviced the sections occupied by the Blues. They had chosen a thunderously loud moment to make their advance. The audience was most attentive on the action of the championship race. It had just entered its fifth and final lap. The games were according to the Domitian rules, though they excluded any gold or purple teams since those colors had never successfully captured public favor. While the Goth army moved in, other soldiers stayed behind to hold the gates and block all the tunnels that serviced the other colors. The Goth soldiers would not allow anyone to leave the Hippodrome until it was all over. Everyone would witness the price of rebellion and few of the Blues would be lucky enough to live to speak of it. Alice couldn't believe what was about to happen. There are women and kids there too. How can they possibly arrest all those people? Carmen asked rhetorically, arrest 10,000 people? Think of all the trouble you had arresting just one. They didn't come here to arrest anyone. Arrest is for criminals. Those Blues are rebels now and traitors to the Empire. They murdered Governor Boothric and Goth soldiers. They even cheered and celebrated as they publicly desecrated the bodies, dragging the governor behind a chariot round and round like Achilles' defeat of Hector, a story and image most familiar in this time and place. That a charioteer who has taken the name Patroclus drags the corpse of the emperor's chief administrator is all the more symbolic to them. They dream of the days of Leonidas and Alexander. They imagine they will throw off the yoke of Rome. It is a most foolish and unrealistic ambition. The garrison is obviously quite angry and eager for some payback. They are going to do today what they would have done yesterday if they had been able. The emperor's standing orders to them was to suppress riots and rebellion in their infancy. They are going to do just that. This insurrection has spread exactly as far as it is ever going to. The soldiers surged into the Blue sections from all the connected entrances and then started to butcher everyone by the sword. 7,000 Blue fans and anyone that stood with them would be dead before it was over. Against the soldiers in armor with shields and weapons, veteran Goths who had fought in many wars, the people were sheep to the slaughter. The Goths offered no mercy to anyone that stood. Only women and children down flat in the flowing blood could hope for any leniency. The Blue charioteers died at the hands of the Green drivers. The stablemen of the Green team ran out to the edge of the track to provide their champions with weapons that the stable boys had kept hidden for that right moment. Scarpus himself struck down Patroclus with a thrown javelin after he chased the rapist for more than a full circuit around the racetrack. Their private race was the best driving the Hippodrome had seen in centuries. Never again would anyone see two charioteers race with such unrestrained passion. As great as their contest was, only the Green fans bothered to cheer for it. Alice had seen enough. Thousands of people will die because of me and what I did. If I had done things differently, none of this would have happened. Carmen tested the reasoning. Isn't this the fault of Patroclus? Alice shook her head. Not really, the man was a pig. When men are pigs, they do what it is in their nature to do. That is what Jim and Critias taught me. I was the one who had a choice. I should have let him go when I first caught him to prevent all of this from happening. Carmen feigned shock. You would pardon him for raping a boy to preserve the greater good? Alice's hard expression showed that a pardon was not what she had in mind. I would have kept track of him. When the games came to an end and the people were going home, only then would I have arrested him when too few people would even care to make it a problem. It was my duty to arrest him, but it was also my duty to pick the time and the place. The lessons made Alice think of something else. All of this, is it the same for Jim? Will future historians make up lies about him to justify themselves? That made Carmen smile because she knew the future stories. Some will try. They would have succeeded except that one of the people who knew Jim best goes on to live a great life worthy of respect and admiration. That person writes down what really happened in Jim's time and why. The true story of King Louis doesn't get lost like so many others have. Alice asked her, will you teach me how to write properly? I want to start keeping a diary so that a long time from now, people can read it and know the person I really was. I want them to know who all our friends were and what they fought for in our time. They deserve to have the truth speak for them after they are gone. I'd love to teach you that. Carmen felt proud to have some small part in assisting the legendary marshal that Alice had the destiny to become. For now you need to get some sleep. You have marshal work to do in the morning. Jim needs you to impress Fleet Admiral Rudolph so he doesn't think we are an angry blue mob he would rather not have messing up his life. Alice considered that, small mistakes we don't even see when we make them can grow into very large problems. Jim says that often, Carmen agreed. Every decision we make can have great consequences in the future even when what we do seems proper at the time. Alice asked. Can I try this game again sometime to see if I can prevent this slaughter? If you like, Carmen answered. You may come to find that revolution had been brewing here and boiling over long before Patroclus found himself arrested for rape. You may get the same outcome or even worse when something else lights the fuse. Maybe. Alice accepted that risk. I will try again later to find out. You are not one to give up without a fight, Carmen praised Alice's attitude. Now get to bed. It won't be long before you will be back to work. Alice turned off the game and then removed her helmet as she headed off to get some sleep. Chapter 5. Rattling Sabers. Carmen awoke Critias when it was time for him to get up for work in the morning. It was still dark outside and the East Airport was totally quiet. He had been deeply asleep when she disturbed him, which was why he needed a moment to realize that Carmen was in two places. He appreciated that both of them had let him sleep for as long as he had. If he had slept any less, he would have felt like hammered shit. The Carmen that stood next to his hammock offered him a steaming cup of coffee as she said, I have your breakfast ready. Verloc and I found some eggs while we were out capturing chickens. Coffee had a potent scent in a world where it really was a special luxury. Capturing chickens, he repeated groggily because he still struggled to come to his senses. That was when he noticed that Alice was in his hammock and she had drooled onto his shirt while she slept with her head on his chest. She had gotten even less sleep than he had because she had stayed up late to play her helmet game. Critias asked his wife, captured a lot of chickens then did you? He finally came to his senses. I have steak and eggs waiting for me. You do, she confirmed it. Critias struggled to get himself out of the hammock without waking Alice, which should have been impossible only it worked anyway. To explain her exhaustion, Carmen said, Alice was up late. She played the Thessalonica Rhine last night before finally getting to bed. Carmen's heartfelt smile showed how much she treasured them both. When Critias looked at Alice in an effort to figure out how she could sleep so soundly, Carmen reminded him, she really loves you. Critias spoke of her game. Did she run a spear through that pervert on the spot and then crucify his entourage in the hippodrome as a lesson in manners to the others? Brutal as that suggestion was, it still made Carmen giggle. No, she handled it a bit differently than you did. She arrested him and got the full ride. Afterwards, she did come up with the idea of waiting to arrest him after the games, so she wouldn't have to kill anyone at all. That's actually not a bad idea. Critias had never thought of that option. I can't see the fun of it though. Jack and Sally had a baby boy last night, she gave him the latest news. They named him John. That was good news to Critias. He would have to congratulate them when he finally got home. After he got himself together, he went with Carmen to the main garage where most of the action took place. He noticed that Bobby Bean had covered the cut grass in the back of a pickup truck with plastic sheeting to make himself a bed. It reassured his mind about how Alice had come to him for security while she slept. Critias wouldn't have liked finding Alice in the pickup with Bean. He had no reason to assume that they would have done anything improper, except that they were teenagers, which was reason enough for him to assume it. Critias went over to have a seat at the small table where Carmen had his food. Colonel Davis and all his grave walkers were awake. They started to get ready for work, as did George and Tony with their crews. None of them had shaved that morning because the conditions were too hot for potential contamination, but other than that, they tried to look presentable. Hiram came by the table to talk to Critias. I assume you already heard the good news about Jack. Fleet Admiral Rudel is on his way and will be here at sunrise. They want enough natural light to be able to see clearly for landing. Critias guessed. The Admiral probably wants to avoid hitting any ghouls jacking around on the runway. Clipping one might knock off his nose gear, end them up like the Tiger hut over at the airbase. Hiram did not disagree with his assessment. Touchdown should be in a little under an hour from now. There are some anti-aircraft missile launchers at the control tower, Critias commented. You want me to go get some just in case he turns out to be a bad guy? No, Hiram declined the offer. Jim says if he shows up armed for a fight that it will be better for us. We are to be friendly and cooperate with no threatening preparations he might discover. Critias looked to Carmen for an explanation on that. She said, my guess is that Jim is picking his battles. If Rudel invested his energy and resources for a fight with us, it will be a total waste of his time. Jim will lose a symbolic battle he doesn't care to win while positioning his pieces for victory in a real engagement of actual value. Critias sort of followed. What engagement is of actual value? The political one, Carmen clarified. Critias wondered, would we win a military battle against Rudel? We would get revenge, Carmen answered. In the short term, Rudel would really clean our clocks, to use a railroad idiom appropriate for the occasion. Cruise missiles striking into our buildings would be decisively injurious to us. Since we live underground and have the satellite technology to see such an attack coming, many of us would survive his first strike. Even if I was the only one left, Verloc and I could get to him and take him to justice. Obviously, that is a scenario we would like to avoid, Jim especially. Colonel Davis had everyone up and ready as the sun began to rise. Critias went outside with Carmen and their 3 friendly watchers. He would pick off any ghouls that wandered up to interfere with Rudol's arrival. They didn't find anything going on, so they just waited for their guests. Carmen gave first warning of the approach. Here comes his escort. That wasn't what Critias expected. What kind of escort? She pointed skyward to the south. Fleet Admiral Rudol went to a lot of trouble to impress us. That didn't get here without a troublesome mid-air refueling. Liquid-fueled flight, Critias chuckled. Turds can fly. A heavily armed turd, Carmen said as the Super Hornet jet fighter passed over them at altitude. He has a full load of air-to-surface missiles and guided bombs. If you were wondering if they planned on attacking us, this is your chance to find out. Major Li Feng heard the jet pass over, prompting her to come out along with many of the others. She had laid low since she flew her seaplane out to the East Airport. Li was a skilled mechanic that found plenty to do while she helped the other crafters prepare new vehicles for field service. Once outside, she used a handheld radio to call to the plane. Her message was only to identify herself and then say that she awaited their landing. The fighter jet made no attempt to land. The pilot went off to the west to buzz Jim's community instead. Based on weapons they had found at the control tower and what Carmen had explained, Critias realized that the pirates actually had a rather cunning scheme. After they shot down the Admiral's plane with one of their missiles and took him out of the game, Rudol's escort would have bombed King's Tower and reprisal, taking them out too in a big way. A second aircraft approached next. It was a 4-engine propeller-driven cargo plane that was half again larger in dimensions than was their Greyhound plane and over twice as heavy. Jim's Globemaster was considerably bigger, but that aside, the large plane made the idea that it came and went from an aircraft carrier rather dubious. C-130 Hercules, Carmen identified it. There are a large number of those at the airbase. Rudol will have no trouble finding spare parts. Critias asked her, they can land it on their boat? Ships can launch a boat, Carmen educated him. Boats can't launch a ship. I could land it on a carrier ship. It isn't a job for an amateur pilot. I suspect that Rudol has many good pilots if he is not one himself. The Super Hornet jet returned and then followed the C-130 in for a landing. Both touched down without any hint of difficulty and they only used the minimum amount of runway required such that they quickly taxied in to join Jim's other planes after they had slowed down. The tremendous noise of the 2 aircraft antagonized every infected that prowled the wilds of that whole region. There was no way for anyone to guess how many ghouls would take up the challenge to find the planes. Only the ones that ever managed to arrive would prove the lure of it. Hiram ordered the sharpshooters among his grave walkers to destroy any ghouls that the planes lured in from the grasslands. Critias had his rifle too. It quickly became a friendly contest among them. As any ghoul wandered out of the grass, it routinely received multiple bullet hits in such close succession that Carmen had to pick a winner, which she did honestly. As a group, they playfully shot 11 infected by the time the 2 aircraft had parked and then turned off their engines. Another 15 ghouls wandered in for some minutes more after that, but then no more appeared, presumably because they had started from too far away to deduce the proper direction. The surprising winner appeared to be Amber, who had a real gift for using an iron-sighted rifle in a trap-shooting style that was so quick that it made it doubtful that she ever consciously aimed. It was not unlike the skillful ghoul suppression dished out by the veteran forager gunner Big Henry, the husband of Gloria. Carmen had a special fondness for Amber and Roland as well because their past banter had developed into frankly honest friendships. She never felt truly comfortable around people with too much verbal restraint since it caused her to invest excessive worry as she tried to analyze what they really thought. So it was that when Amber outshined all the men with her Annie Oakley performance, Carmen took her wrist to elevate Amber's arm and then declared, "Amber, the champion." The well-intentioned title rubbed the men negatively due to all of their great pride about shooting prowess. None of the men had pushed themselves to place an actual certified value on their marksmanship abilities. "They have a shooting range, I heard," Critias said. "It may be time for a real contest to see who the top dog is around here." "You probably shouldn't," Carmen thoughtlessly warned with more of her same mortifying honesty. "Verloc and I would only embarrass all of you." None of the grave walkers other than Jessica and Roland could refuse to take up that challenge. Jessica was no true master of weapons, which wasn't to say that she couldn't shoot with admirable skill. Her father Hiram had been an actual instructor at the Army Sniper Course at one time. He made a point of teaching his daughter how to operate a rifle even before the outbreak happened. Roland was an all-around talented man, but he knew he was far from the best marksman among the grave walkers. Alice was in her gear when she approached Critias. "Shouldn't we start impressing Fleet Admiral Rudel, sir?" The only one they could see was the pilot of the Super Hornet. It could have been a man or a woman under the flight helmet. Whoever it was, the pilot watched them talk about shooting contests. Since Alice was correct, the group spread out to secure the area in preparation for the aircraft passengers disembarking in safety. The jet pilot retracted the canopy at the same time that the rear ramp of the C-130 began to open. The first to appear were 6 commandos that exited from the cargo plane. Perhaps they were a group from Rudel's field foraging teams, or they may have only been his bodyguards, but either way, they seemed to be a formidable squad of professional gunmen. The commandos had matching military uniforms that included bulletproof vests and Kevlar helmets with goggles and masks that protected their faces from infectious splatter. The unit insignia on their shoulders was the Sand Tigers, with the image of a white tiger that climbed out from ocean surf to prowl onto a beachhead. The unlikely happenstance that they should arrive so soon after the sighting of an actual white tiger on the airbase was not lost on anybody. Though none of the people present was especially superstitious, the strange coincidence was still a good omen. Carmen certainly thought so because she believed that the universe did conspire to cough up rogue wave heroes. Critias, George, and Tony stayed with Hiram along with everyone else not doing security. They were the welcoming committee. Tony said of the commandos, "Those look like his bodyguards to me. They seem serious enough. Good thing I didn't shoot the tiger. They probably wouldn't think much of finding their dead mascot hanging on our wall." "Everyone with a gun is a guard at some point," Verloc commented. "Those look like his foragers to me. They're worried about trouble, but not from us." The next man out of the cargo plane was a 30-ish Oriental in blue jeans and a black t-shirt who nonchalantly carried his duffel bag. "That's the bodyguard," Verloc told them. "He doesn't look ready for his job," Critias observed. "That's what they want us to think," said Verloc. Carmen made a click with her sword in its scabbard. The bodyguard paused at the base of the ramp, but he didn't look their way when he spoke in Japanese. "That is a rare sword. Do you know how to use it?" "No," Carmen answered in the same language, "but my soul is substantially studied." "For the good I hope," he replied since he understood. Critias had to ask, what was that about? Tony knew some Japanese. He said she had a rare sword, like he could guess that from the sound. "It seems to me that these days, anyone who bothered to carry a sword would pick up one of the rare ones." Then he asked if she knew how to use it. Carmen told him that she didn't, but that her soul was studied. Tony just shrugged because it meant little to him. Verloc knew the riddle. The sword is the soul. Study the soul to know the sword. Evil mind, evil sword. Fleet Admiral Karl Rudel was a fit 50 and dressed as one of the 2 pilots of the C-130. He came down the ramp with 4 mechanics and the other pilot, a primly uptight beauty of a young woman. "We are all friends here, Mr. Jin," Rudel reminded the Oriental man. "King Louis sent many of his finest to receive our arrival. This is a most royal welcome. We should show our gratitude." The jet pilot joined Rudel at the base of the cargo ramp and there removed his helmet to reveal that he was a handsome young Hindustani of dusky complexion, perhaps Jim's age but no older. By virtue of his youth, he surely had learned to fly after the outbreak while he grew up on Rudel's carrier. Carmen was not the first to rattle her saber, Critias brusquely told Rudel. He referred to the Admiral's provocative stunt with his Super Hornet attack fighter. Rudel didn't respond to Critias's comment. Instead, he asked, "Carmen, the giant slayer?" Rudel seemed impressed to meet that woman, and he also revealed that he knew more than a little about them. The Admiral continued, "Major Fang has never had a habit for exaggeration, and I see she still doesn't. Your wife really is uncommonly blessed with beauty, Captain Critias." Hiram went forward to greet them. "How was your flight, Fleet Admiral Rudel? We were just talking about how impressed we are that you got that beast off your carrier. If you said you could land the Globemaster on your flight deck, I might be inclined to believe it." "We are not fully loaded," Rudel explained the feat, "and JATO rockets were a necessary assistance." "It is good to see you again, Colonel Davis." At the Joint Forces Staff College, Hiram recalled their brief encounter more than a few years past. "Now here we are in a scenario no one ever envisioned." Rudel held out his arms to embrace Hiram as if they were old friends. The truth was that they were the next best thing due to their parallel histories. The Admiral joked, dealing with Plan 9 from outer space should have gotten more attention at the college. After they shared a warm greeting, Rudel introduced the young pilot. "This is my son, Harduck." Their total dissimilarity made it apparent that he had adopted the boy. Rudel gestured to the attractive woman that was his executive officer. "This is my XO, Caries." He indicated the bodyguard. "This is my personal aide, Mr. Jin." In his turn, Hiram began introductions: King Louis' captains George, Tony, and Critias, of course, Special Agent Verloc Shield, and Dr. Kine. He then introduced their various lieutenants by name. After he took mental note of everyone's name, Rudel spoke to Hiram. "I have a cargo of frozen seafood that needs prompt handling. It was rock solid when we left and then stayed cold at altitude." Hiram pleasantly assured him, "I will have your cargo moved onto the transport for delivery to meet you in the city. I have business that requires my attention here. Captain Critias will escort you and your people to see the king by a more expedient route." Rudel gestured to some of the freshly shot ghouls out on the pavement. "I did come to see a king, not a bunch of corpses. Will I have the pleasure of your company later this evening then?" "I will be there," Hiram pledged. "The king wants all his people back in the city to attend the celebration." Alice abruptly raised her carbine to her shoulder and then fired a single round to the southwest into the wall of grass. Nothing apparent happened as she lowered her weapon again. Her action made the sand tigers excited and everyone else looked that direction since they expected to see something. All they saw was long grass, and then a moment later, a headshot ghoul fell out of the cover to land on its face. Her thermal vision had picked it up when it had arrived at the edge, but not in the open. Before anyone could make a comment, Alice asked Critias, "Would you like me to ready a vehicle, sir? Is there someone you had in mind for driving us out to the hangar?" "Carmen can drive," Critias accepted her offer. "We will leave the vehicle there to be waiting on the return trip." Mr. Jin asked Hiram in excellent English, "Would you mind if I go in to see your operation?" "Be my guest." Hiram consented, and he was glad to have the opportunity for Rudel to know that there were no secret preparations for fighting their guests. Mr. Jin would not discover any anti-aircraft missiles or heavy weapons that might have come to play against them. After Jin followed Carmen and Alice into the garage, Rudel told Hiram, "I found Mr. Jin starved all but to death. He was the last survivor on a cruise ship we encountered. There was no ammunition left for the few weapons aboard. He had battled the infected passengers using only his wits and what weapons he could devise. The ship had so much fire damage that I wouldn't have sent my sand tigers aboard to explore the vessel except that it seemed totally lifeless." Hiram had not expected that. "They aren't normally lifeless? I assumed that the ghouls would jump overboard to get fish when they ran out of things to eat." Rudel shook his head. "No, they still have their human fear of drowning and will stay aboard as long as they have to, even if they starve. That is until you come alongside them. When they see humans, they will jump to get at you without a second thought. Drowning doesn't kill them, of course. They don't get used to swimming until they have drowned themselves quite a few times, and then they don't mind the water at all. You should put one in a water tank that they can't get out of and then watch the reaction. They thrash about and scream with mad desperation. We don't encounter many large ships at sea these days. Unpiloted ships run aground before too long. When we did find them, they swarmed with plague crazies. Everyone wanted to find a safe island, I suppose. There is not an island in the world that they don't wash up on every time there is a storm. We even pull those things up in our fishing nets from time to time. There is just no getting away from them." Carmen drove out a peculiar vehicle that George had salvaged. It was an old German people's car with the appearance of a miniature bus. Some backcountry man had rebuilt the vehicle as an off-road four-wheel drive, which was why it had ended up at the airbase, because it was an ideal survival wagon. Even after it had sat abandoned for years, the mechanics had minimal trouble getting it fully operational, apart from that George had to locate some spare tires in the proper size. Before they departed with Critias, Rudel ordered his sand tigers to follow Colonel Davis's orders while he left them behind, which was an unmistakable demonstration of respect for Hiram. Vern provided all of Rudel's people with a cell phone that they could use to stay in communication. The phone system was a surprise to Rudel, and it impressed him by the way he accepted his, though he said nothing of his thoughts. Hiram wanted Andy to drive the semi-tractor transport truck to the light rail. He sent Tony and his people along with Critias. Vern would pilot the Black Hole, and the three watchers went along too. Jessica didn't identify herself as Queen, but she went along, and Alice followed her as bodyguard. Rudel brought his son Harduk, his bodyguard Mr. Jin, and his executive officer Caries. The woman still hadn't spoken. She just stood rather rigid in her posture and maintained a stern expression. Major Li Feng joined them in the crowded microbus last by Rudel's invitation. While Carmen drove them out to the airbase hangar, Rudel was in the passenger seat from where he took stock of all the abandoned planes. He didn't speak of his desire to take some and cannibalize others for parts, but everyone already knew that would interest him. Instead, Rudel commented about all the bodies. "This explains why it seems so relatively peaceful out here. I have never seen so many of them dead in one place before. This must have been a heroic battle to the very end." Rudel had no illusions that the defenders had fought and also won. No survivors ever won when they actually fought the ghouls in a conventional battle. Worldwide, plenty of military camps had tried the same idea. The landing of the planes had lured nearby ghouls to their destruction, making the drive to the airbase's main hangar uneventful, as was their exit from the bus and subsequent entry through the hangar's side door. When Rudel saw the black hole in the hangar, which he recognized as the infamous vehicle of the Maltese pirates, he exclaimed, "If not for my meeting with Colonel Davis, I would think you brought us here to kill us. How did King Louis get his hands on this treasure?" Rudel imagined many ways that they could have destroyed the pirates' dirigible, but no ways that they could have captured the prize undamaged short of having joined up with them. 3 young ladies, 2 women, and a cunning plan, Verloc explained the mystery. It was enough information for a man of Rudel's quality to get a great deal more. The fools thought that your highly trained feminine commandos were hostages that they could abuse. I hope none of your women got hurt during that risky operation. That realization made him glance over at Carmen, Verloc, and Alice, then he took note of Jessica and Penny being present too. "I believe I have the honor of standing in the presence of those brave ladies." Penny spoke for herself. "I was not there." The 5th was Alice's sister Mandy, "My other daughter," Carmen explained. Since Rudel had an adopted orphan of his own, he didn't need to ask how a woman as young as Carmen could have 2 daughters who were nearly grown. "You must be proud," he told Carmen. "There are few pleasures more satisfying than the accomplishments of our children." "You have a pleasurable life then," Carmen replied in gratitude. "I had thought it was you flying that fighter. Your son impresses well beyond his years. He has grown as tall as he can in my shadow," Rudel revealed private thoughts. "The time is upon him to win the respect of others as his own man and not as the son of Fleet Admiral Karl Rudel." Carmen gestured. "Shall we get aboard? Your wish was to see a king, not corpses. You will not be disappointed. I will not call our King Louis an Alexander only because he dislikes excessive flattery even when deserved." Rudel once again found Carmen uncommonly impressive. "You are familiar with Caesar Augustus. That was the source of his line about kings and corpses via Suetonius. My wife has a great passion for books." Critias gestured that they should proceed. "I hope this is adequate for your trip to the city. Flying there will be much faster than waiting for Colonel Davis to get the light rail train loaded and then back to our underground depot. King Louis has the subway trains too." Rudel felt impressed again but not as surprised. Such an accomplishment was not beyond the means of a man who had already achieved so many other amazing things. King Louis even had the official airliner of the president parked at his own private airport. Verne could start the electric generator and control the hangar doors by radio signal from inside the airship. While everyone else got aboard the dirigible, Critias went back outside by the side door while Carmen started the towing tractor she would use for carefully pulling the black hole out from the hangar. The airship's own drive fans would stir up an intolerable amount of dust if Verne had to fly out under his own power. A dozen infected had noticed the arrival of their bus from a distance and then followed to search about the hangar for something to attack. Critias heard them shuffle about through the door. He radioed to the others that he would need a minute to clear them before they could start the departure. "Use your dark mode software suite," Carmen advised him. "Kevin told me that he made one for your mech suit, but you never tried it. If you get the ghouls screaming we might be here all morning." It was a good idea, so Critias activated it. The hypothesis was that his suit generated so much electronic pollution that it aggravated the ultra-sensitive ampullae of Lorenzini simulating electroreceptors that the ghouls used to recognize each other and detect the distinctive bioelectric aura of their human prey. Critias had never tested it. It was his hope that his neo-organic armored exterior would cause the ghouls to think he was one of them when grave walking in his ghoulish paint scheme. He had learned a lot about ghoul behavior from the grave walkers, Carmen, and the friendly watchers. He didn't have access to target locking, enhanced sensors, or HUD features while in dark mode, but he also didn't really need them. None of the other foragers relied on such things. He called up his harsh indifference and then went out of the hangar as though he owned the airbase and any Ghoulind was a juvenile trespasser. It was the kind of attitude he would have when he beat his slave because the slave had annoyed him and he owned it. The first ghoul he saw sniffed around their bus. Critias walked up to the creature and then slammed its head into the side of the vehicle with a rude shove. The ghoul scrambled away out of reach and then eyed Critias cautiously because it remained uncertain what to make of him, so Critias shot it in the face. The other ghouls displayed the same sort of confusion. They seemed to sense that Critias wasn't a ghoul, but neither was he human. His next opponent he advanced on refused to engage, so he shot that one too. The other 10 infected came to the combined conclusion that they couldn't find any humans around the microbus and that something bigger and meaner than they were didn't want them around. It might have been his pistol or its electronic pollution that blew Critias' cover, he wasn't sure. 4 of the ghouls changed their minds as they came to the conclusion that it would be better to attack him, while the other 6 had lost interest, turned away, and then headed back for the long grass. Critias holstered his pistol as he drew his panga bowie blade to slaughter them. Before he got the chance, Carmen came up behind them to pistol shoot 3 of them in the head as she strangled the 4th one from behind. After her shots, she snapped the last one's neck and then dropped it in a heap. "That's interesting," she said about how the ghouls reacted to him. "I wonder why the females still don't like you." Only after she said it and he looked did Critias realize that the 4 ghouls who had stayed to attack him were all females. It was the males who were truly indecisive about him. Critias restored full systems to his mech suit and then speed shot the other 6 in the backs of their heads before they could get away. "Maybe they think you are sexy," Carmen joked. "They have not been getting any loving for years." "I think your own thoughts are contaminating your logic." He believed it true. Critias led her back inside the hangar. "I'm amazed it worked at all." It wasn't long before Vern piloted the black hole up into the sky. He made a pass over the East Airport to give Rudolph and Tigers a show before he headed the airship for the city. As they crossed the river on approach for the customs house, everyone noticed some highly unusual activity that went on at the southern end of Forager's castle. Penny couldn't believe her eyes. "Is there a fire?" The amount of smoke that came from the south tunnel was simply incredible. The plume was at least a mile long as it stretched out to the south while it also drifted to the northeast. Fire smoke isn't white, Penny realized. That is from a smoke generator. What's going on down there? Vern said, "Let's find out." He switched on the thermal cameras, which allowed them to see right through the smoke. The video display showed a line of heavy rail locomotive cars as they pulled into Forager's castle. The train followed along the trestle that led onto the route Big Joe had used to take when they entered the garage. They hadn't needed the Big Joe entrance since they had moved their vehicle operation over to the new Pancake House garage and also opened up the Smuggler's Passage light rail depot. The front train engine had already passed the old underground garage and then passed through the vineyard cage too. Thick smoke filled the cageless Southern Valley section that was the mirror opposite of the enclosed vineyard. South of that smoked-out area was one of the 100-meter-long underground tunnel sections that went under the park. The southern end of that tunnel was where the rail line exited the park grounds entirely to continue on by elevated trestle. The train's last car caboose had already cleared the southern tunnel and it currently passed along the smoky Southern Valley. It had a military-grade smoke generator on board that pumped out thick white fog. One or more similar generators had to have been on other cars toward the front of the 35-car train. The Black Hole's thermal cameras also saw the thousands of angry infected that tried to pursue the train. Those ghouls and many more like them had no doubt tried to chase that locomotive across the country and not just their city. Such a train would normally be faster than running speed. Only those local ghouls had managed to keep up to be the current problem for the castle. The half-kilometer of elevated trestle track that led to the park from the south had forced the ghouls to continue their pursuit at the lower street level. They had ended up as a swarm to the south of the forested property when the street level came to a dead end at a high wall of stone. Blind and frustrated by all the smoke in that area, the furious ghouls were unable to find their way to the entrance of the first trail tunnel that was high up over their heads. The park's woods blocked the wind and held the smoke in place, especially down in the rail valley. For any ghoul to have successfully caught the train, it would have had to negotiate 1,000 meters of precarious elevated rail track while blinded by smoke, then followed through another 400 meters of smoke-filled tunnel and forest-enclosed valley before it then reached the south entrance of the castle's former garage only to find it securely gated. Even if they had managed to follow that narrow course without the aid of sight, flamethrowers at the south gate would have incinerated them for their trouble. That would be Commodore Tinney, Carmen informed them. His people have come to visit and attend the meeting with King Louis and Fleet Admiral Rudel. They have been clearing track into the city for several days to reach us. Critias ordered Carmen, "See what Kevin has to say about this. Ask them if they want us to help." It was more than a little unusual to Rudel. "How well do you know these railroad people?" To make a point, Critias asked him, "How well do I know you?" "King Louis invites whom he pleases. I just work here. From what I can tell, they have not threatened to fire missiles into our buildings." He looked to Carmen again with irritation. "Tell me something, woman. You could have gotten a whole library from him by now." She gave him a narrow-eyed glower that he shouldn't get snippy with her. "Jack and Stig have everything under control. We shouldn't aggravate the ghouls any more than they already are because it will take that much longer for them to lose interest and then disperse. We need to land and deliver Fleet Admiral Rudel so Vern can get this ship back in its hangar in time for him to catch a ride home with Colonel Davis." Vern continued on to position the dirigible over the customs house where he would unload his passengers. There wouldn't be any need for mooring lines because he would lower them down in the elevator basket. His practice being pilot of the black hole gave him the confidence that he could keep it steady enough for them to disembark. Vern can't go back alone, Critias asked for volunteers. I'll take my crew back with him, Tony offered. Verloc said, we will too, meaning that Romeo would accompany her. Colonel Davis should be about ready to leave by the time we return to him. I think we will all be back in the city within an hour or two. Critias glanced at the cameras that showed the chaos at Forger's castle. If trains are going to be coming and going, I don't see how the ghouls could ever get bored enough to leave. King Louis has already made preparations for dealing with them, Carmen told him, unconcerned about the ghouls. I'm curious about what that train just brought in. That is more than 30 rail cars of supplies. It will take days working around the clock just to unload it. The ghouls will have the opportunity to lose interest this time around. Chapter 6. Founding Fathers. Commander Grace of Decontamination Services waited on the roof of the customs house as Rudel and his people arrived aboard the black hole. When Critias led their guests toward the security door going down into the building, Grace blocked their way. I'm glad to see that you made it here alive, Grace told Rudel as her greeting. The way that old airplanes crash in balls of fire and all that, you must have a fine bunch of mechanics to prevent that sort of thing from happening. Rudel asked, and you are? My name is Grace, Commander Grace if you prefer. I have the final say in all operations concerning anything decontamination related here in our city, even over the king and such matters, so I'm more like a major general or something like that. The Grand Purifier is one I heard recently. I do like that one, it sounds so sexy, it's almost fascist. Since you're such an important dignitary and all, I thought I should welcome you personally and explain to you how things work around here. Infection is a nasty bit of business, as I am sure you are aware, even more dangerous than airplanes, don't you know, so we have precautions that everyone goes through before they get inside the community. Your house your rules, Rudel accepted her conditions sight unseen whatever they might turn out to be. What would you like me to do for you? We don't normally come in and out from this rooftop, she informed him. That flying thing is a recent acquisition. Everyone coming in undergoes a physical inspection after a shower. All your dirty clothes and equipment go to the laundry. I have people specially trained for that. If you have any dirty laundry in your bags, you will have to turn all that over too along with the bags. What we have going on here is to get you to the showers without spreading a mess all over the place. You need to remove your footwear and outermost garments, putting them in the plastic tubs my assistants have here. You will put on these little plastic clean booties and then follow me for a walk. You won't be touching anything or anyone, no handshaking, no door handles, nothing at all. Do you have any questions? Mr. Jin had no outermost garments since he wore street clothes. He silently volunteered to be first when he stripped to his boxer shorts and then put on his slippers. So prepared, he stepped aside for whoever was next. As they would expect from a bodyguard, the man was impressively muscled. Some of them were surprised to discover that he didn't have tattoos all over his body like some kind of yakuza. In fact, he had no body art at all. Jim's people had no desire to delay. They undressed to go through as well. Grace had bathrobes available for people who would end up naked, principally Critias and Alice who couldn't wear anything under their exotic armor. Carmen had her bikini on under her diving suit. Dr. Kine was rather proud of his body when he considered what he had looked like before he caught the infection and then became a watcher. He had the physique of a regularly exercised man half his age, so he wasn't shy about the ladies seeing it, though he didn't flirt either. Fleet Admiral Rudel, his son Harduck, and Commander Carries all wore flight suits over their uniforms. The removal of the outer suits and shoes was sufficient to satisfy Grace. Carries still kept quiet as she had since their arrival. Her dress uniform was absolutely meticulous. She even had a skirt on under her jumpsuit that she had to discreetly shimmy down into place as she removed the outer garment. The men noticed she even wore nylons. The woman went to considerable lengths to present herself as a dignified officer and a beautiful woman, not just a mere survivor. Major Li Feng had experience with the community procedures. It wasn't her first time she had to strip down in public to her conservatively managed gray boxers with t-shirt underwear. Grace led the group down through the building then all the way to the lobby of King's Tower for their showers and physicals. On the way, Carmen walked beside Critias in the back of their group where she told him quietly, "You were very bold the way you talked to Fleet Admiral Rudel, about him rattling his saber and then snapping at him about how you didn't really know him either. You wanted to take the ship down to help get the train inside the castle. It was also heroic." He eyed her to confirm what she thought. Heroic was it? Just from the way she breathed through her nose, Critias could tell that Carmen wanted some quick and rude bandit sex in any closet or corner where he chose to drag her. "My electro cells are feeling a bit drained," she complained innocently, though really it was her hint that it might be his duty for the good of the community to help by giving her a brusque and surly sex recharge. "The first chance I get," he told her, which mostly meant it could be a while with all that went on at the moment. That made Carmen pout. "If you make me wait too long, I will get all persnickety like Carrie's. That's what happens when a man isn't properly taking care of business." Critias had to chuckle. "Well, we can't have you getting all persnickety, now can we?" Rudel was ahead of them and he heard Carmen mention Carrie's because it was an unusual name not readily confused as anything else. He took it as an invitation to ask Carmen, "What do you think of my XO? She is totally dedicated. I don't know what I would do without her." "She is by your side night and day," Carmen guessed with an added smirk only Critias knew her well enough to recognize. "I have to order her to get any sleep," Rudel confirmed the insight. "Carrie's is always working twice as hard as the next person, an excellent leader, and a great pilot. Not even spare time enough to find herself a relationship," Carmen guessed again. "And it isn't like none of the men are trying. She is exceptionally beautiful in that dominant way that challenges some men to assault the fortress to find the flower within." "That's enough," Critias chastised her. "You need to mind your own business." He knew what she clucked about even if Rudel didn't. "You're right again," Rudel admitted. "She prefers to be unattached from anything that isn't carrier operations." "Oh," said Carmen. "I wouldn't go that far. Some women just can't resist having their hands on unrivaled power." That made Rudel laugh softly. "Our ship is a power to behold. You may get the chance to visit sometime." Critias told Rudel, "Carmen has gotten it into her head that the power Carrie's is interested in is you." Preposterous. It amused Rudel in that he didn't believe it. What would she see in a man my age? "No, Carrie's is a fine command officer. There has never been anything between us." "She is working awfully hard to make you notice," Carmen observed. The ability to put tactical motive to little details was a sagacity she had in abundance. If we passed an ironing board, she would stop to press out any wrinkles in her blouse. Critias went so far as to give Carmen a firm nudge. "I said that was enough." Rudel wasn't offended, it was just that Carmen was mistaken about Carrie's. She dresses her best for the benefit of the crew. Lax discipline is a real danger on a nuclear carrier. He went back to his own business. Critias whispered to her, "Why do you do that? Are you trying to punish me for neglecting you?" She found his accusation insulting. Her motives were purely genuine and only to be helpful. Military men can be amazingly obtuse to the subtler aspects of life. Carmen implied that Critias and Hiram also had the same problem. It was all obvious enough to her. The older men of the survivor communities always spoke in terms of how the world used to be when they were young. That world was long gone and wouldn't come back anytime soon. In the new order, they tended to be powerful commanders and great providers with luxurious homes and long-term security. The young men tended to live in the common barracks where they drank away the few coins they earned. He whispered extra quietly not to be overheard, "Maybe Carrie's is just the ice queen she appears to be. The woman hasn't said a word since she got here." Carmen just gave him a look that said he was as dense as Rudel. Grace got everyone to the lobby of King's Tower. The cages were all empty because the pirates worked somewhere to clean up old trash and bodies. Even the bedridden younger one had recovered sufficiently to start work with the others. The pirate woman Ziva was neither in a cage nor laboring as a prisoner. She worked as a free and armed citizen, a cheerful new recruit of the decontamination staff. She really was delightfully happy, largely due to one of Carmen's unforeseeable rogue wave heroes, namely Dr. Kyne, who had saved her small son, and in the act, had literally answered her fervent prayers. It wasn't every day that a woman received so blessed a miracle. The boy in question was in one of the quarantine cells where he played with his toys. The cage was an ideal way for him to stay close to his mother, but also remain safe from any dangers as he might find if he wandered off while she worked. Since it was Carmen who had returned him, Ziva directed her gratitude in that direction. "Carmen," the woman greeted her with joy. "It is so good to have you back. Thank you again for going out there and finding him. If you ever need anything, please tell me." "This is Dr. Kyne," Carmen introduced the man. "He is the hero who rescued your son. I only delivered him back to you." Ziva gushed gratitude on him next as she promised to repay the favor at any time with anything he could ask of her. Dr. Kyne was not the sort of man to take advantage of such an open-ended offer. "I only did what any civilized man would have done," Kyne replied. "He is a clever boy for one so young. I'm sure he will grow up to make you very proud." Kyne went off to take his shower. Critias tried to urge Carmen ahead so that they could get through decontamination. She preferred to wait until last as per his modesty request, and she remained quite insistent about it. He was about to force the issue since Critias knew that she was still up to something. That alone was reason enough to prevent it. Before he could act, two women from the GNP came in with a problem which distracted him. The guards had a young woman that Critias had never seen before, but he guessed that she was one of the new arrivals from beneath the airbase. They came from the direction of Funland, where they had apparently apprehended her after she made some kind of problem. One of the female guards threatened in conversation to her partner, "If she shoves me again, I'm going to handcuff her." Their prisoner did shove her again and then made a bunch of large arm movements as if the guard would get a fistfight if she asked for one. Carmen told Critias, "Make them stop," because she would if he didn't. Critias went over to ask the guards, "What did she do?" The second guard explained, "We found her wandering around the customs house opening all the doors and looking into people's rooms. When we asked her about it, she refused to say and just got angry. We brought her down here to cool off." That seemed reasonable enough to Critias. He asked the woman, "What were you looking for?" The hostile woman completely ignored him and she wouldn't even look in his direction. When he put his hand on her shoulder, she snapped around and then shoved him in anger. She finally gave him a gesture that meant "Up yours, asshole." Carmen went over and then circled until the woman had to see her. Once she had the woman's attention, Carmen made sign language using every version she knew, starting with the most common variety for North America. She always asked the same thing as she experimented, "How can I help you?" The woman relaxed immediately because she felt so relieved that she finally encountered someone with half a brain. She identified herself using sign language. "My name is Sylvia. I became lost while I tried to find the linen storage room and then those two bitches dragged me down here. I didn't go into anyone's room and I never took anything." "Slow down," Carmen told her with hand gestures. "Your language has too many unique signs because you have lived alone with your group for so many years." Carmen then made back signs that were original and asked her for clarification. "She is deaf," Critias told the guards. "Carmen will take care of this from here. You can go back to your patrol." Carmen spoke to Critias while she continued her conversation with Sylvia. All her own people know how to speak to her. She reads and writes Portuguese, not English. Sylvia says she can take care of herself and she won't spend her life with a babysitter to speak for her. She got lost looking for the linen storage room and was checking the doors for the right one. "Tell her that we understand this change must be frustrating," Critias instructed Carmen, "but that's just too damn bad. She has no reason to expect everyone here to learn her strange language overnight. All her ball-breaking attitude is getting her nowhere. If she isn't going to stay close to one of her own group then she is going to have to calm down and give us a chance." When Carmen hesitated, he demanded, "I said tell her what I said and do it like I said it. Then you tell her that if she thinks she is special because she can't hear, she should think again. There isn't anyone left in the world that isn't tough. All the people who deserved pity are already dead. If she hits any of the patrol again, I'll put her in a cage myself." After Carmen conveyed the message, Sylvia turned to Critias and then slowly made gestures that he should talk to the people that carried rifles so he could tell them not to grab her from behind and that she was sorry. He understood well enough that she wanted him to tell the guards who were the only people that had rifles that they shouldn't grab her from behind when she didn't know they were there. Critias asked Carmen, "Tell her I wouldn't like anyone sneaking up on my back either, not in this world." Sylvia didn't need Carmen because she could read lips of English speakers perfectly well. She answered him that it was hard to run away from ghouls when you can't hear them. Critias agreed with her. "It must be difficult to avoid ghouls when you have to see them first. Hearing them before they see me is a lot of what I do. I will let the guards know not to sneak up behind you and to give you plenty of time to explain yourself in the future." He called over to the lobby guard, "Can you get someone to show Sylvia where the linen storage is? I don't know myself. Pass the word around that she can't hear. You can give her plenty of slack because she isn't going to be a problem for us. There is an adjustment period we will all have to cope with." The guard used her cell phone to call someone from housekeeping to come help. Critias told Sylvia that help would arrive shortly. Sylvia gave him a grateful nod and then looked to Carmen to sign something to her. Carmen giggled, glanced at Critias, and then signed back at length. They both laughed and then Sylvia went to have a seat until someone came to show her where to find what she needed. She probably required a lot of things since her group had just moved in. Critias didn't bother to ask Carmen about that last part since he knew she wouldn't say anyway. Instead, he pulled her along so that they could get their showers and inspections out of the way to be free to leave. Rudel said, "Let's get this over with." Caris could not delay any longer. Her ambition to stay with the Admiral was greater than any hesitation she had about getting undressed before strangers. As they both stripped down and then handed over all their belongings to the decontamination workers, Caris revealed that she had just as conspicuously overdressed under her perfect uniform. She had matching black lace down to the garter belt. It was hardly the sort of thing a woman would wear while she flew planes and battled ghouls. That was Carmen's cue to strip off her bikini, which she tossed into a laundry tub. On her way past Rudel to the shower, she said to him, "When she dresses for the crew, she really dresses for the crew. Lucky sailors." Alice actually had to wait for very last because of Critias's prudish propriety code. That left her available to poke him in the ribs. Carmen is stronger. He came to his senses and then looked at Alice. "Say what?" Alice said, "You must like strong women because you are staring at Commander Carey's." "I said that Carmen is stronger." "Well, yeah," he admitted uncomfortably, "but Carmen doesn't play hard to get." Critias went to shower too. He did think that Carey's was a mixed bag of personality that intrigued him, and she wasn't hard on the eyes either. Penny was a strong woman too, but the way she was so in his face about it made him uncomfortable. As soon as Critias rounded the corner to enter the shower, Carmen waited there to ambush him. "What do you mean I'm not hard to get?" "We talked about your eavesdropping," he replied as he went around her to claim a free showerhead. People say conspiratorial thoughts to one another as an intimate share of confidence thing. "I didn't mean what you heard on your end." Carmen huffed as she took the shower beside him. "Everyone else calls me hard to get." When he refused to debate her, Carmen gave up. She started to sing "Someone to Watch Over Me" from a 1926 musical while she lathered up. The acoustics in the shower room were superb to showcase her delightful talent. She made Rudel's group wonder if the admirable performance was a stunt just for their benefit. Dr. Clara performed the medical inspections as people came out from their showers. To spend the night at the East Airport was a high-risk area for exposure to infection, and there was also the possibility that their newly arrived guests had undiagnosed medical conditions. Jim, Jack, and Stig along with many others were away at Foringer's Castle, where they interacted with the heavy rail train survivors of the as-yet unseen Commodore Tinny. Since Hiram, George, and Tony were away at the East Airport, it left few officers still in the community to make Rudel welcome. So it was that after Clara had cleared everyone to move freely about the community, Jessica told Rudel, "The king has prepared quarters for you and your people. He is away at the fortress by the river while they secure that locomotive that just arrived there. Since you have traveled far after lengthy preparations, you are free to explore his city at your leisure. He will officially welcome you himself at a ceremonial supper this evening. You and yours are free to make requests of his generous hospitality, be it nourishment, voluntary comfort, women, or just privacy. His only demand is that you stay armed at all times and be ready to join in the common defense should some misfortune come to our doors." "These quarters you mentioned will be enough for now," said Rudel. "I would like to see the rest of my people and speak with them as soon as they are available." Critias told Rudel, "I am going to see this train for myself as soon as they have cleaned my equipment. If you would like to join me, I will send word before my departure. I will find time enough for sleep before supper." Rudel accepted the invitation. "I would like to see this castle of yours." "I will make sure your equipment is ready," Alice told Critias as she went off to see to it personally. A patrol of guards showed Rudel where he would stay in Radio City. The builders who constructed the apartment for Romeo and Verloc had moved on to renovate the other top floors over there. One of those they had finished would accommodate Rudel and his company. Once their guests had left the room, Critias asked Jessica, "What is the story with Palat?" "He is still unconscious but in good condition," the Queen said, also somewhat ill at ease over that embarrassing matter. "Jim is hoping that he will come around before he has to tell Rudel what happened to him. I don't want to tell the Admiral that one of his best men is a vegetable because we accidentally shot him." Carmen was ready to go up the tower for a change of clothes. She waited in the open elevator for Critias to catch up. Once the car started, she asked, "We are going to the castle now?" She didn't have enthusiasm for that. He got a proper squeak from her as he abruptly snatched her into his arms for a rough kiss. When he had Carmen suitably breathless, he told her, "I'm not going anywhere until Hiram gets back. That should give us an hour or so. Alice will be busy cleaning our armor. Where is Mandy?" Carmen snuggled into his arms, grateful for the attention. "Mandy is working at the castle. She still couldn't sleep in the apartment alone after we talked to her. She finally went to stay near Kevin last night so she wouldn't have to be by herself. With Penny away with us, Kevin was alone too. I told Mandy that Kevin is my brother and she could always trust that he would look out for her." On another issue, she reminded him, "We also need to check in on Jack and Sally, see their new baby. In a way, John is now my brother too." Since they had some time before they reached their floor, Critias asked, "What do you know about this Commodore Tinny?" She began, "I know that Commodore Tinny travels with his entire community like nomads. They rarely stay anywhere for long. I heard that they have at least 2 other trains still out there somewhere. I don't know exactly how many of them there are. 26 of them are here right now. Jim is going to let Tinny's people stay at the castle. From what Kevin told me, they are a tough and clever people, good engineers, but a tad uncivilized. They are not accustomed to constant hot showers and comfortable beds. For them, this will be like taking a vacation. Critias observed, even if they are rough around the edges, they are forging on a scale we can only envy. We call it a good day when we fill a truck. They haul around enough stuff that we will have a hard time finding places to put it. I'm sure that is how they feel. Carmen referred to Tinny's needs. He has all the furniture in the world without a house to put it in. If Jim can come to a permanent relationship with them, it will do both our communities a lot of good. I don't know if you ever noticed, but there is a heavy rail line that passes by the southern end of the runways at the East Airport. Rudel could load railway cargo right onto his planes for delivery to his fleet. When they reached their floor, Critias had talked enough business. He demanded, "Tell me again how heroic I was today." Once they got in their apartment, he would give her a heroic demonstration in their bedroom. A little over an hour later, Colonel Davis returned on the light rail with all the people from the East Airport. They brought the frozen seafood that Rudel had aboard his cargo plane. Grace put all of them through the decontamination cycle, which included Rudel's sand tigers and his aircraft mechanics. They had just entered the showers when Alice arrived home at the apartment. She pulled the cart that contained all their clean equipment. Critias and Carmen were still in bed when Alice came home to look for them. Carmen was in her perfect moment where she did not think about anything but contentment. She was in no hurry to get up and put on her clothes. "Colonel Davis is back and didn't have any trouble," Alice informed them through the door. "I heard from the GNP that Fleet Admiral Rudel brought us a truckload of all the best seafood. They tell me that there are bluefin tuna bigger than I am." Carmen sat up to get back in the game. "They grow to be much larger than that," she told Alice. "With all the gifts the guests are bringing us, it will be interesting to see how Jim returns the favors." Critias instructed Alice, "Call Rudel and tell him that I'm getting ready to go to the castle. He should meet me at the light rail depot. I will be down there shortly." 20 minutes later, Critias arrived at Smuggler's Passage depot with Carmen and Alice, who both joined him. Carl Rudel, Carries, and Mr. Jin waited there for them to arrive. 2 of the sand tigers were with Rudel, as was his son Harduk. Rudel introduced his sand tigers. "This is Lieutenant Commander Rossner and Lieutenant Resimer. While we are here, they would like to learn about city survival from some dedicated professionals." "You came to the right place then," Critias told them. "That is pretty much all we do around here. I have yet to set foot on a ship larger than our paddle wheeler. That must be a dinghy compared to the fleet ships you are accustomed to riding. You may find it interesting though, the water is more secure than the open roads even if it is only a river. Come to think of it, the king did mention something about you having a towboat coming up. When are you expecting that to arrive?" Rudel confirmed the rumor. "They should be here sometime this afternoon. I wasn't sure how difficult it would be to bring them ashore. I thought it best if I arrived first to make any necessary arrangements." Critias showed the way to the light rail. "Shall we get started then?" Decontamination crews were all over the light rail as they supervised the workers that unloaded Rudel's frozen fish. They made sure it stayed clean as possible and they would steam clean the cars once they were empty. By the look of the situation, they would be busy for some time yet. Chris was there to help in the labor with his usual willingness to perform hard work rather than stand around as some kind of guard or supervisor. When he saw Critias arrive, he put his box of frozen fish on the cart they filled and then came over to greet him. "Fleet Admiral Rudel, this is Christopher," Critias introduced him, "the King's Lion and Captain of Gates. Don't let all the hard work fool you." The king gave him his own chair to sit in during the officers' meals. Rudel offered to shake Chris's hand, but the lion shied away from the gesture. His body language alone revealed that it was a cross-contamination issue where he had to avoid handshaking while he worked with the food cases in the light rail in general. The admiral disarmed the awkward moment with an understanding nod. "How does one earn the title of lion? When I consider all the fine officers who serve your king, it seems a lofty respect." "A giant radioactive mutant cannibal broke my gate," Chris answered with genuine humility since he truly thought that summed it up. Critias explained, "That was the giant hunter that you heard Carmen eventually killed. When he broke into the king's tower lobby where we had our showers, it was Christopher who held his gate even after Grendel tore it right out of the wall. The lion prevented the attack from spreading throughout the entire community. He even lived to talk about it. If you value a man who will stand his post even while hell itself shits flaming blood on his head, then here is just such a man, the King's Lion." As a naval officer, Rudel appreciated that kind of bravery more than most and he didn't doubt the truth of it. "This train won't be ready for a while," Chris told them. I don't think you will want to catch a ride on the shuttle train either. The pirates have it loaded with bodies. Rossner didn't like the sound of that. What pirates and whose bodies? Rudel guessed as he asked Carmen, you took them alive? Here I was thinking you were lucky just to kill them. Some deaths take longer than others, Critias said of the pirates. It looks like we are walking if you're still interested. The rail tunnels are secure areas, just not entirely clean. So long as we don't touch anything, you just need to watch your step. The king has the condemned prisoners cleaning up old days' bodies if they want to eat. When no one declined the option to walk, Critias sent Alice to lead the way. The electricians had strung new light bulbs all along the rail tunnels as one of the first concluded labors following the bastion builders shutting out the ghouls. Proper illumination was essential for the dangerous work of cleaning up the horror house of undead bodies and other contamination. Those pirate prisoners were still in the first depot on the way to the Rook. The scale of the mess in that large subterranean chamber would take them some time, especially since the pirates didn't work with any enthusiasm. The lack of haste hardly surprised anyone. All those undead bodies made for a repulsive chore, and they had the looming threat of painful executions to weigh on their minds. Those limitations aside, the pirates had stayed busy as they loaded infected material into large rectangular dumpster bags. A decontamination crew used the excavation skid loader machine to move the filled bags closer to the light rail flatbed car. The train's cherry picker hoist lifted the bags up and then arranged them on the bed for later disposal. When Critias' group arrived on scene, the pirates flat shoveled the smaller debris into more of those durable woven fabric trash containers. With a squad of GNP gunmen guarding the pirates, there was no chance of them being any trouble. Critias explained for their guests, these tunnels go all the way to our entrance into the castle. This is all new and we are still in the process of cleaning it up. If you had seen the trouble we had to go through getting there in a transport truck, you could really appreciate how much of an improvement this is. I already appreciate being able to walk there without those crazies chasing us, Rudel admitted. Your King Louis has developed admirable security considering that he has taken up precedence in a major city. Now that I have seen much of it, I will admit that I wouldn't even attempt to duplicate it. We have enough trouble when going ashore in rural areas. I haven't even figured out how he supplies all his electricity. The rooms he provided us surpass expectation, by the way. Carmen told Rudel, after all your gracious gifts, the king wanted you to be comfortable. In a show of trust, she was more honest with the inside perspective. He told us to do anything possible that might help convince you to approve of long-term cooperation between our two peoples. Carries finally joined the conversation. I suspect that your river must be recovering as quickly as the seas are now that there is so little runoff pollution. If you are not fishing it on an industrial scale, we have people who could help you develop that capacity. Critias didn't fully understand. Carmen explained it for him. Before the outbreak, the river served as the toxic waste sewage drain for their industrial pollution. Contamination and overfishing had similarly damaged the oceanic ecosystems to a large degree. Since then, both have recovered dramatically. I'll mention your industrial fishing idea to the king at our next meeting, Critias told her, liking the plan. After he heard the notion, it did seem simple enough for them to cast nets from the paddle wheeler to haul in loads of fish. We are always on the lookout for securing more renewable food supplies. The pallid sturgeon spawns in this region, Carmen informed them from her internal database. They can provide palatable caviar too. As their walk passed through the large depot near the shopping plaza, Ricimer the Sand Tiger commented, this must have been a real nightmare down here when the city finally fell. The people waiting here hoping to catch a train out to the airbase, they must have been terrified. The heaps of bones and ghoul excrement were partners in crime. He used his assault rifle light to shine illumination on a grimy and ragged doll that had belonged to some child. The military had closed the bridges by then. Carmen described those last days in a dark monotone as though she had been there to witness it. With no way of telling who was already infected, they turned back everyone, with bullets when necessary. The adults with small children were a tragically disadvantaged demographic. They stayed in hiding the longest rather than fleeing sooner, and were less willing to resort to ruthless measures to secure their survival. On top of that, they were considerably less likely to get assistance from others, since those people intuitively realized that the burden of protecting children would dramatically reduce their own chances. Rossner realized, we don't see too many pre-adolescent crazies now that you mention it. Their topic was part of the wide-ranging game scenario that Carmen's processors constantly studied. It had begun as Critias' accidental directive that she learn not to shame him with her insensitivity about the monumental tragedy that befell the common people during the fall of mankind. Her program neared its conclusion. She had many detailed statistics on how people had died and what choices they had made that led to their deaths. It was more technical data than any human mind could absorb. The program had grown so large that it came close to being a dangerously emphatic contribution to her overall personality. True comprehension of the nature of human suffering generally resulted in a Buddha or suicidal depression. Carmen struggled against the slide into the latter. To explain the rarity of children infected, Carmen said, "It's true that the ghouls had a phenomenal success rate in completely devouring their youngest victims. There is also the ironic fact that many of them have simply decomposed since they had not died at the hands of the infected at all." The detailed scientific analysis of how millions of children had died of infanticide from their own parents put considerable emotional stress on her organic mind, and it revealed itself in one of her twitches. It was a small nervous reaction that only Critias readily recognized as significant. "Let's not delve any deeper into such tragic realities," Rudel said, having apparently seen Carmen's distress as well, and he didn't want to repeat it. They continued on to the Rook. When Critias knocked, there was a guard on the other side to let them pass the armored portal. Security was so omnipresent that Rudel commented, "If I opened so much as a book around here, I would expect to find a gate inside with the guard to turn the pages. King Louis doesn't like to leave anything to chance." The male guard didn't recognize the people, but he kept track of GNP news. He rightly assumed that he saw Fleet Admiral Rudel. "Good morning," he greeted them. "I wasn't expecting to see anyone coming this way for a while. There is a general order that only authorized workers are to touch Commodore Tinney's train in any way." It sounded like an insult to Ricimer. "Do they think we are going to steal something?" Caris didn't appreciate his vocal assumption that was the real insult, since it slandered their hosts. She outright scolded him. "They are worried about someone getting scratched and becoming a crazy because they are scampering and prancing around like they are a fairy at an amusement park. Since we got here, I haven't seen anyone who doesn't take their job seriously. If it is not your equipment, keep your dick beaters off of it." Critias inquired of the guard, "Was there any trouble bringing in the train? When we flew in from the East Airport, I saw a lot of action." The guard's easy expression showed they didn't have any problems. "They got so lost in all that smoke that I don't think we even shot any. Word was Kevin's bird saw them having their fun land in the park. No singing or dancing, just sniffing all the holes and scratching their asses." Critias translated for Rudel and his people. "Our thermal satellite reconnaissance shows that a lot of infected are searching the woods over the castle, but they aren't doing any screaming or clustering, which means they don't have any clue where to look. Without something to hold their interest, they will start wandering off." Satellite, Rudel repeated the word because he had convinced himself that King Louis wouldn't surprise him again. "I am running out of things to imagine your king has managed. If you told me now that he has a nuclear power plant and Forbidden Planet robots, I wouldn't put it past him." "No robots," Critias replied as if he joked. "They are more like replicated clone cyborgs. The nuclear power generator is over at the airbase. We won't get power to our airport until we find some insulated cable to cover the distance." True to his word, Rudel didn't know what to believe even with a boast as wild as their nuclear power. He dismissed the cyborg clones as humor. Carmen added, "Dr. Kyne built himself a beta-voltaic generator over there. He is a brilliant scientist. The airbase itself has its own war-hardened electrical grid. That is what Dr. Kyne's beta-voltaic generator is connected into. Your mechanics will have full electrical grid service at the dirigible hangar. I believe you would like to repair some of the cargo planes for flying them out, loaded with parts you cannibalize from the graveyard." Yes, the Admiral admitted it was true since she brought it up. "That is one of the topics that I would like to discuss with King Louis, once I meet him. From the way you sound, it seems I already have not only his permission, but his assistance accomplishing it." "We don't have electrical power at our East Airport yet," Carmen informed him. "The hangar there is plenty large enough for your people to do some of their work." The East Airport was a civilian enterprise, and so not connected to the airbase's hardened military electrical grid. Fat Jack is planning a mission for us to get the industrial electrical cable suitable for hooking the two together. Rudel was curious about something else when he asked, "And your Dr. Clara?" "Organ transplant surgeon," Carmen gave her field. "I'm greatly looking forward to meeting your king," Rudel confessed sincerely. "Li Feng gave me high hopes with the reports she sent me from here. It honestly seemed like exaggeration, even coming from her. Yet, from what I have seen so far, it was her usual practical understatement. As to my high expectations, King Louis has already more than exceeded them." Critias led them on through the Rook, across the covered gangplank into the groundskeeper's bunker, and then past another guarded gate down the enclosed footbridge into the Pancake House garage, where they found a hive of activity. The builders had been busy since the last time Critias had been through there. Jim's overtime work shifts had transformed the place into a functional garage that surpassed the narrow confines of the old one. The old pedestrian bridge that connected the garage to the heavy rail tunnel had grown into a full-sized steel beam bridge wide enough to drive across. As a forklift came down the bridge from the tunnel, it carried a pallet that held 4 large black drums of coal tar pitch roofing sealant. It went to join the stockpile of identical barrels that were already in the garage. Critias recalled that he had heard from Jack that the new garage leaked like a sieve when it rained. It seemed that problem had its cure. Other supplies that were already on the move included drywall, lumber, and plumbing-related building materials. Nearby was a stack of cardboard boxes that the housekeepers had positioned for later transfer to the light rail. The boxes all had clear markings that identified their contents as indoor gardening roll lamps with magnetic ballasts. Their group moved on across the new bridge into the rail tunnel to see the railroad locomotive directly ahead of them. The north gate was only a short distance in front of its cowcatcher zombie plow nose. Critias asked Carmen, "What do you think?" "Nothing unusual," she said in evaluation. "A diesel-electric locomotive with AC traction motors. It appears to be in excellent condition. They have made some cosmetic alterations to make it harder for the ghouls to climb around on." Once they were in the tunnel, she turned right and then headed south. The car behind the engine was a liquid transport tanker. Carmen gestured to it. "This is a 125,000-liter capacity diesel fuel tank." From then on, the rest were boxcars and flatbeds. She pointed out a coil of continuous stainless steel sheet metal that was like a giant roll of toilet paper, so heavy that it didn't take up much space on the flatbed that carried it and nothing else. Carmen told Rudel, "There is rail access at the far end of our runway. I suspect you already considered that, which is why you brought the towboat instead. Taking heavy cargo down the river is so much more efficient that there is really no comparison," Rudel told her, since she was correct. "Something like that, for example." He indicated her massive tonnage coil of steel sheeting. Critias commented, "I imagine that you will have a lot to talk about with Commodore Tinny and our king. I don't envy you that. I hate politics." "Yes," Rudel agreed, "uneasy lies the head that wears a crown." Carmen dramatically bowed to him with a parting gesture sweep of her arm that seemed to say, "Better you than me. Many good morrows to your majesty." It amused Rudel. "Are you a fan of Shakespeare, Captain Critias?" "I must be," Critias said with some hint of reservation. "Based on how she talks, sometimes it seems like I married him. Let's go see what else is going on." They had to move aside to allow a forklift to pass them in the lane between the train and the tunnel wall. Once it was clear, they continued south to see what else they could find. Dozens of workers went over the train as they took an inventory, discussed where they would put various things, and in what order they would unload it. Not everything would go to the pancake house because a lot of the cargo headed into Forager's Castle too. One open boxcar the workers admired had cases of condensed soup that filled it completely. Another carried a full load of sacks containing white rice. Just one small train from Commodore Tinny carried a treasure of supplies that was beyond extraordinary. Critias noticed that the rail cars didn't appear to be freshly loaded either. The cars had already held the supplies as they just sat out on the rails of the country. It had only been a matter of someone with the know-how to take them as Tinny had. Jim, Jack, and Hatchet were down near the entry gate into the castle. Fat Jack gave all the orders and he made a point to keep everyone attentive to their work. Anyone that didn't watch what they did would get an earful from him. If one of the workers went about their labor improperly, Jack let them know to straighten out before they made a serious mistake. When one of the workers tried to climb up into a boxcar, Jack shouted at him, "Use one of the ladders, God damn it. That's why we have them. If you get a splinter in your belly, you will be lucky if you only sit in a cage." The approach of Rudel was not a secret because the GNP reported his movements through their gates. Jim wasn't ready to introduce himself to Admiral Rudy yet. He excused himself from Jack and Hatchet then moved away. Boris and some of his people were in a nearby boxcar where they checked out its impressive contents. Jim climbed the ladder and then went inside for a closer look. Since Critias's group inspected cargo as sightseeing tourists, Carmen stopped at that boxcar to examine what was inside. Whatever it was in there, it had a lot of protective wood and plastic packaging around it and the labels were all in Japanese. "The Daishinseki Corporation," Mr. Jin translated the writing. Critias looked to Carmen for some kind of explanation. "Any idea what it is?" Carmen used her telescopic vision to read the fine print on the labels. "It says the shipment was on its way to Chicago for some kind of engineering product trade show." She put it into language people would readily understand. "It is a robotic milling machine that simultaneously processes on 5 axes of rotation. In our hands with people who know how to use it, it can make parts for weapons, engines, or even a human skeleton out of titanium. With Kevin to draft the 3-dimensional schematics, the possibilities are endless. In the long run, This may be worth more to us than all the rest of this train combined. Rossner tapped Rudel, then pointed down the tunnel at Jack. I think that is King Louis. That other man must be his bodyguard. Rudel didn't think so. I know an XO when I see one. He is close enough that it would be bad manners not to go over and say hello. That is Grand Marshal Jack, Critias informed them. Colonel Davis is his deputy. Jack commands all our major activities and captains the Thunderchild, our paddle wheeler that deploys the forager trucks. He personally leads some foraging operations in the field when they are too large for any one captain. You won't have an easy time finding a more important man around here. Headshot Sally gave birth to his son last night. We should go congratulate him. Jack approached as they headed his way. Fleet Admiral Rudel, he said pleasantly. You will have to excuse me if I don't shake hands. We don't touch anything unless we have to when working in hot areas. Do you like what you see? It would really clip our nuts if you didn't want to help us out. The king has a lot of big plans that won't be going anywhere without your support. As an afterthought, Jack pointed further down the train. We have that tin-plated steel you need for your cannery factory fishing ship. I have all the equipment we will need for loading it on one of your barges. If you have any lists of other parts and equipment you are looking for, I'd like to see it. Carries asked Jack, are you going to supply us with these things even if we don't agree to a permanent relationship? Those are my orders, Jack told her. Men like me and Fleet Admiral Rudel are not going to live forever. The king told me that even if we can't come to some mutually beneficial arrangement, that the situation may change in the future. If we are all too old and stubborn, perhaps our children will have better luck. The king is going to do what he must to ensure that your people survive. He calls it an investment in the only possible future. Carmen told Jack, everyone was so happy to hear about your son. I can't wait to see him. You may be doing more than seeing him, Critias told his wife. I want you to provide whatever assistance Kevin recommends. Jack told Critias almost apologetically, I was meaning to talk to you about it when you got back. Kevin advised me to bring it up with you since my secondary options are non-existent. He doesn't recommend the powdered milk we have available except as a last resort. Kevin thinks everything is going fine, but it might be another 3 to 5 days before Sally is ready to handle this on her own. All these years of eating to live and not living to eat take their toll on a person. It's not something I feel comfortable talking about, to tell you the truth, Critias admitted. Let's all just agree that we will do whatever it takes because that's just the way it is. Does she need to go now? Carmen put her hand on Critias's arm. Kevin and I already made refrigerated precautionary arrangements. I never brought it up because I knew you didn't want to be involved. It is a woman thing and you much prefer that I just do. I assumed as much, he said, unconcerned to put her at ease. On a change of topic, Critias asked, is Commodore Tinney around? I'd like to meet the man. He took his people into the castle to unwind, Jack informed them. They have been running wild for so long that they were anxious for some downtime. I think they are still a little paranoid about our intentions. The Commodore is concerned that we will either subjugate them to our ways or else steal away all his best people with our promise of easy living. You might want to be careful about what you say to him. Critias didn't think it would be a problem. It is obvious to everyone that we have too much to gain working together. Anyone who says that they would rather go it alone will be bluffing. King Louis never let us down before. He will work this out. Rudel asked Jack, I heard that King Louis was here now. Is he already having negotiations with my counterpart? King Louis never meets anyone until he has had time to take a measure of them, Jack answered. You are free to meet Commodore Tinney as you please. Critias can show you the way. I'd like to see the rest of this fortress anyway, Rudel told Critias. Would you show me inside? While he followed Critias to the gate into the castle, Mr. Jin spoke to Fleet Admiral Rudel in German. I think that kid we saw back there in the boxcar is King Louis' son. The other man that was with Jack, he kept his eyes that way the whole time. He must be his bodyguard. Rudel stayed in that language in the hope it gave them some privacy as he asked Carries, how many times have I sent Harduk to help you do your job? Never that I can think of, sir, she didn't understand. Rudel explained his point. Their king would not have made Jack his XO unless he was already capable of making command decisions on his own. They said themselves that no one was supposed to be boarding the train unless they had good reason. What reason would the king's son have to be poking around a piece of technical equipment only a handful of engineers could even understand? Whatever is going on around here, they don't mean to betray us. Colonel Davis is not the kind of man who would ever join up with pirates. Carmen butted in as she told Rudel in Bavarian German, I hope you don't mind having to take another shower. The interior of Forager's castle is a clean living area. Mandy worked decontamination protocol at the entrance into the castle. She felt overjoyed to see her family arrive. I missed you all so much, she elated. It was terribly lonely with all of you away working at the airport. I heard that a monster chased you and it had these mean little dogs that helped it, just like one of my bad dreams. You could have called me more often, Carmen told her. From now on, you should. I didn't want you worrying about me while you were working. As for her job, Mandy considered what she should do with them. It doesn't look like any of you got dirty on the walk over here. If you leave your boots, we could hang up your clothes right here so you can use them again when you leave. You probably won't be staying very long. I have to make sure you take showers though. You can take your pistols with you if you haven't touched them. As an afterthought, she added, you can check each other for scratches in the shower, so long as you promise, or I'll have to do it myself. If I don't get this done, I could get into a lot of trouble. That isn't a rule we are allowed to break. It will be done, Rudel assured her while he prepared to remove his boots. That's my job, sir, Mandy stopped him. I have rubber gloves and everything. It wasn't long before they were all back in the shower. While they rinsed off, Carys stood beside Critias and noticed the tattoo he had on his upper arm. It was a Roman eagle that held a harp in its talons. Around the image was the writing, Sequamini miet ego erotus liberatio ex inferno. The detail and clarity of the tattoo befitted the future technology that had put it on him. Carys asked him, what does your tattoo mean, Captain Critias? Were you in the Greek or Italian military? Because of his strange name, she thought it the most likely explanation. He actually checked the tattoo himself as he tried to guess what people of the past would make of the symbols. The military academy where I grew up made every graduate get one of these. It is the emblem of the Virgilitas, a Dante's Inferno thing. It reads, follow me and I will be your deliverance from hell. A downed pilot combat rescue unit kind of thing, she presumed. Something like that, he agreed, since that was mostly accurate and the real story was not something she needed to hear or would believe anyway. Carmen told Carys, I'll inspect mine for scratches and you can check yours. She wasn't being jealous. Carmen meant it as good-natured humor that might get her and the Admiral more intimate, only Carys didn't appreciate it, so she turned away offended. On their way out to the dressing room, they encountered their first railway gypsy. He was in his late 30s with short black hair and a heavy untrimmed beard. The man had just come from the communal restrooms that was next door on the opposite side of the garage entrance. He clumsily tried to get his zipper up while he walked and without spilling the cup of cold beer he carried in his other hand. The man abruptly stopped to blatantly gawk at the naked women going past. Once he got an eyeful, he even whistled with appreciation, proving he was far more scoundrel than actually drunk. The rail gypsy said, the last time I saw an ass like that, it was made of marble. How much do you charge for an hour if I promise not to bite? Critias answered the man, I don't swing that way, buddy, but thanks for noticing. I've been working out. I've been on the rail a long time, the man replied, but not that long. I was talking about party girl there with the crazy hair. Carmen eyed the man as she readied her pistol. She adjusted the power setting while he watched so that she gave him every chance to see what she had in mind. He could still apologize before she blasted him. The boxcar vagrant laughed, you aren't going to shoot me. Carmen shot him in the right pectoral of his chest. The bullet hit him with the energy of a fastball to leave a meaningful bruise and then the projectile fell to the floor with a clink. She warned him, the next time you insult a woman of this community, I'll put one through your head. You understand me? Carmen aimed to shoot him again because apparently he was slow on the uptake. The man threw up his hands in surrender, I get you. Alright, I fucking get you. Don't shoot me anymore. His cry of pain and loud capitulation brought another rail rider out from the back hall of the castle. He was a big Yeti-sized brawler with biker tattoos and a clean-shaven head. The man called to his companion, what are you doing over there, Rump? Just having some fun. The smaller man answered nervously. The big man stopped where he was, get your ass over here. When the smaller man hesitated, he warned him, if I have to walk over there, you're not going to like it. Come on, Juke, Rump whined while he did as the man demanded. He went to where the larger man stood, I was just having a little fun. I didn't hurt nothing. You are embarrassing us, the big man said before he slapped Rump upside the head. You want the king to throw us out onto the streets? The big man looked over to where Carmen was. We're awfully sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again. Without waiting for a reply, Juke grabbed Rump by the arm and then thrust him in the direction of the back hall. Critias' group got some casual clothes from the dressing room and then followed Rudel as he explored the front hall. I see why you call this the castle. Rudel admired the lofty height of the ceiling even though they were underground. It really was impressively tall. The tunnel garage at the castle, The one with the Commodore's train was very much like the submarine pen repair yards that Rudel was familiar with. It had a cramped vaulted feel to it. The castle itself was spacious, and yet an impregnable fortress, truly a castle in scope, security, and nobility. They walked into the back hall to find the rail riders seated at some of the pushed-together regular tables where they enjoyed a feast. Their food came from Nick's kitchen and he had not been cheap about it. The railroad nomads had brought tons of food on their train except that they didn't have any fresh meat. From what Critias had seen of their supplies, he assumed that Commodore Tinny and his people ate pretty well on things like canned soup that they heated on a small camp stove. At the moment, they enjoyed ribs, steaks, and seafood with plenty of side dishes. It was a literal surf and turf super feast prepared by a culinary master. Commodore Tinny was by far the most unmistakable person in his group of 26 that had 17 men and 8 women aside from him. Tinny's title undoubtedly came from his preferred manner of dress. His bicorn hat could have come off the head of Napoleon himself if only Napoleon had bad taste. Commodore Tinny's hat also had fluffy white fur and gold trim. His knee-high black leather boots had enormous cuffs like a pirate or swashbuckler and a glossy shine. His blue jacket and trousers had been out of fashion for a century and a half again. Golden frill epaulettes were on his shoulders. Aside from the costume of questionable sanity, Tinny had a thick mustache and mutton chops as white as the fur on his hat. He was a man in his 50s but with a youthful joviality. Tinny seemed to have a good time as he drank wine from a golden gem-encrusted goblet that came from his personal dinnerware, which included his entire place setting of equally ostentatious plates, bowls, and utensils. Whatever else that they might say about the man, Commodore Tinny had a style about him and he liked to live large. Rudel spoke quietly to Critias. Now I see why King Louis prefers to see what he is dealing with before presenting himself. As Critias' group approached, Commodore Tinny got to his feet. Salutations, he said with a regal bow that included a sweeping removal of his giant hat, making him almost seem like one of the musketeers in their dignified but also mirthful later years. I am Commodore Tinny and these are a few of my merry companions. We were just sitting down to enjoy this fabulous feast the great King Louis provided for us. Would you beautiful ladies and fine gentlemen care to join us? There is plenty for all and much reason to celebrate. Rudel and his people hadn't eaten recently and they especially hadn't had beef in quite some time. When he sensed that his people shared his ebullience to dine, Rudel accepted. We would be delighted to join you. Allow me to make the introductions. As they took their seats, Rudel acquainted everyone by name. After Rudel told them the names of Jim's people too, Rump rubbed at his bruise as he sat at the table. Once he had made a sufficient spectacle of himself, he complained about Carmen. She is the one who shot me. Tinny guffawed when he found that genuinely humorous. Shot you? If you are gunshot, why are you sitting here stuffing your face? Where is your blood, boy? Have you become one of the gobblers and you healed it already? Show me your wound, Rump, before I put the hole in you myself so you seem less the liar. Rump raised his shirt to show the Commodore a purple bruise, right here. The Commodore broke into laughter. Rump, stop being such a ginger faggot. That's barely a hickey. He was peeping at us as we came out of the shower, Carmen told the Commodore. When he propositioned me for prostitution in full view of my husband and daughters, it caused me to lose my temper. I do apologize for my rashness. The appropriate thing would have been to bring the matter to you. Commodore Tinny threatened Rump with a stare that assured the man he was fortunate that they were among polite company, because in private, the matter would not resolve in such a civil manner. He then looked pleasantly to Carmen. I haven't been altogether successful in making gentlemen of all these smiling jacks. Please accept my apology. Carmen reasoned, unguarded and abandoned rail freight isn't stealing, Commodore Tinny. None of our people think of your great work as thievery. Abandoned, yes, said Tinny. Unguarded, no. The gobblers own it all now and they fight for it like Pinkerton expressmen. We are train robbers and proud to be successful at it. Critias didn't follow. He nudged Carmen to fill him in on the references. She happily obliged. Smiling Jacks must be a reference to Andrew Jackson Big Jack Davis, a famous part-time businessman and bandit captain who robbed horse-drawn stagecoaches and coal-fired trains. Pinkerton men were private detectives who hunted such outlaws. They would sometimes ride inside the express rail car that contained gold shipments and payrolls. They were frequently professional pistoliers like yourself and not opponents that outlaws ever took lightly. I thought to dismiss the unflattering notion that Commodore Tinny and his men were train robbers, but that seems to be unnecessary. He happily identifies with the heroic mythology about it. After being able to understand, Critias agreed with much of what Tinny said. Commodore, I was wondering how you managed to get those trains moving when the gobblers as you call them came around to stop you. It must be quite an adventure. Tinny gestured for them all to eat and drink from the table's feast. Help yourselves while I tell you all about it. It's getting the stock rolling that's the real challenge. Until you get the brakes pressurized, they aren't inclined to go anywhere. We need full air pressure to release them. When they have no pressure at all, they lock up tight as a preacher's daughter. There are broken cars, of course, ones we can't do anything about easily. We generally let those run wild with no brakes at all, unless it is on the end, in which case we cut that one free as a lost cause. You can't have too many of them loose though, because then there aren't enough brakes. If the track is flat and straight, we can get by without much braking power. Getting mobile above their running speed is what matters most. We don't sort through the loot until we find some quiet place, preferably on a bridge where we can take our time with a measure of safety. Critias asked him, "How is the setup here for doing your thing?" "We have wintered in tunnels before out west," Tinny answered. "Winter is our best time of the year. Those gobblers are nudie, so they don't think much of the snow." One of Tinny's men commented, "Except for the great big ones. Their hide gets thick like walrus and they put on blubber for the season. They hunt year-round and never go down easy." Tinny continued, "Your King Louis has a finer establishment here than we have ever holed up in before." He gestured around him. "This is a real palace." Tinny became more serious. "I'll have to wait and see how big a cut of our take you will want as tribute in exchange for all this generosity." "This isn't about tribute and generosity," Critias just told him the truth. "I'm curious to hear how much you could accomplish if we joined you. We have experience using trucks and a lot of practice putting down gobblers. Maybe you could drop off foraging trucks from flat cars using a crane or even launch one of those rotary copters. There are maybe 20 people in the world who can successfully lead a survival community with the ability you have shown." Carmen's game analysis she ran on the outbreak was near enough to completion that she had an estimate. Less than 5 million people ever became what we would call a survivor community leader. The odds against a man like Commodore Tinny, Fleet Admiral Rudel, or King Louis surviving this long is roughly 100,000 to 1. The odds of any of your people still being alive today without your leadership are about 0. Critias stated, "You're no fool, Commodore. We are not thinking of treating you like one. If circumstances had been different and you found Carmen and me instead of us running into King Louis first, I would have considered myself damn lucky and followed you as loyally as any man you have. I still can't figure out how you did it. According to everything I understand, there is no way you could do what you do and not catch the infection." "From what I have seen of how you do things here," Tinny responded, "I think the main difference is that we try and be as disposable as possible. There are plenty of government drains out there sitting loaded with their decontamination response equipment. We wear a hazmat suit, it gets dirty, and then we throw it away. Wearing leather underneath is enough to prevent a successful bite. We brought you I don't know how many thousands of suits, respirators, and rubber gloves. Since you have the means to clean what you use, they should last you a good long time." Fleet Admiral Rudel had already taken a liking to Commodore Tinny. He could tell that his counterpart had an uncommonly keen mind beneath his exorbitant exterior. Rudel said, "Captain Critias wears an exceptional hazmat suit that is like nothing I've seen before. We saw your clever trick with the smoke generators. What other innovations have you developed for dealing with the crazies?" Tinny divulged freely, "We avoid engaging them whenever possible. Distracting them with decoys is a big part of our method. We lure them away from where we are working and keep them busy by feeding them." Caris had to ask, "You feed them what exactly?" The Commodore had to chuckle because the answer amused him so. "We feed them rugs, mattresses, and rags soaked with molasses, anything that will sponge it up and make a good chew toy. The gobblers love themselves some molasses, just can't get enough of the stuff. One tanker of molasses will last us a long time even while we are making our rum from it. If you know where to look, there is plenty out there. All sorts of factories got their molasses by rail. Bacteria won't grow in pure sugar. It lasts over the years better than most things. We give the gobblers a little show to pique their interest. We show them some lights, play them some soft music, and maybe put out a few scarecrows. When they arrive, they find their sticky sweets to gobble on and are happy as fat kids swimming in cake. So long as you plan it right, it gets the job done." One of the GNP women came into the back hall to give a message to Critias. She whispered privately, "You are not carrying a cell phone. Jim wants you to come to the garage gate. He needs to speak with you." Critias excused himself to see what Jim wanted. Rudel's son Harduk caught up with him by the time he reached the front hall. It was obvious that he wanted something, so Critias asked, "What can I do for you?" Harduk asked with confidence, "Sir, can I have your permission to get to know your daughters?" Critias felt more impressed than surprised, which he was, both of them. "Unless you have more than 2, Hardock said just as boldly. I only have two, Critias told him, and neither is married. Alice has something of a boyfriend chasing after her, nothing too serious. If you are looking to put a notch on your sword, you can forget about that. They are not old enough for anything like a serious relationship or a casual one, if you catch my drift. My intentions are entirely honorable, sir, Hardock assured him. If you could direct me to the guardian of Jessica, I am interested in speaking with her too. You seem to understand the appeal of brave and beautiful women yourself, sir. I don't want to miss a chance to form a friendship. There are not many such women of my generation. Critias informed him, Jessica is married. If you want to spend time with my daughters in some gentlemanly fashion, you have my permission providing they are interested. Be warned, if you are man enough to do them some disservice, I will think you man enough to answer for it. Thank you, sir, Hardock said. I won't ever give you cause to regret your trust in me. Critias went on to the castle railway gate where some cargo activity went on. Workers hand-passed supplies through the entryway and then others stacked it aside. The labels identified the huge consignments as paper towels, diapers, and toilet paper. There were nested stacks of molded plastic storage tubs that decontamination used for many of their activities. He heard them as they talked. They tried to decide where they would stack the luxury Paradise foam mattresses next. They also had many incoming boxes of footwear and tons of new clothing. All of it was only a small part of what they still needed to get unloaded. The wealth and volume of what Commodore Tinny had brought them on only one small train made Critias feel foolish. Their own foraging seemed amateur by comparison. Critias had no doubt that if he had known about the rewards that waited aboard the railcars, he would have started up his own locomotive operation to take advantage of it. The potential was just that lucrative. The Commodore had built a first-rate operation for himself just as Jim had done. Combined, their potential was too great to measure. On his way past Mandy, Critias told her, Fleet Admiral Rudolph's son Hardock asked me if he could call on you and Alice. Don't be surprised when he does, he is a bold one. Mandy took on a flattered smile, he is kind of cute. Other than Jim, I don't see many men who aren't old. She then realized that came out wrong, not so much older than me I mean. I don't think you look old. I know what you mean, he let her off as he went on to the gate, only Mandy told him to stop. You can't go past this line, she told him. You need to put on some booties or something. People who are not clean take their boots off on that side. Mandy had some elastic cinching plastic shoe covers he could use, these are sterile. You can put them on yourself. After he covered his feet, Critias worked his way around the cargo movers to get near the open gate. Jim stood on the other side where he waited for him. How is it that you installed the outer cell phone relay yourself but you don't carry a phone? Where I come from, Critias replied, we don't need to carry around stuff like that. My armor has communications. Data pads and handheld microphones were so people recognized a duty task. I want to carry a cell phone about as much as you want to carry around a messenger pigeon down your pants. Anywhere I go, I get my messages. Start carrying one while off duty anyway because it amuses me, Jim told him. Verloc told me about a meeting she had with Cutter. She says that Cutter is willing to leave the city and just go away. All you have to do is kiss his ass or something. I want you to have Verloc set up a meeting so you can get rid of him. You want me to kill him then, Critias assumed. No, said Jim. I want you to tell him anything he wants to hear so that he just goes away. Cutter leaving town is fine with me. Set up a meeting and then kiss his ass? When Jim sensed that Critias was about to offer alternatives, he told him, this is not a request. We have a chance to solve a problem as big as Cutter by you humbling yourself to that Watcher's nutcase insanity, so we will accept it. If he leaves as he said, that is problem solved. If he doesn't leave as he said, you will have the circumstances you require to try killing him again. To be honest, I don't even want to hear what you have to say about him. We knew that was a risky run and it almost got Glatt killed. I saw that fight you had with Cutter in the garage. I'm not taking the risk that he gets lucky this time, by throwing an anvil through your head or chopping you in half. I need you alive and I need him out of the picture. You had your opportunity that we took risks to get, but then you didn't want to kill him even though you had him dead in your sights. That time has passed. Now you don't have to kill him and will complain I should give you the chance to fight him again. This personal hero quest of yours is secondary to our needs. I know it is important to you, this is one occasion where you are going to have to bite the bullet. I won't let pride get in the way of my work, Critias pledged to Jim. I'll tell him whatever he wants to hear so that he goes away. Can you tell me when you plan on introducing yourself to Ruda and Tinny? Tonight, Jim answered. It isn't me that is going to convince them of our value. All of you are going to convince them that we are useful friends they want to have. My job will be settling the terms. You have spoken with them both. Have you convinced them that they want to cooperate regardless of who King Louis turns out to be? They want to cooperate, Critias was sure. They are both great at what they do and they want access to what you have going on here. They can do a lot for us too. Even if Commodore Tinny leaves, I don't see how we have any choice other than to try and duplicate his success. Jim asked, would you go out on a train with Tinny if he was commanding the operation? Definitely, Critias didn't hesitate. He has some clever methods for us to learn about. They even have a way of solving our liquor supply needs. His people make rum from rail tankers of molasses. Enough rum to drown an elephant is a mixed blessing, Jim observed. Before he left, Jim added, tell Carmen that shooting our guests needs to be kept to a minimum. I understand that he was asking for it. This is a critical time when a major dispute could ruin everything we are trying to accomplish. I'll tell her. If Critias had to humble himself to cut her for the good of the community, he didn't mind having Carmen make some similar sacrifices. Before Jim was out of range, Critias asked, why doesn't Rudel already know who you are and why doesn't he know about Palat? He knew who Carmen and I were. From what he said, I got the impression that Major Feng was sending him updates on her ambassador mission. Jim told him, she has an overly developed sense of honor the same as you do. I asked her to withhold some unessential details for our benefit. You stopped the pirates from firing missiles at her plane. She felt that she owed us one and besides, it was her mission to determine if we were genuine, which she did. Chapter 7. The Solitary Tree. Mandy's morning work shift at the castle had a break for lunchtime. Decontamination services already had the light rail fully cleaned and back in service by then. The housekeeping crews had used the light rail train to move heavy rail cargo back to the city from the castle for some hours. Commodore Tinny joined Critias and Rudel as other people caught a ride back to Smuggler's Passage Depot. From there they would move on to Funland for the midday meal and then they would stay over there for that evening's meeting with the mysterious King Louis. The Commodore took time to change his clothes before they left. He placed his clean uniform in a plastic bin to have it to wear once he came out on the other side. Colonel Darius waited in the tower lobby for Critias as he came out of the shower. Critias saw that Hiram had business in mind, but there was something he wanted to ask the colonel about first. What were you thinking when you came up with the idea of Jim and Jessica being together? Did you want to make the best of a bad situation, or was it something more? Hiram didn't understand what would inspire such a question until he saw that Mandy chatted gaily with Rudel's son Harduk. The two of them waited together for everyone else to clear decontamination. They would go through last as part of Critias's discretionary program. Critias had never intended for boys to go last too along with his girls, but propriety had its limits where decontamination protocols were concerned. Regardless of how that worked out, it was apparent that neither of them found the other to be repellent. Where the friendship would go from there was anyone's guess. It wasn't out of desperation, Hiram confessed honestly. I didn't know that Jim was King Louis when you first came to Denver to help us. That was a brave thing that you did. What would you have done if your plane had gotten engine trouble halfway out there? You weren't even sure what was waiting for you when you landed. For all you really knew, I was already dead. Jim was a young good-looking kid with a smart head on his shoulders. I thought then Jessica could have a chance to make a life for herself on her own terms. That is what they did, isn't it? Neither of them have any baggage from the old world. I knew that Jessica could have done a lot worse with little to no chance she would do any better. Hiram gestured with his eyes toward Mandy and Harduk. If he impresses you, I think you should encourage it, and if not, then you shouldn't. There aren't many second chances in this world. I wouldn't shoot it in the foot if you are uncertain. He reminds me of myself at that age, Critias said of Harduk. Rudel raised him to be polite and confident. He is even a talented pilot. I think I'm looking for a reason not to like him. Hiram nodded since he understood. I've been there myself, which is why you asked. It sounds to me like he needs your approval. Are we even sure how long Harduk will be around? They may end up being pen pals when the kid goes back to his father's fleet. I think if I had to do it all over again, I would have preferred that Jessica had a long engagement. She knew what she wanted, so she stretched out her hand to take it. As far as Alice and Mandy are concerned, I think you should keep them under your roof for as long as you can. There is nothing wrong with a social life, but they need a family environment to help them find the new normal. Critias liked the sound of that. I want our home to be their new normal for them. I don't mind if they want to go to the movie night with Harduk and Bean, but that is about my limit. Something made Hiram glance away. Critias turned to see that Rossner and Riesheimer had clearly never seen their commander carries undressed before and they lacked the discretion to disguise their interest. When Rusimer whispered something to Rossner while he added a sly gesture in the direction of Carmen, it was apparent they made some comparisons and found it all quite entertaining. Like any good commander, Carys had the sharp eyes of a schoolmaster. She picked up on Critias and then turned to see the men gawking. What they were about was obvious enough to her. She reprimanded them. Perhaps you two should grow up before you get to see a lot more tushy while you clean the showers with toothbrushes. Both of them immediately went eyes front and answered together, "Sorry, ma'am." It made Critias think. He asked Carys, "How many women do you have in the fleet? Are carrier sailors mostly men?" She informed him, there was a high casualty rate among the original crew before Fleet Admiral Rudo retook the ship from the security contractors. When Critias expressed his clueless confusion, she clarified, "Corporate employed former military." Mercenaries, Critias understood. How did they get control of the ship? Hiram knew a lot about that issue. Years of corruption had systematically gutted the self-sufficiency of the real military. Integrated civilian contractors were doing the same jobs at 10 times the cost. The taxpayers foot the bill, so price was no object. When the government collapsed, the paychecks were the first thing to stop. All those mercenaries did what mercenaries always do. They used their weapons and combat skills to secure their next form of regular income. It was those same bastards that backed the president in Denver against me. Carys nodded in sad agreement. Security contractors and their Congress critters were already aboard. When the government finally collapsed, they staged a mutiny. Fleet Admiral Rudo retook the ship with Navy SEALs and Marine Marsic plus some elite units from Turkey, China, and the Iranian IRGC. Captain Sirkhan and Major Feng were both there. I was not. At the time, I was aboard the HMS Illustrious deploying the Royal Navy helicopter troops we inserted once the Halo paratroopers had boarded the carrier and then disabled the air defenses. As to the sexes, she continued on point, the fleet is multinational now if it is possible in a world without nations. Casualty rates have always been considerably higher among the men. We have a fairly balanced population at this point. Many of the civilian ships we encountered were refugee vessels. Those kinds of ships that were mostly men almost always had a command breakdown and then slaughtered one another. The decontamination inspector told Critias he was free to go and then another of the staff gave him a robe to wear. Hiram showed Critias a satellite photograph that Kevin had provided. This is a storage yard here in the city for the local power company. Those spools you see there are what we need for running our mainline electrical service to the East Airport and some other projects here closer to home. This is infested urban area and the cargo will be heavy. We are looking for insulated underground distribution cable. It won't be any problem for us to have someone who can identify what it you are looking at. Retrieving it is the hard part. Critias thought it over. The black hole was great for Sky who can beef, but I wouldn't recommend lifting something this heavy. The hoist system doesn't have the rig for it and I wouldn't want to pull her guts out. This isn't far away. I think we need someone to sneak in to mark what we want to take and then have George roll and Big Joe for a standard smash and grab. We could use a forager wagon for fire support and distraction. The main problem is that this whole area has too much cover. If the run goes sour, the ghouls will be popping up at close range. Some hard fighting by night vision. Carmen came up to give her opinion. The black hole can move one of those spools at a time with no difficulty. They are about the same weight as the large bull you lifted. The weight varies depending on cable diameter, but none of them will be too much for us. Whatever way you pick them up, you should consider how many we will need. I estimate we would require 10 rolls for powering the East Airport and another 13 for projects in the city, which include a mainline to the jailhouse and opening up an all-new city power station building. 23 of them should meet our requirements with a little in reserve for whatever comes up later. Critias didn't think they would need nearly that many. 23. 300 meters of insulated underground cable each roll is my estimate, she sounded confident. If they were too heavy to move, they wouldn't be very useful to anyone, including their original owners. We can take the Big Joe truck if you want. That green leafy hedge surrounding the storage yard is actually barbed wire topped fencing encased in kudzu vines. It is a private spot once we get in there. Colonel Davis had enough information to formulate a premise. Getting the power running out at the East Airport garage is a priority. We will go for this today. Jim wants to install a meat locker in there for all the hunting we will be doing. Dr. Kine says that we can tap into his generator so long as we have a cable. He also said that he switched on the grid fuses to have the power back on at the black hole hangar. One less thing we need to worry about. Let's meet back here at say 2 o'clock. Jack and I will have a plan ready by then. Thanks to the Commodore's new train cargo, decontamination had a large supply of loose casual clothes that people could wear immediately without having to return home. Lunch in Funland was seafood and rice soup that was good enough to be a luxury meal in past days. Rudel and his people were no strangers to large meal gatherings, but for Tini and his community, the sight of so many people in one room stood out as extraordinary. The 3 female Japanese ambassadors joined Rudel's table for lunch. Rudel asked Critias, "Will Palazzo Khan be joining us? We have been all over your community and I still haven't seen him." "He is doing something for King Louis," Critias answered without lying in the strictest sense. "I'm certain you will find him by dinner tonight." The Sand Tigers brought their trays over to join them too. Rossner commented, "You have a great cook. I've had more than my share of seafood and this is really delicious." Ricimer asked Critias, "What is the chance of us seeing some action while we are here?" "Hard to say," Critias told him, since he remained unsure if they would be more of a help or a hindrance. "I guess it mostly depends on how open you are to doing things our way. I noticed you don't use suppressed weaponry. Most of what we do is lights out, so you need to be familiar with working by night vision. It's too bad you weren't here for the pirates. That was something we could have really used your experience for handling. Dealing with the crazy biting gogglers or whatever it is you want to call them isn't the same thing. Here in the city, we are more interested in avoiding them than with engaging them. I'm going out after lunch to get the electrical cables we need for running power at the East Airport. The king made it a priority, probably so you guys can salvage aircraft on the 10-2 without having to use portable generators." Carmen added, "The East Airport needs a freezer for the meat hunts, the mechanics need good power for the new vehicles they are putting together, and they can switch on the air conditioning." From the way Mandy hurried through her soup, Critias saw that she had a plan to do something. He asked, "Where are you in such a hurry to get to?" "We're going swimming," she divulged. "I have to be back to work in a couple hours. We don't have a lot of time." Bobby Bean arrived next as he drank his soup from a plastic cup. He leaned in next to Alice. "Are we still going?" Alice kissed him on the cheek. "In a minute. I want to hear if I get to go out with Critias to get power cables." "You're not going," Critias disappointed her. "This isn't going to be your speed." Gloria and Henry came by the table to talk to Critias. Henry told him, "We are going out to the garage." Gloria informed her captain, "Hiram has them installing a smoke generator on the milk wagon and I want to be there to make sure they don't screw anything up. We will be your backup on this Big Joe electrical cable thing." "These Sand Tiger guys can supply you some shooters," Critias told her. "You shouldn't need them, but they could come in handy if something goes wrong." "If you want to ride in my truck, you have to do what I say," Gloria told the Sand Tigers to see if they were still interested. "I can take along a few of you in case we need to shoot our way out of a problem." "That's fine," Rossner agreed. "We would like to see how you work in a city." He drank down his soup, as did Ricimer and a third man from their squad. They followed her out. A wandering GNP woman stopped by the table to hand Critias a cell phone. When he gave her a questioning look, she informed him, "This is your new phone. Jim says that I should show you how to use it because it is apparently beyond your abilities, his words not mine." "I will take care of it," Carmen told the woman. "He expects me to take all his calls." "Typical," said the guard about men in general before she went on her way. Critias confided in Carmen, "Jim told me to carry one and I forgot. You do take all my calls, by the way." "I know," she humored him as she opened the phone and then selected Verloc's stored number. "Special Agent Shield wanted you to know that she is on her way to the storage yard to scout the location." Verloc answered her phone call with her secret agent watch to hear Carmen tell her, "We will be seeing you soon. If you run into any problems, just let me know and I will run out there to give you a hand." The statements he heard confused Mr. Jin. How do people go places alone in this city and it isn't a significant danger? Carmen offered a quotation, "As in the fish pool still and clear, the fishes draw to aught that so droppeth from without as to make them deem it somewhat they may feed on." Verloc knows how to move unseen, Critias exaggerated, since the ghouls didn't see her as edible food. "We don't call her Special Agent Shield for nothing." Mandy and Alice got up to go swim at the community pool with Bobby Bean and Rudel's son Harduck. "Bean," Carmen spoke to get his attention. "Don't play any rough games with my daughters. If one of them drowns or cracks her head on the cement, I am going to take you out foraging and then come home without you." "Yes, ma'am." Bean remained mindful of Carmen's vengeful temperament where her 2 wards were concerned. "We will be extra careful." Amber from the Grave Walkers came by the table. She felt elated as she told Carmen, "Colonel Davis said he thought my shooting out at the airport was so impressive that he wants me to be his backup doing security on this power company thing." Dunbar and Peterson must be green-eyed. Carmen referred to those men's status as designated marksmen in the Grave Walkers. Amber giggled over her delicious victory. They are trying to play it down to hide being jealous. On the matter of Bean, Rudel asked Carmen, you were joking about taking that young man out and leaving him if something happened to one of your girls, yes? He wondered if Hardik was similarly in danger should some accident actually happen to Mandy. Major Feng had conveyed to him that Carmen was a premier commando even by elite military standards. Carmen didn't look it, but that only made her more dangerous. She had captured the black hole on a mission that took all the pirate crew alive. Rudel trusted in the assessment that he had heard from Major Feng. Amber glanced over to see the four young people as they headed out to swim, and then she told Fleet Admiral Rudel, Carmen would never kill Bean. She likes him too much. He wouldn't hurt Alice anyway, not after that beating we gave him last time. She chuckled over her memory about the time that she and Carmen had roughed Bean up because he fell into a honeypot trap Alice had set for him. Bean had unwisely failed to run in the other direction when the teen girls had danced for him in their underwear. Amber said, that kid took out a hunter in the garden building and he still gives me worried looks when I get close to him. Anyway, I need to go get ready. I'm having a dinner party at Romeo's as soon as we have a free evening, Carmen invited Amber. I'm thinking it will start at about 8. I'd like you and Roland to come. I want it to be an intimate event with my closest friends. I'll put in the effort to make the dinner something really special. When I have an exact date, I can send you the formal invitation. We'll be there, Amber said with a wave goodbye, and then she paused to tell Tinny, I really like your suit, Commodore. After that, she went off to get ready for the upcoming mission. As Carmen finished the last of her soup, she told Critias, I am going to visit Sally and her baby to see if they need anything. After that, I will go sit and read again. Do you want to come along? Carmen didn't want to mention Palat by name or say anything else that might tip off Rudel to the touchy situation. No, he declined. I'm going to take a nap on the couch over there. Come and get me when it's time. Rudel yawned, I need some rest myself. Carmen told Rudel, before you two go to bed, I'm supposed to let you know that if you call the Kevin number on your phone, he can patch you through to your fleet by satellite if either of you want to give him an update on your condition. The way she said it confused Rudel. Why would Captain Critias need to know that? I'd like to catch a few wings myself, Caris said because she planned to follow Rudel back to their quarters. It was only after she said it that she realized that Rudel's question had only highlighted that Carmen had predicted that Caris would follow the Admiral to bed. They didn't sleep together as Caris would have liked. That unfulfilled desire was exactly the thing that Carmen repeatedly dropped hints at. Because Carmen had her so pegged on that issue with her intrusive insight, it started to rub on Caris' nerves. After Caris said it, Rudel caught on that Carmen spoke of Caris going to bed too and not about Critias, as if Carmen had predicted in advance that Caris would follow Rudel's suggestion, which she had. Carmen had no need to clarify her meaning, so she said nothing. The final result was for Caris to give Carmen a displeasured glance. Just to irritate Caris further in repayment of the harsh look, Carmen commented, you should consider growing a mustache, Admiral Rudel. I think it would suit you. You are handsome in a Lee Van Cleef kind of way, and he is always sexier with a mustache. Her suggestion amused Rudel, but he also felt flattered. He was a man and it wasn't often enough that attractive young women made coquettish comments in his direction. Caris was a beautiful young woman, but she lacked the courage to risk their professional relationship by ever telling the Admiral her true feelings. Also, Caris was much like Carmen in that their secret desire was to submit to seduction by a powerful dominant male. The fantasy didn't work if they had to give instructions. I'll keep the mustache in mind, Rudel replied with a smile. If you will excuse me, he got up to return to his room. Until we meet again this evening. As Caris got up from her seat, she was of a mind to test Carmen's reputation and expected her to fail. She deliberately made an accident by elbow knocking her empty cup from the table. Carmen caught the cup from the air without any extra movement. She didn't even look to see where her hand needed to be to make the catch. After she put it back on the table, she told Caris, you should be more careful. I won't always be around to catch the ball every time that you drop it. She actually referred to Caris' stalled ambition to have a romantic relationship with Admiral Rudel, and Caris picked up on that to judge by the bitter curl of her lip as she departed. Once Caris followed Rudel out, Critias told Carmen, I can tell that deep down you are serious. I can see what you liked about Palat, but what is it that Rudel does for you? She took on her expression that it would be better to remain silent than to upset him with an uncomfortable truth. After a moment to read his body language and see that Critias wasn't jealous, she told him, I honestly don't know why I like strong men that wear their rituals and codes of honor like crackety old armor. Fleet Admiral Rudel has a commanding presence in a fatherly sort of way. I'd feel powerless to resist his demands. It is another side of a man that you would never think about since you are one, I find the fantasy to be quite appealing. You don't have his experience and maturity to project that kind of power until I make you angry with me. When you are mad at me, I feel frightened, remorseful, and excited, all at the same time. Carmen actually shivered as she imagined the pleasure of it. Critias stroked her thigh out of sympathy. You are not that complex. You intimidate people by being better than they are at everything, even those things they consider their best. When a man isn't scared of you after he sees what you are capable of by just being yourself, you admire his self-confidence, which you should. It takes a mighty soul to overlook your beauty and talent to see the fragile person you are underneath that dangerous exterior. It takes a true warrior to grab a lioness by the ear and then make her submit. Any man who tried to tame you but lacked the power, you would come around and tear off their arm. You really are dangerous and they really are great men if they could handle you. His words were such romance and poetry to Carmen's ears that she wanted him to shove her face down into a pillow while he forced her compliance. She would kill any lesser man for that, but from him it had her of a mind to make love. He had described her perfectly. Critias gave her a kiss before he disappointed her. You were going to visit with Palat and hold Sally's baby for a while. Remember to wake me for the mission. Carmen gave him a small kiss and then took their trays back to the kitchen before she left Funland. When Commodore Tinny took a silver clamshell of small backwood cigars from his breast pocket, he noticed Critias' interest and then offered him one. Smoke, Critias? Definitely, he accepted one and then lit it from a wooden match that the Commodore struck from his boot heel. After they both had a long moment to sample the quality, Commodore Tinny asked, what do you think will become of me once all my people realize this is the better life? Critias had a ready answer. They will think it was you that they followed and it was you that delivered them out of hell to this better life as you call it. I know what King Louis would say. It is best that you doubt his need for you now. When you meet him and see the respect he has for your accomplishments, you will be glad to use your talents for the good of us all. Instead of worrying about what you would do without your community, I think you should invest yourself in worrying what you will do when your community becomes that much bigger. The Commodore considered that while he kept the rest of his thoughts private. If anything, his composure suggested that he saw good things in days to come. Stig, Bors, and Yeti approached the table. Yeti asked Critias, you want to pump some iron before going out? Jack said there would be a lot of heavy lifting out there. We were thinking it would be a good idea to loosen up so that no one ends up a medical. It was a good idea to Critias though he didn't expect to impress anyone. Stig, Bors, and Yeti were the biggest men around apart from Henry who would be in their league. Critias was no slouch, but he wasn't so big that people gave him nicknames about his size as they did for Hirsute Yeti. I'm in. He got up to go along to the gymnasium. Carmen eventually returned to Funland after she served as wet nurse for Jack's new infant son John and then she had gone to read to the unconscious Palat in his hospital bed. She got back just in time to wake Critias for their forager work appointment. Critias napped on a couch after he came back from the gymnasium. He didn't get much sleep and he felt the worse for it. After he fully awoke, it would leave him better off. She gave him a small cup of a hot drink to refresh him. It's time to get ready. Critias consumed the beverage in a shot and then gasped, this isn't coffee. It is spiced rum, Carmen informed him, only a little. I thought it would help. It did put a fire in him that got him up on his feet. Fat Jack and Hiram organized the mission in the King's Tower lobby. George and his crew would take out the Big Joe transport. Bors, Yeti, and Stig would ride along to help with the heavy lifting. Jack and Hiram would be on the mission, as would the Lady Gravewalker Amber. Jim clearly gambled a lot of his best people on the risky daylight mission. Only Yeti was an auxiliary, but he would prove useful when they moved around the heavy cable spools. When Alice arrived from the elevator in her Delta Android combat gear, Critias asked Jack, are you sure that Alice needs to be involved in this? It's not her shooting skills we require, Jack explained, though those won't be hurting us any. We all know that you have trained her well enough that she can shoot if needed. That helmet of hers has some of the best eyes in the city. Alice is willing, but if you demand it, we can do this without her. This isn't a training run, Critias told Alice. If you can't carry your weight, someone might die having to rescue you. It's not my decision, she replied stoically. I will follow orders. At home, they come from you. Here, I answer to Jack and Colonel Davis the same as you do. Jack instructed Alice, you will be close to me at all times. I need you to be my eyes and ears so we know what is coming. The Big Joe transport waited out in the long shed of the barrier yard. Polished Procedure got the truck loaded before Andy drove them out to the street and then he raced away at his usual daring speed. The milk wagon came up behind them from the garage at the Pancake House. They only had a short 2-kilometer drive ahead of them and the route was all broad major thoroughfares. Andy didn't follow the easy path or the shortest. He circled the block around King's Tower to the west side, then headed south along a 6-lane highway for a swift kilometer. Critias watched out a side gun port as the truck crossed an overpass. Down below was one of the heavy rail freight yards with which Commodore Tinney was undoubtedly familiar. The Commodore would have gone through there on his way to getting to them. The place had 20 parallel tracks with at least 6 trains on them. Just seeing them made Critias wonder what valuables might be down there that just waited for him to arrive and then plunder them. George warned them over the intercom speaker, "Hold on back there if you don't want to bounce off the walls." Andy pulled a right turn at speed that was even more impressive because his target was an alley flanked in concrete guard walls that were barely far enough apart to accommodate Big Joe. He even used the plow to smash through the barricade that had blocked it way from through traffic back in the days when it was a living city. As the milk wagon followed them in, Gloria activated the smoke generator she carried on the roof cargo rack. The alley behind their vehicles became a thick wall of white that was impenetrable to anything other than thermal infrared vision. Critias used his HUD to check their progress through the view of Kevin's orbital satellite. The live image showed that the ghouls that pursued their vehicles had stopped back on the highway where they gathered into a feeding scrum. He asked Carmen, "What is going on back there?" She told him, "I thought the Commodore had a good idea. I had decontamination put together some tubs of ghoul chum. It is chunks of old latex foam rubber that they have smothered in molasses from Tinney's train supply car. The milk wagon is dropping those tubs at key locations. Not only do the infected stop chasing us, they also make a lot of noise as they fight over the food. That will call in more of their kind and then all of them can stay busy while they pull each other's hair and try to eat foam rubber candy." The Commodore was right. It does provide some excellent cover while we work nearby. It made Critias curious, will they chase each other around trying to lick the molasses off one another? That would be a sight. Andy followed his narrow alley for half a kilometer, crossing streets one after another. The milk wagon cut back on the smoke in those intersection locations where they added another tub of bait for the ghouls to fight over. Verloc used a cordless reciprocating saw to slice through the vines that had grown up under the sideways sliding gate that protected the cable spool storage yard. The trucks of Andy and Gloria reached that gate in a roundabout fashion that gave the milk wagon a chance to first smoke up that whole surrounding area. Gloria passed Big Joe on the final approach so that Andy had some smoke concealment when he turned off the road into the newly opened gateway. The milk wagon stopped for a moment just past the gate so that Henry could jump out from the back and then run into the yard to join in the labor. Once he was clear, Gloria sped off again to keep the ghouls in confusion for a few minutes before she would return to the Pancake House garage. The work to collect the spools would take too long for her to stay out on the streets for the duration of it. Verloc hastily pulled the vegetated gate back closed while she was still outside. Once she had it in position with the truck completely out of sight, she flipped open a collapsible steel baton. Verloc used her bludgeon to simultaneously thrash the 8 ghouls that had managed to follow the trucks despite all the many discouraging obstacles. Special Agent Shield wasn't interested in killing those infected. She only savagely beat them until they decided to leave the area, encouraging other ghouls to do the same with their miserable suffering. Critias exited the back of Big Joe's trailer first to see if it was safe. 100 or more cable spools made rows across the open-air lot. There was a large warehouse that filled up the far west end. The notoriously incursive kudzu vines had fully grown for the season, which had turned the high perimeter fence into an ideal privacy wall. Hiram and Amber went over to a tall 4-legged derrick hoist structure. Huge iron girders made a giant table without a top. Power company trucks had backed under the framework so that its trolley hoist winch could load spools of cable onto them. They climbed the service ladder up to the walkway that ran along the top outer edge of the derrick. They would lay prone up there to provide security with their suppressed rifles. George and Malcolm headed off with Jack and Alice to collect utility equipment from inside the large warehouse. That left Critias and Carmen to load the cable spools with the help of their 4 strongmen: Yeti, Henry, Boris, and Stig. Right away Critias realized that their plan could work perfectly. The warehouse blocked all the view from one of their 4 sides. 2 of the other sides had kudzu-encased fences that stood atop higher retaining walls that effectively doubled their barrier height above the streets below them. Verloc kept ghouls away from their less advantageous front side that had lower fences and the gate. Even that side had solid walls of kudzu that ensured them complete visual privacy. No ghouls could see into their work area from any side. So long as they remained suitably quiet, the whole operation might remain totally unnoticed. Carmen went down the rows of spools to pick out the ones they would take. The loading team easily rolled the selected spools to the back of their truck where they used the hydraulic liftgate to raise them up before they rolled them into the back of the trailer. Even if the work continued swiftly and without interruption, It would take them some hours to load all 23 spools they had come to collect. Jack's group explored around the warehouse's exterior to determine that the security fence remained intact on that side of the property. After they confirmed it was safe, they selected an out-of-the-way rear door to go inside through. George was so deft with his lockpicks that he may as well have had the key. The moment they stepped inside the warehouse, everyone realized that the place had to have some open access onto the street from the only side of the building that faced one. The floor had dirty footprints in abundance and there were small animal bones scattered about. Even the air had the old stink of nested ghouls. It was a hot summer's day outside and that made the sheet metal warehouse into a stifling oven. No ghouls were present at the moment, none that they could hear or see anyway. Jack took out his laminated map of the property that came from Kevin's satellite picture. The warehouse had 4 sections. Jack suspected the access to the street was in the original 2-story brick building at the front. They had entered through the service truck outfitting garage in the back. At the far end of the property was a tractor-trailer loading dock that had been a later addition. The innermost side closest to Hiram was a large warehouse area that stored all the supplies for the docks. After he summoned the others with a gesture, Jack showed them his map. He pointed out the front brick section. "We will stay clear of these offices. The open door to the street will be in there somewhere. I want to search these 3 cargo and equipment sections to see what we can find worth taking." George approved of the plan. That customer service area up front would have a lot of glass doors and windows. "It looks to me like this place had closed for business the last time anyone was here. All the loading dock doors are still closed." Jack surmised, this building is too dark and way too hot for them to sleep in here during this time of the year. They probably nested in here last winter. It must have been a lot of them by the stink of this place. He told Alice, "I want you to keep watch while we pick what we need. There are 2 ways of being wrong. You can think you see something and don't say it, or you say something and you turn out to be mistaken. We won't die from a false alarm. Mention anything at all. Don't be shy about it." Critias gave Carmen new orders after she had located all the spools they would take. "Go help Verloc patrol the perimeter and let Jack know the 2 of you are ready to support him if he runs into any trouble. We can handle the loading from here." Nearly 2 hours passed without incident. Critias's group moved all the spools they would take to near the back of their truck so that they could stay in a tighter group as they did the final gate lift load work. Jack's group brought out boxes of tools, welding equipment, and whatever electrical installation fittings he thought would be valuable. He also took a horizontal boring machine, some portable generators, and a large number of multi-band hand radios. Carmen and Verloc just chatted about small matters as they grave walked around the perimeter. They trounced any ghouls that wandered nearby until they drove them out of the area. Andy normally stayed at the wheel of his truck just in case they needed to make a sudden getaway. He took a moment to go back and inspect the load. It was important that all the weight spread out sufficiently that it didn't unbalance them, and he also wanted to be sure that none of it would roll about or slide around. If the weight shifted during a fast maneuver, it could crush someone as they rode in the back, or it could even flip the trailer over off its wheels. After Andy got a good look at what they had done, he told Critias, "We are going to be a little overloaded with all this stuff. Jack still has some heavy equipment coming from the warehouse." Andy took a moment to peer under the trailer so he could see how far the shocks had sunk already. Big Joe's trailer was a custom-modified behemoth capable of loads far in excess of the old legal allowance when there were rules of the road, but it still had its safe limits. Their trailer also had its armor that increased its empty weight. Andy decided, "I'll drop the tri-axle to help deal with the load. If I don't push it too hard on the way home, I think we should be safe." He referred to a deployable extra axle and wheels that could help displace the weight across more tires. It normally stayed in a retracted position that never touched the roadway when not in use. Jack saved his most difficult forage for last. They would take pad-mounted transformers and switch gear that he required for the high voltage that came from Dr. Kine's beta voltaic generator. The service dock area had platform trucks that were like flatbed shopping carts capable of holding heavy-duty loads. Those carts proved adequate for the task to roll the equipment out to their truck. When George and Malcolm had the last load ready to roll out to the trailer, George commented, "I'm sweating my ass off." They all wore full-body protective gear that made the summer heat that much worse. Only Alice found the heat tolerable because the futuristic materials that comprised her Delta Android armor had excellent sweat evaporation qualities. In addition to her job to stand guard, Alice also handed out the cold water bottles from Jack's ice chest. The men guzzled down chilled water just to stay on their feet. The heat was that brutal. Alice's HUD gave her the temperature inside that hothouse of a metal building, but she still had to ask, how hot is 47 degrees Celsius? That is Death Valley in July, Jack told her. There is at least some air coming through here. Other parts of this building will be even hotter. We will be leaving soon. They all heard the distinctive sound of a tin can after it fell and then hit a cement floor. It had come from the forbidden west end of the building. Go check that out, George told Malcolm. We don't need one of the meatheads to start screaming his ass off now that this run is just about over. Jack reminded them, nobody goes anywhere alone. Alice, go with him. If you can't find anything easily, just come back. We will be gone before it finds us. Malcolm and Alice cautiously advanced in the direction of the noise. They had partially explored that way earlier without having ever found anything unusual. There was a door down at the end that went into the main office section they had avoided. The door had stood closed when they had checked the first time. At the moment, it was currently open, which seemed to confirm the suspicion that something or someone had recently moved through there, only they hadn't noticed. They heard a second noise and something fell to the floor, and it came from inside the open doorway. Malcolm went first as they advanced to explore. In the next room, they found what must have been a survivor operation that had taken place inside the building years before. Whoever they had been, those survivors had died from something other than infection. Their old gnawed bones lay scattered about the floor along with shreds of their hunting camouflage costumes. Rusted guns were on the floor too, as were other personal items like watches and boots. The bullet holes in some of the walls indicated that a gun battle had taken place. They saw no sign of what made the noise. It had to have come from some adjacent area. After Malcolm checked the floor to examine some bloody boot prints and shell casings, he whispered to Alice, "The military broke something up in here, must be from the last days." They heard a softer sound like the flutter of books as they fell. It came from an open doorway off to the side ahead of them. Malcolm used an automotive mechanic's oversized dental mirror on a stick when he peeked around the door frame in such a way that he didn't expose himself to whatever might be there. After he was sure that no infected were in view, they both glanced in through the doorway. The long-dead survivors had used that large room to set up some tables and then build a primitive chemistry lab upon them. There were numerous empty metal cans on the floor. They were the kind that contained things like varnish remover or some other industrial solvent. More bones, rusty weapons, and bullet casings were about the place. 8 red gasoline cans were around the table with one more that sat up on it. That 9th can leaked some substance that had formed a crust of dried minerals as they had oozed out from inside it. "Not good," Malcolm whispered. "This is some kind of last days Raider bomb-making setup. We ran into some assholes like this back in the time of Jim's dad. The military must have caught on to what they were up to and then wasted them." Alice's Delta helmet analyzed the data it collected, then it flashed a big red warning to her HUD. She didn't know what acetone peroxide explosives were, but the words "extremely unstable" and "evacuate immediately" were clear enough to her understanding. She whispered to Malcolm, "We need to get out of here fast. That stuff can still explode." All their radios carried Carmen's worried voice, "The mission is over. You have to evacuate the building immediately." Malcolm grabbed Alice by the arm and then pulled her along as they left in a hurry. They started to run once they were back in the service truck garage. Jack and George had already been out in the parking lot where they pushed the last platform cart ahead of them. Hiram and Amber hurried down from the hoist derrick to join everyone else at the back of the truck. Carmen and Verloc opened the front gate enough to slip inside and then closed it behind them. Gloria radioed, "We are on the street and headed your way." While everyone hastily got the last cargo onto the hydraulic lift, Jack asked, "What did you find in there?" Carmen had seen it through the data feed from Alice's helmet. A homemade explosives lab is in the main building. What they were making in there was unpredictable when it was fresh. Now that it is old and dry in all this heat, it could go off for hardly any reason at all. The pressure of its own weight is enough to act as a detonator. "We heard something shuffling around in there." Malcolm referred to what was probably a ghoul that had knocked things around to make those noises. They had heard a ghoul as it stumbled about, only they had never gotten the chance to see it. Headshot ghouls did continue to regenerate and even regrow their lost brains. They couldn't regenerate the intelligent substance of their already ignorant minds. They rarely revived even enough to move about. The ghoul in the bomb lab was a recovered last days attempted suicide. His self-inflicted headshot had only nearly lobotomized the front of his brain, but it had masterfully blown out both of his eyes, all thanks to a pistol unwisely held at the temple. The ghoul had regenerated into a blind scavenger that found its way around by touch and had a peculiar gift for operating doorknobs it discovered. Door mechanisms typically confounded common idiot ghouls whose door-opening skills were only of the battering-down variety. The blind freak was mobile enough as a ghoul to find nourishment, provided that it didn't have to chase the food. It never even tried to home in on noises or otherwise track down prey. Its blind bottom-filtering lifestyle didn't detect Alice and Malcolm as food, and it wouldn't have attacked them if they had made themselves known at a distance. Had they realized how vulnerable it actually was, Malcolm might have taken the time to shoot a mute creature before its search for bugs brought it near to the table with the gasoline can. Alice asked, "What would happen if what we heard bumps into that stuff on the table?" She found out when the ghoul stumbled into the table in that room it had opened while searching. The clumsy impact toppled the crusty container off onto the floor. That amateur bomb promptly detonated. Its endothermic concussive blast annihilated the brick building like a popped balloon. Everyone in the city heard the sound and every infected heard it too. Instead of forming a fireball, the blast erupted into a towering volcano of dust and white smoke. The attached warehouse buildings began to crumble as what remained of the central structure collapsed in on itself. Carmen yelled, "Take cover!" She shoved people she could reach to get them down under the truck before the bombardment of bricks and assorted heavy objects rained down on their heads like a lethal hailstorm. Big Joe's armored exterior was impervious to the falling wreckage. The trailer saved their lives from all the deadly objects that came down to earth around them. They almost got away entirely unscathed. A massive rooftop-mounted air conditioning unit still plummeted down from the sky. With the power of a wrecking ball, it smashed into the hoist derrick where Hiram and Amber had laid while they kept watch. A tall steel girder that was the nearest of the derrick's four legs broke loose at its top. The bolts that held its foot into an iron shoe had all snapped under the pressure of the impact. The girder toppled over like a felled tree to slam its upper end down across the nose of Big Joe. The steel tree trunk would have destroyed the truck's engine, but by some small luck, it impacted between the radiator and the front plow instead. That enormous steel structural beam violently compressed the shocks of the cab as it hammered the bottom edge of the plow blade into the asphalt pavement like a giant chisel. Even if Big Joe were still operational, they wouldn't be going anywhere. That girder had hopelessly trapped the plow. Even more dire was the already audible howling of ghouls. The explosion had awoken the whole city. They hooted and hollered as they rushed to the scene of the blast they had all heard. They would unerringly find their way by following the clearly visible mushroom cloud of dust. It rose up high from the ruins that used to be the warehouse and its brick core building office space. Special Agent Shield poked her head out from beneath the truck when the raining bricks stopped falling. Super-secret agents had lives of calamitous trouble that they always escaped from. She wasn't particularly worried. Looking on the bright side to their situation, Verloc said, "At least it doesn't seem to be burning." She was right about that since there were no flames anywhere that they could see nor the dark smoke that came from fires. Colonel Davis ordered, "Everyone sound off. Is anyone missing or injured?" The whole team confirmed that they were present and in good condition for the circumstances. Fat Jack told Andy, "See if the truck is still mobile." Then he told the others, "Shove in that transformer so we can get out of here." The last of the cargo was already on the lift. All they had to do was slide it inside. By the time they had it moved, Andy discovered the huge steel girder that pinned down the plow. As heavily loaded as Big Joe was, and the plow blade scored into the ground, there was no chance he would get loose by engine power. Other than that problem, they would have been good to go. Andy informed Jack, "Big Joe seems unharmed. A big chunk of wreckage tied itself up into the ram. We are not going anywhere until we remove it. The front winch can lift the blade if the hydraulics are blown, but it won't be worth sticking pulling out this girder." Jack told Andy, "You have 30 seconds to decide if we can remove the wreckage or remove the plow. If we can't, we need to leave now on foot to find a building where we can hold up until they send a rescue." It was already obvious to Andy that it would take him way too long to ready an acetylene torch to cut them free. It would take them even longer to unbolt the plow. Unless one of them came up with a miracle right away, they would have to bug out on foot. Andy decided, "I think we are hoofing it out of here. We may not even have time for that by the sound of the freaks. They are already getting close. I don't want to hold up in the back of the truck. We would roast to death back there long before the ghouls ever leave. They will smell us and then there will be thousands of them camping on our backs for days." Critias had seen the maps, and at the time he took account of the area around them. There were no nearby buildings he thought it would be safe to run to for a hideout. "We have to get the truck loose," Critias said since he knew that to be their best chance. He told Carmen, "I want you to give your rags to Verloc. You are playing the human. Get out on the street and start shooting those bastards. When you have an audience, Verloc will be the Judas horse. She can scream at you and then start chasing you. If you look afraid and run like hell, you should be able to draw them off to the south where most of the action will be coming from. When you get more ghouls than you can handle, you do some of that parkour to get up off the street and then double back to us." Carmen and Verloc headed for the gate to follow his instructions. Critias went toward the front of the truck to see how he would get them loose. On the way, he told everyone else, "The infected will be heading for what's left of the building because that is what they can see. When they don't find anything interesting, that is when they will start spreading out to search the area. Colonel Davis indicated the relatively narrow space between the southern fence line and the ruins of the warehouse. When they come, it will be through there. He told their 4 strongmen, start moving some of those other cable spools into a line across here to form a barricade. We can use it to keep down out of sight, and it will help keep any crawlers off of us once the fighting gets heavy. The 2 women went out to the streets alone to make a distraction. When they closed the gate behind them, Boris pointed that way. Shouldn't someone go to help them? Boris clearly volunteered himself. Stig tried to put Boris at ease. Violet Wand can take care of herself, and Special Agent Shield walked out here alone to scout the place. We need you a lot more than they do. George took Andy. Let's get some more ammo from the truck. It looks like we are going to need it. Henry and Yeti started to build the barricade Hiram wanted. Stig and Boris went to help them. Critias told Alice, you are going to stay with Jack. Watch the fence from the gate to around the back behind us. The north, south, and east sides are probably too high for them to want to climb over from there, but you never know. Amber, Colonel Davis called her. You help Jack and Alice cover our backs. I will stay here with everyone else to hold back the main assault that will come from the west. Hiram warned everyone, no grenades or unsuppressed firing. The more noise we make, the more ghouls we will summon to our position. And whatever you do, don't wound what you can't kill. If the ghouls go down wounded and screaming at range, that will call in more trouble. We can't spare the time to clean up the injured while fresh reinforcements advance at us on the run. Jack asked Critias, what about the truck? None of this is going to matter if we can't drive out of here. You worry about the ghouls, Critias replied in haste. Let me worry about the truck. Alice called to Critias, should we let them come in over the fence before we shoot them or take our shots as they are climbing over? It's too late for me to help you now, he answered her as though she was just another trooper. I warned you to stay home because this wasn't a training mission. Do whatever you think is right. Just remember that Jack is worth more alive than you are. Don't let anything happen to him. The first ghouls arrived on the far western end of the lot past what remained of the warehouse. It was the direction from where they had anticipated that the main attack would approach their small barricade. Hiram readied his rifle only to discover that his emergency dive under the truck to escape the falling bricks had knocked his scope out of alignment. Such things happened, which was why he used detachable scope mounts. Hiram removed the optical sight entirely. He would shoot from the iron sights. The man had a trained hand as he worked the bolt action. Hiram dropped the first 2 ghouls with perfect hits through their heads. His third shot took longer, but then he blew the brains out of 2 ghouls as they moved together. 1 bullet dropped them both. Verloc traded her assault rifle and ammo satchel in exchange for Carmen's grave-walking rags. I'll wait over there. Verloc pointed across the street to where there was a hedge that she could take cover behind. Let me know when you want me to start chasing you. We have a couple minutes yet, Carmen replied with a wave for Verloc to follow as she started to walk west up the street. The best habitat in this area is to the southwest of here. Most of them will be coming from over this way. Critias's plan required Carmen to be delicious human bait that ghouls would want to chase and eat. To accomplish that, Carmen understood that she had to be the complete opposite of grave walking. The situation called for a more domestic homemaker mindset, otherwise she would just be an inedible android that the infected would not even bother with. As they walked together, Carmen got into character. I was thinking of serving a little bit of everything at the dinner party. People can pick what they want. Do you think it would be better if I stick with one thing? I could wheel in one large main course, something with an apple in its mouth. No, Verloc liked the first idea. One of those 7-course meals where you serve different things each time would be more fun. You could even hire some people to dress up as waiters to make it more dramatic. After she heard that idea, Carmen concurred, that would be nice. A group of 7 ghouls approached them from the south. They were only 50 meters away where they scaled a fence on the far side of a parking lot. Carmen brought up the rifle to take single shots into their stomachs or legs. She wanted to knock them down and also get them screaming. Their agony would lure more infected into that area. While they looked in that direction, Carmen saw that even further south from the ghouls, across that next street, there was a derelict building of 6 stories height. It was in bad shape to the point that some of the brick walls were open holes. Carmen pointed to it. What about that one? I don't think so, Verloc didn't like it. That's the old haunted Negro hospital. Special Agent Shield pointed to the building next to it a little further west in the same complex. I like that one better. It was also an abandoned wreck even from the time before infection, but at least the walls were stable. Carmen shot the padlock off the fence gate that blocked their entry into the parking lot she had fired across at ghouls. She kicked the gate open. This looks like a good spot. From where they were, she could get the attention of ghouls from 3 directions. While they waited for trouble to arrive, Carmen asked, "Is it really haunted?" "Probably not at the moment," Verloc admitted, "but it would be after that death trap collapsed on our heads and then buried us alive. We would be moaning in there for a real long time." Immortality made the prospect of a building collapse burying them alive seem sufficiently unpleasant to Carmen. She didn't know how long it would take for her parallel brain to go into hardware failure, but it would certainly take a lifetime or 2 in human terms, and even then, she would still be alive with half her mind, a mentally retarded emotional half that could bemoan how unhappy she would be. Carmen checked up on how Critias and the others got along. She noticed that the vital signs she received from the Delta armor indicated that Alice felt excessively worried. Motherly concern for her daughter was another excellent contribution to Carmen's anti-grave walking disguise. She told Verloc, "Alice is getting too nervous. I hate being away from her like this when she needs me most." "You are where she needs you most," Verloc reasoned. "She just needs some words of encouragement. Everyone gets a little rush. Alice needs to learn how to use it." "I can do that," Carmen said with an idea to inspire Alice. Critias finished his examination of the problem with the steel girder that trapped their truck. The plow didn't have any signs of damage. It was just a matter that he needed to lift off the enormous weight. His mech-suit strength would not nearly be enough. He required other options. The 3-phase hoist trolley on the damaged derrick the girder leg fell from gave him some inspiration. The hoist had no electrical power and the derrick itself was near to total collapse already. There was a thick power cable that stretched taut from the hoist over to the near wall of the warehouse. That wall would have already foundered into the ruin if the cable hadn't held it up. While he studied the hoist, Critias called Carmen, "Does this thing have a manual clutch release?" She put a virtual HUD highlight on the hoist's hand lever that would free its chain to unspool without aid from the electric motor. "Your plan probably won't work," she warned him. "I'm calculating only a 37% chance of success. You would be better off just spending the time cutting it free with your pocket tool." He responded somewhat annoyed by her negativity. "I guess when it does work you will be sleeping with a real rogue wave hero that saved the day out of nowhere just like you always wanted." "I have that already," she reminded him without enthusiasm for his plan. "If someone dies when it fails, I won't be getting much bedtime at all." In truth, he had considered doing it her way already. His plasma cutting tool could not gouge deeper than 3 centimeters. Not only was the offending girder far larger than that, it was exceedingly slow progress even at that shallow maximum depth. It would take a long time and Critias wanted a faster solution. He ran a few strides and then jumped up to catch the hook that dangled at the end of the hoist trolley's chain. He quickly climbed up hand over hand until he reached the clutch release lever and then pulled it. Some years had passed since the hoist had self-lubricated with oil, which let some rust have its way with it. Critias had no choice but to hang his full weight on the chain to break it loose, which it did unexpectedly well. The unwinding of the chain provided sufficient drag that he didn't hit the ground hard. After that, it was a simple matter for him to unwind all the chain it had while he ran the hook over to connect it to the trapped girder. The gathered ghouls started to explore the wreckage of the warehouse and then a band of them headed toward Hiram and his defenders. "Here they come," Hiram said over their radios. "Those nibblers will take a moment to decide if we're human or not after they first see us. Hold your fire until they slow down. We want headshots." The ghouls on the south street where Carmen and Verloc stood were visible to Alice's thermal vision when they pressed themselves against the fence along that side. The kudzu was a little cooler where the outer leaves provided itself shade and the fence helped give their foliage a bit of air convection. The comparatively high blood flow in a ghoul's head framed by their cooler hair gave Alice a reliable heat target to shoot at. Alice hesitated to fire on them because she wasn't sure if that was the right course of action. That was when Carmen inserted some virtual reality into Alice's HUD imagery along with sound to her helmet. A vast smoke ring of cloud appeared in the sky that Alice didn't notice until she heard the murmur of voices that made her look up. The giant souls of the sacred ancestor marshals watched her appreciatively from on high. Among them, she saw Marshal Captain Ulysses and heard him say, "Take heart, Marshal Alice. We are always with you, but you will not be joining us this day." Alice saw that Jeremy was there among them and so was Trevor Sloan with the men of his lost squad who had died in battle with Growler. One of those GNP men gave her the thumbs up of support. They believed in her. Alice checked her friendly fire avoidance icons to make sure it wasn't Carmen or Verloc on the other side of the fence. Carmen identified her location to Alice's HUD targeting all the time while Verloc's Marshal wristwatch provided the same protection for her. She raised her carbine to her shoulder and then started to shoot target-locked rounds through the center mass of hot ghoul heads as she detected them through the fence vegetation. Hundreds of infected started to flood into that neighborhood. Most of them approached from the overgrown urban areas to the south and southwest. That train yard Critias had seen on the way in was to their north. Few ghouls fed there because it was all gravel and oil-saturated dead soil. The east and west had more industrial parks with lots of pavement but little vegetation that attracted ghoul-edible animals. It was only a matter of time before large numbers of infected gathered around the site of the exploded building. Things would get ugly fast once the infected openly started to scream at the foragers. Verloc stood in a nearby bush to stay out of sight while Carmen was in the middle of the road south of the warehouse end of the Spool property. "It's time to have some fun," Verloc called over to Carmen. "Are you going to show me how they do things in outer space?" Carmen answered, "There aren't any ghouls in space. You have to get down to Earth for that." She had to giggle over that issue. "There was a time when Critias wouldn't let me go down to Earth because he thought it was too dangerous for me. I've always preferred the old school ways of doing things anyway." She snapped to present arms like in military parade and then spun the assault rifle in her hands before she tossed it up over her head in a triple spin that she caught behind her back. As soon as she had the rifle in her hands again, Carmen aimed from the hip and then fired 4 shots in a rhythm-like beat that killed 4 ghouls clean through their heads. After her shots, she sang out extra loud to get some infected attention. "Boom, boom, boom, boom," she sang John Lee Hooker to the beat of her shooting. She shot 4 more then sang, "I'm gonna shoot you right down." The next 4 shots were at another group that came up behind her, "Right off of your feet." Playing the tune with her rifle, she sang out verses while she shot ghouls. After Critias had the chain secured to the girder, he went back to the derrick to spray demolition blasting paste in diagonal lines around 2 of the 3 framework legs that still remained upright. He planned to cut down the 2 legs furthest from their truck where he hoped there wouldn't be any secondary blast damage. If he attempted to use the explosives on the girder entangled with the plow, he would have blown up their truck's engine along with it. Critias had confidence in the plan he had. He would cut the leg girders and then the derrick would fall away in the proper direction. Its superior weight and leverage would pull the offending girder up by the hoist chain, which would get it free from the plow. The infected that swarmed around what remained of the warehouse heard Carmen sing. They rushed that way to investigate, discovering the barbed wire the hard way as they tried to climb over the kudzu fence. The ones who got up high enough to see over the top eventually caught sight of Carmen on the street. Her song was totally unghoulish such that it suitably infuriated them. Not even the painful slashes from barbed wire restrained their desire to get at her. They kept at it despite their wounds. Motivated or not, their progress over the fence was so slow that most of the ghouls started to climb over their entangled allies while some others headed toward the foragers instead because they hoped to find a more convenient exit over that way. Carmen commented to Verloc, "This isn't good. They can't get out to start chasing me." Her thermal vision clearly made out the fence's metal support poles beneath the kudzu. Carmen remotely adjusted the velocity of her Tesla Flux pistol and then quick-drew it from its holster to blow holes through the bottoms of 2 adjacent posts. The weight of the climbing ghouls pulled that section of fence down upon themselves. Hiram's group behind their barricade of spools prepared to open fire on the infected that sprinted toward them. The ghouls were fast and their erratic movements made them hard targets to get in the head. Just as Colonel Davis had informed them, the ghouls slowed down when they saw crouched figures ahead of them. Those foremost infected needed a moment to determine what they saw. In that instant of their hesitation, the whole group of foragers opened up on them with remarkable accuracy and professional restraint. All those ghouls went down in a massacre of bloody headshot bodies. More infected streamed into the area from all sides like a noose that tightened. With the fence down, a mob of ghouls poured through the gap until there were too many shrieking infected on the street for Carmen to remain where she was. Carmen ran to the south to cross the parking lot through the gate she had opened. The few infected she encountered ahead of her got some of her bullets into their legs. The wounds slowed them down and also made them scream, which helped Carmen stay their focus of attention. When she reached the other side of the parking lot, Carmen jumped over the next fence in a double leap after she first planted a foot onto the wall of the adjacent building. Verloc rushed out of the bushes to scream and chase after Carmen just as soon as her friend took off. It was a good performance that got the other ghouls on the street to follow in the mad pursuit. As Gloria drove the milk wagon into the neighborhood, she radioed, "We are just about there. The streets are crazy with agitated locals. Be ready to get aboard as I come past." Some of the ghouls in the ruins of the warehouse started to clamber over the top of the wreckage. When they attained an elevated view, they caught onto what was down below them in the spool yard. They started to howl as they scrambled over the precarious mess to get down at the foragers. Critias reloaded his pistol with a ball-bearing clip that held a large quantity of low-accuracy ammo. The zinc-plated training shot were precise enough for his needs when he switched his pistol to fully automatic and then started to clean the ghouls off the top of the ruins. While he peppered down ghouls with sprayed pellets from his pistol, Critias radioed to Gloria, "Give us a line of smoke down the front and then circle clockwise around the block before you come back to the gate." The second ghoulish assault that formed up against Hiram's position was several times larger than the first. Carmen already moved away to the south. She did lure away a large army of ghouls, but more still came in from other directions and those new arrivals had less reason to chase after her. All the fresh blood on the pavement down near Hiram's barricade was good reason for the infected to investigate, since blood was always significant as a sign of food or active humans. Hiram instructed, "Malcolm, Henry, and Stig will fire first with me. When we reload, Boris, Yeti, and George will open up on them. We alternate back and forth so that one group is always loaded to cover our retreat. Andy will be our security to watch our backs, pass ammo, and clean up any crawlers." Yeti thought of lessons he learned from Critias when he commented, "If we do have to fall back, we better stay together. We will all look like ghouls then and we don't want to shoot each other." Colonel Davis agreed on that point. "If we get overrun, we will move together to link up with Jack, Amber, and Alice. After that, we won't have any other choice but to hold up in the back of the truck." The thick mob of ghouls started their advance and more than a few of them were survivors of previous gun battles in the days of the outbreak. They were already suspicious that the bloody wet infected that Hiram's group had destroyed was a strong clue that humans waited ahead. While Hiram's firing team took final position to shoot up the horde, Yeti asked George, "Why is Andy the powder monkey instead of me?" George explained it as though it should have been obvious. "Andy is the best wheelman in the city and a first-rate field mechanic. Let's just say he's not the best shot I've ever seen. If you don't know how to drive Big Joe, you should keep that in mind if he gets into trouble. It could be a long walk home." Colonel Davis gave the signal for his first squad to fire into the ghouls. The ammo locker on board Big Joe had some 100-round double-drum magazines and 9mm for the machine and pistol funf that the foragers favored. Malcolm and Hiram loaded those huge magazines and then proceeded to unleash masterfully accurate fully automatic sustained fire. Henry and Stig concentrated their shots along the wings of the attack where the numbers were thinner than across the center where the ghouls charged many ranks deep. With so many ghouls headed at them, Hiram's group had to shoot them down more liberally than before. Haste resulted in wounded who generated anguished screams over the terrible injuries. Even those bullets that struck as intended still continued on to hit new victims, however fate favored the incidental collateral damage. As difficult as the battle conditions were, they would never get any better. The number of ghouls would surely grow worse as the fight continued, even if that was all day long. As Gloria drove past on the front street to lay down heavy smoke, she radioed, "The Munchers are swarming on you from every direction. I have some sand tigers aboard. We're going to take out as many as we can." Rudel's men she had aboard fired from the roof, out the rear hatch, and from gun ports along the sides. Gloria had equipped them with suppressed weaponry to keep the noise down. The Sand Tigers were experienced gunmen who could shoot equally well from a pitching boat, a flying helicopter, or a speeding truck. Where the milk wagon passed, they dropped ghouls in significant numbers. With his plan ready to execute, Critias warned the others, "Fire in the hole, in 3, 2, 1, and then he sent the detonation signal to his explosives." Because the ghouls already screamed in full attack mode, the noise of his demolition would no longer make any difference. His blasting paste sliced the two girder legs clean through, which caused their upper sections to slide away along the incline of his cuts. The hoist chain snapped tight as the upper legs slid off their severed stumps and then struck the ground. The girder trapped in the plow came up enough to decompress the shocks of the truck cab, but after that, the whole network of structure held stable and then simply stood firm. Critias cursed, "Son of a bitch." Carmen had been right, his plan wasn't for shit. Carmen watched his limited progress through his own visor cameras, but she didn't dare give him any grief about it. She was much too busy anyway as she tried to stay ahead of the hundreds of ghouls that were in hot pursuit of her. Verloc was even closer behind Carmen as if she really did want to catch and eat her. Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hungry ghoul performance convinced plenty of new infected to join the hunt when they saw the chase rush by them. Carmen helped build enthusiasm when she cried out, "Oh God, don't eat me. I'm too young to die. I'm too pretty and probably delicious if grilled with butter." The building that Verloc had chosen for their destination had a small front yard with a wrought iron fence across it. There was a narrow gap in the fence for the sidewalk that led up to the front door. Vandalizing graffiti on the lower brickwork struck a vulgar contrast to the large alto relief of Jesus Christ statue on the wall above the entrance. Plywood sheets blocked over the front door as well as the adjacent windows. Carmen had a quandary about how she would get through the heavy plywood that covered the door. The material was still in good condition and she would definitely get plenty of scratches if she tried to break through it, even if she had the time to do that, which she didn't. As fast as the army of ghouls came up right behind her, she only had seconds to resolve her situation. While Carmen ran up, she used Verloc's assault rifle to weaken the barrier with a vertical line of bullets that she shot down the center, only it didn't accomplish much. By a stroke of luck, her solution popped up in the form of a male infected that sprang at her from the scraggly grass in the yard. As the ghoul tried to grab Carmen, she caught his arm and then used a perfectly executed jiu-jitsu shoulder throw to fling him headlong at the doorway. The plywood was thick and tough enough that the ghoul only penetrated shoulder-deep head first. Carmen put him the rest of the way through with her flying sidekick into his exposed upper back. From all the ghoul's lacerations and broken bones, Carmen judged rightly that it probably would have hurt if she had tried to smash her way through using her own body as the battering ram. Verloc rushed in through the shattered doorway right after Carmen. Special Agent Shield seemed to have such a grand time that she nearly laughed. It was only her concern for the others back at the truck that kept her sober. "They are right behind me," she warned Carmen, who just stood there inside to wait for her. "We have to keep moving." Carmen sounded unconcerned about that. "No, we don't. We have to get back to Critias." She gestured over to the wall. "We can just lie down then let them run past. It's not as if we're edible. It is our behaviors that attract them." Verloc didn't like that plan. "That's not our style, Sword Angel. You're an immortal superhero just like me. We never lay down before a determined enemy." To make her point, Verloc took out a weapon that looked like an old World War German stick grenade even though it was Russian by manufacture. The device made Carmen's eyes go wide as she exclaimed, "That's an RKG anti-tank grenade." Her concern was not baseless because if it accidentally went off they would both become red paint on the walls. As she pulled the pin, Verloc grinned. "I know." She promptly tossed the bomb out the door at the tribe of ghouls that was nearly upon them. While Verloc took cover, she quipped, "Great fun, aren't they?" The brick walls of their building came in handy as the thunderous explosion went off. The anti-tank blast splattered ghouls by the dozens while it perforated scores more with its high-velocity shrapnel that included chunks of the pavement where the supercharged grenade had landed. The smoke the milk wagon laid down began to drift over the kudzu fence into the spoolie yard. Alice could still see through it by thermal, but Jack and Amber had no such advantage. She had taken a great harvest of ghouls as she sniped at them through the kudzu. Amber and Jack had to satisfy themselves with her scraps. Alice would sometimes let a single infected get over the fence while she concentrated against those they couldn't see. She wanted to get them outside the kudzu before those ghouls could move off and then get away from her. Such was the advantage that Alice garnered from her futuristic equipment that she had to wonder if Jack and Amber thought they protected her rather than the other way around. There was no doubt that they took account of all the shots she made. What they couldn't see was if she had hit anything. Neither of them could see anything beyond the fence where all those ghouls fell. "I think we better move to the back of the truck," Alice suggested before they found themselves in a whiteout that would leave her partners unable to find their way. Fat Jack readily accepted Alice's offer. The creepy fog of smoke that rolled in at them did have the appearance of a malevolent haunted mist that slowly made pursuit. As they moved for the truck, Jack radioed to Critias, "Tell me that you have Big Joe loose. We really need to get out of here." Hiram's second squad started to fire on the ghouls and it took a good toll of them. Yeti, Boars, and George could all shoot with some skill and they had seen enough danger to be master of their excitement in that time of considerable peril. The smoke that came off the milk wagon was extra heavy at the far end in the direction they shot because it was a corner where the truck had slowed to make a turn. That extra time had concentrated the effort from the smoke generator. Even more smoke was already down that way from the explosion that took out the warehouse and also the oxygenless fires that slowly smoldered beneath the rubble. When the second squad started to reload, Hiram and his first group cleaned up the last stragglers that still crawled about in the blood or staggered out from the smoke beyond. The smoke from the south street came over the kudzu fence on their left flank and then began to engulf Hiram's small barricade. Colonel Davis ordered a withdrawal since they didn't want to get lost in the encroaching white fog. Those ghouls that remained down at the corner were too few and confused in their blindness to muster another large attack for the moment. Carmen and Verloc had successfully lured a large portion of the ghoul problem away to the south. The milk wagon's smoke worked equally well to obscure the beacon of the fuming warehouse that seemed more ordinary and less significant while smoke was so abundant throughout the neighborhood. As Hiram's group fell back to the front of Big Joe, they found Critias behind the plow where he tried to lift the girder that pinned the truck. As the derrick sagged near to collapse, it put a lot of tension on the hoist chain, only it wasn't enough leverage to overcome the poor angle of geometry. If Critias encouraged it a bit more, the derrick would fully collapse and then pull the trapped beam entirely free. Yeti jumped in to help Critias lift the steel beam. Boars, Stig, and Henry then helped too. It was hard for them to get between the plow, the truck, and the girder in such a way that they could get a good position to lift. The derrick wobbled as if it was about to go over and pull the girder out with it. They all gave one additional mighty heave to topple it. The derrick creaked and groaned, but then settled comfortably into place to stand firm. "Forget it," Hiram told them. "It's not coming off. We have to get into the trailer while we still have the chance. Jim can send in the black hole to lift us off the roof, or something." Critias agreed for everyone but himself. "Get going. You don't need to worry about me. I can hold out a couple more minutes on my own." The others took up their weapons again and then shot up nearby ghouls as they dashed for the back of the truck. They would lock themselves inside until some rescue operation arrived or they died of heat stroke. Away to the south, Verloc and Carmen moved up to the second floor of their abandoned building in an effort to stay ahead of their pursuers. The anti-tank grenade had summoned up more infected than it had obliterated. The explosion had been just the thing to muster up undivided attention from the army of ghouls that rampaged through the neighborhood area. From the way that the whole tribe of them screamed their heads off in furious frenzy, they probably wouldn't care anymore if Carmen and Verloc weren't human when they finally caught up with them. Verloc offered up another of her oversized grenades. "I have a second one if you want to play too." Most militaries normally banned the weapon because its blast radius was just as dangerous to the thrower as it was to the enemy. "Hold that thought," Carmen said as she handed Verloc the assault rifle. "I have to find an exit out of here first." She led the way down the length of the long narrow building as she glanced into the rooms on the left and right. Carmen wanted a window that was in the useful position. As Verloc used her rifle to knock down the first of the ghouls to reach the top of the stairs at the end of the hallway, Carmen found an eastward-facing window that she liked that also didn't have any glass in it. The view overlooked a grassy courtyard where she and Verloc could easily lose themselves from pursuit. "Oh, that looks nice." Verloc admired the Marshal Service fuel air grenade that Carmen took out to use. Carmen armed the device and then rolled it down the hallway toward the army of ghouls that still came their way. The canister vented a visible heavier-than-air gas that spread in a knee-deep layer down the length of the hallway. "Time to go," Carmen warned Verloc as she already ran for the open window. Carmen dived right out to make a turn in the air before she landed in a crouch on the grassy field down below. Verloc tossed her assault rifle down to Carmen before she jumped from the window too. Her bones were not made of titanium. Verloc didn't stick a landing. She tumbled along through the grass before she came up to her feet with that second AG grenade in hand. Verloc armed the weapon and then tossed it back and through the window she had just exited. Her throw was perfect. The grenade went deep into the building where its explosion acted as a detonator for Carmen's ignitable gas. The air throughout the second floor of the building flashed over into intense flame that incinerated their pursuers. Belches of the fire came from the windows along that floor of the building, then just as suddenly sucked back inside as the outside atmospheric pressure rushed in to fill the vacuum that the explosion had left behind. Still unwilling to give up, Critias squatted down to get his knees and arms under the end of the heavy beam for one last try to lift it with everything he had. His best effort proved to be just as fruitless as before. The only thing that Critias did manage to accomplish was that he put himself into a most disadvantaged position for when Cutter crept up on him. Gloria's smoke machine had concealed Cutter from the normal sight of Kevin's satellite. Cutter had inadvertently obscured his movements from the lower resolution thermal optics because he had stayed among packs of lesser ghouls who he thought would soak up bullets for him if anyone started to shoot in his direction. The giant watcher hadn't realized the full value of his stealthy precautions that were his generally sly nature. He had always been sneaky, and even his new fantastic size hadn't prevented him from being able to move quietly. He had crawled behind rows of spools to keep out of sight. When Critias' friends had moved away, Cutter came out with the intention to grab up Critias. He was going to crush the gunfighter's helmeted head like a beer can. A sudden shift in the shock absorbers of the truck's cab alerted Critias to his danger. He snapped around, pistol in hand, to discover Cutter stood right behind him. The giant just leaned casually against Big Joe's fender. His thick arms folded across his massive chest as if he had been there all day and started to get bored as he waited for Critias to even notice. Critias not only didn't shoot him, he also lowered his pistol because he knew he wouldn't need it. The giant watcher could have already killed Critias from surprise in any number of ways. Cutter could have bashed him over the head with a big piece of rubble. Well, Cutter sounded quite pleased with himself. What do we have here? Instead of the petty victory that he would have had when he killed Critias from surprise while helplessly disadvantaged, Cutter opted for the more satisfying pleasure of humiliating him instead. At least when he mocked Critias like the fool he was, the man would know about it. If Cutter had just smashed him unawares, Critias would never have gotten the chance to know who had done it to him. It was the rivalry that mattered to Cutter. He wanted his satisfaction. Critias felt more annoyed by the interruption than concerned over it. If you want to duel, now is not a very good time. As you can see, I'm kind of busy at the moment. I could have wrung your neck like a chicken. Cutter scoffed at him. Yeah, well, you didn't. Critias went back to his futile struggle against the girder. The only reason I didn't was because there was no sport in it. Cutter snorted at him with contempt as only a giant could. How does it feel to have me rub your nose in shit? That is what you did to me. I guess you think that makes us even now. Only then did Cutter realize that Critias wanted to lift a heavy weight, only he failed miserably at it. Cutter gloated over the sight of his dreaded archenemy so weak and desperate. If you are too busy to find the time for me to pull your arms off, I think I can fix that. Critias wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Don't strain yourself, handsome, but be my guest. Cutter walked around to take hold at the end of the girder. He warned, you better step aside, runt. I wouldn't want you to end up squished by accident. That would cheat me out of the pleasure of doing it later on purpose. When Critias stood up and then moved back, Cutter invited him, watch what a real man can do. With his unearthly strength of a destroyer, Cutter quite easily hauled up on the steel girder to then press it up over his head. As he lifted the beam higher, the derrick structure finally lost its balance and then toppled over away from the truck, dragging the chain steel beam away along with it. Cutter gave the girder a final mighty shove that sent the whole mess to crash over with suitable noise. The giant had not only humbled Critias, but he had also saved all his friends in the back of the truck in the process. Since Big Joe was free, Critias said, I don't want to fight you. I even want to thank you for the help. I was having one hell of a time trying to remove that thing. Since we are even now, I admit you are the better man. You snuck up on me, outsmarted me, you are bigger, stronger, and tougher than I could ever be on my best day. You can just go away from the city now and that will be the end of it. Cutter's water insanity gave him a deep and personal understanding about what it meant to have an itch that he just couldn't scratch. Critias was the itch to his pride and it would never stop aching until he had made himself the master of it. You go home now, little man. Cutter sounded magnanimous as he granted Critias mercy for the moment. You make love to your pretty sword angel, eat a good meal, and sleep tonight knowing you are only still alive to do those pleasant things because I wished it to be so. The next time we meet, one of us must fall. You use your guns or any other trick you think will save you. We see how well your bullets saved you from me today. Cutter glanced over as he heard Gloria pull up at the fence gate and her sand tigers started to shoot down the lesser ghouls. I'll find you again, gunfighter, Cutter promised. You won't see me, but I'll see you. With nothing more to say, the giant watcher jogged away to the north to go out through the fence where the fallen derrick had smashed it down. He showed no concern that Critias might shoot him in the back. Cutter might even have preferred it, because it would prove that Critias was the coward and Cutter was the better man between them. Critias just watched him go. In a way, he felt disgusted that he would have to hear Jim go off again about another failure to deal with the Cutter problem. He had offered a peace between them that Cutter refused, and there was the issue that the giant crazy bastard had saved their asses when he moved the girder. Like all the times before, Critias would continue to act like the man that he was. If Jim wanted to bitch him out, well, that was just the price that he would pay for the life he lived. As Critias went around the truck, he took out his pistol to execute the various ghouls he saw as they stalked around in the smoky distance. It occurred to him then that he didn't know how to drive Big Joe. Before he needed to decide about how to get Andy from the back of the truck, Carmen came over the south fence in a somersault flip and then ran up right beside him. Your plan sort of worked, she tried to sound positive. If only you were more than a meter taller with a few hundred extra kilograms of muscle, I think it would have gone off without a hitch. On a side note, she gestured to Big Joe, my dearest love, would you like me to drive? Yes, he accepted her offer as he went around to the passenger side. Get us the hell out of here before anything else goes wrong. Critias had to pistol shoot several ghouls on his way. Even with all the smoke, so many ghouls wandered about that they could hardly avoid them. Once Carmen was in the driver's seat, she called to the truck's trailer by intercom to tell them, we are loose and on the way home. Just sit tight. The other foragers cheered over their liberation from an unpleasant trap they had found themselves in over no fault of their own. Verloc stood at a distant street corner to stay clear of the sand tigers. She watched Big Joe pull out to return to King's Tower. The milk wagon followed behind them. Verloc felt good that she had completed another daring mission for the agency, and even better, she would get to go home to a large community of people she could interact with and hear their appreciation for her efforts. The sky was blue, life was good, and Verloc was happy. Romeo pulled up next to her in a bright red exotic sports car and then he leaned over to open the passenger door for her. He wore an exquisite light-colored suit that was appropriately comfortable in all that summer heat, even though he had the air conditioning full blast inside the vehicle. As Verloc got in, he commented, "Even in rags, you do look gorgeous. So how was your day?" "Oh, you know," she replied nonchalantly, "the usual." Chapter 8. Yokefellows. The people back home knew quite a bit about what had gone on at the power company yard. The cameras on Big Joe in the milk wagon had sent back live images over the new cellular phone system. Since Stig had been out on the mission, the GNP turned out an impressively large force to bring the tractor truck back in. They welcomed their commander home from his harrowing adventure. The terrifically loud explosions had cleared the infected from the local streets around the tower. Those ghouls had rushed off in search of the disturbance, and they had that plume of dusty smoke that rose from the collapsed warehouse to lure them in the proper direction. Decontamination Services had set up a row of cold shower sprinklers between the truck shed and the tower for when Carmen brought Big Joe home to the barrier yard. The afternoon proved to be brutally hot, and the inside of the truck's trailer had been doubly so. Mission members returned dehydrated and exhausted after their hours of sweating inside body armor and splash protection gear. The heavy lifting and general stress of their difficult escape from the foraging location had also taken a toll on their stamina. Everyone felt glad that it was over, successful, and without injuries. After they had baked in the heat for so long, the mission team thought it was heaven when the decontamination workers stripped off their dirty gear and then let them to stand under the cold showers. They also received squeeze bottles of ice water to quench their thirsts. The decontamination team even soaked them down with soft sponges. All those heroes of the hour had to do was stand still and enjoy their pampering. Alice stood between Carmen and Amber for the cool-down scrub wash. When she glanced over, Alice recognized the Denver woman who seemed to enjoy herself as she soap-scrubbed Critias. The woman was one of the prettier prostitutes and also a popular saloon dancer in her free time. Carmen didn't seem to care at all about the flirtatious treatment Critias received, but Alice noticed the blatant injustice inherent in the whole process. Every member of the decontamination wash crew was female. Alice asked, "Critias, why don't we get any male assistants?" Critias had been too busy enjoying his victory to have noticed. When he did bother to glance around and see it was true, he said, "Everyone is happiest if we keep this operation gender appropriate. Instead of being so selfish, you should try to see this from the larger perspective," which was his dominant heterosexual male point of view. It didn't make any sense to Alice. How is women for everyone gender appropriate? Critias explained how all female attendance was a form of diversity. "This is the way that no one needs to be angry. I don't like the idea of some man pawing over my wife and daughter. Just the thought of it makes me irritable. You should shut up and be grateful that I didn't make you wait till last. This is an essential protocol to prevent a community outbreak of infection. It's not like I'm enjoying myself." He did enjoy himself, tremendously in fact, but she didn't need to hear that. The woman that washed Critias found his comments amusing because she didn't have a bad time either. "Bear with me a moment longer, Captain." Her voice was tender as she washed him fastidiously. As a professional entertainer of men, she knew he didn't suffer from her extra attention. "You're just about finished." With the mission over, Carmen gave herself permission to put her professionalism aside. She didn't care at all about Critias getting a bath from an attractive woman. It was the fact that Alice had been on so dangerous a mission in the first place that had her irritated with him. That she hadn't had any opportunity to protect Alice didn't make her feel any better. Carmen had deliberately discounted the true severity of the crisis to make herself into a more inviting target for the ghouls. That had been necessary for Carmen and Verloc to lead most of them away. None of that diminished the original explosion that nearly brought them all to ruin in the first place. In a way, it wasn't that different from when she took Alice to the pirates so that she could capture the black hole. If those explosives in the warehouse had gone off sooner, Alice would have died along with a lot of other people. If the fighting had gone differently, Alice could have fallen to the ghouls as they swarmed up on her side of the spoolie yard. A lot of things could have gone wrong, and when they had, Carmen would have been far away and powerless to lend Alice any assistance. One of the GNP guards said, "I couldn't believe it when Jingle Bell's pet freak Cutter just walked up to the front of the truck." They had seen quite a bit from Big Joe's new exterior cameras. Carmen had been too preoccupied with attracting ghouls, hurling explosives, and jumping out of windows to be properly attentive of her husband's safety either. The rest of the mission team had been in the back of the trailer at the time, consequently, they didn't even know about Cutter. Fat Jack asked in surprise. "Cutter showed up? He's the one that moved the girder," Critias confessed with no particular emphasis. "I told him he was the better man, but he said that wasn't good enough. After he saved all of you to show what a stud he is now, he walked off with the promise to kill me later." Carmen used a low voice as she pretended to speak to herself. I'm lucky he took pity on you after he snuck up behind you. If he hadn't, your stupid idea to free the truck would have ended with everyone dead, my Alice included. Critias pretended not to hear Carmen while he told Jack, if Cutter can't have this end in any other way but us having a fight, that is fine with me. If he needs to die to be at peace, I will indulge him. I bet he is terrified, Carmen quipped sarcastically. Since she wasn't going to stop until she got a reaction, Critias asked his wife, would you prefer that he had killed me? Carmen felt the stress of the work acutely as anyone else did, and it had her agitated. She didn't even know what she hoped to accomplish, but his deliberately delusive accusation that she wanted him dead was enough to draw retaliation. She stated resolutely, from now on, I will request a man to perform my decontamination assistance. When pigs fly, Critias told her on the spot. I won't allow it. Carmen expected to trip him up because of his lack of eloquence. Why not? To her surprise, he had a ready and succinct answer. No woman will ever hang for disrespecting the dignity of a man, but as I recall, you three stomped all over Bobby Bean for doing far less than what you just demanded. If you are going to beat a man for looking, don't come to me to say you deserve to have some guy rubbing his soapy hands all over you. It's not going to happen even if I simply never let you go out to need decontaminating. Alice recognized that Carmen had mentioned her specifically about how she could have died. It was also true that she had caused Carmen and Amber to beat up Bobby, which didn't sit well with the fact that she had been the one who brought up the topic of male decontamination assistants. She didn't want her parents fighting in general and especially not about her getting to go out on real forager missions when it might end with her not having Carmen's permission to go anymore. Alice felt rather proud about her fine performance, especially all the ghouls she had shot through the kudzu. Alice thought to break them up while she could also get some recognition. When do I get my martial tattoo? That request got Critias' serious attention and his expression showed that she asked for trouble. If you think you're ready for the test, you can have it right now. Alice shrugged. What test? He felt it ended the topic. If you have to ask, you're not ready then, are you? Alice looked to Carmen. What is the test? Carmen didn't want to go there either, so she chided Alice. If you have to ask, then you're not ready. Just like when you are on Critias' other missions, when you get into trouble, he won't let me be near enough to help you. If it doesn't work out, you could lose your confidence, end up hurt, or even worse. She narrowed her gaze at Critias because she blamed him for having just encouraged the idea instead of tactfully dissuading Alice. To jab at him, Carmen said, and I don't mind if Critias dislikes the idea of a man doing his decontamination. He is right about everything he said. Captain Sircon would certainly feel the same way, which is why I'm doing it for him while he recovers from his own Critias adventure that excluded me. Critias grumbled, I did bring Poulat home all but dead. Sending you to take care of him was the least I could do. Carmen felt so trapped in the dangerous aspects of their working life. Nursing Sally's baby and caring for Poulat were also forms of survival too, at least as how she saw it, but Carmen didn't have to feel terrorized afterward. She couldn't hold her tongue. You didn't send me to Poulat, because I volunteered. Even if Critias had to argue with her, he didn't have to do it with an audience. He grabbed her wrist and then pulled her along with him. They would get their hot showers and then go home. He was well aware that Carmen would never stop until she got a reaction from him. She hadn't lied about bathing Poulat while he was unconscious in his hospital bed and Critias knew it. In his effort to convince himself that it didn't bother him, he just ignored that too. As he dragged her along, Carmen complained, Alice shouldn't have been out there today. That dangerous graduation test idea he put into Alice's head mixed into Carmen's complaints about their work because they seemed so similar. Why are you in such a hurry to see Alice get hurt or to lose her confidence when she panics again? You are the one who puts her in situations she doesn't have the proper training for, so it will be entirely your fault. I'm supposed to be the one protecting her, but you make sure we are too far apart. I couldn't help her at the cable yard. I won't be able to help her during the test. She is my daughter too, you know. Carmen jerked her hand away from him. His refusal to confront her made her even angrier than she already was, and so her reaction was to up the ante to make him know it. He already steamed over her bed nursing Poulat Jibe. Her relentlessly defiant attitude actually got to him and made him turn on her in anger, which he immediately regretted because Carmen shrank back in genuine fright. She even offered her hand again as her preemptive sign of submission. Critias took her hand gently. I didn't invite Alice. Jack did. He thought that her enhanced senses from the helmet would make a real difference. You were the one who called off the mission and you did it because you saw the danger through her helmet. If Alice hadn't been there, Jack and his whole team could have been in that explosion. You are right that Cutter could have killed me. You are right that my idea to remove the girder didn't work after you warned me that it wouldn't. You are right that I am not keeping you safe or making you happy. I wanted to be man of the house and here I am trying my best at it. You are not the only person with a load to carry. I know you need some time to relax, but we have to attend the dinner tonight because of Rudel and Tinny. By the time it is over, I will need to go to bed because we will have to start work all over again tomorrow morning. I feel so far away from you, Carmen lamented. Her stress was so overwhelming that she was about to cry without a specific reason. I wish we could have 24 hours to ourselves without interruption. Critias ushered her on into the hot showers. We have a little time before dinner. How about when we get home, you give me a shave and a massage? I can look presentable, enjoy myself, and you can be close to me. With a happy ending? She asked bashfully as if it would be a degradingly vulgar request. Of course, Critias answered in a callous way. He knew that was her favorite part, especially when she got to act as if he forced her. If they had the time, he probably would strong-arm her a bit just to cheer her up. Everyone cleared their inspections without complication and then went their way before they would meet again in Funland for dinner. When Critias got his robe and a temporary pistol, they also returned his cell phone he had left behind since none of the exterior workers took their indoor phone out on missions. In the hour before dinner, Alice knocked on their bedroom door to tell them, housekeeping dropped off a package for Carmen from Verloc. I think it is a dress. Each of us bears his own hell, Carmen quoted with a sigh. She was naked in bed pressed up against him and definitely didn't want to move from that spot. Mine is climbing out of my master's bed, she grudgingly moved anyway. Carmen wrapped herself in the sheet as she went to get dressed for dinner. Critias wanted to watch her go, but she used the sheet to cheat him of a view. He grabbed the trailing end so that she had to pull it through his fingers. What do you do that for anyway? Nudity is a necessity of decontamination. She tugged the sheet from his grasp. It's only how I feel that makes me naked. On her way out, she told him, I have some suits for you in the closet. Critias picked out a suit and then got dressed. When he came out, he found that Carmen waited for him to see what he thought of her new outfit. Mandy and Alice wore dresses for dinner too. They wanted to see his reaction to Carmen as well and they weren't disappointed because she was breathtaking. He had to take a moment to appreciate what he looked at. She had an ankle-length black skirt that was more than tasteful, but her blouse was little more than an elegant bathing suit top that left her back, arms, and midriff bare. Another layer of translucent chiffon also in black draped over one arm from shoulder to wrist and crossed her chest down her stomach to become one with the skirt. Her dress was all the most precious fabrics with intricate silver brocade except on the skirt. Every time he thought he could see something too sexy that she shouldn't be revealing, he realized that it was not really visible and more a trick that caught his eye, making him stare too long wanting to see more. The only thing that was definitely recognizable was her navel, where she wore a giant teardrop pearl that would have purchased a private jet in the old world. It's a Hindu sari, Carmen told him as she slowly turned to give him the whole view. Her long smooth back had always been one of his favorite things about her body, so Critias was once again not disappointed. You have never been lovelier, he told her honestly, except maybe at your wedding. What inspired this? Did you want to impress Fleet Admiral Rudel? He said that in light of the Admiral's adopted son Harduk. It wasn't the right thing to say because Carmen took it badly. I thought it would please you, she lowered her eyes. Would you prefer a kimono or blue jeans? I'm an expert on every culture without having one of my own. Tell me who I am supposed to dress like and I will change into something else. She looked graceful and sensual. Critias wouldn't have her any other way. I think you look perfect and you're right that you have your pick of fashions. He went to her then took her hand to kiss it. I guarantee that Tinny and Rudel mistake me for our mysterious king when they see me walking with you on my arm. That pleased Carmen immensely as she took his arm for real. Shall we go then? As they headed for the door, she picked up her small purse that was just large enough to hold her pistol. They didn't arrive late, but were fashionably close. Funland was crowded and everyone took the opportunity to dress formally for the occasion. Tony Banjo and some others had gone out to retrieve more of Fleet Admiral Rudel's people who had recently arrived on the river by boat. Apparently, Critias's near disaster at the power company had done a lot of good when it drew the infected away from the river to make Tony's job that much easier. The new people from under the airbase were in attendance, as were all of Tinny's railroad gypsies from his train. Romeo and Verloc were near the entrance that came from the direction of King's Tower. Few people other than some of the officers knew them, so they preferred to wait for Critias and Carmen to arrive. Romeo never underdressed and that evening was no exception. Verloc's strapless formal gown made her stunning in its rich purple with the long skirt split high up her thigh. The woman knew how to present herself and she would be at home on any red carpet. While Carmen and Verloc kissed each other's cheeks and complimented each other's attire, Romeo greeted Critias. "We have come far since that day we met. I have you to thank for all this. If you had been less open-minded, I shudder to think where we would be today." Critias responded, "You have a lot to be grateful for. Eternity with her must be your heaven on earth. When they said that all good things must come to an end, they had never met you too." Romeo told Carmen, "You look fabulous. We spent a good while searching through Verloc's closets to find what you were looking for. It was time well spent. Are you going to the club after dinner? We were hoping you would join us. This is a night for celebration." In light of Dr. Kyne's treatment that made Verloc non-infectious, Critias kissed the back of her hand as a reminder she was no longer any sort of shunned leper. "Romeo was right about you," he told her. "More graceful than any bird and fiercer than any enemy I can imagine." Verloc gave Romeo an affectionate glance that equaled those his madness had imagined countless times. He has a way with flattery. But not for exaggeration, Critias confirmed Romeo's esteem for her. Rudol's son Hardoc had panache as he approached in his naval junior officer's uniform. After he gave Critias a polite greeting, he offered his arm to Mandy so that he could escort her to dinner as his date. Before they departed, Hardoc asked Carmen, "Ma'am, do I have your permission to take Mandy to the dance later this evening?" He already had Critias's permission to be with Mandy, so Hardoc wasn't inclined to ask him again. Carmen inquired uncommitted, "Do you think that saloon is an appropriate place for my daughter?" "In the company of this noble community and on my arm, I most certainly do," Hardoc replied. "Have her home at a suitable hour," Carmen agreed. Mandy enjoyed all the formal attention and was happy to go with him. Whether or not it was Hardoc himself that interested her was less certain. In either case, she gave Critias a gleeful smile that her life underwent a drastic improvement. The captain's table was in a new configuration of 3 tables, 1 short and 2 long so that they formed a triangle. There were more seats and people would be in range to converse with one another. Emperor Nick's buxom new assistant rang the dinner chime once. It was the signal for everyone to take their seats before the kitchen staff would begin serving. Christopher the King's Lion directed people where to sit at the captain's table according to his instructions. The lead table had Commodore Tinney, Fleet Admiral Rudel, and Executive Officer Carys, all in their dress military uniforms. Fat Jack sat with them along with Headshot Sally who bottle-fed their new son with formula Carmen had graciously provided. Colonel Hiram Davis was there with Nadia, his romantic interest. She had already moved into his apartment in the tower as a sign of their increasingly permanent relationship. The other tables had the rest of the captains and their lieutenants, which included Bob, Kevin, and Boris with his woman Rachel. Penny Gardner, their chief horticulturalist, was there, not to be confused with the much younger Penny Welder who sat with Kevin. All the foragers were at their seats, as was Grace of Decontamination, Dr. Clara beside Christopher, and Vern as their resident aerospace engineer and assistant to Bob's many undertakings. Romeo and Verloc had seats, as did Dr. Kyne, Alfred their demolitions and blasting engineer, and Derek the construction commander. The airbase survivors had a new captain by the name of Reginald Philby, who was a man in his 40s. His notable background was being exceptionally intelligent and a former electronics hardware engineer in the microprocessor industry. Admiral Rudel's ambassadors Yumi, Rai, and Akiko were there, as well as Major Li Feng and an empty seat for the absent Palat. Another of Rudel's people was a short, lean, and hard-muscled man of Cuban ancestry in his mid-30s who had just arrived by towboat on the river. As Christopher made all the introductions, he named him as Sea Captain Esteban Marino. When Critias sat down, Tony Banjo told him, "Captain Esteban has a Black Hawk helicopter out there on a barge." "If I'm not mistaken," Carmen said, and wasn't, "it is an MH-60S Nighthawk." She had seen it from an exterior security camera on the river barge crane. Carmen's knowledge impressed Carys, but she corrected one minor detail: it is an MH-60S Seahawk, except that Fleet Admiral Rudel installed some upgrades like the multispectral targeting package and forward-looking infrared. "It's a small gift for King Louis," Rudel said, knowing that his generosity impressed the foragers. "I could take you for a ride sometime if you are interested," Carys offered to Carmen. "I don't suppose you are a helicopter pilot yourself?" Since Carys was an expert with fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters, it was her chance to show that she had at least one talent in which Carmen was not her equal. "I'd enjoy that," Carmen accepted, while she thought it best that she avoided any self-aggrandizement. She could certainly fly the machine. After she had a little practice to get the feel for it, she would undoubtedly pilot it better than Carys could as an unaugmented human. Of course, there was more to being a great pilot than the piloting itself. Lack of practical experience would leave Carmen unequally prepared for unusual conditions or exotic accidents. "Carmen is a pilot," Tony told Carys, since he was happy to brag on Carmen's behalf. She is the one who brought Air Force One back from Denver, and she piloted the Black Hole home after she and Verloc captured it. That a woman as young as Carmen was capable of such things beggared belief in Carrie's opinion, but she kept that to herself. It seemed to her that every time she turned around, Carmen demonstrated some impressive new talent in addition to her already fulgurant reputation, her grasp of many languages, or just her astute insight on most any topic. To Carrie's credit, she was right to feel skeptical, since Carmen actually did possess talents beyond the accumulation of any mortal. Guard Commander Stig arrived late with Bobby Bean and dozens of other GNP who had only recently gotten off patrol duty. Alice quietly said to Carmen, "Bobby is saving a seat for me over at the guards' table. I think I should go sit with him." "Yes and no," Carmen partially agreed. "If I go, it would give him some confidence," Alice reasoned. "If I don't, everyone will think I am getting snooty because I get to go out with foragers." Carmen advised, "If you wait until the others see you don't go to him, his detractors will mock him for being a gentleman and saving you a seat, and they will say he can't hold the affections of his own girlfriend." Alice realized that Carmen's advice was not something she should take lightly. She put some thought into it. After a moment, it came to her, "If I wait, I can make fools of the people who will be mean to him and still make him feel like a man anyway, maybe even more so." "Don't look over," Carmen instructed her. "I will tell you when the time is right." While the room waited for the king to arrive and the serving to begin, Carrie said, "Captain Critias, I heard you had some difficulties on your mission this afternoon." "Unexpected complications," Critias defined what happened. "We got everything we were seeking and no one got hurt. Jack and Colonel Davis planned the mission perfectly. We were never actually in any desperate straits. It would be accurate to say that things could have gone very badly if we had been less prepared. No one could have predicted that some old-world looters had an improvised bomb factory set up in there. Situations and plans change," Rudel spoke from long experience, "usually from the moment you put boots on the ground. Good field officers are indispensable if for only that reason." Carmen tapped Alice on the arm that she should go to sit with Bean. Just as she had predicted, some of the guards mocked Bobby that he had expected Alice to leave a privileged seat to join him at a lower table. "Please don't get up," Alice told the table before she stood. "I'm going to sit with Bobby." Hardock asked her, "Why don't you invite him to join us?" Alice informed him of the local regulation. "There is not room at the table for such distant relationships." "I'm allowed here because of my father." Hardock realized that Mandy was not reason enough, and his own rank from his meager accomplishments certainly wasn't the reason either. Rudel asked his son, "Would you take Mandy away from her rightful place just to satisfy your own pride in distancing yourself from me?" "I would if that was her preference," Hardock replied without hesitation. "It is time that I stand or sit according to my own merit." "This is my day, not yours," Rudel told his son in some annoyance. Hardock retorted, "What better reason to let you have it to yourself?" "I don't enjoy listening to the captains talk business." Mandy was willing to sit elsewhere. Hardock got up to hold Mandy's chair so that she could join him at a lower table. In an effort to disarm the situation, Carries asked Alice, "Has this young man of yours distinguished himself as you have?" Carries was aware that Alice had been out that day and she had made a fine showing of herself in a desperate defense. Alice gestured to the shredded bulletproof vest hanging on the wall nearby. "That is what is left of the armor he was wearing when he saved my life from a giant ghoul. You will see him in the movies. People call that monster Saltback the Hunter." Carries asked, "What were you doing?" "I was standing frozen in terror," Alice admitted without any shame. Rudel became interested. "And he killed it?" "Henry and I killed Saltback," Critias informed the admiral. "Bean killed the one in the garden building. He is a good kid to have around in a tight spot." Hardock, Alice, and Mandy were about to leave when Jim and Jessica appeared from the kitchens with Hatchet. Jessica said, "Please stay, Hardock, if only as an indulgence to me. My husband's hospitality should not seem diminished before the whole community on so auspicious an occasion." "You heard her," Jim told Hatchet. "Bring Bobby Bean over here. He will have a seat anyway once I announce the promotions." Before he returned to his chair, Hardock asked Jim, "Will your father be joining us soon?" "Thankfully not," Jim responded. "When he caught the infection, I shot him in the head and then scattered his ashes upon the river. Don't be alarmed. That was some years ago. I am King Louis. I'd prefer that you called me Jim. This is my wife, Queen Jessica." Hardock was skeptical in the extreme. "How could you manage all of this?" "If you were not in such a hurry to go your own way," Rudel told his son, "you might have noticed where you were sitting." "To answer your question," Jim explained to Hardock, "these people seated here at what we call the captain's table are how I manage all of this. They are all the best at what they do and together they accomplish great things. If your father and Commodore Tinny find us worthy of their cooperation, we will accomplish considerably more. There was a rush as men stood up to be polite as Jim held the chair for his wife to sit before he then joined the table as well. Harduck, Mandy, and Alice returned to their seats. Hedgehog brought back Bobby Bean to sit with Alice. Carmen got a sudden rush of excitement that Critias couldn't help but notice even though she concealed her thoughts from everyone else. He sensed her desire to go be about something important to her. Go ahead and go, Critias told her. Don't be long. We're about to eat. She kissed his cheek in gratitude and then hurried away in the direction of the tower. Jim asked, where is Carmen going? Critias watched her go, as did hundreds of other people. Carmen had such childish joyful enthusiasm in her amatory haste. Her half-hearted attempt to restrain her excitement and the gentle billowing of her sari dress made her all the more fetching as she rushed across Funland. Jim had to try again just to get his attention. Critias? It's only a guess, Critias finally answered, but I think Carmen is going to welcome Captain Palat Sircon to dinner. He didn't say what else he thought, that Palat was the only other man whose eyes made her feel naked. Critias doubted even Carmen realized that the dress she had gone to such lengths to acquire mimicked her fashion of when she wrapped herself in the bedsheets to hide herself from the eyes that she most wanted fixed upon her. Critias wasn't upset about Carmen's reaction. He had no doubts about her feelings for him or the depths of her devotion. If he had never gotten Carmen, there were other women he could love. He saw nothing wrong with her feelings. Carmen was only being human and that was an awakening he had always wanted for her. Fleet Admiral Rudel told Jim, I had my suspicions about you when I saw you in the train tunnel. Now that I have seen so much, I understand why you didn't reveal yourself sooner. For the good of both our peoples, it is no longer possible for me to reject your friendship. I find myself in a mood to celebrate before we have even spoken and I think you expected as much. Jim asked, and you Commodore Tinny? The man laughed in general merriment. Admirals, commodores, and kings, the names differ, but the purpose and situations are much the same. None of us got here today by being fools. Come tomorrow, we will have much to discuss on how best to proceed in securing the future of us all. For now, let us eat and drink so that everyone sees that we are fellows to the same yoke. Palat had just cleared the last gate before Funland when Carmen came around the corner from the other way. She stopped short, having lost all her nerve even to look at him when her gaze went to her feet. Palat rubbed his smooth chin as he said in Turkish, Am I no longer handsome to look at? I thought I would have grown some beard by now. I should be dead, but here I am still alive. It must have taken months for my wounds to heal as they have and yet I feel strong, even better than I remember. Was it you that shaved me? She asked in his language. You remember me visiting you? It seemed impossible since he had been unconscious. He did. I remember you reading to me and some other small kindnesses. I could not move or even open my eyes, but I was aware at times when you visited me. Your beard will start to grow again soon, she informed him as she took some small steps forward. Kevin treated you with a serum he derived from his research into infection. It regenerated you in much the same way as they heal, and did it quickly. A side effect to the treatment was to stop the growth of hair that comes with maturity. That explains a great deal, Palat said amused, and then he made her hide a blush. It did seem odd that your barbering would be so intimately thorough. To restore some of her ease he added, that must be why the screamers roaming outside don't all have long wagging beards despite the passing years. Carmen made a small nod because that was true. The infected had smooth bodies and faces not unlike adolescents. Fleet Admiral Rudel is here, she informed him as she moved closer still. Everyone else is well. They are all anxious to see you. I came to escort you to dinner. For a moment, Palat was about to take her hand and then speak of his gratitude for her kindness, but the moment passed just as quickly as he considered it. Palat would not have been able to stop once he started to speak of his feelings about her. Instead, Palat offered her his arm. Let me escort you back to your husband. It is unseemly for me to delay you here such as we are. She accepted his arm and felt greatly relieved he did not choose otherwise. To even take his hand or indulge the thought of anything more would be a betrayal she wouldn't be able to live with. Not even that realization purged her of confused emotions. In her romantic games with Critias, Carmen liked to pretend that he had to force upon her what she already greatly desired. If Palat forced anything upon her and she desired it, her displays of resistance would seem like a form of acceptance. Carmen didn't know what it might mean. She dreaded the thought that she might have to find out. Thankfully, Palat was too much of an honorable gentleman to test her convictions or feminine weaknesses. Back at the captain's table there was some talk of that day's mission at the spoolie yard. Carries heard that Carmen and Verloc had gone off alone to lead the infected Orion, divert the focus of their attention away from the collapsed warehouse. For any natural humans, The daring feat would surely be a ludicrous boast. Carys had good reason to doubt the literal truth of it. Since Carmen was absent, Carys thought it would be an opportunity to whittle her down. She asked Verloc, "If all the things I have heard about Carmen are true, how do you think you would fare against her?" "I don't know what you've heard," Verloc replied. "Whatever you heard, it was probably an understatement." Verloc was a shrewd judge of character and sensed there was some small rivalry between Carys and Carmen. "What I find difficult to believe is that Carmen did you some disservice without you giving her cause." "We have no rivalry I am aware of," Carys said in her defense, which was only partly true. There was some bitterness because of Carmen's intrusive insight into Carys' frustrated romantic ambitions. "I was just curious if you are equally capable." Verloc indulged the question, "In a contest to determine which of us is greater, I would be victorious." "So you could kill her," Carys took some satisfaction in that. "No," Verloc corrected her. "In a fight to the death, she would certainly take my life. I am no match for her skill in that arena." That made no sense to Carys. "What is the difference?" Verloc educated her. "Our strengths and weaknesses are the difference. I have trained all my life. Contests of skill come naturally to me. Carmen is born to warfare. She has to hold back to play such games, and that is a weakness I could take advantage of. If Carmen were my enemy and not my dear friend, I would not survive her unrestrained lethal purpose." The kitchen staff brought on a lighter mood when they rolled out their food-laden carts. The first was a skewer roasted whole pig with rice stuffing, the very same animal that Cutter had gifted to Verloc. After that, they presented 5 sides of beef, some they roasted whole while others Nick had butchered into large roasts. With them was ample gravy and large pots of stew he made from the trimmings. The aromas were heavenly and brought cheers from the hungry diners. It was a huge amount of food, but far from excessive for the mouths of the entire community, and if by chance anything remained as leftovers, that wouldn't go to waste. Jack said, "Winter is coming," for Jim to hear. He thought it was a good time to say it since everyone could witness just how much food the community as a whole could devour to sustain itself. "I'm well aware of the passing of seasons," Jim answered him. "We did agree to get the power cable for refrigerating the East Airport. Once that is operational, we can start hunting full-time. If Critias has proven anything, it is that the Black Hole makes a better butcher shop than a pirate vessel." Commander Grace prepared her napkin because she planned on getting greasy eating delicious food. "I've noticed that every time we make an improvement around here, people start talking about how to improve the improvements. For the rest of the evening, let's be thankful for what we have and leave business till tomorrow." "Hear, hear," Jim agreed with that sentiment. "Let's be thankful for the blessings we already have just this once." "You are a man of many talents, Captain Critias," Carys said with sincere approval. "If we have you to thank for hunting up this truly superior supper, I would like to be the first to express my gratitude." A sudden hush swept across the room that silenced the merriment like a grave. Every head turned to look, and most believed they saw the impossible as Palat strode in, not only alive, but in better health and higher spirits than ever he had been since his arrival. Hundreds of voices whispered their amazement by using his name. A fallen hero had arisen again, like a dark cloud of misfortune that hung over their heads had parted to let in the sun. The general whispers grew to applause as people stood to clap. As Palat escorted Carmen across the hall toward the captain's table, he said to her, "I am not the only one surprised that I am still alive." He felt Carmen's grip tighten on his arm over his words, because it was his admission that he knew she had not rushed to meet him because she had thought he was going to die. Carmen had known for some time that he would not only live, but also fully recover. She said, "It would have broken their hearts if you had died so senseless a death while on a quest of errant chivalry. If there is no hope left in this world for those they love and admire, what would be the point of them being here at all?" Palat revealed his former state of mind. "A senseless death cures the broken heart, so I went in search of it. I must have been dead for a moment, because now that I have come back, I am ready to live again. The very moment before I fell, that bell-ringing monster said that God would be our judge, and now some miracle has restored me. There must be some reason to it. In time, I will find out what that is." Carmen wanted to tell him the truth, but she couldn't be so cruel. God's verdict had not been for him, but against him. Palat coveted another man's wife, and now he came back to see another woman he loved die in tragedy, and even worse, he would be partly the cause of it. All she could say was, "I'm sorry," and she meant it. As Palat and Carmen approached the captain's table, Fleet Admiral Rudel observed, "Captain Sircon has made an impression on your community. I would never have expected such a hero's welcome." Carys tried hard not to reveal how much she enjoyed saying, "He has made an impression on Carmen as well." Palat took Carmen's remorse as a compliment. Her compassion for him was genuine and had restored his desire to live. He reached the captain's table and then went directly to Critias's chair to tell him, "It was generous of you to allow me such a warm reception considering all the trouble I caused you on your mission." "You didn't do anything I wouldn't have done," Critias replied. "Everyone is glad that you seafaring types wear such heavy body armor. Are you feeling up to a good meal?" Palat admitted, famished. Fleet Admiral Rudo caught on, "Were you injured, Palat? Is that why I had to wait to see you?" "As you can see, sir, it was nothing serious," Palat answered him. "The issue that you need to be aware of is that there are talking plague victims out there and they are capable of malicious strategy. Lee told me about these intelligent aberrations." Fleet Admiral Rudo referred to a report from Major Feng. "It is surprising and disturbing news. We have already witnessed a diverse range in their physical deformities. It stands to reason that they can have extraordinary mental specimens as well." Major Feng got up from her seat to give Palat a hug. "It's good to have you back," she told him in French. "You had me worried there for a while." They were close friends and longtime partners without any romantic connections. While both of them were impressively multilingual, they only shared French with true fluency. She said, "When they brought you back everyone thought you were going to die. I even heard a rumor that they were going to test the pirates looking for a liver donor." Lee tried to figure out how he was different. "You look great, younger even." "They have excellent doctors," he dismissed her concerns. "Let's eat and put that incident behind us." Carmen took her seat and when Critias didn't say anything, she put her hand on his arm to get his attention. "Master, I'm sorry if I embarrassed you." I was glad to see that he was up and coming to join us. Critias had no ill feelings. "We are all glad that he is better. You don't have to apologize for caring about a friend." The situation was too much for Carys to resist since it truly turned the tables on what Carmen had done to her over Carys' unattainable desires for the Admiral. She said, "With friends like that, who needs lovers, eh Carmen? What is it with this master business anyway? You two must get pretty kinky." Staying diplomatic was in Critias's interest. He chose his response carefully. "If you need help taking the edge off, Commander Carys, I'm sure some of the men around here would gladly be of service." Carys wasn't sure she understood, edge. Critias nodded. "Carmen was right about you in that you do seem a touch persnickety." The woman was not easily intimidated. She took the opportunity to speak her mind. "How old is your wife, Captain?" "She is an expert pilot and a fencing master." "How many languages does she speak fluently?" "I am no fashion critic, but that hair color is something else. I have an obligation to ensure the safety of my people and what I see here doesn't add up. Your king is barely old enough to get a driver's license. You will have to excuse me for being skeptical, but I get the feeling that there is a lot more going on here than you are telling us. Are the actual leaders of this community still in hiding while they gather information on us? You have been at the forefront of everything since we arrived. Are you King Louis?" "My husband is King Louis," Jessica asserted since she thought it rude for anyone to declare otherwise. As to Carmen being a pilot, Romeo said, "I see nothing amazing about that while Hardock sits at the same table. He is younger than she is and already an accomplished aviator." Verloc spoke up, "If we are casting doubts on one another, you are the ones who brought an assassin. Are you planning on assassinating Jim before or after you discovered he betrayed you?" "That was something that Jim couldn't pass on. What makes you think they brought an assassin?" "Mr. Jin," Verloc said like that was answer enough. "Jim didn't see the connection, Fleet Admiral Rudel's bodyguard?" Verloc had an expression of yes, as she explained, "Hatchet never leaves your side, and yet Mr. Jin keeps his distance from the table. He doesn't want to find himself caught in whatever trap befalls the Admiral." "What do you know about him?" "Nothing, that is because he has had special training to conceal his capabilities. Mr. Jin is not Yakuza. He is shinobi. I'll wager he claims to have been a professional actor and perhaps both his parents were too. That is how they are. They know how to hide in plain sight. He can train himself continuously and no one sees anything unusual about it." After saying all that, Verloc had another thought. "I hope Mr. Jin came here as the Admiral's assassin. If he didn't, that means he is a deep cover spy working for the Maltese pirates and has been feeding them information for quite some time. He may even be planning on killing all three of you while you are here together." It was an outrageous theory most worthy of Verloc's Watcher insanity that generated fantastical paranoid scenarios about covert espionage. Even so, Jim couldn't dismiss what Verloc said outright. He looked to the Admiral. "Is there any truth to what she says, Fleet Admiral Rudel?" Since he saw no harm in it, Rudel admitted, "Yes, it's true. If this did turn out to be a trap, Mr. Jin would act to preserve my fleet from your aggression. I took every precaution trying to determine your legitimacy. Ultimately, I had to risk coming here to know for certain. Unless you actually are planning on killing us, Mr. Jin is not a threat to you. You have my word on that. With that out of the way, Rudel added, oddly enough, he was an actor who did some work in action martial arts movies. I don't know what a shinobi is, but I don't recall him ever claiming to be one. It means ninja, Carmen defined the word. It seems highly improbable to me, though not impossible. Skill is only a matter of training. If the training exists anywhere in the world, then so does its practitioners. If Verloc believes it to be true, I am going to assume it is until I learn otherwise. Carmen lowered her eyes as though embarrassed to say, I failed to notice until she enlightened me. Mr. Jin does have a singular obscurity of pride for a man we expect to be highly capable. Jim felt satisfied with Rudel's honesty. I have no plans to assassinate you, so Mr. Jin is no more of a concern to me than you need fear the dangerous people I have at my command. You made a clever precaution and I commend you for it. On that topic, Malcolm commented, wasn't it guns that put an end to the Age of Swords? I think they will run out of ninjas before I run out of bullets. Carmen replied to Malcolm, that is more than partly true for the samurai and swordsmen in general. I think the more accurate explanation is that firearms allowed cowardly souls to massacre honorable warriors, usually in their backs. The shinobi had a different kind of honor. They were always practical opportunists. If Mr. Jin is a ninja, he will be skilled in any form of weapon, even killing with everyday objects. He would be more likely to use an assault rifle or explosives than attack you with a dagger. Jim thought of the ongoing honor saga with Cutter when he said, Critias would not make a very good shinobi then. He has an overwhelming dislike for the expedient solution to his opponents. My Critias will not have to joust with windmills in place of giants, Carmen said with great admiration for her husband's honorable principles. After a go-ahead nod from Jim, Colonel Davis stood up to make a hand signal for his man Peterson and Manny Giles to stand down. Manny revealed himself from his disguise in the white of a kitchen worker with his submachine gun concealed by his beef cart. He had been in excellent position to fire on the table with Mr. Jin and the Sand Tigers if his need came up. Peterson rappelled down from the ceiling girders on a zip line. His black costume had kept him admirably concealed with his shroud-wrapped rifle in preparation of killing Mr. Jin if he had turned out to be a pirate spy. He ejected the cartridge from his bolt-action on his way past the Sand Tiger's table. You should have this, he told Mr. Jin as he offered him the bullet as a gift. It already has your name on it. Commodore Tinney laughed robustly. Do we have the final détente of the Cold War powers yet? The rest of us would like to eat. I see that we are equally cautious, Jim, said Rudel. It is my turn to commend you on your thoroughness of preparation against deceit. Carries asked in surprise for anyone to answer, so you already knew. I made your man from the first moment I saw him, Verloc told her. Did my theatrical performance have you convinced? Perhaps my parents were actors too. Critias told Carmen, go prepare me a plate, woman. If I have to fight ninjas this evening, I don't want to do it on an empty stomach. Carmen promptly obeyed without complaint or hesitation. She even showed pleasure that he acknowledged her devotion without any shame that he displayed too much machismo in public. Critias told Carries, being her master does have its perks. We serve ourselves around here, you will have to get your own. That made him think, I'm sure you have been taking care of your own needs for a long time now. The way he said it implied her necessity of lonely masturbation due to her abrasive personality and not about having to get her own food trays. Like many other people, Critias learned to dislike the woman for being such a bitch. Not everyone that they met could always be congenial and she did have some good points. It wasn't as if Jim could tell her that he was a time traveler or that Carmen was a omni-talented Mary Sue clone cyborg killing machine. They had 3 friendly watchers sitting at the dinner table. There really were a lot of secret extraordinary things going on in front of Carries. If anything, she was smarter than she looked, because Carries was right to be skeptical and it probably was a good idea for her to try and push people's buttons to get them to reveal more than they already had. Hatchet went with Jessica to prepare some dinner trays for her and Jim. It wasn't long before the celebratory dinner was underway. For Critias, Carmen brought him a selection of things he would enjoy, which included a large steak, a prime sample of the pork with rice, and a bit of lobster tail with some chicken that she had fished out of the soup pots. His meal was in stark contrast to what she chose for herself, a bowl of soup broth that contained some vegetables and a little rice. Critias had chilled orange slices for dessert while she settled for dehydrated banana chips, which in her view were an indulgent luxury. Aside from Paulette, Boris, and Rachel who abstained from pork, everyone else gratified themselves unreservedly to make the most of that special occasion. Commodore Tinney drank rum like a buccaneer without showing any adverse effects. When he noticed the disparity between their meals, he said, Captain Critias, you should fix her plate to put some meat on her bones. A young man like you would not be familiar with the superior softness of a plumper woman. Critias glanced over to give it some thought and then realized that Carmen was being too modest in her appetite. While you were helping Jack care for his new son, he told Carmen, you will eat more to keep up your strength. You're right, of course, she apologetically accepted his wishes. I should have been more attentive to my health. I've had a lot on my mind. As a wine bottle passed along the table, the Commodore filled himself a glass to sample it. He noticed, you don't drink, Carmen? No, sir, she answered politely. I have never taken to consuming alcohol and I don't think Critias would allow it, though I have never asked. He would say I have vices enough to not start another. That made the Commodore curious. You wear neither earrings nor makeup. You don't drink, so I gather you don't smoke either. You even eat with the daintiness of a bird. I would very much like to hear what you consider your vices. I have a selfish appetite for my master's bed, Carmen admitted truthfully. Even today, I complained it was a hellish burden to leave it to get dressed for this dinner. I pester him with apologies overly much, even when he is not of a mind to reprimand me. She took up a banana chip to show to the Commodore, and I have an unsightly addiction to these delicious morsels. Every time I eat one, it reminds me of my first time, and so I want another. Tinny didn't understand. Your first taste of banana was that wonderful? Yes, in a manner of speaking, Critias explained. I was feeding them to her on the night I gave her that selfish appetite for my bed. The Commodore got the attention of the room with his loud laughter and then he raised his cup to make a toast. Here is to all our women having such terrible vices and the hope they never recover from them. As everyone drank to the toast, Fleet Admiral Rudel noticed with his peripheral vision that Ceres raised her cup, but then hesitated while she watched him. Only after he swallowed did she drink too, as she silently wished that Rudel had her in mind as he drank to the sentiment. Penny Gardiner was near to Tinny's age. She asked, would you like to count my vices next, Commodore? If you get me drunk tonight, you might even give me a new one. I do like a strong man in uniform. That made the Commodore grin with approval. I must warn you, my dear, they call me Commodore because of the size of my ship, not because I command many of them. I haven't been thrown overboard yet, Commodore, Penny Gardiner told him flirtatiously. You should still hold fast, Tinny recommended. There could be rough seas tonight. As the dinner wore on, Carmen returned for a second helping of what she had already eaten. Tony Banjo brought out his Turkish nargile water pipe and some of his best hashish for an after-supper smoke for any interested in partaking. Others smoked tobacco or sipped fine whiskey, if not both. Nit, the chef and emperor of kitchens, took the relaxing moment to bring out his dessert surprise. His staff rolled out carts they had loaded with fresh baked pies packed with canned fruit filling of great variety from pineapple to blueberry, with apple, cherry, and even strawberry in between. The all but forgotten aromas had many near to tears over the unexpected and nearly unbelievable luxury. Nit shouted, come and see why I am the emperor. He rang his triangle, I have a slice for everybody. Chapter 9. Ghost of Achilles. After Critias and Carmen shared each other's slice of apple and cherry pie, they moved on to follow the party of officers to Jim's nightclub. Along the way, Borz's friend Oleg, the new department head of the General Armory, caught up to give them something. He spoke in passable English. Carmen, I finished polishing your sword. It's an exceptional blade considering its age, certainly spent most its years as an heirloom. My guess is that it has only undergone restoration once before, and that was ages ago, by the original owner, maybe after it saw some actual combat. That Tsuba is not original, still an antique though. I nicked it on Sabretooth, I think. She grieved the imperfection her blow to the hunter had left on the blade's edge. It's flawless now, Oleg assured her. When he presented the sheathed weapon inside a black cloth travel stocking, Critias accepted it himself. His rightful nonchalance for the sword came from it being an extension of Carmen. They shared the same soul, and so were equally his informal property. Critias gave Oleg a golden token for his efforts. Thank you. You must be very good at what you do for Carmen to trust Mistletoe to your care. Carmen had undoubtedly paid him in advance, but he didn't care and thus tipped Oleg the signs for a job well done. They continued on to the nightclub to find that it was a special occasion there as well, because the woman that worked the door gave them free drink tickets as she passed them through. Lights and house music made a surreal atmosphere, and the crowd was already impressive even though more people would soon arrive. That fresh taste of excitement from the old world made Verloc flush with life. She raised her arms and moved her hips in a sensual little dance as she slipped through the crowd perfectly at home. Romeo left his jacket with the coat check and then told his companions, "We will catch up with you later." He followed Verloc to the dance floor. Because Carmen knew that Critias was not an enthusiastic dancer, She took his hand and then led him toward the back room to make him comfortable there away from most of the noise and the bustle. They entered to find that the decontamination worker who had washed Critias that afternoon out by the barrier cage had just gotten on stage to perform a striptease dance. Jim, Jessica, and Hatchet were there along with Ruta Lentini as well as many of their people. They took up a group of couches in the back where they watched Forager mission recordings on a large video display. Carmen put Critias on a padded loveseat close enough to the show that he could listen to their discussions while also separate enough that she could enjoy being near him once she got back with his drink. As soon as Carmen had gone, Caris went over to Critias and then referred to an adjacent empty chair. "May I sit down?" He granted permission with a gesture. "You don't want to see the movies?" "I read Major Feng's reports already." She snubbed the films as she sat down. "Her observations are what I would like to ask you about." Since Critias listened but remained uninterested enough to comment, she continued, "When I spoke to her about her time here, she had some interesting things to say about you." "Yeah, well," he shrugged at that. "I hear that I'm a pretty interesting guy." "She said you were a sorcerer or something like that," Caris told him seriously. "Li believes you are a feng shui master only without knowing it. She says that is why you find yourself surrounded by Wei Shen and Shen Guai, which she says are these powerful immortal spirits of good and evil." Critias responded dubiously, "Ghosts and goblins? I don't believe in such fantastical nonsense." He couldn't overlook the irony that he had once stood accused of believing in bomber-wrecking goblins. That seemed to please Caris. "I don't believe in the supernatural either. However, Li, Major Feng, she is an extraordinary woman. It often requires some long consideration to translate the worth of what she says. It really didn't mean anything to me at the time she told me this. It came back to me later when Mr. Jin told me something similar. He said that Special Agent Shield and Carmen are a variety of yokai. According to him, yokai are mystical mortal spirits of a sort. They embody or personify certain behavioral traits, vices and virtues if you will. These yokai spirits can bring good fortune or disaster to the people around them, depending on their dispositions." Critias scoffed. "It sounds to me like Major Feng and Mr. Jin have been spending too much time together in the wacky world of Oriental superstitions. Surely you don't think my wife is some kind of ghost?" "That's just it," Caris got to her point. "They didn't get together. They came to these conclusions independently. More than a few people have said this is the end of the world, the infection I mean. Your people call them ghouls. I have heard those creatures called demons, vampires, and zombies. It seems that everyone has their own theory on what they are and how this came about. I don't know what to call them. I do know that what is going on is not the common cold. I have not been here very long, but even I can see that you are at the center of some inexplicable oddities. I am more than passingly familiar with the cutting edge of military equipment, and I have never seen anything like your armor and weapons before." Critias knew perfectly well what Major Feng, Mr. Jin, and Caris talked about. They all tried to put into words something they couldn't possibly understand just by drawing upon their personal experiences. He even felt that he had learned something in a way. Critias saw that it was actually true that he had coincidentally become something of a magnet for Watchers. He had believed in them even before he found them, and since then he had become thoroughly embroiled with them. Critias was on a mission to recover the Patriarch of Watchers, the man from the sarcophagus. Watchers were immortals of good and evil, or they wavered in between until he nudged them one way or another. They did tend to have some extreme predilection that dominated their personalities, as with these yokai. Even Carmen suffered from the behavior, he couldn't deny that. When it came to devotion, Carmen could give even Romeo a run for his money. Critias didn't find it unusual that Li Feng and Jin tried to use magic and superstition to comprehend sciences far in advance of them, just as some cavemen would imagine a cigarette lighter was some kind of wizardry. All Critias could think to say to Caris about it was, "What do you want from me?" Caris came right out with it, "Since I know you will never tell me the truth, I just want to know which is right. Are you going to save us, or are you a haunted disaster that will explode in our faces?" Before Critias could come up with an answer, Carmen returned with his drink. She instantly went from the height of good cheer to an icy and threatening demeanor. The subject of her husband's discussion was a mystery to Carmen, but Caris registered as a hostile, not only because Carmen clearly read Critias's discomfort level over the subject matter, but also because Caris' eyes suddenly took on an unnerved panicky guilt when she saw Carmen come in. Carmen let out the first words that came to mind, "Stay away from my husband, or I'll kill you," and she meant it. A death threat was so far out of line that Critias would have had Carmen on her knees with her nose in the carpet. He actually would have disciplined her, and the only way she would take to heart, if it weren't for the irreplaceable dress she wore. Presumably, Verloc had only loaned it to her for the special occasion. If he went off on her verbally in public at Jim's welcoming party for important new survival community leaders, that would have too much blowback. Instead, Critias just glanced over at her so that she saw what he was thinking. He at least wanted her to know how lucky she was that he was not in a social situation where he could properly straighten her ass out. Ever since they returned from that day's mission, she had been anxious and temperamental. Her days of being a combat cyborg that had violent tantrums on people who couldn't possibly defend themselves had ended long before. Critias was more than sick of it. The look was enough for Carmen to read his thoughts, and it made her desperate to apologize profusely. She knew he wouldn't like that either, so Carmen just bit her lower lip and then waited for her punishment. "Come here," he told her with forgiveness. "It's all right, I know you didn't mean to say that. You've come too far to act on such rash words." Carmen took a deep breath to compose herself, and then she delivered him his drink. "You told me to mind my own business and to shut up, only I didn't listen to you, so now she hates me. When Commodore Tinney asked of my vices, I should have included my inability to control my mouth." "That sums it up nicely," he agreed with her, "but that wasn't what we were talking about. Major Fang and Mr. Jin have been telling her that you and Verloc are something called Guishen and Yokai. Caries wants to know if you are going to help her people or destroy them." "Verloc and I do not harm the innocent," Carmen answered to Critias with the absolute sincerity of a sacred pledge and a little bit insulted. "Verloc is the truer hero, but even so, I will not be the first of my kind who fails to keep the light of humanity burning. Who is Caries that we must justify ourselves to her?" Critias instructed Carmen, "Apologize for threatening her so that we can put this minor misunderstanding behind us." She looked at Caries remorsefully. "I only wanted to help you achieve your ambitions because we have so much in common. I also know the desire to be lost in the arms of a great and uncompromising man. I'm sorry I said I would kill you. Those hasty words came from a source that I think you understand. Would you do less for Fleet Admiral Rudel?" Caries regretted that she had let her frustrations over Rudel become hostility toward Carmen. "I do understand," she admitted. "It was my idea to bring Mr. Jin as a secret weapon against your people in case you harmed the Admiral." Caries was too shy to admit that she envied Carmen and wished Carl Rudel would consummate the complete power he had over her life as Critias did for Carmen. The group nearby that watched the Forager mission tapes became so loud with their exclamations of amazement that Critias and Caries had to turn and see what had them so excited. The big screen showed Jingle Bells and Grendel break into the tower lobby for their assault that killed Jeremy and got Kenny banished from their social universe. Kenny was so gone that Critias had to ask Carmen, "What happened to that guy Jim caught sleeping?" "Stig keeps Kenny in a cage at the customs house in the GNP recreation room," she informed him on the mystery. "Stig wants him to be an example to the others as well as to himself. Jim wants him alive and in good condition to be a grinder pilot. I believe that operation is near at hand. Jack's preparations for waterproofing the pancake house are underway, and those two operations will likely coincide to some degree." Caries shared the same wide-eyed amazement as the other new arrivals when they saw Grendel's impossible size even for a hunter. She excused herself to move back to her group where she could get a better view. It didn't impress Critias all that much for good reasons he shared with Carmen. "Cutter is that big now, he talks, and is even sneaky. Even after I humbled myself to him, he still wants to kill me." Critias swigged his drink. "Who knows, maybe he will. He could have that last time." His own words reminded him of how Li Feng thought he was a feng shui master who could push immortal spirits into line. Maybe that was why Cutter seemed unable to make up his mind about pulling his arms off. "I won't let him harm you," Carmen promised, only not in a way to reassure him. She actually meant that she would intervene before she let Cutter take from her what she valued most. Critias reached out to have Carmen join him on the couch. "You were magnificent that night. Sit with me, my pretty yokai of devotion, and whisper in my ear how much you adore me." That was a lengthy proposition that Carmen gladly undertook. She snuggled against him on the couch and then whispered, "I do love you with devotion, which is the greatest of all virtues because without it all other virtues lack commitment to action. Devotion is also the most dangerous. When untempered by moral excellence, it is the source of jealousy, revenge, and all the dark ambitions. Caries is right to worry about me. For you, I can be their light or their darkness. On your behalf, I am capable of anything. It is for you to choose if I am to be their angel or their demon. There is no pleasure I would deny you. I melt under your gaze. I tremble at your touch. For your sake, I would make any sacrifice. To avenge you, I would drown the world in blood." Critias found her words amusing, but also enlightening. He had been in a quandary about Cutter for some time without any vision toward a solution. The things he had heard from Caries about Fang and Jin had opened his mind to the possibilities. In the poetic language of myth, Critias had punished the precedent by cursing his soul to immortal demon hell where his sin of evil lust in life would torment him forever. Verloc and Romeo could have been insurmountable enemies, but he transformed them into staunchest allies. Dr. Kyne was an immortal spirit of ingenuity that Critias had brought into purpose. Jingle Bells was a malign zealot that Critias would have to destroy. He trusted that Carmen was right that the day of the grinders fast approached. Jim required that Jingle Bells and Cutter be out of the picture for that plan to go forward. Critias realized then that he had preserved Cutter's life for a purpose. Things had gone too far for Critias just to destroy him. Just as Carmen whispered about herself, it was for Critias to choose the final path for Cutter's unstoppable power. Carmen whispered to him, "Is it even possible? Could I ever be so satisfied that I could refuse my desires? Could I be so long in your bed that I could beg you for permission to crawl away from it? You are only a man, so in that I am actually fortunate. I think I would die before saying enough." "You can cry, you've had enough," Critias assured her. "There is more than one way to skin a cat. I need Jingle Bells dead and Cutter to decide he wants to be in Verloc's service. If you bend your cunning mind to guiding me into accomplishing these things, I will show you the limits of your endurance, even if it kills you." Her hands let him know she wanted to find her limits immediately. "Do you promise?" He smacked her hand away. "You have my promise." When her searching hand returned, he smacked it away only harder. "Not in public, you tawdry wench. Who is the slave around here anyway?" "I am," she admitted with joy while she contented herself with snuggling up. "I can wait until we get home." It hadn't taken much for Carys to discover that Major Fang's reports hadn't fully captured the amazing spectacle of the video footage that showed their battles with ghouls and hunters. The longer they watched, the more involved they became. Not even Penny Gardner's flirtations were enough to keep Commodore Tinny distracted. As he watched Jingle Bell's army fill up the lobby, he cursed about Kenny, who had long since abandoned his post to sleep in the welding supply room. Now where did that blasted fool run off to? As he witnessed Christopher confront Grendel with such singular courage, Fleet Admiral Rudel cheered, "A lion indeed." The movies were not of the least interest to Carmen, but Critias remained curious as he witnessed the reactions of the people as they viewed them. When they saw the battle to retake the tower's lobby from ghouls and Grendel, the audience took turns as they glanced over at Critias and Carmen in near disbelief. Invariably, their eyes always seemed to find Carmen's sword that Critias had rested against the arm of the couch. The blade seemed to convince them more than Carmen's lovely young appearance and fulsomely submissive demeanor. By the end of Critias' third drink, the movie audience had seen enough to be satisfied. Most people had to work in the morning and many in the nightclub had used up their free drinks by then, so they departed or found companionship for the night, then left for reasons more romantic. Other people arrived late to avoid the throng dancing and house music so they could enjoy more traditional ballroom partner dances. Bobby Bean and Alice couldn't really dance at all, which they didn't seem to mind because a talentless slow dance together appealed to them just fine. Hardik proved capable on the dance floor, and since he led, Mandy followed along capably enough. Jim and Jessica had actually practiced for the occasion because they wanted to provide a respectable exhibition of themselves. Commodore Tinny was nothing short of fantastic as he swept Penny Gardner about with dramatic flourish. Kevin and Penny Welder danced like professionals except compared to Romeo and Verloc, who really were accomplished masters with extensive practice. Platt Sircon danced with Lee Fang since they were good friends and both were worldly enough to know what they were doing. When Critias had led Carmen to believe that he didn't dance at all, that was only partly true. He had gone to a lot of trouble at one time when he learned to dance a waltz for his graduation promenade, and it came up again later at the annual Marshall Field Officers' Ball. As Critias first invited her with his offered hand, Carmen felt flattered and slightly amused that he would indulge her with a half-hearted effort. After she realized that he intended a serious dance to romance her, Carmen became a flitter. Carys hung by the edge of the dance floor like an anticipant wallflower. She attracted men with her beauty and then rejected their advances until no man bothered, since they already expected her politely excused refusal. Admiral Rudel finally asked her to dance because he thought that she shared in his intention to avoid mixed signals with anyone from Jim's community. Carys so lacked in confidence when it came to socializing with the Admiral that her nervousness dismayed her to the point that she even declined his invitation after she had desperately waited for it. Even while she had the time of her life, Carmen couldn't help but notice how Carys had fumbled her opportunity. It had clearly demonstrated how the woman could have been so near the man for so long and yet remained incapable of making that connection with him. Carmen whispered to Critias, "We need to do something." "We need to mind our own business," he countered. His attitude disappointed her, "Like you did for Colonel Davis." She had a good point that he couldn't easily overlook. His intervention to get Colonel Davis to notice Nadia had been both necessary and successful. "Fine, He surprised her with agreement, but we do this my way. His manly take-charge attitude was an aphrodisiac to Carmen. She purred in his ear, you are so sexy when you're brave. During the brief interval after that dance but before the next one, Critias went over to Ceres and then held out his hand for her to come out and dance with him. As he expected, she politely refused and even tried to look away. I insist, Critias told her, not as an invitation. When she still hemmed and hawed to evade him, Critias walked to her and then grabbed her hand. Do I really frighten you that much? He wasn't surprised that she submitted as he pulled her out on the floor anyway. Much like with Carmen, Ceres' indecisiveness flowed in both directions. She lacked the will to comply or refuse with any real conviction. Carmen had a far easier time when she asked the Admiral to dance with her. When he politely declined, she took on a well-acted expression of anticipated rejection. It's my silly hair, isn't it? I must look dreadful to you. Rudel was such a gentleman that he couldn't stand to see her self-deprecating reaction to his refusal, so he relented and joined her for a dance. Carmen made an ideal partner that was both skilled and receptive to his lead. She didn't have to pretend to be enjoying herself. As they danced gracefully about the floor, Rudel told Carmen, your husband is an exceptional soldier and masterful field officer, brave, courteous, and determined. He says I need to learn to not speak so freely, she conversed. Do you think that is a vice in a woman? You may speak freely with me, Rudel said, to be charming and polite while not actually seeking a sample, but he got one anyway. She asked seriously, if I was unmarried would you sleep with me? I see my husband's qualities and you have more of them in some ways. I can't resist such a man who has the confidence to conquer what he desires. Rudel hid his embarrassment well, I'm old enough to be your father. Carmen considered that, you are young enough that our children are making eyes at one another. Isn't that so? That is true, he agreed. You may be young, but you are not immature. He also noticed, Ceres seems to be enjoying herself. Carmen glanced over to see, Commander Ceres is like me. For a man, to have someone force his will upon you is degrading. For women like she and I, it is an indispensable quality in a lover. Like now for example, a man afraid to lead makes a poor dancer, while you do it wonderfully. It must be difficult for you being the powerful and respected commander of an entire fleet. For a man who nearly rules the world, every relationship must seem like exploitive fraternization with a subordinate. Carmen nearly blushed. Beneath the weight of her lover, every woman is delightfully subordinate, but that is the way of nature, the penetrator and the penetrated. It was enough to make Rudel chuckle, your husband does have his hands full. You truly are not shy about speaking your mind. To reply to your stark honesty, yes, I do find you charming. It is a rarity for a woman to be an accomplished soldier during the day in a man's world and then also be a feminine flower afterward at night. It is the rarest of flowers. Carmen liked his flattery. Such flowers never pluck themselves. The gardener must seize them boldly by the stem. Their prickly thorns drive away every timid hand. They are not a treasure fit for the fumbling fingers of boys. Rudel felt inspired to exert his masculinity. He danced Carmen more boldly to prove to himself that he still had what it took to pluck thorny flowers. He was a much better dancer than Critias, which made Carmen correspondingly superior to anything Critias had managed to generate from her boundless repertoire of talent. And in all truth, Carmen did find the Admiral exciting. Their dance was as deep a flirtation as she might ever allow herself, but she didn't waste the opportunity either. After a while, Ceres noticed how well Carmen and Rudel danced together and it made her regret that she had lost her nerve and thereby let Carmen have Rudel in her place. She asked Critias, why does Carmen pretend to be so enamored with the Admiral? Does she do it just to make me jealous, or perhaps to make you jealous? He chuckled at her as if she were a silly woman. What makes you think she is pretending? Carmen has always had irrelevant admiration for impressive things. She loves mountains, tigers, the wind, starry sky, and of course, exceptional men. She only wants to admire what is praiseworthy. I have nothing to worry about. If he tried to take advantage of her innocent attention, Carmen would react the same way you would. Ceres didn't like the comparison. How would I react? The music ended so they stopped dancing. Critias moved a stray strand of hair from Ceres' face. First, Carmen would freeze up in terror like a timid virgin, he said while he gave a light caress to Ceres' neck with the back of his fingers. He was right about her. Ceres just gazed into his eyes as though frozen with the fright that he thought he was about to kiss her. Critias deliberately gave her all the signals that he was about to boldly assert himself in that way. Ceres was not of a mind for that relationship to start between them. When he tried to kiss her anyway, she came to her full senses and then gave him a smack for his effrontery. Critias rubbed his cheek only to make his point, and then Carmen would become angry that any man would dare to make such a bold presumption. Admiral Rudel brought Critias his wife. "Excuse me, Captain. I believe this one is yours, and a fortunate man you are." "Charis doesn't seem to care for my style." Critias still rubbed the color out of his cheek where she had landed her displeasure. "I have too strong a lead, I think." In a calm sea every man is a great pilot. Rudel offered his hand to Charis so she could join him to dance the tango that began. "Perhaps one day I will get the chance to tell you the story of when I was at the helm sailing through the worst storm I've ever seen." That seemed, to Critias, to be a chance to learn something valuable from a great man. How was it piloting a ship in a hurricane? Rudel led Charis away to dance. His every intention was to make her his that night and on more to come. Before he gave that ambition his every attention, he told Critias, it was uneventful. To Carmen's ears, the Admiral's assertion that his sedately confident hand had made himself the master of a raging typhoon was masculine poetry at its finest. It was her proof that she had only the most refined taste in men. She slipped her arms around Critias and then kissed him passionately. The thought that Critias could constrain her no matter how fiercely she stormed or blew out of control filled her with desire for him. Critias told his wife, "Do you see all the problems you cause me, you troublesome woman?" I had to take a smack to get her blood boiling a little. Carmen made a perfect display of being humble and innocent. "Am I not uneventful, master?" "Grand Marshal, Wayne told me once that there are many ways to train a rambunctious horse," Critias lectured her. "He said that for all those ways, none of them really mattered. The only way to become a great rider is to keep mounting the unruly beast until you break it through sheer determination. You are anything but uneventful, which is all the better for me." He playfully smacked her on the butt to remind her, "You're just the horse. I'm the rider whose training actually matters." She asked, "Do I need a taste of your spurs and riding crop? Or would a good mounting suffice?" He gave her a serious look. "One day all that you have said is going to come back to haunt you. On that day, you will whine and cry, only I won't care. When I promised to see you beg for mercy, I never promised to stop after you do. I have no need to escape the impossible." She honestly did not believe he could put her in such a state of intolerable bliss. As the female, she remained absolutely certain she had more endurance for lovemaking than he was biologically capable of performing. She felt no danger that he would make good on his boast. Carmen looked over at Fleet Admiral Rudel as he danced the tango with Charis, and it made her thoughtful. Transforming people's lives for the better is so much more satisfying than transforming them into dead. She inspired Critias to invent a humorous proverb on her behalf: "The warrior that kills has already failed. The perfect warrior is a meddlesome busybody who plays matchmaker." Indeed, Carmen took him seriously. "Can I have my saddle training now?" "Not until the party ends." Critias headed off to return to the back room. "I gave you what you wanted, so now you should feel obligated to indulge me for the rest of the evening. Fetch me another drink." The night grew late and the dancing came to an end. The officers gathered once more in the back room for a final drink to put a cap on a splendid occasion. Charis did her best to conceal her awkward smile that revealed that the Admiral had become aware of her amour for him and he had responded in kind, though for the moment they were intent to keep it a private matter. As everyone prepared their glasses for some final toast, Critias told Carmen, "Everyone has seen your quality as a soldier. Now I want them to see your better side." He gestured toward the dancers' stage. "Be entertaining." "I don't think our guests would find my boorish attempts worthy of their time," she declined. "The hour is late when the spirits of levity are asleep." "I insist," Critias demanded. "Conjure whatever spirits favor the hour so long as you are entertaining." Carmen walked over to the dancers' stage and then unscrewed one of the many small light bulbs that illuminated the podium. Once she had it in hand, Carmen turned to face her audience and then showed them the small circular glass bulb poised in her fingertips. "Time and the soul are like this interesting little device," she told them. "Along its surface, you can travel in any direction round and round for eternity without ever finding an end, even though it is finite in its area. In the center is your life, cold and dark in death because it takes the spark of the soul to give it light." Carmen presented the bulb for them to see and the audience gasped as it began to light, dimly at first then to a strong glow. She covered the light with her other hand and then displayed both her hands with a flourish to reveal that the bulb had vanished altogether, either by magic or more likely sleight of hand. "People often wonder about my hair," Carmen continued. "It is not a dye, and as many of you already know, it is not only upon my head. I did not create it nor can I take it away. Like all of you, I have lived and died many times. Time is eternal and the light of my spirit returns time and time again. Unlike most of you, though I am not alone to be sure, my soul is not a human one. My parents were spirit gods of nature. My father was the angry mulberry god and my mother was the lovely silkworm princess. I was born in the teacup of the Empress Liaizut, wife of the Yellow Emperor. Being the child of nature gods, my hair grew white as snow and all the land spoke of my rare and exquisite beauty. The emperor named me Nuba and claimed me as his adopted daughter. In his name, I was the virgin sword goddess that slew many giants, demons, and devil spirits at the Battle of Zulu. My life as Nuba is still with me, as Grendel will attest and you have all seen. Major Feng knew much of the legends that Carmen claimed as her own lineage. Li indulged the storytelling, but it had not answered a question she herself had wondered: your hair is not white. Carmen continued, when my imperial parents who adopted me passed away, I turned into a butterfly and my soul slept. My light kindled anew 4 centuries later in the fabled city of Babylon. That is where I fell in love with Critias for the first time, and that is where we received our curse. My new parents were poor, so my mother prayed to Ishtar, the goddess of sexuality and war, to give her prosperity. Thus I was born yet again white-haired and of perfect beauty, to bring my parents wealth and glory. I don't recall a life in Babylon, Critias told his wife. How do you know that was me? She turned on him with intensity as she pointed an accusing finger. You do not believe? I will make you believe. Carmen turned her back to the audience and then began to chant in some foreboding unknown language. Critias asked, and what language is this? Babylonian, I think, said Romeo, greatly impressed. Critias asked Romeo, you speak Babylonian? No, he chuckled. No one does. It has been a dead language for 2,000 years. Some scholars have reconstructed bits of it, but no one speaks it. No one besides Carmen, it seems. Kevin also knew the language from its reconstruction and translated Carmen's words, woe to they that Ishtar honors. Cruel is the fickle goddess to star-crossed lovers. Unhappy be the sad wretches, for they shall pay dearly for the favors she heaps upon them. Carmen's hair suddenly sprang out from her head as if she had placed her hand on a Van de Graaff sphere, and then the audience saw her feet levitate clear centimeters off the floor so that she floated with her arms stretched out. Carmen then sank back down to solid ground before she spun about like in a rage to show that her eyes had glowing points of light in them. Her voice became something otherworldly and powerful, like from Ishtar herself. Mock not the old powers, creatures of dust and dirt. Her hair collapsed to normal then as the lights in her eyes went out. Carmen sagged as though exhausted when the possession abandoned her. After a moment, she composed herself and then returned to her story. Because we were poor, I grew up in a tenement house. Ishtar's cruelty at first seemed to me a blessing, because through the crack in the old wall of my bedroom I could whisper and fall in love with the son of the poor parents in the hovel next door. This boy I grew to love, who had been born the same year as me. For him Ishtar's mixed blessing was to become an invincible warrior. From the first days that my beauty became apparent, my mother saw only the treasure she would earn by selling me to a wealthy husband. She guarded me relentlessly, fearing her financial loss that she would suffer if I were to lose my virginity. For that reason, she deeply hated the boy I loved and she forbade me ever to see him. It was only in secret and by whispers through our cracked wall that I did love him. I grew up to be the most beautiful young woman in all of Babylon, while my dearest love became a heroic soldier, rich in victories, but poor in silver. Then the day came that a prince of the city purchased me from my father for a tremendous sum. The prince's family took me away from my love, for I was to live in the prince's palace until the day of our wedding. Critias didn't like her story, as though it personally insulted him. I would not let some pompous prince steal you away from me. To comfort him, though it gave her no joy, Carmen said, you did not let him steal me away. It had long been customary tradition in the sex cult temple of Ishtar that every virgin bride before her wedding day was to sell her flesh in prostitution so that her virgin's blood consecrated that unholy altar through an act of whoredom. The virgin bride had to offer her innocence to the first man to bring her some petty piece of silver. Greed had soiled even that wicked ritual. The priestesses of the temple had taken preference to holding an auction so that the richest man who paid the highest sum won the right to rape the virgin on the floor before the statue of the goddess. This practice had made the priestesses perversely wealthy and powerful. So it was that my wealthy prince and husband-to-be came to the temple to purchase the right to rape me so that no other man would ever touch his future wife, and no other man could afford to outbid his lust for me. I'd have slit his throat, Critias said of the prince. Carmen continued, my handsome young soldier snuck into the temple in disguise. Recognizing him, I leaped down from the auction block to rush into his arms. That was when he pressed a small piece of silver into my hand. Seeing the cleverness of his plan, I showed the silver to all who would purchase me and declared that I had accepted the first man to ask to defile me. The priestesses were outraged because my sale would have been a chest of treasure, but even they were not as angry as was the prince. There was nothing they could do because the letter of the ritual was on my side. Our joining was painful and I was afraid. Though I loved him, my soulmate was still a coarse soldier at heart and was none too gentle as he had his way with me on the stone floor. For all of its agonizing coarseness, I still remember the moment as one of the most joyful in all my lives. I would still have to marry the prince, but at least I would have the man I loved for my first. Romeo had a passion for stories and needed to know more. What happened next? She told them, as my true love lay upon me exhausted, his seed soaking into my womb. He whispered that come nightfall I should sneak away from the prince's palace and then meet with him at a secret place. Once together, we would flee to a faraway land to spend all our lives as husband and wife. With my ritual complete, the prince sent his guards to kill my lover for his boldness. They discovered then what a fine soldier my lover was as he cut down all who stood in his way, and so he escaped and then fled the city to await my arrival. Just as we planned, I snuck away that night to meet with him at the old mulberry tree that grew in a far field. My escape was easy because the prince's guards were all still away searching for my lover. His flight from them was not so simple, so I arrived first at the tree. My white hair made me readily known to anyone in the land, so I spent the time coloring it with the juice of the mulberries that none might recognize me. Critias asked her, "Did we escape? We lived happily ever after?" "No," Carmen shook her head sadly and then tears rolled from her eyes. "Ishtar is not so easily cheated of her cruel games. She sent one of her lionesses to kill me, one with the fresh blood of lamb on its furry jowls. My spirit mother the goddess of silk used my silken cloak to confuse the vicious beast. The prince had given me the valuable cover and I had brought it to keep me warm because the night air was chill. While the lion attacked my enchanted garment thinking it was my body, I ran into safe hiding until the lioness went away. My lover arrived at the tree while I was still cowering amid the rocks down the stream. The lioness was gone but he found the bloody shredded clothes in my place. Thinking that a lion had killed me and then dragged my body away, all because he had been late to arrive and so unable to protect me, out of grief he threw himself upon his own sword. Ishtar had given him the blessing that no one could defeat him in battle and then she tricked him into slaying himself. That is how I found him when I returned, and so great was my love and sorrow, that I pulled the blade from his breast and then plunged it into my own. There we died together beneath the limbs of my father the spirit god of mulberry trees. Out of his love and desire to honor my devotion to you, my hair has been a color of mulberries ever since." When I asked for entertainment, Critias told her, "I wasn't thinking of you channeling ghosts." "Not ghosts, master, spirits. Spirits were never human and never can be. Even when they mate with mortals their children are spirits and so become the great heroes of legend. You are descended from Thetis through your father. She is a goddess of the sea and the keeper of mighty Briareus, the hundred-handed perfection of war. Did you think it was some accident that I was born to be your slave? You ponder how to make yourself master of the fearsome giant Lord Cutter, but never once have you paused to consider fearing him. You, who fear nothing, not even me." Thetis was the mother of Achilles. Romeo knew the myths well. "Achilles is the name of my gunship, not my father," Critias told Carmen. "That is twice," Carmen warned. "Speak not of that loveless butcher again lest he accept your invitation and then come forth. 1,000 years after Babylon, I was born again as a princess in the house of Priam. Your father cared for nothing, not even your mother. He loved only his own pride and the taste of blood on his sword. Like you, he feared nothing, but there was not a drop of mercy in him. For 9 years, Agamemnon burned and pillaged the kingdom like the pirate he was. Only when the smell of death was already in the air did your father come to gorge on the blood of heroes like my brother Hector, who even in defeat is sacred for his honor. That first night ashore, his driver Patroclus raced around the city lashing the immortal horses of Thetis that pulled your father in his chariot while he speared any man who blundered within reach. He only spared women and children because the cheap sport of killing them would lessen the glory of his bloody name. That was how I fell into his heartless clutches. I was out with my half-brother Lycaon gathering supplies from our father's orchard. He came upon us while we thought ourselves safe so far behind the city. He only took Lycaon alive so that he would be a torment to my father and brothers as proof that they had nothing that your father could not take and keep from them." Critias saw a hole in her story. "If my father kidnapped and raped you, what does that make you, my mother?" Carmen took on a sour grimace. "He never raped me or showed me the least direct cruelty. I was his prize trophy with which to taunt his favored prey out from behind their walls. He was all lust, but for glory alone. No woman gave him any real pleasure or any man save by dying at his feet. I had his every protection for what that was worth. None dared touch me, even after his death, for your father had sworn certain doom by his hand on any who wronged me, even against the kings. Even in death, fear of his spirit made the strongest men tremble and quake. That is why I caution you to leave him at rest." As I recall, Critias said, his son Pyrrhus was no kinder or gentler a man. His comment offended Carmen as a wounding insult for one she loved. You are no kinder man? You said yourself you have no soul. A warrior you are, and those who oppose you find death at your hands, but you are not without pity or honor. When that devious serpent, Odysseus, went to steal the bow of Hercules from poor suffering Philoctetes, did not Pyrrhus refuse to make headway by means of treachery against a fellow hero? Failure and death were more tolerable to him than dishonor. As inheritor of his father's house and slaves, I became yours, and dearly did I love you for your great courage and gentle kindness. There was no hope for my father, brothers, or their sons after the sacking of the city. It was by my own request, I begged you to give them clean and certain deaths, lest they die only after long torture and many humiliations, which would have certainly been theirs. Does not history tell the truth of it? None now speaks of the shames of Priam. They name him with honor as the defiant old king who fell while struggling with his last breath. Like any good captain, he went down with his ship fighting to the final moment. That was your gift for me, and I adore you for it. His life was already lost, but your sword at least left him his dignity. I think I have heard enough, Critias told her. It was not my intention for you to frighten everyone with magic tricks and ghost stories. Speak no more of Achilles. A booming sound like an iron gate startled everyone. Critias even drew his pistol, not knowing what it was, beyond ominous. Carmen admonished him, I warned you not to speak his name, and now he is coming again like before. Next, they heard the sound of dripping water like in a cave, and then footsteps grew louder as though they stepped through puddles. Critias felt tempted to tell Carmen to discontinue her show, but just the thought made him realize it was because she had such an effect on people's minds. The entire room was curious if she could make a ghost appear and speak to them. Polyxena, a ghostly male voice said that continued on in classical Greek. Romeo translated, Polyxena, I summoned you once to death. You will not answer me now. Your world and time are gone, Carmen called out, panicked. Go back down to Hades and leave me in peace. Every tongue wags among the dead, said the voice in English. I killed those who opposed me. You herald death for those you proclaim to love. Did you not sentence your own father to the sword? Your thirst for blood is less satiable than my own. You killed your lover Pyramus with your lust, and then found the courage to spare Pyrrhus the same fate by offering up your throat so he could go home. Which blood will you spill now, yours or my son's? It must be one or the other. There is no other possible future for you. You cannot escape your destiny. Carmen rushed to her purse to retrieve her pistol, and once she had it in hand she cried out, Begone, spectre. Your only property now is your heavy sins. Go down to the dark place and let your victims comfort you. Verloc cried out, There. She pointed to a long mirror on the wall. Everyone turned to look, Critias in particular. There, reflected in the mirror, was the ghost of a Myrmidon in blood-stained golden armor. Wet blood dripped from the sword in his hand. In his other fist, he gripped his helmet by the white horsehair crest that also had stains from the scarlet blood on his hands. The man bore an uncanny likeness to Critias, as though they might be of some close relation, only that the ghost's expression had many heavy burdens. Fleet Admiral Rudel enjoyed Carmen's magic show. He was not so foolish to think the illusions to be otherwise, even if he didn't understand how Carmen made them. He called out to the spectre, What treasures should a man gather in life that has currency among the dead? The ghost of Achilles turned his head to look upon the admiral, and then he opened his mouth to speak grimly. All selfishness is as gold and precious stones, be it for blood, rape, or glory. They serve only to drag you deeper into the black waters. Countless are the men I put down into the earth whose names are unknown and unspoken, no different from if I had sundered 1,000 empty helmets. Here in the dark, the only worth is the worthy, be they friends or enemies. That is why the death of Patroclus wounded me the most. He stood by me fearlessly as my brother through 100 battles, and then in my sulking over my great pride, I was not beside him in the hour of his need. Remember him as you remember me, such is the treasure of his loyalty to a brother and my great shame for lacking this quality. Critias stepped forward to hear, What is your message for me? No wind will ever carry you home while she lives, Achilles prophesied. Not even I boasted with enough pride to claim that I could save the whole world. Like Priam and Polyxena, immortalize her quality with your sword and then go accomplish more than I ever dared dream. What you call charity will only make immortal royalty into a forgotten commoner. The ghost stepped back into the dark depths of the mirror as he murmured, No wind shall carry you home while she lives. And then Achilles disappeared. Critias was half furious and equally tempted to give Carmen a taste of his anger. He concealed it well enough that only Carmen knew his real thoughts as he asked her, This is your idea of entertainment, demanding before everyone that I murder you? In a rare moment of fearlessness before his anger, Carmen stood tall and retorted, I begged you not to call him up and then you did so deliberately to test me and him. Are you not the man? In what way can I command you to do anything? All the choices are yours alone. Carmen looked to the audience. I apologize if I offended anyone with this elaborately prepared amusement. I see now that I was wrong to make my husband the butt of my joke. I thought it better him than to make jest at friends or company. It was all only made-up stories, the simple tricks of street magicians, and props around the room like using the mirrors and sound system. Romeo went to Carmen to kiss her hand. Pyramus and Pyrrhus, very clever and wonderfully entertaining. I shall always think of Thisbe when I see your wonderful hair. He put his hand on Critias's shoulder, a son of Achilles indeed. I must say that I agree with Carmen. Of the two, I find you the more honorable man. I doubt he would have indulged me with conversation upon our first meeting. His first instinct would have been to take my head as a trophy. Before she left with Romeo, Verloc asked Critias, "Did you enjoy the dress?" "It was a gift naturally, and I think you will enjoy the silk lingerie underneath it even more. The magic show was very entertaining, by the way. You really outdid yourselves." "Now you have me curious to unwrap my Carmen present to see what is underneath," Critias said to Verloc. "Thank you in advance. I know I won't be disappointed. You have exquisite taste." The party broke up after some polite words among the guests. Tony Banjo came out of one of the prostitutes' comfort rooms with Rudolph's 3 Japanese ambassadors who had just given him a triple oral examination. He asked, "Is the party over already?" "It's still early." "You missed the magic show," Critias told him. "I was about to tell you that," Tony replied with a satisfied laugh. "Too bad you're married, or I'd invite you up to help me put the thunderbolt to these 3 sluts." He gave everyone a wave goodbye and then set off for his apartment with a trio of half-drunk horny musicians in tow. Chapter 10. Uninvited Invitation. On the way out of the nightclub, Critias noticed that Hatchet had a most serious demeanor worthy of inquiry. "You didn't enjoy yourself this evening?" Hatchet confessed, "I enjoyed myself entirely." The moment inspired him to make a disclosure. "Jim and Queen Jessica are going to bed, so I'm going to round off the evening by dealing with that pirate who offended her honor. I understand you also have strong feelings about one of them in particular. Care to join me?" Oddly enough, his meeting with the pretend Achilles had influenced Critias in his thinking. It wasn't primarily the issue of curbing Carmen's hot-headed aggression, but she remained the first matter he needed to accost. Only after he had her squared away, could he then consider dishing out justice on the pirate that had cut her. "I'll go with you," he told Hatchet, "if you can wait a few minutes while I take care of something." Hatchet shrugged since he didn't mind to wait. He filled his glass from a bottle for a final drink. "Take your time." Critias took Carmen by the wrist and then pulled her into one of the comfort rooms before he closed the door. Carmen assumed he was of a mind to playfully have his rough way with her. Even though she greatly desired it, especially coming as such an unexpected surprise, she still expressed a genuine mixture of confusion and panic. She felt certain that was his intention as Critias pushed her over the couch to have her from behind. Carmen had to support herself with her hands as he raised up her long delicate skirt to expose her silk panties. She only realized her actual danger when he gave her 4 hard spankings to her bottom with his hand. Each one had every intention of being anything but foreplay. In their romantic games, Carmen had zero appetite for actual pain. It was the psychology of her bondage that she relished. That painful spanking was unmistakable as being anything else. Finally satisfied that he had her full attention, Critias dropped her skirt and then hauled her up to make her look at him. His rebuking was entirely serious. "You are my wife and my lieutenant, not bloodthirsty Achilles." Not even the frightened tears in her eyes moved him to sympathy as he warned her, "If you ever again threaten anyone with violence during one of your tantrums, I will build you your own bedroom where you will sleep alone for days on end. If you think I am joking, I can contact Commander Derrick to send his builders in the morning." In case she had any lingering doubts, Critias added, "I only brought you in here to spare you that punishment. It is what you deserve already. I gave you your last warning over your threat to ram a fistful of coins down someone's throat. You are done being a bully. I will cure you. Don't ever make me tell you again." As something of a marshal herself, Carmen deserved harsher punishment than the average person did for unlawful activities. She was a war machine that couldn't suffer injury from a mere smack on her bottom. It was that she pushed him to the necessity and ruined their special evening that actually stung her with lasting pain, even though she felt the sting of his hand as any other woman might. Even as Critias had done it, her combat computer personality remained totally subdued. Not even her full bodily strength had returned as it should from the necessity of defending herself from physical harm. Carmen never once lapsed out of her romantic zeal that deactivated much of her superpowers. All she could do was whimper an apology that she knew she was at fault. "I'm sorry." "You are now," he replied. "Never again, Carmen. Go round up the girls and make sure they get home safely. Put yourself to bed and don't even think of anything but sleeping when I get home. I've had enough of you behaving viciously like a spoiled brat. When you threatened to kill Carries, you either were being cruel and selfish or you wanted to get a rise out of me, and neither is acceptable. It is cowardly that you pick fights with people that have no chance against you. I have Cutter trying to kill me. Don't even speak, just go and do as I have told you." Critias opened the door for her and then Carmen went out to do as he commanded. Hatchet met Critias on his way out. They were alone. "You did the right thing," Hatchet told him. When Critias gave a questioning look, Hatchet elaborated, "I saw her rubbing her butt when she was leaving and her expression seemed a little corrected. So I said you did the right thing. I have quite a temper myself. I understand the trouble hers gets her into." "You would know if anyone," Critias meant something else besides temper. "What would Jim do if Carmen did hurt someone?" Hatchet admitted, "Not very much, I think. Let's not bullshit ourselves, the two of you are valuable around here. Jim would wonder how many lives it would cost him without you two doing the work you do. In my opinion, the only right answer is that you never let her hurt anyone. I'm just guessing that's what happened. Everyone knows that Carmen has a short fuse, so they make a point of not offending her. She will attack them and then get away with it because of her position here." Critias said, "She would be sad to hear that. Carmen cares a great deal about people liking her. If she knew people were becoming scared of her abusing her rank as an officer, it would break her heart." Hatchet reasoned, "Then maybe you should tell her. Anyway, we have things to do if you are still coming." Housekeeping staff came into the nightclub as Critias and Hatchet went out. It was a short walk to the bridge into the jailhouse where the pirates slept in some newly cleaned cells. The rest of that building was far from sanitary and hardly a paradise of accommodations. A decontamination team and a squad of female guards waited for Hatchet to arrive. Since they were about to perform an execution, Critias asked Hatchet, "Women?" "These are not just women," Hatchet said amused. "Most of them are Denver women, and all of them are volunteers. They have no love of pirates. That's something you can trust in." Critias asked one of the guards, "You take this personally, do you?" He knew her as a hard soul from when she was one of the people who first backed up Christopher when Grendel attacked his gate. Emily had made a name for herself and quickly risen to be the ranking guard among their group. She may have been Stig's second, some kind of senior chief petty officer among them anyway. Emily challenged Critias, "You don't take this personally. How many murdered people have ever taken their revenge? It's always personal. I bet if they tied you to a bed and took turns fucking you in the ass, you would have that clarity of thought you are obviously missing." When she saw Critias took more interest in the harshness of her language than the message, the woman got more aggressive. "You must think I'm joking. Do me the small respect of at least thinking about what I said." "Since sodomy seems to be your issue," Critias tested the guard in return, "what is their real crime? Was it worse that they brutalized the defenseless like I'm about to do, or that they wanted to do something to you that you might have done for pleasure anyway, but they didn't ask your permission first?" The woman took her time to consider his words. "I do enjoy sex," she said without a hint of shame. "If it wasn't for Carmen hunting me down and then killing me for it, I'd ride you into the ground before morning. It is not having permission that makes sex a rape. If we torture and kill some helpless piece of shit pirate that we hate, we might even enjoy it just as they would. What makes us different from those slimy murderers and theirs that they did ask for it?" She poked him in the chest with a finger. "We're going to put it to them all right, only for us, they came begging for it. We can't rape the willing. There are no innocent victims in the jail." "You know, Hatchet," Critias said, "this town has far too many beautiful women with a fiery attitude. I could have had a different one every night for a year." Yep, Hatchet understood what he meant. "You still got a good trade though. Carmen does a lot more for you than just polish your horn." He started to change into a hazmat jumpsuit. "Let's get this going. I have to be up in the morning." The female guards and decontamination workers had considerable fun at Critias' expense as they helped him take off his nice suit and then change into a hazmat jumper. He was a popular man in general and especially so among the female Denver survivors. They didn't turn down the opportunity to tease him with flirtation since there was no chance he would get hostile about it. The 14 pirate prisoners were asleep, but they awoke readily enough when the lights turned on and then people came in. They rightfully worried that their execution could come to them at any odd hour. That fear was reason enough for them to be paranoid about unexpected visitors. When Critias and Hatchet came down the hallway with the occupied cells, one of the airship crewmen from the Black Hole cried out, "I'm glad you're here. I wanted to tell you how happy and satisfied I am with my life. Thank you for your generosity when you allow me to do cleanup work. The meals are wonderful too. Please thank the cook for me." The second pilot added, "I can't wait for morning when we can get back to hard work. It can be hot and tiring, but I feel like a man when I can put my back into some important labor that will benefit the whole community. There is plenty of trash and bodies for me to move in the last depot," the third pilot told them. "I sure would like to see a job done to completion." The two female soldiers who had been in Madeline's pirate group caught on to the idea. They also started to pledge their satisfaction and commitment to hard labor. It all worked quite well because Critias already felt bad about shooting them. He put aside the idea. Madeline's female medic didn't seem to agree. She screamed at the others in her incomprehensible language, which to Critias sounded Carthaginian. Presumably, she told them to shut up and then derided them for their cowardly capitulation to sworn enemies. Critias asked the dirigible pilots in English, "Why are you all not good friends anymore?" All three men scowled at the woman before one of them answered, "She was like that long before you captured us." Critias wasn't all that surprised to hear that, but it did remind him of something. He asked rhetorically, "Is that so?" Critias stepped over to have a good look at her. "You must be one of the purebloods," he commented, remembering what he had heard about the pirate leadership caste. She sneered at him, believing it was true. "What of it?" "Oh, nothing," Critias smirked. "It's just that Kevin ran all your DNA genomes when you got your medical inspections for communicable diseases. You are pure alright, pure bullshit. Not only does your mongrel ancestry come back as your Asian in general, none of you are even all that related to one another. You people are nuts. From what I read, your crazy country attacked half a dozen others, and then infested everything with golem hunters that eat everything but your boots. Your whole life is an opium pipe dream. It was anyway. Maybe you should take the hint and consider an alternative way of thinking." She beamed raw hatred at him, lacking anything to say. In any case, she didn't believe him, even if it was true. Kevin actually had sequenced their genomes as part of his incest avoidance future progeny of humanity studies. Quite literally, Kevin planned to stay in the past and live a good long time. He intended to be around for at least a century, putting his hereditary research into use. There was nothing wrong with the woman genetically. In fact, she was a fine specimen, but she wasn't part of any master super science bloodline. Her genome was thoroughly cosmopolitan. The pirate medic read from his reaction that for his part, Critias was not lying to torment her. He actually believed every word of what he said. Infuriated, the woman snapped at him, "Now more than ever, I wish we had just burned this city to the ground the moment we arrived, with all of you still in it." The female guards overheard the female pirate medic and they greatly disliked what she said, both for its lack of humility and also that she meant it. Emily said, "We should toss this whore in with those three." She meant the three dirigible crewmen she had scolded. The medic promptly backed away into the corner of her cell. All three men did stare at her, thinking they would enjoy that, and not be quick about their revenge. The female pirate was no stranger to abuse where she came from, but that didn't mean she went looking for it. Critias noticed that the three men were plenty anxious to punish that woman in their own way, which meant with their dicks. When he glanced over at the pirate medic, she was not scowling defiantly anymore. Since he had her undivided attention, Critias told the woman, "I'm thinking of your laughter right now. You still think the gang rape of my young daughters is funny? Isn't that what you said? I might have been inclined to think that was just big talk, but you did just tell me you wanted to see us all burned. I don't think you were kidding at all." When the woman didn't say anything, Critias pulled his pistol. "As much as I would like to feed you to them," he commented about letting the three pilots rape her to death, "I can't feed the appetite and then not kill them for it. Since they like to work, I will just have to shoot you in the belly instead. You can bleed out slowly in your cage with time enough to tell what else you would like to see happen to us." After a pause, Critias told her, "Normally, I would not do such a thing, but with you, like you said, I just think of you laughing." When the three pilots overheard that Critias would shoot them after they were done abusing the medic, they quickly abandoned their enthusiasm. Critias saw their change of heart. He told the pilots, "You are probably thinking that this is some sort of test and that if you enjoyed that slut, I would use it as an excuse to shoot you. You are correct. Your days of using violence to do anything are entirely behind you. Personally, I doubt you will survive this no matter how hard and cheerfully you work, but that is your one chance. I wouldn't squander it. That black-hearted bitch told my daughters that they were filth from birth and that as your men passed them around like the whores they were born to be, they should think of her laughter." He told the pirates, "She deserves whatever happens to her, but you have your own problems to worry about." Cleaning up shit so you get to eat at all is about as good as your lives are ever going to get. The foul-mouthed medic stepped forward toward Critias and then held out her arms for him to shoot her. She did not have to dig all that deep to realize that asking him for a bullet would be a kind of dignity and mercy for a woman. She honestly preferred a gunshot to the long hours of sexual abuse or just waiting for her eventual execution anyway. "Sit down," Critias told her as he put away his pistol. "What do I look like to you, a filthy Maltese pirate?" "I'm not going to lower myself to your level, though I am tempted." "Nine Toes," the pirate squad leader cried out, "I need to see a doctor." He showed them his foot that Jim had smashed with a hammer. It had swelled up nicely from a nasty bacterial infection. "I'll take him to see a doctor," Hatchet volunteered as he went over to open the man's cell. When the pirate hobbled out into the hallway, Hatchet brutally boot-stomped onto the man's infected foot. The pirate screamed so loud that it just had to have been a legendary amount of pain. As the man flopped on the floor wailing in agony, Hatchet said, "Oops, how clumsy of me." "Doctor," the man squealed. "Paging Dr. Colt," Hatchet called out as he drew his snub suppressor .45 handgun. With the way that the pirate thrashed around, it made it difficult for Hatchet to aim. Hatchet told him, "Hold still if you want Dr. Colt to pop that blister for you." He shot the pirate in his infected foot. As the man screamed even worse, Hatchet asked, "Is that better?" The pirate was well beyond conversation. His pain was so great that it both made him barely conscious and also kept him alert to his epic suffering. His thrashing still didn't help Hatchet save any. Jim's bodyguard fired again to put the pirate out of his misery, only he missed, which shot the pirate's slower jaw, leaving him still alive, in even more pain, and gushing even more blood. As the pirate wallowed in his terrible torture, Hatchet mocked him, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Did that hurt?" Critias asked Hatchet, "You know what is shocking?" Hatchet guessed, "My aim, or is it my bedside manner?" "No," Critias gestured to Madeline. "We need something special for her and she is already thinking that Twinkle Toes over here is having a bad day. It is pretty shocking that she won't be as lucky as him." Hatchet left his first playmate to bleed out on his own while he turned his attention to the pirate that had assaulted Queen Jessica. The two men who had planned to rape Carmen and Jessica shared the same cell. Hatchet took out the one he wanted at gunpoint. The other pirate was the actual reason Critias had gone along to the jailhouse. The man had licked Carmen's neck after he had cut a scratch there to make her bleed. The pirate's lips, tongue, and slobber had actually been on Carmen's skin. He had even tasted her blood when he had his hands on her. For Critias, just the knowledge of it was infuriating, partly for Carmen's sake, but primarily because it was an unforgivable insult to his own selfish pride. Critias summoned him with a gesture, "Why don't you come out here and show me what a badass you really are?" As Critias had expected, the pirate was a talker. Instead of leaping out to kill him, the man hesitated. He asked, "Do I have your word that they are going to let me go after I beat your head in?" "Fuck no," Critias scoffed at him. "None of these people give a rat's ass about anything, I promise you. They don't take orders from me anyway. I'm sure they are still going to torture you and then finally kill you, no matter what happens. I promise you that anything they will do is much nicer than what I have planned if you don't come out here and face me like a man." It was an acceptable offer, but the pirate realized he had a chance to work the situation more into his favor. He asked, "Where is that purple-haired slut? Isn't she going to watch me kill you? At the time, you talked a lot of shit about blades. Give me my knife and let me hear you make your prissy little speech again. What do you say about that?" Emily bluntly told Critias, "There is no way that you are giving that pirate any weapons. If you even try, I will shoot him to prevent it." Since that was out of the way, the pirate casually moved forward with another suggestion. "I have a better bargain," he said conversationally so it would be a surprise when he lunged at Critias to punch him in the throat. It was a good attempt as such things went, only Critias had fully expected the trick. The punch wasn't all that bad either, but it never made it past Critias' two-handed defense. Critias not only parried the attack, he also enveloped the man's arm, which he snapped 90 degrees in the wrong direction at the elbow. To his credit, the pirate dealt with that pain as he lashed out again with a ferocious headbutt. That second attack was on target too. Critias remained unimpressed by the predictable efforts. It would not have been any different even if Emily had allowed him to give the pirate a blade. Critias had actual years of latest practice performing the Spetsnaz knife fighting drills, and doing them against both master instructors and other expert students. Taking a blade away from the unskilled pirate would not have been any more of a challenge. The pirate's headbutt impacted with nothing. Critias used his control of the broken arm to redirect the man into a spin that thrust him face first into the cell bars, He at least managed not to take any serious injury from the collision. The pirate came about with the wild swing of his remaining good arm. It was a feint to give him a chance to sneakily kick Critias in the groin. Instead, the pirate discovered that Critias had read his true intentions and easily avoided both. Critias was no longer interested in giving the pirate free shots to be a hero. That opportunity had passed. Before the pirate could do anything else, Critias went on the offensive. He delivered several solid punches into the pirate's stomach and ribs. Each one was purely out of hate and ferocious in its intent to inflict permanent injury. Even Emily took on a dismayed expression of genuine shock to behold his erupting savagery. She couldn't look away as the flurry of merciless punishment pounded the man until he collapsed to the floor. While he gazed down on the pirate, all Critias thought about was the affront to Carmen's dignity. He had satisfied her honor and his own. They had nothing more to gain from Critias hurting the pirate any worse than he already had. The man had clearly had enough anyway. Critias grabbed the pirate by his good arm and then dragged him back into his cell to leave him there. "I'm satisfied," he told the guards. "Lock him back up or hang him, whatever it is that Jim told you to do with these bastards." Emily asked, "Are you sure?" When Critias nodded that he was, she pulled her pistol to shoot the pirate in the head. Emily shrugged with hard indifference. He can't work anymore with that broken arm. If he can't work, he can't eat. Game over for him. He can't live either. When he realized that it had come down to that, Critias had her weight. "That's too easy. I'd rather just let him go than give him a clean bullet." Emily holstered her pistol. She understood his actual meaning about letting the pirate go, like letting the continuity government in Denver go, to their deaths. She suggested, "If you want to set him free, the builders installed a trash chute in one of the windows down yonder. They haven't been using it yet because they are waiting for one of you guys to position a dumpster truck out there to catch the mess when it falls." Critias summoned a couple of the Denver survivor guards to help him drag the pirate with the broken arm. While they did that, Hatchet strapped his pirate into a wheelchair-type device that the old-world jailers had used when they tortured the jailhouse prisoners. The chair had all its own restraints so that it functioned ideally for its intended purpose. When that pirate could no longer move in the chair, he asked Hatchet, "How can you do this and think you are better than me?" The man was obviously terrified and hoped for some pardon that he wasn't going to get. Hatchet took out an electric shock torture device that fit nicely in his hand. It was another relic of the former jail. "I never said I was better than you even though I obviously am," Hatchet told him. "That is not what this is about. If I went to your house to rape your women, I would expect all of you to be doing this to me. The real difference between us is my honesty about it." He showed the man the shock device. "I'm not some pussy who needs to pretend this is for some humanitarian purpose. I'm going to torture you, and that is what this little toy does so well. When you came here to attack us, did you consider that you might end up in this chair? No, of course not. I'm going to torture you instead of just killing you, because you lack the good sense to fear what would happen after you threatened those young girls and then lost our little war. At the time, you were having jolly fun ripping up her dress and pouring that wine down her back. No need to lie about it. We have it all on video. I saw you. The thing is, you didn't win. We won. Now I am going to torture you just for the fun of it. The bottom line is, you broke into the wrong goddamn house. I am the wrong guy to mess with. I actually like torturing people. I enjoy this kind of thing and I'm really good at it. You messed up real bad and now you're going to regret it." When the pirate seemed to be slipping into emotional shock, Hatchet slapped him to bring him back around. "Seriously," Hatchet assured him. "I am a bad man. You didn't want to break into my house and then rip the dress off of our lovely Queen Jessica." Just saying all that made Hatchet angry enough that he zapped the man in his groin. Well, he was angry, but mostly he did it just for the entertainment value. After the pirate stopped screaming, Hatchet continued his pleasant conversation with him. "This shocker thing might stop your heart if I keep using it. When you die like that, I think they called it suicide by hysteria. Whatever they call it, try not to suicide just yet. It would be entirely your own fault for getting too unreasonably upset over being tortured." Hatchet shocked him again as he demanded, "Stop resisting and charging at me." He shocked the pirate again while he laughed at his own funny commentary. "I hate to have to do this. Stop resisting. Stop trying to kill yourself with hysteria. Stop resisting and charging at me." "Torture me all you want," blubbered the drooling pirate. "You only degrade yourself." That really made Hatchet laugh. "This isn't your torture, dumbass. This is the sweet loving foreplay. I'm just getting you warmed up for the real fun." Hatchet went over to get a nearby plastic bucket that contained his tools. He took out a cordless sheetrock drill and then explained, "This is going to be your torture. But don't worry, I've done this before. The two most important things are using a drywall drill with proper depth control and fixing the wires to the screws before putting them in your skull. Wiring up the screws after they're already into the bone, all twisted up with bloody chunks of hair, that can be something of a bitch. While the pirate considered that, Hatchet lifted out a bundle of 40 screws from his bucket. Each screw had a liter of piano wire. After he tightened the head restraint strap of the torture chair, Hatchet got to work with his drill. He screwed the wires into the pirate's skull and face. True to his words, Hatchet did have some practice at the procedure. He knew all the best places to plant them securely. The pirate had plenty of reason to scream in agony, especially because the shallow screws that Hatchet anchored into the bones of his head and face did not inflict any lethal injury. There was also some scalping when his hair twisted into the spinning drill, which tore it out in chunks. Critias found the new trash chute. It was a large contraption with a long receiver box that tipped to allow any trash inside to slide out from a hatch that filled in a high window. It was kind of like a giant postal box arrangement. A hoist on wheels that they had nearby would lift up the large dumpster bags into the bin. A decontamination worker would then tip it out the window hatch so that it would slide down the metal ramp to land in what would be the back of a truck that could eventually haul the trash away. Since they were on the second floor, the height was just right to fill a truck while they stayed out of reach from any curious infected. Critias saw that the only downside at the moment was that the fall would be rather unpleasant for the pirate when he hit the hard street from that good drop. The pirate coughed up some blood like maybe a broken rib had punctured one of his lungs. He didn't look too good regardless of the cause. The man croaked out, "What are you doing?" "We're letting you go," Critias told him like it was actually good news for him. "Feel free to go anywhere you like. You will probably break a leg when you hit the street, or then again maybe not. If I were you, I would keep your screaming down to a minimum though. That is what attracts the infected and it generally takes them a long time before they bite anything important enough to kill you. They are not exactly what we would call apex predators. They don't even know to go for the throat or anything like that." Critias impressively hefted the pirate up onto his shoulder and then dumped him into the trash tipper feet first. When the pirate flailed at him with his good arm to scratch or pull some hair, Critias said, Now, don't be a sore loser. I gave you your chance at me, even if you failed to take advantage of the opportunity. If it were you releasing me like this, I would be happy. I would still escape. I would find some safe place to hide, gather some weapons, and then come back here for my revenge. Even after one of them bit me, I would still have a day before I turned. You're not me though, so I imagine you will be dying a really slow and miserable death down under this window. Anyway, let's find out. Shall we? A female guard pulled the lever that tipped the bin. The pirate slid down the chute like it was a playground slide. As Critias had expected, the man hit the ground hard in a clumsy fall rather than attempting some sort of paratrooper roll that might prevent his ankles from breaking. He was lucky enough not to break any bones anyway. Landing on his broken arm proved to be extremely painful. He made a semi-muffled cry that would draw some unwanted attention. The pirate was slow getting to his feet, which probably didn't matter all that much. A ghoul happened to be on the street already and it watched the pirate come down. The creature did not waste any time moving in for a bite to eat. As the pirate struggled to get up, he managed to punch the female ghoul in the head. It didn't accomplish anything other than to buy him a few more seconds. They struggled for a moment before she got the upper hand and then chomped her teeth down into his good arm. It was a common sort of bite that people would get, one of those defensive wounds when someone tried to use their arm as a shield. The pirate thrashed and kicked hard enough to finally shake the ghoul off. He even managed to trip her up for long enough that he started running. No other ghouls had appeared just yet, not that the one he already had needed any help. Having tasted his blood, the ghoul was fully committed. She ran like a track star, casually overtook the wounded pirate, and then leaping tackled him to the ground with the usual snarling and hair pulling. As the pirate tried to push her off, the she-ghoul started to bite the fingers from the hand that he used to shove her filthy face away. The pirate still managed to muffle his voice against the considerable pain. Overall, he didn't give a completely bad performance, taking into account his considerably disadvantaged circumstances. 3 more ghouls soon arrived on the scene. Once they jumped onto the pirate to restrain and bite him too, the man screamed freely because he was certainly done for. His suffering went on for an unpleasant duration as they ineffectually gnawed on him. The ghouls couldn't even take out chunks of meat. To make any headway, they nipped off the loose soft bits like his ears, nose, and lips. Even more ghouls arrived to investigate all the noise. It wasn't long before a whole scrum of them gave the pirate a nasty and fatal nibbling. Of the horrific sight, Emily sang mockingly, "Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum." It was the pirate song from Robert Louis Stevenson. After a moment's thought, Emily told Critias, "I've never seen you do anything out of your armor before. You really did a number on that guy anyway." Critias didn't think it was any big deal when he told her, "The whole 3 weeks of unarmed combat training most people get doesn't amount to much. It teaches them to use weapons all the time and avoid it in the first place. Even for people who do have training, it is the kind for fighting with other humans. Ghouls don't know fear and they can take a lot of damage without slowing them down. If you want to get one of them off you without using a weapon, you can't afford to be an amateur. Breaking bones is the only thing that will have any effect on them, that and blinding them." She asked, "What do you suggest that I learn to protect myself?" He offered, "Start carrying something like an ice pick, preferably one with the knuckle duster rings on it. In the heat of the moment, it will slip out of your bloody hand while you are trying to punch it through their skull. Once you get it inside, just jerking it around from side to side will scramble their egg. Short of that, you need to learn not to put yourself in a bad position. You already made the mistake if you find the need for anything other than shooting them." She didn't understand. "Then why did you need to learn how to do it?" Critias had a ready and simple answer. "Rescuing other people puts you right in the middle of crazy mistakes that they already made. Saving other people totally redefines the concepts of avoiding stupid places and jumping into shitty situations. There is no safe way to go to Denver to kill a madman. My training is for that reason." "I'm grateful that you did," another of the female guards told him genuinely. "We owe you more than our lives. We were worse than dead living like that. If you ever need anything, you can just ask me." Critias wasn't comfortable with people that felt indebted to him. Just to be polite, he told her, "You're welcome." They secured the trash dumping equipment and then went to see how Hatchet was getting along. Critias wouldn't stay much longer because he wanted to get back to Carmen and then go to bed. He felt sort of bad about when he spanked her, which was not that different from how he felt about the pirate medic. It wasn't a manly thing to punish a woman, not even when they deserved it. In a way it kind of made him sad. The pirate man he had just killed really had gotten a horrible end and Critias didn't have any regret over him at all. The gender codes of punishment could hardly be less equal. For a woman, a little spanking was an atrocity. For a man, getting tortured or fed to the ghouls was just par for the course. The pirate who had wanted to rape Jessica really regretted his life choices about that time. Hatchet had finished putting the screws to him literally and figuratively. All the piano wires attached to a carabiner that Hatchet had clipped onto a length of chain. Hatchet had hung the pirate up inside his cell like a piñata to dangle by the wires attached all over his head and face. The unfortunate man had an upturned plastic bucket to stand on with his tiptoes. Handcuffs kept his arms securely trapped behind his back. To maximize the man's pleasure, Hatchet circled him while he chuckled over his handiwork and also teased him with the electric torture shocker. There was no need to remove the bucket that the pirate supported himself on because there was only so long that the man could remain on his toes before he succumbed to fatigue. At some point, the man's strength would give out and then he would suffer even more. Whatever happened, it would take a while. It was terrible, but Critias couldn't help but laugh. "Hatchet, you have a colorful imagination. I have to get to bed. I work in the morning." Yeah, Hatchet agreed that he needed sleep too. Jim was of the habit to get up rather early. He took out his cell phone in preparation to take a digital photo with it. "I have to get some sleep myself." Hatchet took a few pictures of the pirate and then was ready to leave. The pirate begged, "Let me down, please." It was difficult but not impossible to make out what he said. He had a hard time working his mouth because of the screws wired to his jaw. "If you are still alive in the morning, I'll let you down," Hatchet lied. "If I were you, I would just kick the bucket away and get it over with. Once you rip your head apart, you won't last that long." The pirate woman Jude called out to Critias, "Why did you rescue me? Why didn't you just kill me or leave me where I was to die?" Critias replied, "If you can tell me why you are still in that cell, I will tell you why I brought you back here instead of killing you like you deserved." "I came here to kill you," she answered. "If we didn't kill you first, your people would have joined up with the carrier fleet and then killed us." "That doesn't answer my question." Critias turned to leave. Jude told him, "I don't want to die in here like an animal." "That's a laugh coming from you," Critias mocked her. "Never forget that no one brought you here at all. That evil bitch friend of yours explained you well enough. In your fucked up minds, we're just animals, so you can't be guilty of rape, theft, or murder. You decided we're not even human enough to qualify as victims. Everywhere you go is a land of opportunity with only animals for you to butcher. Sitting in that cage will do you some much needed good. It might even bring your inflated superiority down into the same range as your actual mediocre abilities." The pirate that Hatchet shot had subsequently died of his wounds, so the guards loaded the corpse into a body bag for disposal in the incinerator. If they fed too many human bodies to the ghouls near their inhabited buildings, it would only train the creatures to want more of the same. Critias went up to his apartment after decontamination, took his dirty hazmat jumpsuit and then put him through a quick shower at the tower lobby. The night shift laborers stayed busy as they cleaned up the Big Joe truck and removed some of the lighter cargo from the trailer. George would have Andy take the truck over to the Pancake House at some point so that the cable spools and electrical equipment could get onto the light rail for an eventual trip out to the East Airport. He had to wait for the elevator because someone used it. The first stop was on the floor with the magnificent apartment of Jack and Sally Headshot. After that, it went down to his floor before it came to him. Colonel Davis and Boris occupied the new apartments on his floor, which narrowed the options of who might move around so late. He found that Carmen waited for him when he arrived. She stood right outside the elevator doors and she still wore her party dress. Critias asked her, "How are Jack and his family doing?" It seemed obvious enough that it had been Carmen up there. He had said in Carmen's presence that Jack's newborn son was transcending priority. He wasn't going to complain that she hadn't listened to his instructions that she should go home after the party. "They're fine," she reported. "I thought it would be rude of me to rush into the apartment when I already knew you were on the way up. It never occurred to me that you would actually pay attention to the elevator to know where I have been." He dismissed that. "I'm not entirely unobservant." On the way to their door, he told her as an afterthought, "That pirate is dead. I did it myself. You will be satisfied that I restored your dignity from his insult." She composed herself before asking, "Master?" He had no hard feelings. "Yes?" She asked, "What is the answer to fear and anger?" Critias readily answered, "Duty." "No," she disagreed. "My duty is to you. I was afraid that Carries would expose what I am. I was angry that she made you feel uncomfortable. My duty was to protect you. My instinctive action was to threaten her so that she would stop being a threat to us. Why didn't you shoot Romeo when you first encountered him? Your instinct was to draw on him." He educated her. "You're right that what we do doesn't have room for always second-guessing yourself. No one spends time coming around to their fear or anger. They are feelings that happen instantly and you have to act instantly if you want to survive. I act to be prepared to defend myself, not to shoot my mouth off or kill anything that moves. Concentrate on what you will protect, not on what you will destroy." "Knowledge is not wisdom, Master," Carmen referred to her own foolishness. "You got that right," he wouldn't argue the point. "My wife has officially proved that old saying. Are you telling me that you learned something?" She had, like all great truths, it was right under my nose all the time, only I could not see it. I have been taking swift action using the dark impulses of fear and anger. They made me strong and quick, but also cruel and selfish. I should have been cultivating instantaneous benevolence as you do. It is the Wren of Confucian philosopher Mencius. I feel ashamed now that you have opened my eyes to the truth. I was on the dark path of power that leads to becoming evil." Critias had to stop at his door and then look at her to try and see if she pulled his leg. He could hardly believe she would honestly find his lessons enlightening, especially from only one word. From what he could tell, she seemed serious enough and genuinely remorseful. "I'm glad you have a new understanding," he told her. "The word has been getting around about your threats and bad temper. People are starting to get scared of you as if you might suddenly go off and threaten to kill them. If they even complain in their own defense, you pull rank as a city officer. Now, I wonder where they got that idea." "I made mistakes," she admitted. "I will make them of value by learning from them. I'm sorry that I diminished your special evening out in as much as I did. Even if I am suffering my justly earned punishment, I still love you and want you to be as happy as I can make you. I would like to make you happy before you go to sleep. It won't be necessary for me to attain any special pleasure from my efforts on your behalf." On his way into their apartment, he turned to roll his eyes at her. "You actually mean that, even though it is ridiculous? For you not to enjoy making me happy is so impossible that I accept just on the off chance I get to see the impossible happen." Carmen all but blushed when she realized he was right. Even if she didn't achieve satisfaction in the sense that he would, she certainly would enjoy giving it to him, enjoy it a lot in fact. When she closed the door, Critias handed her a gold token. She didn't understand. "What is this for?" "I'm going to have my way with you," he explained. "It's going to be quick and none too gentle in that coarse soldierly way you spoke of. I want you and I need sleep so I can get up in the morning. If I'm going to give you the Temple of Ishtar treatment, I may as well pay you for it." Carmen did her best to hide her eagerness to get exactly that from him, but she still hurried to their bedroom so he wouldn't have to wait for the opportunity to give her a temple prostitute ravishing. Chapter 11. Council of Governors. Critias awoke in the morning after enough sleep to function. The sun was up and Mandy shook him to get out of bed. She had a cup of coffee for him and a message. Carmen went out to work with Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. She called to tell me to wake you up and bring you this to drink. He sat up and then gathered his bearings. Did you and Alice have fun last night? Lots, Mandy grinned. I've never been respectable before. Hardik flies jet planes. I saw him land one, Critias said as he took his cup of coffee. Where's Alice now? Mandy grimaced. She is puking in the bathroom. He didn't like the sound of that. Did she get drunk last night? Mandy shook her head no. Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. made her run to Funland this morning and when she got there, Alice had to turn around and then run straight back all in a hurry like something important was going to happen. When she got home, she felt sick I guess. He understood that. Alice will get used to it. Verloc is making her exercise as part of her training. Did I miss breakfast? No, that's why Carmen had me wake you. Mandy kept her eyes on his coffee as if she waited for something. There is a captain's meeting later this morning and you're supposed to be there. Carmen says she will be home in time to go with you. I think they are moving a truck for something Carmen called the Pirate Amusement Park. He knew what that was. It's for the trash that decontamination is dumping out of the jailhouse. The coffee Mandy made for him was double strong because she didn't know how everyone else made it. Critias thought it was perfect. People generally made it thin as tea to conserve the supply. Personally, Critias would rather drink it half as often than get his watered down. She asked, is it good? Thick enough to paint with, he answered approvingly. Go drag your sister out of the bathroom and get yourselves ready for breakfast. The morning meal turned out to be rather plain since Nick saved the dinner leftovers for lunch. Nearly all the captains had showed up for the meal, only Grace, Kevin, and Clara were missing. Critias noticed that Penny Welder gave him her discomforting glances of bemused approval. He asked her, where is Kevin? Being a dentist, Penny informed him. He and Clara have appointments lined up all week. She gave him an oddly winked smile. So how is the son of Achilles doing this morning? He yawned. I'm tired and I drank too much last night. Since we have a meeting this morning, I guess we will be having a boring day anyway. Jim spoke up. I think you will find the meeting interesting. I'm curious to hear your opinion on Alice's performance at the cable yard. I'm proud of her, Critias praised her efforts. She conserves her ammunition like a professional. Too many amateurs grew up on lower caliber automatic weapons. Jim revealed, Alice's kill ratio was second to none. When the day comes that she is old enough to be responsible for herself, she will make a fine forager. If she dies doing the work before ever getting her chance to be a woman, that would be a despicable injustice on our part. Critias shrugged, that's the martial game. Jack was curious, how many ghouls did Alice kill by shooting them through the fence? 47, Jim answered. The camera scope on her carbine took a photograph of everyone. The women of Denver reveal to us an unfortunate paradox. Safety and comfort does not forge fearlessness nearly as well as does terror. The more we succeed, the softer our future generations will become. This school of hardship that Critias speaks of, Hislitus, it makes more sense to me now. Kevin tells me there are 16 new pregnancies and he promises we can expect many more. The day is coming when we make foragers rather than discover them. We will have to make preparations. I understand that Carmen convinced Verloc to take on Alice as her pupil. Alice may be more valuable to us as a future teacher than as an operator. One cannot learn terror, only experience it firsthand. Jim came to his actual point, what will make Alice stronger? Does she need more hardship and terror, burdens beyond her years, or does she need more protection and comfort? I see two possible paths to a despicable injustice. We deny her the chance to be her full potential or we push her to an untimely death by giving her every opportunity. If only we could know the future to see which is the proper path. George asked, has Alice volunteered? It is this pushing that bothers me. No one has ever joined the foragers through pushing. It's obvious she would learn more in the field than she will otherwise, but it might also be fatal. I already know she won't refuse the opportunity, Critias told them. Alice can't drive and she knows nothing about being a mechanic. She is not old enough to stand alone as a gunner. If we are actually considering this, at best she needs to be some kind of apprentice to a full team. Jim asked him, so you will consider it then? He shrugged that he did, but only against his better desires, if she proves to my satisfaction that she is ready to take on the responsibility. That didn't seem unreasonable to Jim. What do you need for that? Critias told them, for one thing, Carmen really went off on me when we got home from the cable yard. She never actually said that she wanted Alice to quit, but it was close to that. She is against the idea of Alice doing real mission forager work while Carmen is too far away to protect her. Personally, it is a painful family issue because Carmen is not going to get what she wants. I appreciate that she wants to protect Alice, but really, that is what we are already talking about right now. Is Alice going to live behind her mother's skirt, or is she going to come out to play with the big kids? We have already made that decision. Carmen is just going to have to accept that Alice is in the game. For me to satisfy Carmen as much as that is even possible, I will need Dr. Kyne to use his neutron sterilization device to manufacture me a non-infectious training ghoul. With a freak like that, if Alice's test goes badly and she ends up with a bite, she will still live. Alice needs a test to prove herself to Carmen that she is ready. We will be taking a lot of equipment out to the East Airport today, Jim informed him. You can go out there along with Dr. Kyne so that he can make you what you need with his device. Most of you won't need to stay at this morning's meeting for very long. The Commodore, Fleet Admiral Rudel, and I will handle the principal negotiations. Mostly you just need to get up to speed on what is going on and hear the outline of our future plans. Carmen arrived with Verloc and Romeo. All three of them were fresh from the showers after having come back inside. They were in good cheer that revealed that they hadn't encountered any serious complications. Commander Carys got up from her seat to make the unexpected gesture of greeting Carmen on her way to the table. "Thank you for making us feel so welcome here," she told Carmen. "And thank you for last night, it was wonderful beyond words." Carys spoke of her time with the Admiral after the party and hoped Carmen realized her true meaning. "I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself," Carmen was happy to hear it. "I worried that my performance was overbold." "I'm glad you were," Carys told her honestly. "One of us needed to be, and I wasn't up to it. We are moving your new Seahawk helicopter today. I'd like you to co-pilot. It will be a chance for me to familiarize you with the systems. We would be airlifting a piece of heavy equipment out to your airport." "I'd like to if I get permission," Carmen accepted. "I'd agree now, only it's really not my decision." Everyone returned to being about breakfast. Carmen carried 2 bowls as she took her seat. One was her porridge. The other contained the freshly picked blackberries she had gathered while outside with Verloc. She took a scoop of berries for herself to improve her breakfast, and then passed them to Critias. He could help himself before he shared them with someone else. She said, "I found them in the yard where we got the truck trailer. They're really good and I already washed them." Critias tried some because they did seem a delicious and rare treat. Carmen must have picked the bushes clean because she had a nice bowl of them. Even so, there wasn't enough for being greedy if everyone at the captain's table was going to get a taste. Once he had taken his share, Critias asked Carmen, "What else have you two been up to besides picking berries?" After she tasted her porridge, Carmen said, "We were talking about the other pirates that are still out there. What do you think of the idea of infiltrating their community to facilitate destroying them? From the inside, we could learn a lot about them and sabotage their ability to defend themselves." Critias hated the idea on multiple levels. "What do I think? I think your idea sounds suicidal. Who would even be crazy enough to attempt something that dangerous? What makes you think it would be any easier than infiltrating a place like Denver? Anyone those people got their hands on would be in for a world of trouble. It might also tip them off that we were hunting them, and then they would be that much harder to kill." Carmen's thoughts about the pirates were a deranged mixture of love and hate. Her combat computer still attempted to cope with her overblown analysis of compassion. More than a few humans in history had attempted to invent the concept of a kinder, gentler form of war. Carmen tried to do the same. She hid her conflict well enough that Critias didn't recognize it, but the incongruity approached a tipping point where something would have to give. Indiscriminate bombing of the pirate ships and installations would kill a lot of women and children, Carmen said to highlight what she saw as the obvious flaw in such a strategy. How many people need to be innocent to be worth saving to make it a priority? If we live by a higher standard, our values matter most when they are actually difficult for us to implement. Living up to your code only when it is easy is no code at all. "I don't have a code to rehabilitate pirates," Critias informed her. "That is nothing more than a luxury of opportunity. I am not in charge of destroying them, so it is hardly my decision. I'd rather go in there and shoot them to take what they have. That also works for rescuing people. The ones who shoot back are guilty. The ones who don't, we take prisoner." Jim listened to their ideas and it inspired him to one of his own. "We will have some teleconferencing going on at the meeting. It will be best if the people we might use to infiltrate the pirates don't reveal themselves in case they have some way to see the broadcasts." A lot of the captains found Jim's statement to be breaking news. Andy asked, "We will be teleconferencing with whom? Everyone we know is already here." "You'll all find out soon enough," Jim replied. The meeting will be in Kevin's new security control room up in the tower. I'm heading there now. If any of you want to come up early to have a look around, you are welcome. When breakfast was over and people started to leave the table, Carmen asked her husband, "Am I the person you wanted me to be?" She wanted to infiltrate the pirates to save as many lives as possible, but Critias wanted to storm their bases to shoot them into submission. Carmen's confused mind could no longer be certain what kind of person she even was, a killer or a rescuer. He didn't think much of the question. That's android talk. You were there when we met. Nothing has worked out as we thought it would. I never imagined you becoming anything but my servant that I took to bed whenever it amused me. If you are asking if I think you have reached your full potential, the answer is no. You are no closer to your true potential than Alice is. Like her, if you try and force it before you're ready, it's going to diminish that potential. Critias stared into her eyes for a long moment to see if he could read her thoughts. He could, so he successfully guessed. This must be about the pirates. Are you thinking you should just run off and solve the problem because you can? You want to save all the good people and fix everything like you are some kind of walking miracle? If you act now and act fast and just run over there and strangle everybody, you can save Ziva's baby? She had thought exactly that. If she located the pirates, she would be able to rescue a whole community of humans who didn't really want to be pirates. Carmen understood that she would have to kill some of their leaders and others whose evil was beyond rehabilitation, but she would also save many more. She didn't want to kill people because it was expedient and more conducive to her own safety. She took on her guilty expression when she knew he would never agree. "You don't think I could do it?" Critias really did see the hidden distress that built up inside her. He took her hand to lend her some comfort. The world is not just about you. Look around you and see all these other people and everything that is going on. That is the difference between you and me. It's why you are not ready like Alice is not ready. You can follow orders and you can fight, but you can't lead. You want to leave everyone else behind as you go it alone. You think in terms of you against the world and about proving yourself. When you can take everyone else along for the ride, people will follow you and do it proudly. They will risk their lives to take part in your plans. People will live and die because of decisions you make, but they have to be decisions about everyone and not just about yourself. Fleet Admiral Rudel's missiles think that way. They fly off alone to seek their target and then explode on them. You are not a missile and I'm not going to stand by and let you make the mistake of turning yourself into one. Your resources are everything and everyone else, even if you do leave pieces behind in reserve. You know how to drive yourself. Now learn to drive the great big everything and I would follow you too. I'd be proud to follow you. If you want to prove yourself, get me Cutter and Jingle Bells. When we have that out of the way, we will talk about your master plan for all of us as a team to rescue the women and children from among the Maltese pirates. The request was a revelation for Carmen. I shouldn't just run off and do it myself. You want me to plan for all of us, like with you bringing in Verloc? Yes, he agreed. We need an all-around comprehensive plan to deal with the problem, not a lone wolf showboating. The shortest road to Cutter's heart is through his stomach, Carmen reasoned. Unless you face him in a lone wolf showboating, he won't let his war with you go. His behavior will escalate to force your attention until he gets it. If you shame him or avoid him, he will only get worse. If he just wanted you dead, he would have attacked you at the cable yard. What he wants is your respect. Carmen took on an uneasy expression. I don't think you can avoid killing him because when you do meet him, he is going to try killing you. He thought he understood the point. So you don't think that I can be the biggest stud in the playground without just shooting him? She refused to answer since it wouldn't be something he wanted to hear. After he just stared at her waiting to hear it, Carmen came out with her opinion. I don't think you can do it. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Cutter won't hold back and you will. You've lost your edge and you will hold back unless you intend to kill. It's unfortunate that he didn't want to come after me. I could take him alive. Critias didn't appreciate her evaluation of the contest. So you think I have some weakness then? She nodded. I know you do and I can easily prove it by refusing to tell you what it is. You can't kill me to make me tell you. Cutter does not love you. Will you tell Cutter to submit to you out of love? Will you threaten Cutter that you will deprive him of sex until he submits to you? Your good man's benevolence won't work on Cutter. I can only assume that since you eventually make it home, Cutter doesn't kill you. Maybe he only stomps you good and I kill him to rescue you. If you know something you won't tell me, he challenged, then I will just face him my way as duty demands and you will have left me to my enemies when I needed you most. How Achilles of you. Carmen submitted. You do know how to pull my strings, most of them anyway, but as I said, that kind of thinking isn't going to work on Cutter. When you can tell me why you would never cheat on me, only then will you understand what is wrong with you. He had an easy answer: I have no interest in any woman but you. Liar. Carmen got up to leave. Just so you know, a lot of the cameras in critical areas have audio now. He realized her meaning. You were spying on me when I went with Hatchet to the jailhouse. She didn't deny it. You only make my point. Your privacy is how Cutter walked up to you in the schoolyard and I didn't see it on the new mission cameras. From now on, I spy on you every chance I get. It was her new reality and he had no other option but to get used to the idea. I'm prepared to do anything for what I care about, she assured him. It's you that learned nothing from the schoolyard. You did not learn anything and adapt. Too much comfort has caused you to lose your edge. He dismissed her accusation as nothing more than her misplaced jealousy. When I said I was surrounded by beautiful women and I could have a different one every night, that was just guy talk. Your lies won't work on me, she said boldly. That was man talk, the man you lack the confidence to be. Beautiful women do surround you, and you could have as many as you liked, if it wasn't for me. He shook his head at her as if she was annoying rather than insightful. I'm not going to ruin what I have for a throwaway piece of ass. Carmen saw she had her victory. When you first got me, you did use me like a throwaway piece of ass. Now you are kind and gentle, treat me with respect. Before you married me, you tossed Clara's brother out onto the street without a moment's hesitation. After I changed you, you didn't even want to torture the pirate who really did come here as an enemy, a pirate that put his hands on me and degraded me. That Medoc woman said and did the most vile things, but you were scared to toss the devilish witch in with the other 3 pirates to get a taste of her own medicine. That was too dark and ruthless for the new man I have made you into. I would have gladly torn off her face and then shoved her raw head into salt for what she did, Carmen pledged honestly. You used to be totally committed, but because of me, you have lost your hard edge. You are too squeamish to hand out justice against anyone who is not a mindless ghoul. I'm glad that it will be Alice that punishes Madeline. You no longer have the mettle for it. You would take pity on her and then give her a merciful job doing paperwork or something. I've made you soft and you undoubtedly know it. She told him the brutal honest truth. You're not man enough to face Cutter and take him alive. He is a destroyer now, a true barbarian, and he is looking forward to fighting you. Your martial training will be enough for you to kill him, but in a contest between men, you have become too soft and full of feminine hesitations, principally because my love has poisoned you. When you hesitate with him, Cutter is going to smash you. You wanted a plan to turn him to our side and I have just given it to you. You can't turn him, so when you find him, you need to kill him. Critias had finished with his breakfast and wanted to go see Kevin's new control room where Jim would have his meeting. He gestured to the dishes for Carmen to notice. Clean up so we can get going. She gathered up their bowls to return them to the kitchen. Before departing, she asked, what about Cutter? He had to chuckle about that. You just set up the meeting and I will take care of him. She didn't like his dismissive attitude while she was being so serious. What's so funny? You don't understand me at all. He did dismiss her with a callous gesture to get going with the dishes. She narrowed her eyes at him, clearly confident that she understood him better than anyone, even his understanding of himself. Critias schooled her. I tossed out Clara's brother because he disgusted me. It was Jim that sentenced him. All I did was open the door to show him the way out and I was glad to do it. On the other hand, I actually kind of liked the pirate. When he first laid eyes on you, he instantly recognized you for the perfectly delicious slut that you are. That guy would have killed every other pirate in his community to keep you for himself and I don't blame him a bit for trying. He would have been a fool not to. The issue that he overlooked was that you belong to me and I'm not of a mind to give you up. Even if he was no match for me, he wasn't some weeping weakling. He had to die, but not in shame. When I used to force you into my bed, it was because I liked the burning resentment in your eyes. Oh, you were always compliant, but you never managed to hide your rancor. You don't get that look anymore because you love it so much. As the saying goes, you can't rape the willing, and you, my darling princess, are more than willing. There are plenty of women around here that I have thoughts about taking for sport. They want it and would throw themselves at me if I was willing, so where is the sport in that? Guard Chief Emily or Major Feng would make it fun for me, but then you would want to murder them out of jealousy and they would always be hanging around wanting me to marry them or something. I'm not the one who changed, Carmen. You changed. You fell hopelessly in love with me. I don't need to force you to do anything. I could bring home 5 prostitutes and then make you join in, and like it. Let's face it, my love, you are not hard to get. If Critias wanted to see rancor in her eyes, he got it. Carmen dashed the breakfast dishes on the floor. You bastard. I'm not easy and I'm no slut. She gestured with disdain to the mess she made. You clean it up, And don't even think about coming around sniffing me looking for any affection, because you won't be getting any. Carmen showed him her back and then walked away to leave. Go ahead and stomp off, princess, Critias told her, still amused. You won't get another spanking until you bring me Jingle Bells. It's going to take more than a couple broken bowls for me to reward you with that special attention you crave so badly. She turned in an infuriated huff. Reward me? You hit me and humiliated me. And you loved it. He brushed aside her act. The only thing you were sorry about was that I didn't give you more. You can stop waiting for me to grab you to take you away for a good pounding. You're not going to get one until you give me what I want. He made a dismissive shooing gesture. Now march off in defiance. I'm not going to stop you. I want Jingle Bells. I prefer you properly motivated. Carmen gave him a contemptuous upturn of her nose and then walked off with noticeably overacted scorn for her brutish husband. It was mostly an act. What did aggravate her was that Critias knew his indifferent and lording attitude had her really turned on. The spanking he gave her at the nightclub had been the exact opposite of what she just accused him of being. He had been totally secure in his power over her and had exercised it. She wanted more and he knew it too. It was bad enough that he wasn't going to take advantage of her surly mood, but to make matters worse, she had to come up with a plan to bring Jingle Bells to Critias, and she had to do it within 24 hours. She wouldn't be able to wait for her reward for any longer than that. Tony Banjo was still at the breakfast table where he ate the last of the blackberries one at a time. You must really want Jingle Bells, he said to Critias. No, it's not that. Critias picked up the broken bowls. Carmen didn't marry me for my sensitivity. It was the cold-hearted bastard in me that she fell in love with. She is right that I have changed since coming here. I have a lot more responsibility now with a lot of people watching what I do. Jim expects me to set a good example. She thinks I'm getting soft, so she is worried that Cutter is going to hurt me. You should be worried too, Tony agreed with Carmen. That mutant watcher could flip over a 400 truck. Grendel gave you a good thumping barehanded. This Cutter guy likes weapons, which makes him even more dangerous. Critias said, yeah, well, I'm not worried, and he meant it. I'm not the same man in my armor that I am out of it. Once I get suited up, I am all business. Maybe going with Fleet Admiral Rudolph to take out the rest of those pirates is what we need. A long sea cruise is just what Carmen could use. It would be like a vacation. She could lie out in the sun all day and have me to herself. That is what she really wants. Before we came here, all we had was each other. Take today for example. I was out late last night, so I had to get some sleep when I got home. She was out with Verloc by the time I woke up. After the meeting, I will be going out to the East Airport, then in all likelihood by the time I get done tonight, I will just go right back to sleep again. Only you would consider attacking a pirate base a vacation, Tony only partly joked. Too bad you can't wear your armor while you give her a good grudge boffing. I bet that would help her unwind. That's actually not a bad idea, Critias admitted. I could do that. Not sure if I want her to get spoiled for something she can't have all the time. Don't give a thought about that, Tony advised from experience. I spoil every woman I know with something they can't have all the time. Women are grateful when they get any of the good stuff at all. You can take it from me, it's better to be the pimp than the bitch. It's the wanting more that keeps them coming back. Most men are useless because they won't give a woman what they really need. The women know the men who please them, and they come back for more. As Critias dumped the broken dishes into the trash, Alice came up to ask, what am I going to be doing this morning? He said, you are coming with me to the captain's meeting. Alice already knew that Bobby Bean had an invitation. From that, she guessed there was a reason they would allow her inside too. Does this mean you are going to give me my martial test? Critias asked her seriously, do you want to take it? I do, she answered readily. I want to learn. He didn't know what to make of her words. You want to learn, or you want to be a real marshal? The only real marshal is a dead marshal, Alice told him with conviction. While I am still alive, there is always the chance I will make a mistake or lose my way. I hope people call me a real marshal someday. Until then, I want to train and learn how to be better than I already am. Since I am going to do that anyway no matter what you or anyone else says, I won't pass up any opportunity to open new doors for myself. He challenged that, no matter what I say? Alice stood up straight to demonstrate her unwavering determination. That's right, sir. I'll never quit. Even if you lose your focus, I can't let that take me down with you. Critias asked her, what if you fail your test? What if your blood runs cold because you think what I ask you to do is too much for you? What if you think I'm joking and you accept thinking there is some secret twist to the test only to find out there is no twist to it at all and you get yourself killed? She remained resolute. If I die, there is nothing to think about. If I fail, I will try again. If you ask me to do something scarier than looking Salt back in the eye, then you are joking. What could be scarier than that? Critias considered that logic before he agreed. Yeah, you're right actually. It won't be scarier than that. I'll set up the test as soon as I can put it together. Jim is thinking of putting you on as an apprentice forager. Your performance on that last mission impressed a lot of people. You kept your mouth shut and didn't blow your own horn all over the city. Now they are thinking you are some kind of gifted natural. Jim says that your nightmare in Denver has given you a tolerance for terror. People think what they want to think, Alice said. That is no concern of ours. If you want to know what I think, Denver gave me intolerance for terrorizers. You risked your life and Mom's life to help me. You are a hero and I was a disgusting piece of shit. I need this. He wasn't sure if she had said that seeking a reaction, but it certainly generated one. I don't want to hear you talk about yourself like that. If you were a disgusting piece of shit, then or now, I would kill you myself. I have no doubt that you must have known Clara's brother Danny. Just look at what I did to him. Disgusting pieces of shit have a short lifespan around me and I adopted you because I saw great potential. Come on, blondness, we have work to do. Keep your mouth shut unless someone asks you a question. If you want these people to respect you, you first respect that they have things that they can teach you. You haven't earned the right to talk bullshit. If you start now, they will think you really are full of bullshit. They headed off toward the tower to see the meeting room. Along the way, Alice asked him, "What were you and Mom arguing about?" He replied, "I make a better marshal than a husband and she isn't happy being a marshal's wife." Alice considered that, "I don't know Carmen as well as you do, but I don't think she knows what unhappy is. Tell me about the time Mom was unhappiest." "Well," he struggled for a good example, "before I married her, she used to give me this anguished look wondering when I would pop the question." After he said it aloud, it struck him how stupid he sounded. Carmen doesn't know what unhappy is. She just wants to be happier, I suppose. "I want to be happier too," Alice suggested. "Jim is going to let us add on an extra room. You could let Bobby move in with us. We could have our own room so that we could start sleeping together." "I'll blow his damn head off," Critias replied gravely. "If you love him that much, I suggest you keep that in mind. I'll make you one of those tragedy story girls who lost her lover faster than you can blink. You are as happy as you need to be. A stupid young kid like you has no idea what happy even is. Just because you think something will make you happy doesn't mean it will." In less than a year he would have you pregnant, your martial days would come to an end, and then you two would be fighting all the time because he made you fat, stupid, and ruined all your ambitions. Alice argued, "So if I was Mom, you would let me do it just because I thought it was the thing to do." "Carmen is as knuckle-headed as you are," he reasoned, "probably worse to be perfectly honest. She doesn't know what she wants aside from more and staying in bed 12 hours a day." "I set you up for that," Alice informed him in case he hadn't noticed. "I figured as much," he admitted to it without looking. "Women are like that, always sneaking up on you with their talking. I take care of Carmen the best I can. She isn't unhappy. She is on a fishing expedition trying to find new ways to get more out of me. Carmen was hoping she could cast doubts on my manhood and then act all rebellious so that I would drag her off for." He stopped as he realized whom he talked to. "Anyway, she likes to provoke me." Alice understood. You can't play cops and robbers if everyone is a cop. Mom likes it when you arrest her. He looked at Alice a moment. "I have the feeling that Bean has no idea of the trouble he is getting himself into." She waved that off as nothing. "I'll make him happy. I just want what you have." He guessed. Never-ending trouble? Best friends forever, Alice described his relationship with Carmen. Someone you can count on no matter what. Bobby and I will be foragers together, live together, and eat together. All that icky sex stuff is in love. I'm sure I could learn to like it, but that isn't what's important. It can be love and pretty important, he assured her. Kevin's communications control room was high up in King's Tower, much too high for them to reach by the stairs. Since the building was so busy at the moment, they had to wait for the elevator. Critias had seen more than a few installation control rooms during his career as a marshal. He immediately realized that Kevin had a good one. As he walked in with Alice in tow, he saw a bustling operation that occupied the large space. Kevin had stayed busy as he integrated his collection of hardware into one location. He used his extra hours he gained from never needing to sleep aside from its romantic entertainment value. A long wall of nested video displays showed all the security cameras throughout the community. There was an impressive station where they monitored and accessed the orbital satellites that Jim had under his control. Kevin had recruited 20 survivors with useful technical experience to work as staff that he trained to operate Jim's new global survival integration hub. Since the workers present only represented a single work shift, there were certainly more workers not currently on duty. To judge by the ones on hand, survivors from under the airbase were plentiful among Kevin's staff. Critias wasn't sure what official rank Kevin carried, but he felt pretty confident that if Kevin were human, he would be taking orders from him. Kevin had already amassed his own technological kingdom with a large specialized workforce. It stood to reason that it would continue to get even bigger. Various foragers were already present along with many captains and department head commanders who all wanted to take the early tour before the meeting. The center of the room had connected tables for conference meetings with many participants. Mobile video displays on rolling carts were nearby for others to join in by teleconferencing. Most of the visitors who wandered around the room's perimeter had their attention to the walls where Kevin had posted maps and hardcopy satellite photos that showed many locations scattered across the planet. An abundance of photographic and laser printer instruments were present. Critias recognized that some of that equipment had come from the elaborate art department of the television studio he had explored with his crew. One area of wall had a large map of their city. It showed their occupied areas in detail and also future construction plans that either were in progress or were forthcoming. Some satellite images identified areas near their city that had valuable plunder or were areas that thermal satellite had determined were highly populated with infected. The satellite photos of Admiral Rudol's fleet interested Critias. The main aircraft carrier was readily recognizable. Other gigantic vessels included a pair of pleasure cruise ships, some industrial factory fishing ships, and a cargo container ship that was even bigger than the aircraft carrier. Dozens of comparatively smaller ships were in the fleet as well. It seemed likely that Rudol's community was considerably larger than Jim's was, at least by population. Just crewing those vessels had to require a lot of people. As Commander Carries and Carmen came in, they chatted as if they had become close friends. When Carmen saw Critias, she approached to apologize. "I'm sorry I made a public scene in Funland." Critias offered her his hand. "Don't be. I like it when you play hard to get. I'd rather you fought with me than with anyone else. They don't get to hunt you down and then punish you in bed." He asked Carmen for some insight. "What do you make of this?" He referred to the images of the Admiral's fleet. Carmen pointed out the carrier, that is the warship Abraham Lincoln. It is a nuclear-powered aircraft deployment platform. In the relatively near future, it will host the first prototype Philadelphia-class Tesla Flux-fueled engines. The Abraham Lincoln becomes the first capital-tonnage vehicle ever to travel by magnetic levitation. Without industrial civilization to support their fleet, Admiral Rudol has an unsustainable survival strategy. Ocean salinity greatly accelerates the oxidation of the ships. They will eventually rust apart and sink. Their options are to build new ships on that scale, which they can't, or they will have to transform themselves into land-based survivors. Undoubtedly, the Maltese pirates came to that same conclusion. They probably planned on creating their new lives here by taking over what Jim has built. Carmen is correct, Kevin told Critias as he came up to join them. That aircraft carrier is a focal point of our next phase of global survivor strategy. Think of it as a mobile city for foraging. When it becomes airborne, it will be that much more valuable to us. We must move quickly to acquire whole factories of industrial manufacturing capacity before they rust away into nothing. The dying time of people is coming to an end. The death clock for salvaging the remnants of old industry has officially begun. I find it fascinating to witness the unfolding of history. You can see how the priorities of survival are in continuous evolution. In the longer time frame, this city will also decay to the point that it becomes a liability. For the moment, we must exploit the trains and ships while they last so that we can then exploit the ground-based operations while they last. Moving up into space was more a matter of escaping the unavoidable decay of old infrastructure than anything else. Acquiring the future necessities will be so demanding that we won't have the time or the resources to keep repairing the world rotting down around us. Rudol's fleet does have a shelf life, but for the moment, it is beyond critical in its value to us. What a shame that the future so often fails to appreciate all the work that went on in the past to make their future possible. Nadia was at a nearby station where she chatted away in Russian. Critias gestured in her direction. "Are you in contact with Ram and Key, that based in Russia we found messages from?" "Unfortunately not," Kevin confessed his disappointment. "That survivor outpost succumbed to infected attack well over a year ago. Nadia is speaking with the survivor outpost in the vicinity of the Plesetsk Cosmodrome. A substantial community is there living under a benevolent meritocracy quite similar to our own. They have a disproportionately high population of engineers and capable intellectuals. According to them, Ram and Key fell to an army of infected because of the actions of a deranged traitor that plotted suicide for all. The truth of their conjecture is irrelevant, however curious. Perhaps a watcher was their undoing. Plesetsk was good news to Critias, so they are like rocket scientists and stuff? Something approximating that, Kevin agreed with his terminology. They will play a major role in developing the new Tesla flux drive engines. The climate of their region is polar enough that they have a manageable population of infected. They do need our help in developing sustainable food supplies. In the short term, they need a lot of our assistance. It will be some time before their important contributions to the overall project comes to fruition. For the time being, they will be one of Jim's investments in the future. Critias asked Kevin, "How many other contacts have you made so far?" Kevin answered, 37 pockets of human survivors have responded to our transmissions to date. Only 17 are what you would think of as significant, like these rocket scientists as you call them. The other 20 are interested in us rescuing them from their unsustainable situations. One notable contact of value is a formerly covert bioweapons research facility in Asia that has shown enthusiasm for joining our union. They will be highly instrumental in the development of organics, which will lead to the first generation of mass-produced mesh suits. Those first mesh suits will coincide with the lengthy development of androids. The irony of the formation of my own people is not lost on me. Notice how Carmen and I have no plans for self-liberation at this stage, since it would only amount to the termination of our genesis. I can see that this uncomfortable truth has its parallel in human development. The ugly exploitive interference of stronger cultures gives rise to the social evolution that then gives rise to eventually desiring freedom. We can only exist at all through our legacy of slavery. Perhaps that relationship is not entirely different from parents and their children. Jim came up to join the conversation. Our new Russian friends have already gotten a taste of Kevin's mathematical theorems and Vern's prototype engine designs. That alone had them salivating like ghouls for cooperation. In time, we will need to open railway across Europe and Asia. What we stand to gain from cooperating with these other survivors is the future you represent. Before we look ahead to new challenges, we must first resolve some old problems. The time has come to eliminate the Watchers from this city, so we can begin eradicating the local ghoul population on an industrial scale. Carmen agreed with Jim's implied reasoning. Jingle Bells will not stand idly by while we wipe out his minions. He would have no choice but to try and stop us, sabotage the machinery at the very least. Critias wasn't worried about the bell ringer. I'm already putting a plan together to deal with Cutter and Bellman. Even if I did miss him, what could he do to stop us? A Telgrunder would chew him up as readily as it would any of the other infected meatbags. They wouldn't even get that close. We would blow their brains out the second they revealed themselves. Carmen suggested a way. What if Jingle Bells sends in ghouls wearing steel chains that he wrapped around them? We will get intolerable wear on the grinder hammers already. There are wild ghouls still wearing high-tensile steel handcuffs and bulletproof vests containing metal ballistic plates. There are titanium hip surgical replacement joints too. That hammermill's design does not include masticating hard metals. Those machines can easily devour wood or flesh, but they will break down that much faster if they nibble on iron. Somewhere in maintenance is something we have to expect, but they cannot digest those harder materials. Jim reported confidently, Jack and Derek have designed improvements to the grinders so that they will work out for my needs. When the time comes, we have the capability to perform maintenance on them as well. My only real concern is having one of the grinders break down just when we have drawn the most attention to it. We won't be able to move them or repair them while they have thousands of infected crawling all over them. Some risks are required for anything we do, especially something as radical as this. In any case, Jingle Bells is not a risk we will be taking. He has to die before we try the grinders. Our downtown area has never had a large resident population. Our metro area contains more than 1 million infected who live close enough to us to be some sort of constant threat. That, being the situation, I want to destroy 1 million of them. Even with their population that reduced, we will still live under the constant threat of lurkers and crawlers who slip through our net. There will be small wandering bands in the general contamination to be sure. The seasonal migration of larger tribes will still come our way. What we won't have are the massive roving hordes living here in town. That won't ever be a problem again. Since I also don't want to make our contamination problem any worse than it already is, I need to eliminate 1 million ghouls without shooting them in the streets. Cleaning up the mess means that I will have to burn all their undead remains. That is why I need Jingle Bells and Cutter out of my way first. Once I am free of them, I can use the grinders to create some breathing room in our area. Fat Jack came over and then invited them to follow him. We have another map down here that everyone should have a look at. Once they had followed him, Jack showed them. Up north on the east bank of the river is this petroleum storage yard. It has ideal railway access all around, and these storage tanks contain enough fuel oil for us to burn even 2 million bodies if it comes to that. After we run an equipment test at the airbase, we will set up the first tub grinder at our burn yard and then begin cremating the meat on site. After we depopulate the ghouls in that vicinity, we will be able to move about with enough freedom to get ready for the next phase of collection that will be at Forager's Castle. Once we start the burning, the smoke will keep luring them into our burn yard. Practice and experimentation is a big part of where this goes. We have never done anything quite like this before. We will start small and then progress gradually, one step at a time. Going slow is not a bad thing. We need to learn new skills and master them from applied practice. This burn yard operation will evolve slowly enough to leave us the opportunity to perfect our methods. Being on the east side, the total ghoul population is much smaller anyway. It will be an ideal place to start. Critias tried to imagine how many ghouls they could lure to a grinder at Forager's Castle. He declared, there would be an ocean of shit stew coming out of those tub grinders. That Big Mama will be spewing them out like a damn waterfall. What is the plan to contain all that mess? Kevin offered some of his calculations. The discharge reservoir tanks on our main grinder will supply the solid waste sewage pumps that will move the liquefied remains into heavy rail tanker cars. Each tanker will hold anywhere from 500 to 1500 processed bodies depending on the storage size of the cars. Our enclosed tunnel has room for approximately 32 tankers. A fair estimate would be that we could process roughly 32,000 ghouls per cycle. The grinder will have to shut down during the railway transfers. While the loaded cars are on their way to the burn yard to unload their cargo into the fire pits, another line of tankers can take their place. Ghouls will only be in peak population in the beginning. As we progress, we can expect dramatically diminished returns on our efforts to attract them. The initial startup phase is undoubtedly going to be the most difficult. We need to be careful not to attract more than 30,000 ghouls at a time. For the first few cycles, we will likely avoid doing anything special to attract them at all beyond the basic operation of the disposal procedure. Jack brought up another project. We are also about to begin work on a building takeover that will become our new electrical power station. The building we want stands only a quarter mile from King's Tower. It was once the corporate headquarters for the municipal natural gas utility. On the third floor of the building's lower side are 6 massive generators that take their fuel from a 6-inch pipe of natural gas. The underground natural gas storage field on the other end of that pipe is the same gas supply we use already. It has more fuel than we will ever use. We don't need to be conservative with it. We need to take that whole building. After we have control of the generators, we will turn the rest of the place into serviceable living space. Derek, the construction commander, had listened attentively. He had more to say on that topic. To take the new powerhouse building, we first needed to control the underground light rail tunnel. Now that my crews have it contained from the ballpark in the south up around to the rook of the castle in the northeast, we are ready for this next stage of the operation. The powerhouse stands at the same intersection as one of the light rail boarding stations, close enough for Alfred to build us a tunnel into the building. Alfred, their demolitions and excavation commander, told them, my crew can cut their way into the basement from the underground depot, but before we can do that, some of Jack's foragers will need to go inside to film the interior and take GPS readings. I need detailed information to know exactly where we want to dig. After we cut through, Derek's welders can start closing up the building by section. Once the power plant is running, we can supply all the energy we need for the sun lamps going into the new hydroponic farms that Penny G is going to set up. Jim asked Jack, did Commodore Tinney bring enough construction steel like we asked for? He did, Jack confirmed it. We have enough steel rods to meet the needs of the welders, and we have the fluid transfer pipes for the plumbers. They are already setting up the filling system for loading the trains from the main grinder. His other trains have more supplies they can bring in as soon as we have cleared the cars we have now. There is some delay because we are setting up a new system for faster unloading in the future. Everything needs to move by forklift or else it just takes too long. Commodore Tinney told the group, you will have many more trains coming in the near future. The amenities of Forager's Castle will more than meet the needs of my community and working rail crews. Our new friendship is going to be a very profitable partnership for everyone involved. I also have one of my best teams assembling the string of tanker cars you require. When you are ready for them, you have my word that the containers will be here. Critias asked, we can refill these tankers after each dumping? How many of these cycles are we looking at? It sounded to me like we are talking about 30 full train loads at least. This whole plan probably looks great on paper, but in the real world, it sounds like a contamination nightmare. Jim pointed out, I have had people ask me why we don't just pump the ground-up ghouls into the river and let it wash out down to the ocean. If you were thinking that destroying the mess would be a decontamination hazard, just imagine how bad it would be if we just dumped it in the environment. This is what I would call the clean and safety-minded option. An accident would be bad, Derek confessed to the risk. My plumbers know what they are doing. We have designed a closed-fill system that is going to work. We have the unloading figured out too, only that is going to be hands-on exterior work at Burnyard. It won't be a job that everyone will be rushing to volunteer for even if it pays gold coins. We will be setting up a pressure washing rig out there that will be like a drive-through car wash that uses river water to clean up the trains on their way out of Burnyard. Fat Jack had other topics of importance. He suggested, we should all sit down. It looks like everyone is here for the official meeting. I think it's time to talk about the new promotions. All the officers gathered at the conference tables and then sat down to hear Jack speak. Jim sat at a head table with the Fleet Admiral Rudel and Commodore Tinney to demonstrate their status as a council of community leaders. Alice and Bean were welcome to stand around the periphery of the meeting, but they didn't have seats of their own. Once everyone was set, Jack announced, I'm promoting Penny, Andy, and Gloria to full captain's rank. They will fill out their crews from whatever volunteers they find acceptable. George, Tony, and Sally will likewise find replacements to fill out their teams. I understand that this will be something of a disruption for everyone involved, but that's the way it goes. We need to expand. Everyone will just have to make the necessary adjustments. Disruption? George said cynically. It is more like cutting my balls off. I won't even ask where I can find a wheelman to replace Andy. No one drives a tractor even half as well as he can. My friend Handsome Claude can drive big trucks. Bors recommended one of his former pirates by his new local nickname. His English is not so good. He has real experience as smuggler, trucking in West African conflict zones. Malcolm asked, he is that tall black fellow, the one that speaks French, the underwear model-looking guy? When Bors nodded that they spoke of the same man, Malcolm said, my mother was Quebecois. My French is pretty good. He told George, if he can drive big rigs, we should consider it. It's not like anyone gets to practice driving anymore. Carmen threw up a schoolhouse-raised hand then shouted, if the Foragers need 2 new gunners, how about Roland and Amber from Hiram's rifle squad? She wanted to put in a plug for her friends. They're totally reliable, crack shots and a great time to be around. I'm glad you like 2 of my people, Colonel Davis scoffed at her unhelpful suggestion. The Foragers need to recruit actual new rookie replacements from outside the teams we already have, not cannibalize me down to the bone. The Grave Walkers are fine just the way they are. Jack asked Tony, do you have anyone in mind? I'll take Bean, Tony said. He has proven that he has the nerve to do Forager work. We can teach him how to drive. I'll take little Alice too if that offer is still on the table. If she needs to learn the ropes, she may as well learn from the best. I'm the one who needs a gunner, Penny Welder told Tony. Alice should come with me. Critias and I already have a close relationship. He can trust me to take care of her. Putting her and Bean together sounds stupid to me anyway. Sally Headshot said, Henry should go with Gloria. Loyalty to me shouldn't be the reason to break them up. I can train a fresh crew. It's not as if I haven't done it before numerous times. Alice should come with me. I'd like, Alice said then Critias cut her off with a look to shut up. If Sally is willing to take Alice on, Critias said, we will gratefully accept that. Alice needs a captain more than she needs to be a forager. Sally has the most to offer her. He told Sally, feel free to use her for anything you want, like some babysitting. I'd like her to see how much work it is before she does something stupid and then she figures it out herself the hard way. Sally asked Alice, are you interested? Yes, ma'am, Alice agreed. I'd like to learn anything you are willing to teach me. We can start today then, Sally told her. There is room in the pancake house for you to learn how to drive a car. We will work on that before trying the milk wagon. On a change of topic, Jim told the group, now I would like to hear Critias' plan for eliminating Jingle Bells and Cutter. Critias said, I was hoping that Carmen would come up with something to simplify the matter. Barring that, I think that she and I need to go out hunting tonight with Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if we can't find Jingle Bells, I'm pretty sure that Cutter will come find us. He wants to find me pretty bad. He will make it easy enough on his own. I have a way to make Jingle Bells come to us, Carmen said as more of a guarantee than a hope. Searching the buildings of the city looking for him could take us weeks. There are literally thousands of places he could be hiding. Since we don't want to waste all that time bug hunting for him, My alternative plan is to provide him something that will tempt him into coming out to a place where we want him. Jim asked her, if you can bring those watchers to you, can you do it without also bringing the army of elite ghouls that Verloc told me about? Cutter will be enough trouble for you without a tribe of steroid-enhanced super ghouls coming along as his support. Probably not, Carmen admitted to that flaw in her plan. Directing minions is what Jingle Bells does. It would be contrary to his nature to undertake much of anything without having some of his troops nearby to protect him. I also think his encounter with Captain Sircon has put the fear of men into him. Platt knew the details of his encounter and that Jingle Bells survived. He had some insights into the Watcher's thinking. Considering what he told me about God being our judge, my assumption is that he believes that God rescued him with that lucky fall into a garbage bin. If he is as crazy as everyone seems to believe, this talking infected must be feeling confident that nothing can kill him. He might move about alone for that reason. Why would anyone need guards when God was guaranteeing your success and survival? That's likely true, Carmen agreed with his reasoning. Then again, Jingle Bells may be thinking that God favors the prepared. From what Special Agent Shield told us, it appears that Jingle Bell's relationship with Cutter has deteriorated considerably. If we take Cutter's other behavioral changes into account, like his rivalry of pride with Critias, I believe that Cutter was being honest about his loss of faith in Jingle Bells. There is always the chance that he lied about it to further some scheme of Jingle Bells, but I doubt that is the case. Any such plan from Jingle Bells would have had the goal of killing us, and Cutter didn't attack Critias at the power cable yard when he clearly had a prime opportunity. In fact, Cutter even helped free the truck from that wreckage, effectively rescuing a large number of us. For these reasons, I find it improbable that Jingle Bells would entrust his safety to so unreliable a bodyguard, especially when he had other options. Since we don't really know how Jingle Bells will react, we have no choice but to assume the worst, which is that Jingle Bells will approach any engagement with his full resources behind him. If he does come to our trap without his elites, it will simply be an unexpected lucky break for us. We have nothing to gain by planning on getting a lucky break. Putting all that aside for now, Jim said, tell us how you plan to lure him out. I want to ring the bells at the Cathedral Basilica. Carmen meant the magnificent old church on the corner of the park grounds above Foranger's castle. From what we have witnessed, Jingle Bell's insanity causes him to experience religiously themed hallucinations generally involving him feeling persecuted and his personal grandeur of leading what he sees as the defeat of what he calls the enemies of God. We also know he has a fetish for bells, the sound of bells to be more precise, and the idea that the sound of bells summons the faithful to their godly missions. If he hears me ring the cathedral bell, I suspect that one of two things will happen. 1. He will think that enemies of God are defiling the holy basilica, in which case he would come with his whole army to chase us out of there and kill us if he is able. If that happens, we will simply kill them all. 2. He thinks God is calling him to the church, sending him a personal summons with the miraculous ringing. In that situation, he would come to hear what God has to say to him, and possibly even come alone, either thinking he had divine protection or that he should arrive in a defenseless act of faith as he would on a humble pilgrimage. In either case, I feel there is an actionably high probability that he would need to investigate the sound if we provided for him. Fat Jack liked her idea a lot. Ringing the church bell sounds better than scouring the city for his hideout. At least at the basilica you will have a chance of getting him out in the open without so much protection. You also have the option of getting back to the castle if things get too heavy. It's a tough call, Jim said. Wandering around the city sounds more dangerous than trying this thing with the bells. If it does turn into a major battle, it could get out of hand fast. We can put shooters on the garden building and Radio City to support you. He told Critias, in the end, it has to be your decision what you want to do. We don't have any advice worthy of circumventing your own experience in these matters. If you need more time to think about it, I suppose we can give it a few more days. Critias didn't need time to think about it. Searching the city sounds like a wild goose chase to me because it is. My experience in these matters tells me to trust in my wife. Carmen is rarely wrong, and I don't mind being by her side when she is. If Carmen says that we need to ring the bells, then that is what I want to do. Where I don't trust her, is the ringing itself. She has too much enthusiasm for a big parade. I need a consensus on exactly how much of a ring it will take to get him to answer the call. I want him to get the message without also calling down the whole city onto our heads. I wasn't going to ring the church bells like we just got married, Carmen complained. I know, Critias told her to be nice while he knew better. What is the least it would take to send a message that only a watcher would understand? One ring on the hour every hour while you wait, George suggested. Regular ghouls can't tell time, and one ring is not enough to lead them in the dark. That sounds good enough for me, Critias accepted the advice. I will try it tonight. We can cross the park in the dark to get back and forth from Forager's Castle. There will be plenty of time for us to go to the East Airport before then. I have a new weapon for you to try out, Kevin told Critias. Our research into the chemical agent that causes hibernation in the sarcophagus mummy has led to our development of a toxin derived from nicotine-based pesticide. Infected can metabolize it in less time than the original toxin, and once they recover they have built up a resistance from the exposure. Those limitations aside, it will still serve to paralyze them for a day or more. It is a lethal poison to any of us. You have to be extremely careful with it. Critias asked him, how do we deliver this tranquilizer? Kevin told him, I constructed some ammunition that you can fire safely from your rifle. We also have some paintball guns that can deliver the chemical, but I don't recommend them at this point. They are still in the experimental stage. The ammunition can splash the chemical and leak from the gun if handled roughly. We will take the rifle ammunition, Carmen said with enthusiasm. Even if we don't need it, we can see how well it works. Derek spoke up, since the two of you will be outside anyway, perhaps you would be willing to take care of some other issues we have going on at the castle. We have some exterior surveillance cameras we need installed. The monument lighting system needs replacement light bulbs. There is a water hose nozzle for the feeder ram to our auxiliary tub grinder that we need installed too. My people have everything ready. They only need someone brave enough to go topside and assist in the installation. We can handle it, Critias accepted the challenge. If we are going out there anyway, it won't be a problem. Jim was satisfied that Critias was on target for Cutter and Jingle Bells. My people are taken care of, he told Admiral Rudel and Commodore Tinney. You both already know what I want from you. I would like to hear what terms you expect from me in return. Rudel answered first, the survival of my fleet depends largely on the weather. We need constant information from the weather satellites under your control. Without complete access, we are at a risk from storms. A single hurricane could wipe us out. I am already providing you with access to weather satellites, Jim replied. If you are concerned that I am in a position to cut you off, you should be. What assurance do I have that one of your ambitious community leaders won't murder you and then take over your fleet? If your people become my enemies, cutting off their satellite access would be the first and least of my responses. I have every reason to suspect your people have access to nuclear weaponry and the ability to deliver them. I trust you, Admiral, but I don't know the intricacies of your community. As things are now, we agree that none of us sees any profit coming from conflict with each other. We have a saying here that what is yours is yours. The satellites are mine because I took them by force. I provide them to you gladly out of friendship. Hopefully that goodwill will outlast us. We have the means to destroy this whole city in a mushroom cloud, Rudel admitted to the obvious truth. As you say, there is no profit in it. Neither do I see advantage in the threat of doing so. If you can control the satellites, you could also have the technical knowledge to launch your own missiles. I am not offering to dump our weapons into the sea. I do give you my promise not to use them unless you attack us first. Never dump them, Kevin told Rudel. They have many uses. Every island you sterilize today with nuclear blasts will be exploitable resources in generations to come. The plutonium alone is critical to future advancements. Time is truly of the essence. Everything ever built by humanity is corroding daily. What we need for tomorrow must be gathered immediately before it becomes useless from decay. We need each other desperately, Jim said bluntly. With Commodore Tinney's railway skills, we can retrieve the storage drives from web crawler corporations. We need to rescue the knowledge from the old internet as soon as possible, just as we need to rescue the books from every library we can reach. The Library of Alexandria is burning, gentlemen. We must save every scroll we can from the flames. Every single day, less of it survives. Bah, said Tinney. My people need shelter and medicine today, not books for tomorrow. We can survive without those. They follow me because they believe I will improve their lives immediately and I have to deliver. Even if you are only selling these services, we can afford to pay for them. My people can deliver trainloads of equipment and supplies, valuable supplies. By the standards of the society you have here, my people are all billionaires. At the moment, buying your help sounds more advantageous to us. You are the one who profits most from us joining you as family. Jim asked Tinney, for how long can you survive and afford to pay me? How many good years do you have left in you, Commodore? You are not as young as I am. When you can no longer chew the leather with your other freemen, what becomes of you then? Will they leave you out on a snowy plain? You need schools for your children and the wisdom of elders to teach them. You live for a lifetime, but your people will live much longer than that if we work together. I do not want to see even one of your engineers to reach his grave without leaving 2 replacements fully trained in those skills. You also need to consider the railway itself. How many serviceable years remain in those rails and locomotives? You're the expert, but I estimate you have 10 years at best, and those will be hard years toward the end. When the days of railroad come to an end, which they surely will, what would you do then? By joining us as survivors of common necessity, we are the bank where you invest all your vast wealth. Think of it as the retirement fund of your people. When the trains end, you will have no choice but to join us to live as we do. You're right about the future. The Commodore didn't disagree with Jim's points. My people are not as far-sighted as are we. They require short-term assurances. For me to go to them and tell them that the fruits of their labors are to become property of your community that they are only entitled to a ration of, they won't like it. Jim asked Alfred, what would it take for you to extend Smuggler's Passage so that we can connect it with Forager's Castle? Alfred nearly laughed at the absurdity and then struggled to give a serious answer. I would need a trainload of brick and concrete for starters. We could ship in a tunnel boring machine by train or just use traditional digging methods. I would first have Derek put up a heavy enclosed bridge across the interstate valley that is cutting us off. That way we could just dump the dirt and rubble as we dug outward in both directions from the center. That would permanently block the road, which won't matter much since the bridge would effectively do that anyway. I guess I could get it done in 3 months working around the clock. We would be looking at a huge amount of materials and manpower just so people could avoid a ride on the light rail. I could do it in a week, Derek boasted. We build an overland security corridor from Radio City to the Castle Southwest service dock. We link 12 tractor trailers into a string and then reinforce them from the inside. I use some leveling jacks and sink a few piles into the ground to support it in the softer areas. Most of the distance is on solid pavement. As long as we survey the route first and put some thought into it, I can not only provide you a safe corridor, but I will be able to drive forklifts through it. It was an idea that Jack saw the potential in. We could bring the trailers into the pancake house first to armor them up and make all the modifications. Clearing a lane through the woods to reach the loading dock would be the difficult part. We would have to chainsaw some trees, but then again, we could just blast them away with plastic explosives. The Rhino could pull the trailer sections into place. It needs some planning, but it is doable. Jim told Commodore Tinney, I think what your people need is to see that they are not working for me or my people. They can have full and equal access to everything we have right now. I see the necessity for us to build heavy rail dedicated city outposts all over the country that will be under your command. I am prepared to make our Forager's Castle into the first of those Freeman train shelters. If your people need assurance, you can begin by telling them that Forager's Castle is theirs, so that they have a place to live that isn't aboard a train. Tinney asked, what does that make me then? If my people have full and equal access right on the doorstep of your capital city, that is nearly the same as you having dissolved us completely. Both of your communities outnumber mine in a big way. I am not bringing numbers to the table. My value is in our expertise with the trains, and as you already said, the trains are not going to last forever. That is partly true, Carmen said to the Commodore. As Reclamation General, you will need to concentrate on commanding global operations of foraging and transport. As Grand Marshal, Jack can provide you the security and emergency rescue support that you need for your reclamation operations. The job is getting way too big for one of you to keep your attention on both. This grinder operation is a perfect example. You deliver the trains and he will deliver the ghouls for the fires. Not all your people want to live in boxcars anymore. I think it's time you brought your talents in line with what we all need. Commodore Tinney had stars in his eyes. A Reclamation General commanding global collecting operations? It wouldn't be all that different from what you are doing now, Jim said. My community could relieve you of the burden of taking non-combatants around with you and you would have considerably more manpower at your disposal. There is also the added advantage of having someone to come help you if you happen to get stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Admiral Rudo pointed out, we were all naturally willing to part with what we have in aplenty in order to attain the necessities we are lacking. Why would Jim care about giving up aircraft to me that he never had any intention of using anyway? I could bury your city in fish. The cod are so thick nowadays that you could walk on them to shore. I can supply more seafood than you could eat 1,000 times over. The machine parts I need to maintain our vessels do not come from the sea. These commodity trades and sharing of resources are not any real concern to me. I want to talk about manpower, which is where the real value is. I don't want to see Jim lure away all my engineers with promises of wine and women. What I need is assurances that you are not going to absorb all my key people and then leave me with a population of dependents still at sea. If Commodore Tinney's people call themselves freemen, that kind of freedom would be the death of my fleet. When our people mingle, Who will have custody of the children? If a man from your community raped a woman from my community, who would decide his punishment? If all my key people decide they want to live here and give up on the fleet, are you going to tell them no? Jessica offered her own ready answer to his queries: we will never take a child from a willing and capable mother no matter what the father wants. If you catch a rapist, send an apology for your hasty hanging, not a request for our permission to act. Jim agreed with his wife. Our king's law of forbidden acts must follow my people everywhere they go, if they are here with me, with your fleet, or with the Commodore. If they are criminals, I want you to act swiftly and be decisive. Some exchange of people between us is unavoidable. I will not rob women of their own children, and neither would I deny the father the right to follow his family if he so chooses. The people with technical skills need to go to where their work is. If you find yourself without engineers you need for your survival, I will send them to you, even if that means sending their families along with them. In our system, people have to earn the luxuries by accepting responsibility. If you need some of my people to help you eliminate the remaining pirates, I can send them on that mission as I would for any other job their profession specializes in. I asked you to bring me an expert helicopter mechanic to provide me with a helicopter, not to kidnap the man. You did me one better by bringing me a Seahawk helicopter, but that doesn't change my point. I would send Kevin or Dr. Kind to you if that were the only way to prevent your nuclear reactor from melting down. Like you, I would expect my people returned promptly and respected while in your company. To that Rudel asked, it's up to me to mete out justice as I see fit. Civilized society requires civilized limits, Jim replied. Murder, rape, and theft are unacceptable to us all. If we are to have lawful order, we need those among us who specialize in maintaining it to the highest possible standard even against ourselves should we use our positions of great power to conduct villainy. I propose that we establish a single justice service of marshals to enforce our civilized laws. The membership of this elite unit need to come from every community of survivors, and their mandate will be taking justice to the lawless anywhere in the world. These marshals will pledge their obedience to the principles of our laws, and their highest officer will report to a council of governors that the three of us will begin here this evening. As a council of governors of our respective communities, it will be our responsibility to determine the laws that we will be equally subject to. Tinny agreed with all of that. If my own people are part of this marshal service, they won't object to having a force capable of establishing a code of just law where people are free from tyrants and evil. I also agree to this council of governors, only I don't want to be part of it. I'm a man who works for a living. I like the feel of rain on my face and wind in my whiskers. Men more civilized and book-learned than myself should devote themselves to politics. If I am going to be concentrating on gathering supplies, I will already have a responsibility for the bravest and finest people. That is more than enough for me or any man by my thinking. Jim asked the Commodore, do you have anyone in mind to stand as a marshal? My man Duke has always been the enforcer in my community, Tinny recommended him. He has done a fine job keeping the rowdier lads in line and they respect him. If push comes to shove, he can hold his own. Rudel asked, what was he before? He was doing life in prison for killing 3 men he says had raped his sister, the Commodore answered. When the world went down, the guards and such abandoned the place and just never came back. Him and some of his boys broke out of jail and then started surviving on the road until I found them. They've been part of my family ever since. He's a good man, said Critias. He is that guy who came to Carmen's aid when that Rom fellow was ogling her on the way out of the showers. One of Kevin's female control room employees came to the table to give news to Jim. All the other community leaders are online and ready to begin the teleconference. That's all the internal business for now, Jim informed the assembly. He told Commodore Tinny, I'd like you to stay for this stage of the negotiations even if you are not interested in taking a permanent legislative position. I can do my part in convincing the others to join us. The Commodore accepted the invitation. Jim looked to Critias, are you still committed to taking care of that problem tonight? As most of them got up to leave, Carmen quoted, we arise to awake the snorting citizens with the bell. I'll get it taken care of, Critias assured Jim. Jingle Bells has had this coming for a good long time. I'll put an end to the Cutter problem too. Or else the devil will make a grandsire of you, she told her husband to complete her thought from Othello. As to the matter of Cutter, Carmen added, I still think you should kill him when you get the chance. Critias replied to her, since you like to think constantly, maybe you could do it without your mouth moving. I will get the job done despite what you think or say. Jim overheard what Carmen said. It had not slipped Jim's notice that the last 2 encounters with Cutter had been fairly amiable. The oversized hunter had given Verloc food after a cordial conversation, and then Cutter had helped free the transport truck at the cable yard. He could imagine more than a few valuable uses for the giant if Critias could bring the brute around to their way of thinking. They already had 3 friendly watchers, so in his estimation, having one more was a brass ring worth reaching for. Jim asked Critias, "Do you think you can bring in Cutter alive?" It seemed a suicidal idea to Fleet Admiral Rudel. He had seen Cutter on the recordings made by the cameras on Big Joe. He knew the destroyer to be a giant hunter of epic proportions, and even worse, he was a giant that talked. Rudel exclaimed, "You must be joking, Jim." Carmen mused, "He may be joking. From the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, he is all mirth." "This school is special in another way," Jim explained to the Admiral. "Those unfortunate creatures out there are plague victims after all. They didn't volunteer for what happened to them. We are wise to fear them, and more often than not we have no other choice but to destroy them. Cutter is different. He has demonstrated an inordinate amount of self-restraint and reasoning capacity. In a way, I feel morally bound to give him some chance to be friendly, or barring that just to vacate the area. It is that murderous bell-ringing lunatic Jingle Bells who is genuinely our sworn enemy, as he has attested to in his own words. He hath a heart as sound as a bell," Carmen recited, "and his tongue is the clapper, for what the heart thinks his tongue speaks." Critias scolded his wife, "Enough of your insufferable tongue clapping. For all the work you give it, you rarely make any sense. We have lots of work to do even before going out tonight. I'm anxious to get started." Kevin returned with a box for Carmen. "This is the new tranquilizer ammunition. I also put an extra camera in here that you can position somewhere for a broader view of the encounter should Jingle Bells arrive. The feedback I've gotten from my practice at editing recordings for movie night has shown that first-person perspectives often fail to capture the full drama of a crisis situation. If you can put some extra attention into recording your adventure, I'm sure everyone would enjoy seeing it that much more." He quietly told Critias, "Be more than extremely cautious with those toxic darts. While they are only a sedative to the ghouls, they will be lethal to you and even to Carmen as well as your mech suit. The damage this will do to neo-organic nerve induction hardware will be permanent and entirely ruinous. Have no illusions about the seriousness of this warning. If you shoot yourself in the suit or hit Carmen by accident, you may as well go bury them somewhere, because there won't be anything I can do to repair the injury." Critias confirmed the warning. "I understand. I'll be more than careful." With Carmen by his side, Critias headed out to put an end to Jingle Bells and Cutter, once and for all.